Are we able to leave now? How are we supposed to leave? 5 minutes later, standing near the wall behind the Temple of Learning, Sunyanku fell into deep thought. Linjo, are you planning to climb over the wall? Yes. How else are we going to get out? But it's okay. Little Deskmate, we don't need to do homework, and it's self-study in the evening. Let's go out to eat instead. But, little Deskmate, have you ever skipped class before? Then let's skip it today. Together, seeing Lin Zhou's expression, for some reason, despite wanting to refuse, Sunyanku couldn't say a word. After a brief internal struggle, Sunyanku nodded blankly. Fine. Let's go. Since Lin Zhou wanted to skip class, she decided to join him. Okay, it's easy to climb here. You crouch down first, I'll help you over, and then I'll follow. Lin Zhou signaled to Sunyanku. After hesitating for a while, Sunyanku nodded and came to the side of the wall. It was indeed her first time climbing a wall. The feeling was somewhat strange. Handing her backpack to Lin Zhou, she cautiously clung to the top of the wall. Seeing this, Lin Zhou gently wrapped his arms around her waist from behind. In that moment, a broad palm landed on her waist, and Sunyanku held her breath, freezing in place. Lin Zhou's hand was big. That was her first thought. But the next moment, she lost her composure as a ticklish sensation overwhelmed her at the waist. Lin Zhou, don't move, or you might fall, Lin Zhou said calmly. But little did anyone know, he was also nervous. With that petite waist fitting perfectly in his palm, he could easily hold her closer. Soft and comfortable. Yet he couldn't. Lin Zhou suddenly realized he was tormenting himself. He had just managed to steady his own thoughts. Unexpectedly, the girl in his hand was still fidgeting. She had no idea how tempting she appeared in this moment. Okay, I won't move. IDIDN single quotes climb over the wall. It's fine. Push up. I'll give you a boost, and you'll be up. Then just jump down. Okay. Sunyanku earnestly nodded, and as she began to exert effort with her arms, suddenly they heard. On the campus track beyond the greenbelt, John Shuki's voice. Who's over there? What are you doing? Sunyanku froze in place. Oh no. We're going to be found out. What should we do now? Thinking about coming down, but the whole body was supported by Lin Zhou. Afraid that the nose would be too loud if she came out, Sunyanku felt stiff all over. Just when she didn't know what to do, she saw Lin Zhou blink at her, signaling her not to speak and not to move. Sunyanku had to maintain her original posture and not move at all. John Shuki's footsteps were getting closer. Sunyanku felt her heart was about to jump out. No. She must think of a way to handle it and come up with an excuse to handle it all by herself, so that Teacher John wouldn't punish Lin Zhou. Just as she was thinking, she suddenly heard a female voice. Teacher John, are you here to relax too? It was Liu Qingyan. John Shuki was slightly stunned. Relaxing? Yes. The students over there are making too much noise. After a whole day of commotion, I have a headache, so I took the opportunity to come over here to relax. Oh. Was that commotion just now caused by you? Probably. There is no one else here. Okay, when you're done relaxing, go check on the evening self-study in the class. The commotion there is also caused by your students. I know. Teacher John, you can rest assured. John Shuki nodded and walked away. Just as Sunyanku was about to breathe a sigh of relief, she heard John Shuki's voice again. Oh, by the way, Teacher Liu. Sunyanku's heart tensed up again. Next, she heard Liu Qingyan's equally puzzled voice. Principal John, is there something else? That, I heard that you have been unsuccessful in blind dates for the past few years. How are things now? Do you have someone you like? Upon hearing this, Liu Qingyan was taken aback. She shook her head. No. Principal John, why are you asking me about this? I'm not trying to meddle. I just wanted to ask you. You're not young anymore. Find someone suitable. Age doesn't matter as long as they treat you well. Liu Qingyan sighed deeply. It's not as easy as you think. Actually, as long as you pay attention to the people around you, you'll find it quite easy. Liu Qingyan couldn't understand. Today, why did Principal John suddenly talk to her about this? Though she said she doesn't mind, being reminded still made her feel uneasy. Principal John, I actually think being single is quite nice. Being single? When you're older, who will take care of you? Aren't you afraid of gossip and rumors? Have you heard a saying? What saying? We live for ourselves, not for others. At least for now, I feel fine being on my own. As for dating, it might just waste my energy. John Shuki was surprised by Liu Qingyin's words. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. Who taught you such twisted ideas? All right, forget it. I won't ask any more. You deal with your own matters. I'm leaving. Take your time to relax. John Shuki snorted coldly and walked away. When he was far enough, Liu Qingyin suddenly called out to the sky, "He's gone." Then, she slowly left as well. She didn't see that not far from her, there was another person standing in the pavilion. Jian Zhengyang. As Liu Qingyin walked over, he had just finished class. He wanted to come over and take a look, but he unexpectedly overheard such a conversation. Teacher Liu, she doesn't want to date. Did he misunderstand? This carefree person, how could she be like an ordinary person? Jian Zhengyang chuckled self-deprecatingly and prepared to leave. But at that moment, he suddenly heard a rustling sound from a corner. Jian Zhengyang was slightly stunned, after shouting, he quickly walked towards the corner. When he saw Lin Zhou and Sunyanku, he was dumbfounded. Lin Zhou, Sunyanku, why is it you two? Even Lin Zhou was stunned at this moment. Since Liu Qingyin had left, he had been helping Sunyanku climb the wall. He didn't expect Jian Zhengyang to appear. Sunyanku became even more nervous, just from hearing the conversation between John Shuki and Liu Qingyin. Her heart rate had already accelerated, and now, she was caught red-handed by Jian Zhengyang. She had to quickly jump down from the wall, almost stumbling to the ground. But before she could steady herself, she hurriedly explained, "Teacher Jian, it's all my fault. It has nothing to do with Lin Zhou. I asked her to help me climb the wall." Jian Zhengyang clearly didn't believe her. "You asking Lin Zhou to help you climb the wall? Aren't you a dormitory student? What are you doing outside?" I have something urgent. Can't you request leave for urgent matters?" Well, Sunyanku had never been good at lying, and she stumbled over her words. Seeing this, Lin Zhou laughed and said, "All right, Teacher Jian, you don't need to ask her. I was the one who helped her climb the wall. The two of you are even the top two in the whole grade. Just wait. I will go and inform Teacher Liu about this." Jian Zhengyang was about to turn around but heard Lin Zhou say, "Teacher Liu already knows." "What? She knows you climbed the wall?" "Yes, otherwise how did she stop Principal John just now?" "She stopped." Jian Zhengyang was once again stunned. He suddenly remembered Liu Qingyin's actions just now. She seemed to have appeared coincidentally and stopped John Shuki. What? What are you? What is Teacher Liu trying to do?" "Nothing. Teacher Liu is more generous and indulgent with us." "No, this cannot be allowed. I must go tell Teacher Liu. If Teacher Liu ignores it, I'll go tell Principal Zhang." At that moment, Jian Zhengyang's sense of teacher's righteousness was at its peak. But after walking a few steps, he heard Lin Zhou shout, "Teacher Jian, don't you want to catch up to Teacher Liu?" Jian Zhengyang straightened up. "What do you mean?" 5 minutes later, Sunyanku stood outside the courtyard wall, looking at Lin Zhou, who was carrying a school bag just like her, feeling a little dazed. "Did Teacher Jian really let us go just like that?" "Yes." "Will he tell Teacher Liu and Principal John about us?" "He probably won't." "Why not?" "Just because he likes Teacher Liu." "Yeah, just because he likes Teacher Liu." But, Sunyanku mumbled for a long time without saying anything. "Can you really give up on principles when you like someone?" "But, why did Teacher Liu let us go too?" "Don't worry about that. Little desk partner, you tell me, are you happy now?" Lin Zhou looked earnestly into her eyes. Sunyanku was stunned again. She saw Lin Zhou's face, which was close to her, with a smile. Then he asked her very seriously, jumping out of that cage-like wall, "Are you happy? Are you happy? Little desk partner?" The wall, the cage, mustering up the courage, climbing over the wall. This is the most outrageous thing Sunyanku has done in the past 18 years of her life. She dared to do it because Lin Zhou was there. Lin Zhou wanted to do it. Lin Zhou told her to do it. And then, she went through this thrilling experience. Nervous, afraid, worried, but in the end, she succeeded. At the moment she just climbed over, Sunyanku was cheering joyously. She even thought that if they weren't outside the school campus, afraid of being heard by other teachers, she would probably jump up, shout a few more times. This kind of emotional excitement lasted for about 2 minutes before she forced herself to calm down. But at this moment, Lin Zhou asked her, "Are you happy?" "Happy?" Sunyanku didn't hesitate, nodding vigorously. "Happy. Very happy." That's good. Come on. Let's go eat. Lin Jo stepped forward, ruffled her hair, and looked at her with a smile. Let's go. We haven't had a meal together yet. Let's forget about everything else. Tonight belongs only to us two. Okay. Only the two of them. How wonderful. Shinyanku obediently nodded. Lin Jo led Shinyanku away. Inside the campus, Jian Zhengyang was stunned. He slapped his head hard, regretting to himself, look at what you've done. How could he just stand there and watch Lin Jo and Shinyanku walk away? They were students. As a teacher, he actually let them go like that. In his mind, Lin Jo's words 5 minutes ago kept echoing. Teacher Jian, don't you want to pursue Teacher Liu? Actually, it's easy to pursue her. If you want to pursue her, I can help you. As long as you let us go and keep our secret. He was very serious when he spoke. Jian Zhengyang didn't know what got into him. He actually agreed. Now it felt like he was going insane. He actually believed the words of an 18-year-old kid, and he was supposed to help him pursue his teacher. Either he was crazy or he was crazy. But now, it was too late to regret. If he went to find Director John, he would undoubtedly get a scapegoat charge. Forget it. Since Teacher Liu let them go, then there must be another reason. Jian Zhengyang comforted himself for a moment, then turned and left. He didn't go to the cafeteria, nor did he go to the classroom. He went straight to the playground. It was already 7 o'clock. Some teachers were playing basketball on the playground. Without thinking, Jian Zhengyang joined in. Then he snatched the ball from one of the teachers, took a leap, and successfully made the shot. The teacher who was robbed of the ball was not angry, but turned to look at him in shock. Not bad. Teacher Jian. Jian Zhengyang, with a hint of anger in his voice, said, again, huh, what's going on? Why do you seem so unhappy? Don't worry about it. Are you coming or not? I'll come, but we're all PE teachers, and you're a language teacher. Won't it seem like we're ganging up on you? Then just try it. As soon as he said that, Jian Zhengyang rushed out like a wild beast, snatching the ball, shooting. The whole situation suddenly turned in his favor. The other PE teachers were dumbfounded. They looked at each other. Wow, he's really upset. What's going on? Why come here to vent? Hey, Teacher Jian, we didn't provoke you. In Senior 3 Class 2, self-study class had already begun. The classroom was quieting down. Xia Dongqing looked at the empty desk beside her, somewhat puzzled. Liu Shiming, why didn't Lin Jo and Shinyanku come to class? How would I know? Liu Shiming was also confused. They didn't eat together, so he and Qian Guoguo had to eat alone. Qian Guoguo was still angry, not saying a word to him. The meal was depressing. After enduring that meal, they returned to find that Lin Jo and Shinyanku were not in class. How long were those two off doing their own thing? Just then, he happened to see Liu Qinyan entering through the back door. Liu Shiming couldn't help asking, Teacher Liu, where are Lin Jo and Shinyanku? Oh, they took leave. Liu Qinyan replied without changing her expression. Liu Shiming. Leave? Strange. Why didn't they tell me if they took leave? They said they had something to do. Don't worry. Just focus on your studies. Liu Shiming nodded, not asking any further. Liu Qinyan looked at the empty seat beside her, sighed, and walked up to the platform. Lin Jo, you better thank me this time. You took a leave just to take Shinyanku to climb over the wall, saying you wanted her to experience a different feeling. Your courage is too small. You need some training. Although doing this can indeed make Shinyanku remember that different feeling, breaking the norm. But isn't this a bit too immature? Liu Qinyan didn't think this was something Lin Jo would do, but upon closer examination, it was somewhat normal for someone his age to do such a thing. Oh well, just help him this time. After all, she was their teacher. She also hoped that they could do better. 2 kilometers away from Ershan High School, on the pedestrian street, Lin Jo and Shinyanku were walking slowly. Although it was Thursday, the whole street was already bustling. Because of Lin Jo's presence, wherever they passed, they would be surrounded by people observing. Shinyanku felt a little embarrassed and kept her head down. It wasn't until they reached the entrance of a public restroom that Lin Jo gestured to Shinyanku. Go in. Huh. What for? Go in and change clothes. Huh. Here. Change here. But there were still many people around. Would it be strange for her to come out after changing clothes and fixing her hair? It's okay. Everyone is in class. No one will see you. After changing, we can go eat together. Oh. Okay. Okay. Shunyanku held her book bag and walked into the restroom. Lin Jo waited by the side. He didn't see that after Shunyanku entered, at the other end of the street, someone turned the corner. It was Wen Cici. She took a day off today too. Her grandma had made some delicious food, saying that she was too tired from exams and needed some rest. Walking on the street, she remembered her grandma's favorite pastries. Thinking of buying them for her grandma, unexpectedly, she saw Lin Jo. Wen Cici frowned, somewhat puzzled. Why was Lin Jo here too? Shouldn't he be in class? Was he waiting for someone again? Wasn't he waiting for another girl, right? When Cici rolled her eyes silently in her heart, decided to directly walk past Lin Jo. At that moment, she saw a girl in a skirt walking out of the restroom. The girl walked lightly, with a gentle smile. Her beautiful face drew gasps from onlookers. It was truly her. When Cici rolled her eyes quietly again, originally prepared to turn around, she directly walked towards Lin Jo. When she passed by Lin Jo, she couldn't help but bump into him, then said coldly, speechless, Lin Jo, are all the girls around you blind? Lin Jo. Shunyanku had not yet reached his side. After the collision, Lin Jo ended up a bit farther away from Shunyanku. Seeing it was Wen Cici, Lin Jo felt helpless. Before he could say anything, he heard Shunyanku, wearing a pretty dress, sounding a bit angry, saying, "What are you doing? Why did you bump into Lin Jo?" Lin Jo chuckled as he looked at her and didn't say anything else. This little deskmate was protecting him. He was quite satisfied. Upon hearing this, Wen Cici rolled her eyes in her heart. As expected, all blind, she didn't say anything more and left directly. She really didn't want to talk to this person. One by one, they were not quite normal. You have to apologize to Lin Jo. It's okay, deskmate, it's fine, don't mind her. But we have to go have dinner with a good mood. Can't let others ruin it. Only then did Shunyanku regain her composure. Okay, I'll listen to you. Lin Jo playfully brushed her nose. Follow me. Although he didn't say where they were going, Shunyanku still steadfastly followed him. 5 minutes later, they stopped in front of the largest mall on the pedestrian street. Hanging above the mall was a huge banner for a steakhouse. It was a newly opened store. Shunyanku was slightly shocked. Steak. It must be very expensive, right? Eating out with Lin Jo, he definitely wouldn't let her spend money. Shunyanku quickly grabbed Lin Jo's arm. Lin Jo. It's okay. Look, they have a couple's deal. Very cheap. Shunyanku finally noticed the promotion on the sign at the entrance. Half price for couples. DUTC couples deal. Yup. Lin Jo nodded. Shunyanku's whole being was thrown into confusion. Deskmate. Just pretend for the sake of saving money, they wouldn't know anyway. But you can save over 100 this way. Shunyanku was suddenly taken aback. Over 100, that was quite a lot. Would it be okay to pretend to be a couple for the sake of saving over 100? Thinking this way, Shunyanku felt a bit reassured. She nodded. Alright then, Yad. If the waiter asks later, you just say we're a couple. Okay. Okay. Shunyanku nodded without much thought. Lin Jo was very satisfied with this. He subtly leaned towards Shunyanku. Their bodies were almost touching. This action startled Shunyanku. She was about to move away when she saw Lin Jo reaching out towards her. It seemed like he wanted to hold her hand. Shunyanku froze up. Lin Jo. People wouldn't believe it if we don't hold hands. All couples hold hands. If we get caught, we'd lose the 100. Lin Jo looked at her somewhat reproachfully. 100 is a lot. Shunyanku was taken aback once again. Even though she didn't know how many times she found Lin Jo's words questionable, she still couldn't find fault with them. She lowered her head, bit her lip, and after a moment of thought, she thought, sacrificing a bit for 100 wouldn't be a big deal, right? After all, it was Lin Jo. Letting Lin Jo hold her hand shouldn't be a big deal, right? She finally convinced herself. Shunyanku tentatively reached out her hand. So, shall we hold hands? The plan succeeded. Lin Jo happily reached out his hand and held hers. A girl's hand was soft and comfortable. Lin Jo gently squeezed it, feeling like he was touching a shelled egg. He didn't dare to exert too much force, but also didn't want to let go. He just continued walking forward with her in this manner. He didn't notice Shunyanku behind him, her face visibly blushing. Her gaze remained fixed on their intertwined hands. He was holding her hand so opally. In plain sight, he held her. They were walking together in a couple-like manner. This feeling ... Why did it feel so strange? She wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say. She wanted to react, but didn't know how to. Her mind was in disarray. She felt abnormal, yet at the same time, felt like their interaction should be normal. From a distance, it felt familiar. It wasn't until she heard the waiter ask at the entrance, "Are you two a couple? We have a couple's deal." That Sunyanko finally snapped out of it. She almost didn't think and subconsciously reply, "Yeah." After saying it, she realized the waiter was smiling. "Wow, you two look so good together. You're the best looking couple we've seen in the past few days since we opened. Come in, come in. I'll find you a good spot." She couldn't hear what the waiter said after that. Ever since she said yeah, her head was buzzing. Everything felt like a blur, as if her brain had turned into mush and couldn't make sense of anything. Did she just admit to being a couple with Lin Jo? In front of others? How did this happen? How did it slip out so easily? She couldn't understand, so Sunyanko kept telling herself over and over again, "It was for $100. It was for $100. It was for $100. Deskmate, what's wrong?" Hearing Lin Jo's voice, Sunyanko suddenly snapped out of it. She looked at Lin Jo dumbfoundedly. What's wrong? Sit down." Lin Jo pointed to the seat next to him, by the window, with a good view. The waiter saw this and jokingly said, feeling embarrassed, "Young lady, haha, it's okay, sit down." Sunyanko finally lowered her head and quickly sat down. Lin Jo sat across from her. "Let's have the couple's set meal." "Sure. Please wait. I'll bring it over shortly." "Thank you." Throughout the entire ordering process, Sunyanko didn't say a word. She was still in a daze. Lin Jo just sat across from her, watching her daze out. That little, blushy, adorable face. It was so tempting. Unbeknownst to them downstairs, when Cece also caught sight of them, when she turned the corner of the pedestrian street, when Cece suddenly saw someone familiar, she directly grabbed her. You're the one who argued with me in the cafeteria the other day." The person being stopped, Chin Yushin, was also shocked. "It's you. What's up? You wanna argue again? I'm busy, no time." It was already the weekend, and she came out specifically to buy a gift for her mom. She hadn't found one these past few days and couldn't delay it any longer. "No. I don't want to argue with you. Do you like Lin Jo?" Chin Yushin looked at her in confusion. Of course. What about it? He was her brother. Why wouldn't she like him? When Cece became urgent, "You, come with me ... Chin Yushin directly pushed away Wenxi's hand, asking, "Where are you going?" She did not like this person. Every time he inexplicably came to talk to her, they were not familiar with each other. Chin Yushin felt annoyed. "You'll know when we get there. Hurry up." Wenxi was also in a hurry. Chin Yushin's stubbornness suddenly arose. "If you don't tell me, I won't go." "Wenxi." She looked at the stubborn girl in front of her, feeling speechless. However, with the determination to expose the scumbag and make him lose face, Wenxi patiently explained, "Lin Jo is over there. Don't you want to see him?" She wanted to say it directly, but felt that such words might not have enough impact. It would be better for this girl to see for herself. "He's there." Once Lin Jo was mentioned, Chin Yushin immediately became excited, completely different from before. "Where is he?" "In the newly opened steakhouse ahead." "Newly opened? Come with me." Seeing Chin Yushin's interest, Wenxi dragged her as they walked forward. They arrived at the steakhouse quickly, and Wenxi stopped at the entrance. "Over there, do you see him?" She pointed upstairs to the location of the window. Chin Yushin looked up. In the next moment, she furrowed her brows tightly. Who is that next to him?" Seeing a chance, Wenxi quickly said, "I don't know. Probably a very beautiful girl, right? Her back does look pretty." But Chin Yushin was conflicted. Didn't her brother like her? Why was he out for dinner with another girl? And it was a steakhouse, which seemed more like a place for couples. Seeing Chin Yushin finally quiet down and look serious, Wenxi felt her efforts were not in vain. She breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Little sister, look, that's Lin Jo you like. He's known for fooling around in school and doesn't change outside. I heard he and his desk mate, Zunyanchu, have an ambiguous relationship. Shortly after finishing their exams, he couldn't wait to come out for a date with another girl. What do you see in this Lin Jo?" "No. I have to go up and see." Before Wenxi could finish, Chin Yushin quickly ran upstairs. Not even the waiter could stop her. She was determined. Though she knew her brother wouldn't let her down, there was something about that girl sitting across from him that seemed familiar. It was a strange feeling. Qin Yushan felt it was necessary to find out more. Seeing this, Wenxi was delighted. She didn't go upstairs, but decided to watch from below. If Qin Yushan went up, Lin Zhou would surely be scolded. Both girls should come to their senses, right? Wenxi chuckled lightly. Upstairs, the steak was served. The waiter also brought fruit salad and milk tea for them. After all the dishes were served, the waiter smiled and asked, "Would you like me to slice the steak for you?" Zunyanchu was about to nod, but Lin Zhou waved his hand. "No need. We can do it ourselves. You can go about your business." "Understood. Enjoy your meal. Let me know if you need anything." Lin Zhou nodded. The waiter stepped back to a distance. Zunyanchu stared at Lin Zhou. Why didn't you let her slice it for us?" I don't know. It's all right. I'll do it for you," Lin Zhou said. Picking up the knife and fork, he pulled Zunyanchu's steak closer to himself. Holding the fork in one hand and the knife in the other, he started cutting it carefully and methodically. Zunyanchu watched him dumbfoundedly. In that moment, she was amazed. Lin Zhou could even slice a steak, and he did it so elegantly and carefully. In that moment, Zunyanchu thought of a word. Refine. Yes, Lin Zhou's movements were skilled and refined. Unlike her, a girl eating steak for the first time, he seemed like he had eaten it many times. But Zunyanchu knew that students like them, without much financial strength, rarely went out for steak. It was expensive and not something they could afford. Lin Zhou probably was having it for the first time. She just didn't expect him to be so skilled at it on his first try. He truly was Lin Zhou. Not to mention, he was her deskmate. Even slicing a steak looked graceful on him. Zunyanchu propped her chin with one hand, earnestly watching him. Lin Zhou didn't avoid her gaze. In a while, the steak was sliced. As he was about to hand it to her, Lin Zhou heard a shout, "Brother!" Facing the staircase position, he looked up to see Qin Yushan coming up. Lin Zhou hesitated with the knife and fork in hand. "Sweet, why are you here?" Seeing Zunyanchu's reaction opposite him, she instantly lowered her head. "Sweet, how did she end up here? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. She's wearing a new dress, fixed her hair nicely. If she's seen like this, what should I do? I happen to be downstairs. I also took the day off today, buying a gift for my mom." "Big brother, what's this?" Lin Zhou also noticed Zunyanchu's reaction. He couldn't help but smile. The little deskmate is embarrassed. While he didn't want the woes from school to see her striking appearance, he couldn't keep her in that previous image forever. It wouldn't be fair to her. With the college entrance exam just over a month away, she should stand in the sun openly in the best way after the exam. However, if he drew too much attention to her right away, she would surely be uncomfortable. Perhaps he could start with "Sweet, it shouldn't be a problem, right?" Thinking this, Lin Zhou put down his knife and fork, composedly saying, "Let's eat. I know you're eating, but who are you eating with?" "Ooh, you're eating steak without me. I'm getting angry. Ha ha. Do you want to eat together then?" Qin Yushan's eyes darted around. "Of course. But brother, what about sister Zunyanchu? I want to eat with her too." Regardless of who the girl in front was, Qin Yushan felt it was necessary to show her stance for her sister, just to give her a bit of a warning. Otherwise, these girls would never stop flirting with her brother. Her brother was so great. Only a sister as goat as her deserved him. However, why did this girl keep her head down? Qin Yushan quickly walked to Lin Zhou's side, nudging him inside. Then she reached out to the girl across from her. "Hello, I'm Qin Yushan, Lin Zhou's sister. Nice to meet you." After saying all this, she noticed that the girl across from her showed no intention of raising her head. It was as if she didn't hear her speak, hiding her face with her hair. Qin Yushan couldn't see clearly. Qin Yushan looked at Lin Zhou doubtfully. "Brother, what's wrong with this sister?" Before Lin Zhou could respond, she deliberately added, "Is she pretending not to know me? Her younger sister? How can this be? This won't do. I'm your true younger sister, your real sister. How can your companion not know me? If that's the case, my mom and Uncle Lin will be angry." With such words, the girl opposite should understand her meaning, right? But as soon as she finished speaking, she saw the girl lower her head even more. This isn't right. Shouldn't she raise her head and have a proper chat with her own younger sister? Just as she pondered, Qin Yushan heard Lin Zhou beside her start to laugh. "Ha ha, Xiaodongzhu, if you don't lift your head up soon, Tia will scold me as a scumbag. Chin Yushin was shocked on the spot. What? Xiaodongju, when did you change your seat, brother? Downstairs. When Cici found a nearby milk tea shop to sit down. After ordering herself a cup of milk tea, she sipped it slowly while keeping an eye on the movements upstairs. The little girl must have reached Lin Zhou by now, right? They must be arguing at this moment, right? She was about to find out what kind of person Lin Zhou really was. And then they would have a big argument. The girl would leave angrily and never pay attention to Lin Zhou again. As she thought about it, when Cici chuckled, that after waiting for a while, she noticed that there was no arguing upstairs. The little girl seemed silent too. Curious, when Cici looked up and saw the girl standing up and walking over to the outer girl. When Cici chuckled, lowered her head, and continued enjoying her coffee. Looks like she guessed it right. The drama was about to unfold. She just had to wait. What when Cici didn't know was that this moment upstairs, Qing Yushin had gone crazy the moment Zun Nianke raised her head. Without waiting for Lin Zhou's response, her smile gradually disappeared. She widened her eyes in shock, staring at the girl in front of her who, although lifted her head, still seemed very nervous. She was a bit puzzled. You are ... Finding it hard to believe her eyes, Qin Yushin quickly walked to Zun Nianku's side. Then, in Zun Nianku's bewildered gaze, she reached out and pinched her face. Feeling the warmth on her cheek from Zun Nianku, Qin Yushin still felt a bit flustered. She then quickly pressed her head against Zun Nianku's forehead, as if trying to confirm if the person in front of her was real. Zun Nianku was a bit uncomfortable with Qin Yushin's actions and couldn't help but say, Chia. A sudden shout made Qin Yushin scream. She quickly stood up and took a step back. You really are. Zun Nianku's hands were clenched together, unsure of how to respond. She could only lower her head again in embarrassment. Qin Yushin then looked towards Lin Zhou. Seeing him nod, with a smile, she retracted her gaze, tentatively calling out, Sister. Zun Nianku bit her lip and slowly lifted her head, nodding slightly. I'm Tia. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to deceive you. I just ... How should she explain to Tia? Will Tia be angry? What should she do? After saying just for a while, Zun Nianku still couldn't say a word. At that moment, she heard Tia shout again, and quickly turned to her. Tia ... Before she could finish, she felt a strong embrace. Qie Yushin, who had been standing a step away, quickly jumped to her side. Then, she hung on her and appeared excited, saying, Sister, it's really you. Wow. You're so beautiful. Were you always this beautiful? How can you be so pretty, so good, so pretty? Sister. As Qin Yushin spoke, she kept nuzzling her face against Zun Nianku's. Lin Zhou looked a little helpless. Tia, brother, don't mind me. I want to cuddle with Sis. I love Sis so much. She's so pretty. Seeing how close they were, Lin Zhou didn't want to disturb them. He could only watch the two of them with a smile. Zun Nianku felt a bit uncomfortable being held like that, but she didn't want to push Qin Yushin away either. So she carefully changed the subject. Tia, aren't you angry? Why would I be angry? Because I lied to you. Ha. Are you talking about being so good looking? Ha. No. There must be a reason for your previous appearance, right? I understand. I totally get it. I used to dress as a boy before too. Hehe. Qin Yushin pressed her head against Zun Nianku's shoulder. Sis, I didn't expect you to be this good looking. I used to worrying that brother would bully you, but now it seems unlikely. Ow. Zun Nianku looked towards Lin Zhou and said, He didn't bully me. I know. With you looking like this, brother must spoil you to no end. But seriously, brother, you went too far. Finally, Qin Yushin slightly loosened her grip on Zun Nianku. You've known how pretty sister is all this time, right? Why didn't you tell me? Ooh, are you actually my real sister? Lin Zhou could tell Qin Yushin's thoughts at a glance. He looked at her amusingly and said, Really not going to eat? Qin Yushin replied, I really won't eat. I'm very busy, really. Afraid that Lin Zhou wouldn't believe her, Qin Yushin repeated this several times. Lin Zhou then said, All right, you go be busy then. Okay, Qin Yushin replied. Smiling, she then leaned against Zun Nianku's shoulder and said, Sister, you are so sweet. Sweet really likes you, You have to become part of our family soon. Sunyanku felt a bit uncomfortable with how clingy she was being. Hot. Part of the family. Yes. Yes. Part of the family. Chin Yushin lifted her head and said seriously, I have to go now, sister. Remember to visit my house another day. With that, she stood up, waved towards Sunyanku and sweetly smiled before leaving reluctantly. After taking a few steps, she turned back and said, Brother and sister, rest assured, I won't tell anyone about sister's matters. She made a gesture of sealing her lips and mischievously said, I'm good at keeping secrets, you know. Lin Zhou watched her leave and shook his head helplessly. Don't look at her. Come, let's eat steak. Sunyanku snapped out of her daze, took a deep breath, and said, Lin Zhou, Yushin she ... Don't worry, if she said she won't tell, she won't, and you saw how she liked you even more after seeing you. Don't worry. Sunyanku nodded in relief and said, all right then. As they prepared to eat, they felt like something was missing ... downstairs. When Cici saw Chin Yushin coming down and quickly got up, but when she approached, she realized Chin Yushin was alone. When Cici was puzzled, where is the other girl? Aren't they supposed to come down together to confront the scumbag? Who? Chin Yushin looked at her, confused. When Cici looked upstairs and saw the girl still sitting opposite Lin Zhou, smiling happily, seemingly unaffected by Chin Yushin's appearance. Confused, when Cici asked, what's going on? Chin Yushin, unable to get a response, looked at her for a moment before quickly patting her on the shoulder. Hey, I say, you're Wen Cici from the senior liberal arts class, right? What are you trying to do? You. How can you not see through that scumbag? Why don't you curse at him? After a moment, Chin Yushin suddenly realized, you mean Lin Zhou? Isn't he a scumbag? He's really close to Sunyanku at school. You know, the whole senior class thinks they're dating. Always eating and studying together. And now, he's out here on a date with a pretty girl. Isn't he a scumbag? When Cici grew angrier as she spoke, and you, how can you still like him? I asked you to find him so you could see his true colors and wake up early, but why are you happy instead? And Sunyanku, I don't even know what to say. She's always hostile towards me. Chin Yushin looked strangely at Wen Cici. She finally understood why Wen Cici kept talking to her. She seemed like a good person. Just as she was about to say something to her, Wen Cici angrily said, no, that girl upstairs was definitely deceived by Lin Zhou. I need to go explain to her. She tried to go upstairs, but Chin Yushin hastily stopped her. Hey, wait, what are you doing? She's busy. Why cause trouble? Dizzy with what? This scumbag is deceiving her. Stop calling him a scumbag. He actually. Chin Yushin wanted to explain, but then remembered her promise to her brother and sister about not talking about their sister's matters. Never mind. I can't explain to you. Just know you can't go up. When Cici was furious, why are you like this? You can't see clearly. Don't mislead others. This angered Chin Yushin. Who am I misleading? When Cici, you're also one of the school's beauties and academic achievers. Why are you also not thinking clearly like Yun Ruoxi? You and her have a problem with your minds. Blaming people without knowing the full story? Chin Yushin rolled her eyes, fed up with explaining, and left. When Cici stood there stunned. What's the truth? How can she be compared to someone like Yun Ruoxi? Outrageous. Outrageous. Just because of a scumbag, can't she ignore him? Angrily huffing, when Cici left too. Upstairs, the two were oblivious to what happened downstairs. Sunyanku felt embarrassed after a moment and looked at Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou. HM? What's wrong? Don't we have chopsticks? How could she eat without them? Lin Zhou chuckled at her reaction. He picked up a fork and pierced a piece of steak from his plate, then offered it to Sunyanku. Here, open your mouth. Sunyanku hesitated for a moment, completely taken aback. What was Lin Zhou trying to do? Feed her. He was actually ... going to feed her. What should she do? Feeling flustered, she even inadvertently clenched her hand tightly. Lin Zhou, it's getting cold. Little desk partner. Seeing Sunyanku hesitating, Lin Zhou leaned closer and whispered, couples eat like this. If we don't act a bit more convincingly, the server will suspect and we'll have to pay extra. That's more than 100 yuan. Enough for me to eat for a month. Lin Zhou started to make up stories again. Sunyanku believed him. Oh, really? Yes. Look, they keep looking at us. Lin Zhou gestured with his eyes towards where the servers were standing. They indeed seemed to be glancing at them from time to time, discussing who knows what. Sunyanku was startled. She opened her mouth, no longer hesitating, and directly ate the steak offered to her. And at that moment, something unexpected happened. Sunyanku turned her head and saw one of the servers holding a camera, capturing their interaction just now. Regarding Wensi, the plot written yesterday did have some issues. I made some minor modifications in the previous chapter. Additionally, there needs to be a person's appearance to gradually bring the beauty of Zitong Juan to the public eye. So please go easy on me. I want to cry. Wensi will regret. She will not always hold herself in high regard like Yun Ruoxi does. Kisses. The camera clicked. Sunyanku turned her head, but it was too late. She saw the service staff holding the camera smiling happily. So beautiful, it's really too beautiful. This photo, so sweet. Envy filled her face. Sunyanku was stunned. What did you take? It's just the scene of this handsome guy feeding you just now. It's really good looking, you two look good together in the photos. Oh no, I mean you both are naturally good looking. Come, girl, take a look. The staff enthusiastically handed over the camera. Sunyanku saw on the screen herself with a slightly open mouth. On the edge of her lips, there was a steak handed over by Linzhou. And Linzhou, always smiling at her. The whole scene was very harmonious. It was even more attractive than the posters of idol dramas on TV. Idol dramas. At the thought of this term, Sunyanku suddenly felt a twitch in her heart. Those posters were for lovers. Every one of them was full of sweetness. Her and Linzhou. Could they also be this sweet? Beautiful, right? So pretty. Oh my. The staff didn't notice Sunyanku's nervousness, still happily showing off their photography skills, and also showed Linzhou. The photo was indeed well taken. Linzhou was very satisfied. But may I ask, what was this photo taken for? Taking photos without other people's consent is not very good behavior. The staff also realized they forgot to explain and quickly said, "Oh, handsome guy, don't misunderstand. We have another activity, where all couples dining here can have one free photo taken. We will print out 2 copies for you. Don't worry, after printing, I will delete the original. There will be no misuse. Originally, we needed your consent to take the photo, but just now, I thought you and the girl across from you were too sweet. I couldn't help myself. Heh. By the end, even the staff was embarrassed. Hope you don't mind." Since they put it that way, Linzhou also didn't feel like minding. And, indeed, this activity was not bad. He and his tablemate seemed like they never took a joint photo before. It was nice to have a keepsake. Alright, when will the photos be ready? After you settle the bill, we will give it to you. Okay. Thank you. You're welcome. It's what we should do. Now enjoy your meal. I'll go develop the photos. All right. Linzhou nodded. The staff quickly left. Linzhou looked at Sunyanku across from him. Sunyanku, who was still in a daze, quickly picked up the fork next to her, as if afraid Linzhou would feed her steak again. Well, I'll eat it. Okay. Eat quickly. Sunyanku nodded and cautiously pierced a piece of steak with her fork. Putting it into her mouth, she still seemed distracted. Linzhou, that's a couple photo, yes. But since they gave it for free, and it didn't cost anything, why not agree, right? Tablemate, it seemed quite fitting. Sunyanku nodded, Finally, she relaxed a bit and earnestly started eating. The steak was delicious. However, for some reason, Sunyanku's mind suddenly flashed Linzhou's cooking. It seemed like no matter how good something else was, nothing could beat what Linzhou cooked. What's going on? Had her taste buds become picky because of Linzhou? Tablemate, what's wrong? Seeing her lost in thought, Linzhou couldn't help but ask. Sunyanku quickly shook her head. Nothing. After finishing the steak, Sunyanku patted her full stomach and quickly stood up. Although Linzhou wouldn't let her pay, she still didn't want Linzhou to spend money. Better to pay herself. After all, the national math competition was coming up. She could earn money. However, just as she took a few steps, she heard Linzhou say, "Where are you going in such a hurry?" Tablemate, she turned around, ready to make up an excuse. But then Linzhou said, "I've settled the bill. No need to go. I also got the photo. Here. Yours." Linzhou handed the photo to Sunyanku. Sunyanku took it absent-mindedly but still looked puzzled. "When did you go settle it?" "Just now. I went to the restroom. Sunyanku was stunned. So going to the restroom meant settling the bill. Lesson learned. Next time, she would go too. Thinking about this, her gaze fell on the photo. Seeing herself and Lin Jo in it, Sunyanku suddenly blushed. Although she had seen it on the camera, it looked even clearer after being printed. The two of them, they really looked like a perfect couple. If she didn't know it was staged in advance, even Sunyanku would doubt it. It was really nice. Sunyanku carefully put away the photo and looked up. She heard Lin Jo say, "Let's go, tablemate." Sunyanku nodded. As they descended the stairs, Lin Jo began to think about how to deceive tablemate back home. Old Lin didn't know what he was doing. She might be surprised to see tablemate again, but he hadn't figured out a plan when Sunyanku said, "Lin Jo, it's still early, I'll go back to school." This time, she absolutely could not stay out too long. Otherwise, she would have nowhere else to go. She couldn't stay at Lin Jo's house anymore. "Alright, I'll take you back." It seemed like things shouldn't be rushed. "No need. I can manage on my own." "Then how about we go see the fireworks again?" "Out. Then. It's better you take me back." Sunyanku lowered her head again. Lin Jo chuckled and rubbed her head. "Let's go." "Wait a moment. I need to change my clothes." Sunyanku quickly headed towards the bathroom. By the time they reached the school, other students had already left. Sunyanku, carrying her bag, was about to enter the school gate when she heard Lin Jo say, "Tablemate." Not going. Huh. I haven't said anything. Why aren't you going now? Where are you not going? Nowhere. I'm tired. I want to go back to sleep. Goodbye. After saying this, Sunyanku walked away without thinking. She couldn't continue chatting with Lin Jo, even though she wasn't avoiding him now. But it wasn't very appropriate at night. Wait a minute. She still heard Lin Jo's voice from behind, which made Sunyanku quicken her pace. "I just wanted to tell you to come to my house on Saturday. Lin asked me to invite you." He said if you didn't come, he would peel my skin." Alright, go back to sleep quickly." Lin Jo waved his hand. Sunyanku left bewildered. It wasn't until she entered the dormitory that Sunyanku realized. So Lin Jo was just inviting her for dinner on the weekend. Did she act too nervous just now? Oh no. How embarrassing. The roommates have all gone to freshen up. Sunyanku struggled for a while before calming down slightly. "Whatever. I'll figure it out later." Walking to the bedside, she initially thought of putting down her school bag, but remembered what happened today. She couldn't resist opening the zipper of her school bag. Inside was a photo of the two of them. She didn't get a close look at it earlier at the hotel because she was too embarrassed. Now, with no one around, she needed to take a closer look. But just then, the dormitory door was pushed open. Her roommates, who had gone out to freshen up, cheerfully walked in from outside the dormitory. Sunyanku quickly stuffed the photo back into her school bag. The roommates saw the scene and asked in confusion, "Hey, Sunyanku, what are you hiding?" "Oh, nothing." "Are you sure? I clearly saw you hiding something. I heard you didn't attend class tonight. Where did you go? Is there a secret you're keeping from us? Come on. Show us." Sunyanku was taken aback, quickly taking a step back and tightly protecting her school bag. "No. Really, there's nothing." This action only piqued her roommate's curiosity even more. "Why are you so flustered? Looks like there really is something." Quickly, let's see." The group of them walked towards Sunyanku. She kept backing up until she reached the bedside, and they showed no sign of letting her off the hook. Sunyanku's heart immediately raced. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? What if they see the photo? If I say it's fake, no one will believe me. That's a real photo. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Sunyanku despairingly closed her eyes. Just then, she suddenly heard a loud shout from outside the door. "What's going on? What's going on? What are you guys doing? Are you trying to bully Sunyanku? I'm going to tell the teacher." It was Wang Zhaoqing. As soon as she entered, she noticed that this group of roommates seemed to be up to no good with Sunyanku. Without hesitation, she shouted twice. After all, Sunyanku was so timid. What if she got frightened? Even if she really did have a date with Lin Jo tonight, such a big secret could only be known by herself. What do the others count for? This CP was cultivated by her own hands. It must not be discovered by others. Upon hearing her threat, the roommates quickly took a step back. Who's bullying Sunyanku? Exactly. It's not us. Don't falsely accuse us. I was busy doing a face mask and sleeping. I didn't do anything either. The group quickly dispersed. Sunyanku breathed a sigh of relief. Wan Zhaoqing. Thank you. You're welcome. But Sunyanku. Wan Zhaoqing quickly put down her toiletries, came to Sunyanku's side, hugged her neck, and said mysteriously, "What are you hiding? Show me." "I can't." Sunyanku shivered and hugged her school bag tightly again, her previous vigilance returning. Wan Zhaoqing laughed at her. Okay, I won't look. It must be related to Lin Zhou, right? Hehe. No. Sunyanku retorted again, but Wan Zhaoqing didn't believe her at all. All right. Little Su, go freshen up and sleep well. I'll watch your stuff. You can trust me. I promise not to peek. I'm trustworthy. Sunyanku looked suspiciously at Wan Zhaoqing. Wan Zhaoqing earnestly blinked at her. We're good friends, right? This finally made Sunyanku let down her guard slightly. You promise? Okay, I promise. I absolutely won't peek. Okay. Then, please watch my school bag. I'll go freshen up. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep later. Go ahead. Wan Zhaoqing took the school bag. Sunyanku tidied her toiletries and walked out with a worried look on her face. Wan Zhaoqing carried Sunyanku's school bag close to herself. The other roommates quickly gathered around. Hey, Wan Zhaoqing, come on. Sunyanku is gone. Let's open it and see. Wan Zhaoqing rolled her eyes speechlessly. What are you thinking? I said I won't look. I'm only watching Sunyanku's things. Didn't you hear? Hey, aren't you curious at all? Curious, but I can resist. The girls were dumbfounded. Fine. You can watch it yourself. I'm going to do my laundry. She left with the basin. Seeing there was no hope of uncovering any secrets, the other roommates also went about their business. Wan Zhaoqing, hugging the school bag, felt more and more itchy in her heart. What could it be? What could it be? Where did Lin Zhou and Sunyanku go? Oh, so curious. But I promise Sunyanku. What should I do? Wan Zhaoqing felt like there was an itchy melon seed scratching at her heart. She took a deep breath and managed to compose herself, sitting down. But just after 5 minutes, she couldn't hold back anymore. Should she sneak a peek? Just a quick look. Would it be okay to look and then put it back in place? After all, she was the one helping Sunyanku and Lin Zhou cultivate their relationship. How could she help if she didn't know anything about their progress? Wan Zhaoqing quickly convinced herself. She glanced at the door and saw that Sunyanku hadn't returned yet. Other students were doing laundry, face masks, makeup removal, seemingly not paying attention to her. Perfect. Wan Zhaoqing immediately put her thoughts into action. She moved the school bag forward, then carefully opened the zipper slightly. Realizing no one noticed her, Wan Zhaoqing became a bit bolder. She reached in and felt something soft. It seemed to be a piece of clothing. Could it be ... that Lin Zhou bought clothing for Sunyanku, and she was too embarrassed to show them? This Lin Zhou ... is quite considerate. Wan Zhaoqing smirked in her heart and then carefully pulled out the piece of clothing. Although she couldn't see the full picture, she could tell it was a skirt, and a good quality one too. The color scheme was so beautiful. Wan Zhaoqing silently praised Lin Zhou in her heart. What else is there? A photo. Did these two take a photo together? A couple's photo? The thought excited Wan Zhaoqing even more. I have to see this. Thinking so, she carefully stuffed the skirt back in, then reached for that photo. Without making a sound, she turned to conceal the bag behind her, and then, carefully, she pulled out the photo. Throughout the entire process, Wan Zhaoqing's heart was racing, fearing being caught, but also tempted by the imminent sight of the beautiful image. As the photo was about to come out, Sunyanku's voice suddenly came from the door. Wan Zhaoqing. Startled, Wan Zhaoqing quickly stuffed the photo back in and hastily zipped it up, then turned to face Sunyanku. Are you ... done freshening up so quickly? I kept your bag safe for you. Here. She handed the school bag over. The light in the dormitory is not very bright. Wan Zhaoqing's actions just now were backlit, so Sunyanku did not see her subtle movements. At this moment, seeing her own school bag handed over intact, she took it without suspicion. Thank you. You're welcome. You're welcome. Heh. Good sisters should help each other. Wan Zhaoqing breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Sunyanku did not notice anything. Otherwise, she would have been in big trouble. Okay. Next time, I will help you too. Sunyanku nodded earnestly. Her appearance made Wang Zhaoqing suddenly feel guilty. Crazy. She must be crazy. How could she think of peeking at Sunyanku's innocent things and deceive her? It's just too much. Next time, she definitely can't do this. Wang Zhaoqing silently vowed in her heart. Okay, then I'm going to sleep. Okay. Sunyanku packed up her toiletries, hugged her school bag, and climbed onto the bed. There were 5 minutes left before lights out. Sunyanku put her school bag aside, closed her eyes, and prepared to sleep. But she couldn't fall asleep. She opened her eyes again, took the school bag and hugged it. Thinking of the photos inside, she tossed and turned twice, then pulled the school bag into the blanket. She covered her head with the blanket, then took out a small flashlight from the bedside. Opening the school bag, she carefully took out the photos. With the flashlight on, Sunyanku looked at the photo again earnestly. Lin Zhou was smiling. He was feeding her steak. His movements were gentle. His fingers were slender. He was handsome. And herself ... in this outfit. With this hairstyle, it seems not ugly, right? Maybe ... she could match Lin Zhou. Could she? Holding the photo, Sunyanku smiled foolishly. Her mind was filled with Lin Zhou. If she could match him, then she... Just as she was thinking, Sunyanku suddenly shuddered. What are you thinking, Sunyanku? The college entrance exam is coming up. What are you thinking? Are you crazy? Sunyanku turned over restlessly, placing the photo on her chest. After a while, she finally calmed herself down. But 2 minutes later, she picked up the photo again, looked at it again. Then she took out her notebook from under the pillow. Opening it, she turned to the page belonging to Lin Zhou, then wrote a line seriously. Today, took couple photos with Lin Zhou. Looks good. After writing, she inserted the photo on that page. After carefully looking at it again, she closed the notebook, stuffed it back under the pillow, closed her eyes, and prepared to sleep. When Lin Zhou returned home, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Lin Changzhen, who was busy, saw him and asked curiously, "Why are you back so early today? In the past, you didn't come home until 11 o'clock after the study group thing. Took a day off today. Went out to have dinner." Lin Zhou didn't hide it. Lin Changzhen turned back and smiled at him. "With that little girl, right?" "Yes, you kid. Not bad. Of course, can't progress as slowly as old Lin like you." "Ha, what nonsense are you talking about?" "Ha ha, forget it, Dad. But have you prepared for Atkin's birthday?" "I've almost prepared. And I've also learned to make the cake. I'll make it on the day." Lin Zhou frowned at him. And then, of course, ask your Aunt Chin to bring sweet to our house for dinner. I'll cook myself." "Is that it?" Lin Zhou was puzzled. "Yes, what else could there be? Old Lin, not to say anything, but you're too simple, unreliable, very unreliable." "What? Unreliable? Then what can you do?" "Of course, I have a way, but old Lin, I can't tell you. You just have to listen to me when the time comes." "Huh? Listen to you?" Lin Changzhen looked puzzled, but thinking of the recent changes in his son, he suddenly felt that it might not be a bad idea to listen to him. So, he nodded seriously. "Okay, I'll listen to you." "Good." Lin Zhou then went back to his room to sleep. The weekend arrived quickly. Qin Shulin got up early, put on the dress Lin Changzhen had bought for her before, and took out the bag that Lin Zhou had bought for her the last time he took an exam. Then she sat in the living room, waiting for Qin Yushin to get up. Actually, she didn't plan to celebrate her birthday, but a few days ago, Lin Changzhen mentioned it to her several times, saying she was getting old. Celebrating one birthday less each year. Let her have a birthday celebration, and promised to give her an unforgettable birthday. Qin Shulin thought Lin Changzhen was right, so she started looking forward to it. These days, Sweet also mentioned this matter frequently, each time mysteriously. It seemed she was preparing something for her. Today, she should be giving it to her, right? Qin Shulin was a little curious. What would Sweet prepare for her? But after waiting for a while, she realized that Qin Yushin hadn't gotten up yet. Qin Shulin couldn't sit still. For so many years, she was the first time she had some nervousness and anticipation. With Lin Changzhen by her side, Sweet had become very obedient. Life was simple yet flavorful. Perhaps this was what dreams were made of when she was young. She stood up, coughed lightly, and decided to wake up Qin Yushin. Walking to the door of Qin Yushin's room, she gently knocked as usual. Sweet, get up. She thought Chen Yushin would wake up immediately, then be shocked and say, I'm late. Sorry, Mom. But to her surprise, after a while, Chen Shulin heard Chen Yushin sleepy murmurs, Mom, let me sleep a little longer. Don't call me, I'm sleepy. Doesn't she want to wake up to receive her gift? The sun is going to bake my butt. I know, Mom, but I'm really sleepy. Finally it's the weekend. Don't bother me, I'm going to sleep. The sound from inside gradually diminished. Without thinking, Chen Yushin fell asleep. Chen Shulin, what's going on? Did Sweet forget that today is her birthday? She sat back on the couch, took out her phone, thinking that Lin Changzheng would send her a birthday text message. In the past, whenever it was a holiday, Lin Changzheng would send her a blessing. But today, he sent nothing. It was already 8:30. At this time, Lin Changzheng should have been up already. Why hasn't he sent it yet? Did he forget to? Chen Shulin was puzzled for a while, deciding to send Lin Changzheng a text message to ask, but then she felt that she seemed too anxious. She should be reserved. But Chen Shulin felt restless. Today, could it be that she was the only one taking it seriously, while everyone else forgot? After hesitating for a while, Chen Shulin put down her phone again. Forget it. Forget it if you forget. Anyway, birthdays are the same. She got up, took off her clothes, put on an apron, and began cleaning. By the time she finished cleaning, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. Chen Yushin finally opened the bedroom door. Chen Shulin hurried over and asked, Yushin, are you awake? Chen Yushin responded gradually, without even opening her eyes, and walked to the bathroom. Chen Shulin felt a little disappointed. Her daughter did forget after all. Just as she was thinking this, she heard Chen Yushin's voice coming from the bathroom. By the way, Mom, what's up? Has she finally remembered to come? Well, I made plans to go out with classmates, and I won't be home for lunch either. Oh, Chen Shulin responded with disappointment. She's not even going to have lunch with her. Alas, a daughter doesn't stay at home. Okay, you can go home. Chen Yushin quickly finished washing up, changed her clothes, and left. Chen Shulin looked at the empty house, the feeling of loss once again rushing over her. She sighed, turned on the TV, ready to watch and pass the time. However, as soon as she turned it on, she heard those annoying words from He Shuhuan. Frustrated, Chen Shulin turned off the TV and sat despondently on the sofa. Opening her phone again, there were still no messages. Chen Shulin felt like she couldn't sit still. She decided to call Lin Changzheng. Perhaps Lin Changzheng just didn't remember for the moment. Once he hears her voice, he might remember, right? Chen Shulin actually didn't plan to have a grand birthday celebration. After all, she hadn't had one for so many years. But this year, with Lin Changzheng and Chen Yushin constantly mentioning it, she felt a bit restless. Even just a simple happy birthday would be nice, right? With these thoughts, Chen Shulin dialed the phone. Soon, Lin Changzheng answered. Chen Shulin quickly straightened up. Hello, Brother Lin. Oh, Shulin, what's up? Is something wrong? Lin Changzheng's voice sounded busy, and it seemed like he hadn't remembered her birthday at all. Chen Shulin didn't know how to respond all of a sudden. Shulin, it's nothing. Chen Shulin replied sullenly. Lin Changzheng seemed completely oblivious to her tone of annoyance. Oh, okay. Then I'm busy. Have some work today. Probably will have to work overtime, so spend more time with Yushin at home. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Chen Shulin sullenly placed her phone back on the sofa. Spend time with Yushin. Where is Yushin? The two of them, big and small, don't seem to care about her. But after just 2 minutes, Chen Shulin picked up the phone again. Oh no. How did this happen? She's even learning to get angry. She was just saying she would strive to be a good wife and mother, right? No, she needs to endure. Must endure. Chen Shulin decided to clean up again. Meanwhile, at the Lin's house, Lin Changzheng, after hanging up the phone, felt somewhat guilty. He placed his phone next to him, tidied up the vegetables on the table, and asked, Xiaozhou, are you sure this will work? Lin Zhou nodded. Definitely. Trust me. But your Aunt Chen is angry. It's okay. Just let her be angry for now. String her along and the surprise effect will be better at night. Is that so? Yeah. Lol Lin, you don't understand a woman's mind. Quickly go prepare the dishes. Sweet will come over later. I guarantee you'll give Aunt Chen a satisfying birthday today. You brat. All right. Lin Zhou was right, he really didn't understand a woman's mind. But how do you know so much? I watch TV a lot. He couldn't refute that reason. Lin Changzheng had no choice but to continue preparing in the kitchen. Just as he took out the mushrooms to soak, he suddenly remembered something and quickly popped his head out. What about your classmate? Did you tell her to come over for dinner? Yes, don't worry. All right, I'll prepare her dish then. Lin Changzheng was finally at ease. About 10 minutes later, there was a knock on the door. Lin Zhou got up and opened the door. Qin Yushan also peered out of the kitchen. Is sister here? Lin Zhou opened the door and indeed saw Su Nianku standing at the door. Today, she was still wearing loose clothes that enveloped her whole body, carrying a huge backpack on her back. Her face was hidden behind oversized black-framed glasses and thick bangs. In her hands, she held a bunch of fruits. Lin Zhou, come in. Come in. Lin Zhou quickly took the thing she held in her hands. Why did you buy fruits too? I didn't know what to buy. It's okay. Next time you come to my house, you don't need to buy anything. Your presence is enough. Su Nianku looked down and smiled, not saying anything. Qin Yushan quickly scurried out of the kitchen. She gave Su Nianku a big hug. Sister, you're here. Su Nianku was taken aback. Yushan is here too. Yeah. Head. Sister. Qin Yushan leaned close to Su Nianku's ear, winking mischievously. Sister, why aren't you wearing your pretty dress today? Me. Qin Yushan's question left Su Nianku momentarily at a loss for how to respond. But Qin Yushan seemed to not require her answer, as she just tugged at her clothes and said, I know. Sister, you don't need to explain. Sister must be feeling embarrassed. It's okay. Just let my brother see the clothes by himself. Su Nianku sought help by looking at Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou helplessly looked at Qin Yushan and asked, Yushan, have you finished washing the dishes? Not yet. I'll go now. Big brother, you're really something. As soon as sister comes, you rush me away. I'll give you guys some space. Qin Yushan tapped Su Nianku's arm and then quickly ran to the kitchen. Lin Changzheng watched the commotion among the group. His hands kept busy, but a smile appeared on his face. Girl, you're here? Yes. Uncle Lin, hello. Ha. No need to be so polite. Let Lin Zhou take care of you. I'll be busy for a while. All right. Thank you, uncle. After exchanging a few polite words, Su Nianku was led by Lin Zhou to sit on the sofa. He turned on the television and handed her the remote control. What do you want to watch? Just anything is fine. Okay. Lin Zhou pressed a few buttons randomly and found the TV was showing Little Swallow and Ziwei. He was taken aback. This drama from the past had once dominated all the students' summer vacations, just like Lu Yiping had. It had been popular for more than 10 years. Now, it should be at its peak of popularity, right? He was about to change the channel when Su Nianku said, Let's watch this. She smiled slightly as she said this, her gaze fixed on the lively Little Swallow on TV. Lin Zhou noticed this subtle change and put down the remote control, looking at her. Classmate. Yes. Su Nianku's gaze remained on the TV screen. Do you like Little Swallow? Yes. She's really carefree, full of character, dauntless. What about Ziwei? Ziwei. Su Nianku fell slightly silent before saying, She is a very nice girl, but she seems to have completely confined herself, gentle and refined, knowledgeable, talented in various fields, but she seems not as happy as Little Swallow. Saying this, Su Nianku lowered her head slightly. Lin Zhou couldn't help but reach out, gently stroking her hair. It's okay. Just be like Little Swallow. Su Nianku was taken aback. Be like Little Swallow. Yes. Be carefree if you like. Be yourself if you like. But wouldn't that be difficult? After all, TV was TV. And reality was reality. In reality, she always had to consider many things, so she could never become like Little Swallow. It's okay. One day, it will become simple. Simple when I am there. Su Nianku smiled. Okay. Then let's wait for that day together. After watching TV for a while, the scent of something delicious wafted from the kitchen. Su Nianku sniffed. Are you baking a cake? Yes. Lin Zhou nodded. Su Nianku was slightly stunned. Lin Zhou, is today Aunt Qin's birthday? Yes. Lin Zhou nodded. Su Nianku suddenly panicked. Bye. I don't know. I didn't bring a gift. Ha. It's okay. You don't need to bring anything. Your presence is the best gift. But Should I go downstairs now to buy something? Just as Lin Zhou was about to speak, Lin Changjing called from inside the house, no need to go. Girl, what can be better than you coming here? No need to bring anything. Just sit down. Qin Yushan also chimed in. That's right, sister. Just sit down. My mom really likes you. She talks about you every day, saying that if I go to your school and see you, she'd be very happy. So Nyanku could only smile and sit back down, feeling a bit uneasy. Just as she was unsure about what to do, she saw Lin Zhou come over to her and whispered softly, if you really want to give a gift, why not help us out? Huh? How can I help? What do you mean? Lin Zhou quickly leaned in close to Su Nyanku and whispered a few words in her ear. Su Nyanku looked a bit puzzled. Is that okay? Yes. Yushan and I have planned it, but if we both say it, Dad and Aunt Chin might not listen. But if you say it, it's different. Just follow what I said. It'll work for sure. Yushan and I will support you. Okay. Okay. I'll try. Lin Zhou nodded. Su Nyanku looked uncertainly in the direction of the busy Lin Changjing. Does Uncle Lin know about this? No. This makes it more interesting. Don't you think? Su Nyanku couldn't help but smile. Around noon, the cake was ready. Lin Changjing carefully placed it in the fridge, watching his son bustling in the living room with Su Nyanku. He felt content inside. His son really was more capable than himself. But was this boy a bit too idle? Sitting there chatting with Su Nyanku and Yushan all the time, Lin Changjing decided to give him something to do. He hurried over to the living room, rubbing his arm. Oh, my arm hurts. Qin Yushan and Su Nyanku quickly stood up. Uncle, what's wrong? Do you need to go to the hospital? Lin Zhou also looked at him curiously. Lin Changjing waved his hand quickly. No need. Just need to rest a bit. Ow. Then rest, please rest. No. I still need to cook for you. Oh. It really hurts, Lin Changjing said, while looking at Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou. He probably understood what Lin Changjing wanted to do. He casually grabbed a handful of melon seeds, munching on them. The two girls said, it's okay. We can do it ourselves. Uncle, don't move around. How can I not? You're guests in my house. I must cook for you. But, Uncle, you. Su Nyanku was getting anxious. Lin Zhou, please persuade Uncle. We can do it ourselves. Lin Zhou sighed, put down the seeds in his hand, and reluctantly said, all right. Lao Lin, you've played your part. How can someone who has cooked for decades suddenly have a sore arm from making a cake for a few days? You rest and don't move. I'll do the cooking. Su Nyanku and Qin Yushan looked confused. Lin Changjing was not embarrassed. He directly changed his discomforted expression, looked at Lin Zhou, and said, what's wrong? You know how to cook now. Let's see how good your skills are. Lin Changjing remembered clearly that little Nyanku had praised the meal he cooked last time, saying it was delicious. Later, he had only tasted Lin Zhou's pancakes, which were indeed good, but he had not tried his stir-fried dishes yet. He looked at his son struggling to act out this scene, just to have a meal. How pitiful. How could there be such a pitiful father in the world? Not much, not much. I'll go now. What do you want to eat, Deskmate? I'm fine with anything. Su Nyanku hadn't reacted yet, but you can't just choose anything, or Lao Lin will scold me later. You say it, and I'll make it for you. Lin Changjing looked happily at his son. This kid is really smart. He's been showing off in front of little Nyanku all along. In this way, little Nyanku will definitely think he's very nice to her. Learn it. I should try it with Shulin in the future too. Hey, smelly kid. Why do you only have little Nyanku in your eyes? Look at Sweetie. This kid forgot about his sister now that he has a girlfriend. That's not good. Just as he finished speaking, he saw Qin Yushan smiling and saying, it's okay, Uncle. I like whatever sister likes to eat. Sister, you decide. This is typical sister control. Lin Changjing decided to stay out of it. Let the kids handle their own affairs. Lin Zhou smiled and looked at Qin Yushan. Sweetie, tell sister what you want to eat, and let sister tell me. After all, this rebirth benefit seems to only apply to the Deskmate. The others might not be able to. Okay, Qin Yushan obediently nodded. Seeing everyone looking at her, Su Nyanku had to order a few dishes. Lin Zhou nodded and went into the kitchen. Soon, the fragrance wafted out. But within 40 minutes, he had prepared for dishes and a soup. Lin Changjing, who had been waiting for dinner, was shocked. He couldn't believe it and kept looking at Lin Zhou. Did you really make this, Dad? Did any of you go into the kitchen just now? No. Both girls wanted to help but were held back by Lin Changjeng for a chat. He just wanted to see how good his son's culinary skills were. He didn't expect them to be this good. Qin Yushan was also shocked. Wow, it smells so good. Can we eat now? Sister. Su Nianku nodded. Of course we can. Great, let's eat. She was the first to pick up her chopsticks. She picked up a piece of braised pork, which she had intended to save for herself, but as it approached her bowl, she quickly switched directions and put it in Su Nianku's bowl. Sister, you eat first. Huh, how come Sweetie seems to think she's the host here? She raised her head and looked a little embarrassed at Lin Changjeng. Uncle Lin, you go ahead. Ha, this girl. All right, Uncle will eat first. Here, let me taste my smelly kid's cooking. Lin Changjeng picked up some food and tasted it. He was amazed. This ... Sweetie. Nianku, come try it. Oh, my son's cooking is really good. As soon as Qin Yushan heard this, she hurriedly put the meat in her mouth. Soon, she also nodded excitedly. Delicious. Su Nianku and Lin Zhou watched the two of them and also smiled as they picked up some food. Sweetie, eat slowly. Lao Lin, you too. You're getting older. Don't choke. Oh, I've decided. From now on, you will be the one cooking at our house. I can retire. Lin Zhou didn't know how to respond for a moment. It seemed like he had dug himself a hole, but Su Nianku couldn't help but laugh. This harmonious family atmosphere is really nice. Even Uncle Lin is as cute as a child. Lin Zhou was amazed. Lin Changjeng couldn't help but remind him, you see, Nianku and Sweetie both agreed with me, so from now on, they will come over for meals. You cook? All right. Qin Yushan immediately nodded excitedly. With such delicious food, of course, she wanted to come. Su Nianku was a bit stunned. Would she have to keep coming to Lin Zhou's house for meals? But if Deskmate and Sweetie are coming for meals, then I can do it. Lin Zhou suddenly spoke up. All three pairs of eyes focused on Su Nianku. She suddenly felt the pressure mounting and could only nod. Okay, haha. That's great. Everyone had a very enjoyable meal. In the afternoon, Lin Zhou got Su Nianku and Qin Yushan to do their homework together. Lin Changjeng was still preparing for the evening. At 5 o'clock, he called Lin Zhou. Quick, take out the cake, tidy up the table. And how are you going to invite your Aunt Qin over? Have you figured it out? Oh, about that, I've figured it out, so just wait. Following Lin Changjeng's instructions, Lin Zhou brought out the cake, placed it on the table, and tidied up the rest. Then, he took out his mobile phone, found Shulin's number in the contacts, and dialed. At that moment, Shulin had already cleaned the house inside and out 3 times and had been lying in the house all afternoon. She hadn't even had lunch. Eating alone was just too boring. She was too lazy to cook even. Throughout the day, no one had called her. Shulin sighed quietly. Was it true that the bigger the hope, the greater the disappointment? If she had known, she wouldn't have expected to celebrate her birthday. The sun had already set. Qin Yushan showed no sign of returning. Shulin sighed out of boredom. Finally, she decided to go out and have a bowl of noodles. Let it be like having longevity noodles. Asked the boss to add an egg, and it would count as a simple birthday celebration. Otherwise, this day had been very gloomy. Just as she stood up, her phone rang. Seeing that it was Lin Zhou, Shulin smiled. See, someone still remembered her. Lin Zhou rarely called her, so maybe this time he was calling to wish her a happy birthday. Thinking this, Shulin quickly answered the call. Soon, Lin Zhou's voice came from the other end of the phone. Aunt Qin, this is Lin Zhou. I know it's you. What's up, Xiaozhou? Do you need something? Well, there's something. Aunt Qin, can you help me with something? Shulin was slightly surprised. It turned out he wasn't calling to wish her a happy birthday. She sighed but still asked seriously, what can I help you with? Well, Lao Lin is nowhere to be found, and I brought my deskmate, that is, Su Nianku, who you should know, over for dinner, but I don't know how to cook, and she really loves the fried meatballs you make. Can you come and help us make dinner? Shulin felt a sense of disappointment in her heart. They were asking her to cook, but, as an elder, she should also go help with the cooking. Shulin gave up on the idea of celebrating her birthday. Sure, wait a moment, I'll be there after I tidy up. Great, thank you so much. No trouble at all. Just wait there. I'll go and buy some ingredients first. No need. No need. I've already bought everything. You can come over directly. All right then. She hung up the phone, quickly tittied up, and went downstairs. After Lin Zhou hung up the phone, he saw Lin Changzhen looking at him disapprovingly. Is this the excuse you came up with? Yes. You really know how to take advantage of Zhao Nianian. Ha ha. In that case, Aunt Chin will be able to run faster. Yes, you're right. But Aunt Chin is probably going to be so angry. Nobody cared about her birthday, and they let her cook. Ha ha. Lin Zhou laughed again. Lao Lin, you don't understand. This is called emotional manipulation. The more disappointed you are, the happier you'll be when the surprise comes. You little rascal, your reasons keep changing. All right. Lao Lin, hurry up and clean up the house and the food. Sweetie and Xiaodongju, you to go decorate the scene. Aunt Chin will be here in 20 minutes. There's no time to waste. Okay. Okay. The few of them immediately got to work. Lin Zhou cleaned up the dining table. Lin Changzhen brought out all the cooked dishes and placed them on the table. Su Nianku and Qin Yushan each held a bunch of balloons to blow up. Then they placed them next to the dining table. Lin Changzhen carefully took out the candles. However, he soon froze. Why are these 18s? Aunt Chin is 41 this year. Xiao Zhou, where did you buy them from? These candles were bought by Lin Changzhen yesterday and he hadn't looked at them after buying them. Oh Lao Lin, let's not worry about it. Just quickly light them up. Aunt Chin will definitely like it. After all, which woman doesn't want to be forever 18? Although Lin Changzhen really wanted to change them, it was clear that there wasn't enough time now. He could only carefully light up the candles. About 15 minutes later, the scene was basically set up. The four of them sat on the sofa, counting down the time. Lin Changzhen couldn't sit still. He felt nervous in his heart. Xiao Zhou, why don't you all sit for a while first? I'll go to the restroom. As he stood up, a knock on the door sounded. Lin Changzhen stumbled and almost tripped over the sofa. Lin Zhou couldn't help but laugh. Lao Lin, hold on. The cake is over there. Hurry up and go prepare the candles. Sweetie, turn off the lights. Xiaodongju, get the balloons ready. Okay. The three of them answered in unison. They moved very quickly. Lin Changzhen quickly picked up the cake with a lighter in his hand. Su Nianku arranged all the balloons. Qin Yushan quickly went to the light switch. Lin Zhou went to the door, holding the doorknob. Then he made a hushing gesture towards the three behind him. Outside the room, Qin Shulin, who had been waiting for a long time, felt a bit anxious. Xiao Zhou, where is everyone? Why isn't the door opening? Is nobody home? She picked up her phone and made a call. Through the door, she heard the ringing of a cell phone. Qin Shulin furrowed her brow slightly. Ha, you are home? Xiao Zhou, open the door. I'm Man Chin. She was afraid that Lin Zhou and Su Nianku had waited too long. Just now, she drove very quickly, so she arrived a little earlier. As soon as she finished calling out, the door unlocked. But the door didn't fully open. Through the crack of the door, Qin Shulin found the room dark inside. She was more confused now. Why aren't the lights on? Xiao Zhou, Zhao Nianian? Qin Shulin pushed open the door, then walked in slowly. Where did everyone go? She clearly heard the sound of a cell phone ringing. Qin Shulin closed the door, picked up her phone, planning to call Lin Zhou again. Just then, she suddenly heard a sizzle sound. Then, in front of the dining table, the candles suddenly lit up. By the light of the candles, Qin Shulin saw Lin Changzhen standing there with the cake, smiling goofily at her. Next to her, Su Nianku and Qin Yushan were standing, each holding blown-up balloons in their hands. At the moment the candles were lit, they joyfully raised the balloons and started singing together. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. As the second verse started, Qin Shulin heard a male voice next to the door. It was Lin Zhou. He walked step by step towards Lin Changzhen, then stood by his side. Lin Changzhen was also singing. However, his voice was a bit shaky and off-pitch, but that didn't matter. Qin Shulin never expected that the people she had been waiting for all day were all here. Lin Changzhen, Sweetie, and Lin Zhou and Su Nianku. They seemed to have been there for a long time, with a table full of hot dishes emitting a delightful aroma. Behind the dining table, the four of them stood in unison, singing the song she had waited for all day, thinking she might not get to hear it. Happy birthday. At that moment, disappointment turned into a huge surprise. The intense change in emotions made Chen Shulin unable to hold back the tears that streamed down her face. She had never had such a grand and lively birthday celebration before. Until this moment, Chen Shulin finally understood why Sweetie and Lin Changzheng had been ignoring her all day. Sweetie didn't go look for her classmates. Lin Changzheng wasn't busy working. Even Lin Zhou wasn't really asking her to cook. They were preparing a surprise for her, right? The birthday song was sung twice, and then they all stopped. Lin Changzheng walked towards Chen Shulin with the candlelit cake. As he approached her, he smiled and said, "Shulin, happy birthday." Standing in front of her, Lin Changzhen looked at her earnestly. "Be happy every day." This was his biggest blessing for Chen Shulin, and something he really wanted to do. The three behind him sneakily exchanged glances, but no one said a word. At that moment, it was supposed to belong to Lin Changzheng and Chen Shulin. The three of them felt like they were intruding. Seeing Lin Changzheng's expression, Chen Shulin burst into laughter. Even her voice carried a hint of tears. "Why is it still 18? Oh, well, that's because it's good. I also wish I was 18. Ha ha. Yes, 18 is good. 18 is good. 18 is beautiful." Just as he finished speaking, Lin Changzheng suddenly realized that what he said seemed wrong. He quickly corrected himself. "I mean, you are beautiful now. Even at 18, you are beautiful. Hehe. Stop being silly. The kids are watching. Hehe." Lin Changzhen lowered his head. "It's okay. They understand more than me." Chen Shulin laughed again. She turned to look at Chen Yushin, who had been watching her all along. "Yushin." "Mom." Chen Yushin happily approached and gently hugged Chen Shulin. "Mom. Happy birthday." "Mom, I'm sorry. I lied to you this morning. I wasn't really asleep." "Ha ha. Mom knows." Chen Shulin gave Chen Yushin a gentle hug and then looked at Sun Nianku and Lin Zhou. "Nianku, Aunt. Happy birthday." "Lin Zhou. Was it your idea for all of this?" Lin Zhou Qian chuckled and said, "Well, I have to say that everything was all Lao Lin's idea." "Do you believe me?" Chen Shulin shook her head without hesitation. "I don't believe you." "Ahem. Then it must be me." "You little rascal." Chen Shulin picked up the balloon that Chen Yushin handed to her, looked at the three people in the room sincerely wishing her well, and smiled happily. "Thank you." "You're welcome, Auntie. When you're happy, my dad is happy, and if my dad is happy, we are all happy. This is what I should do." "Ha ha. Lin brother, is Lin Zhou speaking for you?" Lin Changzhen was also very proud. "Of course, he is my own son." "Ha ha ha." Chen Shulin couldn't stop laughing. "Well then, let's blow out the candles." "Okay." Chen Shulin was about to blow out the candles when Chen Yushin hurriedly stopped her. Mom, you need to make a wish." "I'm blowing out the candles." "Yes, Chen Auntie. They say making a wish at this time is very effective." Suna and Chu echoed. Lin Changzheng also looked affectionately at Chen Shulin. "Make a wish." "Okay." Chen Shulin put down the balloon and folded her hands. She closed her eyes sincerely in front of the cake and made a wish. Then she started blowing out the candles. As soon as the candles were blown out, Lin Zhou immediately turned on the lights in the living room. Chen Yushin and Sunan and Chu clapped happily. Lin Changzhen laughed. "Come on. Let's cut the cake and have dinner." "Shulin, hurry. The kids are starving." Lin Zhou looked amused at the two. "Dad, today, Chen Auntie is the star. We are not important." "Oh right. Look at my mind. Come on. Shulin, you sit first." He placed the cake on the table, and Chen Shulin didn't hesitate. She walked over, took down the candles, and carefully looked at the number 18. She said with a smile, "Ha ha, I never would have dreamed that I could celebrate my 18th birthday at the age of 41. It's okay, Auntie. From now on, let Lao Lin celebrate your 18th birthday every year on your birthday." "Ha ha ha. Okay, that's settled then." After placing the candles aside, she picked up the knife and started cutting. Each person got a piece. After cutting, Chen Shulin gestured for everyone to sit down. "Come on, let's eat." Today's meal was made by Lin brother. Yes, Lao Lin was busy in the kitchen all afternoon by himself. "That's right, Mom. Lin uncle didn't let us help. He washed the vegetables himself." "Yes, Auntie." The three of us were kicked out to the living room to watch TV. The three of them echoed each other. Lin Changzhen, who wanted to explain, was left speechless and could only laugh awkwardly. Chen Shulin gave him a warm look and said softly, Thank you. You're welcome. You're welcome. We are all family now, no need to be polite. Lin Changzheng waved his hand magnanimously. Qin Shulan also smiled. Well then, let's eat. Okay. Let's eat. Oh, Mom, this spare rib is so delicious, you should try it. Shulan, this lamb trotter is also delicious. Quick, have a piece. Qin Shulan's plate was soon piled up. Lin Zhou and Sunan Chu sat on the side, watching the three people interact cheerfully, smiling with understanding. So lively. Sunan Chu's eyes were filled with longing. She seemed to have never experienced such a lively birthday before. She really liked it. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Zhou picked up a piece of chicken for her and said, "In the future, your birthday will also be lively, and it will be even more lively than this." Sunan Chu smiled. I hope so. The meal was a joyous one. After finishing their meal, Qin Yushan, burping from being full, took out the gift she bought and handed it to Qin Shulan. It was a jacket. Mom, sweetie wishes you eternal youth. Ha ha ha, thank you, sweetie. Lin Changzheng also carefully took out his gift. Shulan, I won't say the usual cliches. Come. Take it. Qin Shulan accepted it, opened it carefully, and then was stunned. This ... let me see. Let me see what it is. Qin Yushan quickly approached and widened her eyes. Wow, gold bracelet, gold earrings, gold necklace. So beautiful. Mom, so beautiful. 3 pieces of gold. Qin Shulan's hands trembled slightly. This was a gift that a person about to get engaged would buy. It was very precious. She and Lin Changzheng hadn't reached that stage yet, and she hadn't expected him to buy this. Did he not realize that if they didn't end up together in the end, this gold set would be a total loss? Lin Changzheng laughed. Ah, I just saw it on the street that day. Thought it looked nice as suited you, so I bought it. He said casually, but Qin Shulan could tell he had chosen carefully. Each style was one she liked. Elegant yet not heavy. Try it on quickly, see if it fits and looks good. Lin Changzheng urged anxiously. Qin Shulan smiled. No need to try it on. I can tell it's perfect just by looking at it. Lin brother, I really like it. Hehe. Hehe, if you like it, that's what matters, that's what matters. Lin Changzheng laughed a little awkwardly. It seemed as if his carefully prepared candy had been appreciated. Lin Zhou looked at him amusingly. Lao Lin has finally learned, knows what to buy now. With this gift given, the birthday banquet today was half successful. Go away, you little rascal, all you know is teasing your old man. Ha ha, I'm not teasing you, I'm praising you, I need to learn from you more, Dad. That's about right. Lin Changzheng was finally satisfied. Lin Zhou, and looked at Qin Shulan. Auntie, I'm sorry, I've been busy studying recently and forgot to buy you a gift. I discussed with my classmate and decided to give you a last-minute gift. Last-minute gift? What is it? Qin Shulan and Lin Changzheng looked at each other. Lin Zhou said, I heard there's a new movie theater near the square, and they have a special offer now. I bought 5 tickets. Let's go watch it together. A movie? Why watch that? What a waste of money. Just watch TV at home. Qin Shulan said seriously. She hadn't watched a movie before. Although curious, she knew going out to watch was definitely expensive. Lin Zhou and Sunan Chu were still students, and this money could be saved. Lin Changzhen also agreed. Exactly, Zizhou. What's the point of watching movies? I heard it's just okay. He hadn't finished speaking when he saw Lin Zhou giving him a big eye roll. Lin Changzhen immediately stopped talking. He almost forgot that he had agreed to listen to Lin Zhou today. But movies really didn't seem necessary. After Lin Zhou stopped Lin Changzhen, he said, Let's go watch it, Auntie. It's better than just sitting around. We haven't watched a movie together before. As he said this, he discreetly nudged Sunan Chu when no one was looking. Shunyanku quickly took a step forward, nodding earnestly. Yes, 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 I didn't know your birthday before. I just found out today. Didn't have time to prepare. Auntie, please don't be upset. Qin Shulan hurriedly stepped forward and held her hand. Oh, you little girl. How could Auntie be upset? If it weren't for you last time, Auntie's sister ... You were Auntie's benefactor, also a good friend of Lin Zhou as sweetie. Auntie is so happy that you could come to celebrate her birthday. When Shunyanku heard this, she smiled. Auntie, did you agree to go watch a movie together? Well ... It's not that Auntie disagrees, it's just that there's really no need to spend that money. Why don't you all get a refund for the movie tickets? Just as Chin Shulin finished speaking, Chin Yushin next to her also said, Mom, I also want to go see it. That movie should be quite good. Watching it in the movie theater gives the best effect. And it seems like once purchased, you can't get a refund. Lin Zhou silently gave Chin Yushin a thumbs up. Hearing this, Chin Shulin became anxious. Can't get a refund? Yes, that's right. Chin Yushin nodded seriously. Lin Zhou and Shen Yanku also said, yes, can't get a refund. Indeed, no refunds, Auntie. It would be a waste if you don't go. Chin Shulin had no choice but to give Lin Changzhen a look of embarrassment, and finally nodded. Well, then let's go see it. Okay, everyone, tidy up. We're leaving now. Okay. It was already 7:30. The movie started at 8:30. Chin Shulin and her companion quickly tidied up and followed Lin Zhou out. Lin Zhou booked 2 cars. Lin Changzhen and Chin Shulin took one, while he, Chin Yushin, and Shen Yanku took the other. Once in the car, Chin Yushin started to laugh. Brother and sister, we cooperated so well just now. Ha ha. I agree. Even the class monitor couldn't keep a straight face. But didn't you tell me to say that? Yes, I did. When we get to the cinema, we'll. Lin Changzhen began to talk to them seriously again. Chin Yushin looked excited as she listened. Shen Yanku was a bit worried, but eventually joined in with a smile. Little did they know, in the other car, Lin Changzhen and Chin Shulin were a bit bewildered. Big brother Lin, why are these 3 kids being so nosy tonight? It's already late, and they still want to watch a movie. I don't know either, but they mean well. Let them go. It'll be a good experience. Alright then. Despite saying that, Chin Shulin felt that things weren't that simple, but she couldn't quite put her finger on why. They soon arrived at the movie theater. The few of them got out of the car together. Lin Zhou led the way, guiding them inside. The theater wasn't very crowded. Lin Zhou chose 5 seats in a corner. Lin Changzhen and Chin Shulin sat in the middle, with the other 3 on either side, and in front. Behind them was a wall, and there weren't many people around them. Seeing this scene, Lin Zhou was very satisfied. However, Chin Shulin was quite puzzled. Xiao Zhou, why did you choose such a corner seat? It's quiet here, and the view is good. Lin Zhou started to make up reasons. Shen Yanku and Chin Yushin chimed in. Yes, it's nice without anyone disturbing us. Chin Shulin and Lin Changzhen could only exchange glances and sit down. Lin Zhou had chosen romantic movie. The film was about to start in 5 minutes. He suddenly stood up. Lao Lin. Auntie, I need to go to the restroom. I forgot earlier. Just as he finished speaking, Shen Yanku also stood up. Lin Zhou, is this movie 2 hours long? Yes, it is. Let's go together. Okay. As they were about to leave, Chin Yushin also stood up. What? 2 hours? That long? No. I need to go too. I'm afraid I won't hold it later. Wait for me. Brother and sister. The 3 of them quickly slipped away. They didn't give Lin Changzhen and Chin Shulin a chance to react. Chin Shulin was puzzled. Did these 3 kids not just use the bathroom at home before leaving? They probably had too many drinks in the evening. Just ignore them. Okay then. Because it was her first time watching a movie, Chin Shulin was a bit nervous. Big brother Lin, is this movie really that good? Why does it seem like there are only young couples in the front? We're both so much older. I don't know. Let's watch and see. But Shulin, didn't you just say you wanted to be 18 forever? Haha. Alright, let's watch for now. The 2 of them whispered for a while, and the movie started. Chin Shulin looked anxiously at the 3 empty seats beside her. Why haven't they come back yet? It's already started. Exactly. It's strange. Lin Changzhen furrowed his brows. Wait, should I go look for them? Chin Shulin was about to stand up when she heard Lin Changzhen say, Wait, Xiao Zhou sent a text message. Lin Changzhen took out his phone and opened it. Chin Shulin anxiously asked, What's going on? He says he suddenly remembered that the teacher assigned homework due tonight to check, and they both went back to finish it. So what about the movie ... He told us to enjoy the movie ourselves, and reminded us not to waste money, or we'd lose the cost of all 5 tickets. Chin Shulin continued. What about Sweetie? Just after she spoke, she heard her own phone receive a message notification. It was from Chin Yushin. She opened it and saw Chin Yushin's message. Mom, suddenly remembered my classmate invited me to play. I was so excited that I forgot. She's been waiting for me for a while. I'm off to find her. Sorry, Mom. I'm sorry. You and Uncle Lin go watch it. Tell me about the movie details when I get back. I want to know too. Qin Shulin, why are suddenly they all busy? So that means she and Lin Changjeng will be watching the movie alone in this corner. Qin Shulin looked at Lin Changjeng, puzzled. Lin Changjeng was also at a loss. Well, how about we just watch it together? The kids have been pent up at home all day for this birthday. They probably forgot about everything else. Well, okay. Qin Shulin reluctantly agreed, but for some reason, she felt a bit strange. Wasn't Sweetie lying to her earlier this morning as well? Now, the movie had already started. She and Lin Changjeng really didn't want to waste the money for the tickets. In the end, they sat down and watched earnestly. Little did they know, at that moment, outside the movie theater entrance, Qin Yushin and Lin Zhou glanced at each other with their phones, unable to hold back their laughter. Qin Yushin even hugged Shen Yanku directly, laughing uncontrollably. Brother, you're so smart. Mom told me to have fun. Yeah. Lao Lin also told us to study hard. Looks like tonight's going to be fun. Yeah. Haha. So, what should we do now? Brother, of course, let's go play. A summer night, the square was especially lively. Many people were carrying lanterns with children. The lights were bright. On the Rainbow Bridge, there were many young couples on dates. The three of them wandered aimlessly, with Qin Yushin often looking around here and there, feeling especially happy. From time to time, they would also pull Su Nianku to browse the small stalls and play with the children. The atmosphere was extraordinary. Lin Zhou followed behind the two of them, thinking about what the two little girls liked so he could buy something for them. However, no matter how many times he asked, they didn't want anything. Lin Zhou couldn't help but feel that his cousin and Yushin were both difficult to please. As they passed by the basketball court, they saw a group of older men playing basketball. Yushin dragged Su Nianku to the side and screamed excitedly, "Wow, handsome guys. Sister, look, handsome guys." Following Yushin's gaze, Su Nianku indeed saw a group of muscular men. However, she couldn't help but tug at Qin Yushin's sleeve, saying very seriously, "Yushin, I still think your brother is more handsome." Huh. Qin Yushin was momentarily stunned, then couldn't help but burst into laughter. I know. In your sister's heart, your brother is the most handsome. Ha ha ha. Although she said that, Yushin's gaze still couldn't help but look towards the men playing basketball. Su Nianku could only accompany her to the side. Lin Zhou was not far from them. Noticing their enjoyment, he didn't disturb them, found a chair to sit down and prepare for a while. Just as he was about to get up to call them, he suddenly found that the two little girls were nowhere to be seen. Lin Zhou quickly stood up. Just as he was about to look for them, Qin Yushin emerged from the crowd. "Brother, over here, over here." Lin Zhou hurried over. "What's wrong? Where is Su Nianku?" "Over there, over there." "Oh brother, let me tell you, I've been accompanying my sister for the whole evening and finally found something she's interested in. I came to report to you immediately. Hurry and buy it for her." With that, Qin Yushin took out 100 yuan from her pocket and carefully handed it to Lin Zhou. "You spent all your money on movie tickets today, right? Here, I saved this for you. It should be enough to buy snacks for your sister tonight." Seeing her mischievous look, Lin Zhou was a bit moved, but also wanted to laugh. "Yushin, you, stop being so long-winded. Go quickly. I'm waiting for my sister to give me a red envelope when she gets home. If you slack off, I'll be sad," Qin Yushin said, as she pushed Lin Zhou forward, even stuffing the money into his pocket. Lin Zhou had no choice but to say, all right, I'll go buy it now, don't push me." He adjusted his clothes, took out 100 yuan from his pocket, and handed it to Qin Yushin. "Keep it to buy yourself some snacks. I don't need your money." "But brother, then do you have any money left?" Lin Zhou patted his pocket, then walked quickly towards Su Nianku. As he approached, he saw Su Nianku standing in front of the ice cream stand. She seemed to have not noticed that Qin Yushin was no longer by her side, focusing intently on the ice cream. Around her, kids who were buying ice cream were all very happy. The shop owner smiled and asked her, "Student, would you like to eat? 1 is 2 yuan. Oh no, I don't want to." 2 yuan was enough for a day's meal. She could do without it. But as her words fell, she heard Lin Zhou's voice from the side. "Yes, boss. Give us 3. Lin Zhou ... Su Nianku quickly looked towards him. "No, I don't want it. But I want to eat, Lin Jo said seriously. Yushin wants to eat too. See? She's drooling. Qin Yushin quickly put on a sad face, pretending to cry. Ooh, sister, Yushin really wants to eat. Lin Jo silently gave Qin Yushin a thumbs up. Seeing this, Sunyanku quickly said, Then get it for Yushin. Well, if both of us get one, you would feel guilty for not eating with us, right? Yushin, yes. Yes, I definitely won't be able to eat if you don't eat. If sister doesn't eat, I won't eat. Qin Yushin pulled on Sunyanku's sleeve, swinging it, as she coquettishly said, Sister, eat, eat, eat. Sunyanku couldn't resist this kind of attack. She immediately nodded. All right, I'll eat. Okay. Boss. 3. After getting their ice cream, Qin Yushin happily watched Sunyanku and Lin Jo, then intentionally took a couple of steps back, separating herself from them. Following in their footsteps, she whispered to herself, Brother and sister, really a good match. Lin Jo also held his ice cream, watching Sunyanku, who seemed slightly embarrassed, eat. Okay. Okay. Qin Yushin nodded shyly, saying softly, Thank you. Then she stuck out her tongue and cautiously licked the ice cream, then looked up at Lin Jo, like a little rabbit. Lin Jo was slightly stunned. He was in big trouble. How could this little girl look at him like that? Those innocent eyes were making his heart flutter. More importantly, she still held the ice cream she just licked. Lin Jo took a deep breath, managed to steady his thoughts, and said, Is it delicious? It's delicious. Then hurry and eat. He quickly took a bite as well. The ice cream was cool, extinguishing some of the heat in his heart. Stepping forward quickly, Lin Jo decided not to look at her during the time she ate. Sunyanku lagged behind a bit and didn't notice anything unusual about Lin Jo. She earnestly started to eat. Qin Yushin, puzzled, walked up to Sunyanku. Sister, what's wrong with my brother? What's wrong with him? Sunyanku shook her head. I don't know, he seems strange. Previously, her brother always stayed by her side and never wanted to take a step ahead. Why was he walking so quickly now? Maybe he's just busy eating ice cream. It's so delicious. That's true. Qin Yushin no longer doubted and smiled at Sunyanku, and the two of them happily continued eating. The ice cream was quickly finished, and the three of them continued to walk aimlessly. Sunyanku kept looking around, thinking about what to buy for Lin Jo. She always ate his things, and she just bought ice cream for herself. She wanted to do something for Lin Jo as well. However, she couldn't find anything that seemed suitable for Lin Jo along the way, and it seemed that Lin Jo wasn't interested in anything they saw. Sunyanku felt a bit disappointed. Could it be that the whole square didn't have anything that Lin Jo liked? Just as they were walking, her eyes lit up suddenly. Fruit salad. Previously, Sunyanku had only heard Wang Jiaqing talk about it. The fruit salad stall is at the square. Later, whatever school also opened one, but she never had the chance to come eat. Didn't expect to actually see it today. It used to always be Lin Jo buying for himself. Today, let's buy it for Lin Jo for once. This fruit salad is really delicious. Thinking this way, Sunyanku pulled Qin Yushin and walked forward. Qin Yushin was startled. What's wrong, elder sister? Where are we going in such a hurry? Just as she spoke, she also saw the fruit salad. Then she shouted excitedly, Wow, isn't this the popular fruit salad in the whole school? Look. Lin Jo turned his head and immediately saw the busy Liu Li. She also saw him and was about to speak. But Lin Jo put his hand to his lips, making a gesture to silence her. Liu Li understood and didn't continue speaking, just warmly assessed the passing Sunyanku and Qin Yushin in her heart. These two young ladies, so lovely, especially the taller one. Although wearing glasses, up close, one would discover her skin is excellent. Liu Li, with a discerning eye, could see the potential in her beauty. Comparatively, another had a tad more maturity. The boss's taste is really good, Liu Li was thinking, then heard the girl with glasses ask, Boss, how much for the fruit salad? It's sold by weight. The price is displayed here. Pick your fruits freely. Liu Li replied happily. Oh, I see. Sunyanku was looking earnestly, while Qin Yushin's mouth was watering. But the two remained motionless for a long time. Lin Jo, from behind, observed them, not saying a word. After Sunyanku looked for a while, she raised her head and asked, Boss, what if I want 2 portions? Any discount? She wanted to buy one for Yushin and Lin Jo each. As for herself, eating or not didn't matter. Anyway, she had already eaten it many times till the two portions. Liu Li looked towards Lin Zhou and noticed since they arrived, the boss had been looking at the girl the whole time. She understood the boss's intentions and couldn't help but smile. The second one is on the house. Really? That's great. Haha, you're welcome. Then, can you give me a box? Sure thing. Liu Li handed over a white box. Sunyanku was stunned, not taking it. Instead, she looked seriously at the boss. Boss, don't you had any other boxes? Huh, other boxes? No. This is the one we have. Sunyanku became a little anxious. No. Aren't there pink ones? Clearly, every time Lin Zhou brought her fruit salad, it was in a pink box. Inside were yogurt in heart shapes. How could there be no pink boxes? Pink. Liu Li was taken aback, quickly understanding what Sunyanku meant. She smiled. Haha, I know what you want. Oh, I do have one here. She quickly crouched down, rummaging in a nearby basket, found a pink box, and handed it to Sunyanku. Here you go. That's the only one. Young lady. All right. Thank you, boss. Sunyanku happily reached out to take it, but Liu Li retracted her hand. But young lady, I have to tell you, this box is for couples only. Are you buying it for your boyfriend? Hot. Sunyanku was stunned. She reached for it but then hesitated. How did this get tied to her boyfriend again? She just wanted to make one for Lin Zhou. Qin Yushan was about to burst into laughter beside her, but she dared not laugh, only biting her lip, eagerly looking at Sunyanku. She also wanted to know how her sister would respond. Seeing Sunyanku hesitate, Lin Zhou took a step forward with a smile, teasingly asking, Boss, since it's for couples, any other discounts available? Haha, of course. Young lady, if it's for couples, you have to make it by yourself. If you make it for your boyfriend, I'll give you another fruit salad. Aren't there 3 of you? So each gets one. Liu Li said gleefully, and Lin Zhou listened happily. Classmate, quickly agree. That's 3 portions of fruit salad, basically getting 2 for free. Sunyanku was stunned again. Should she agree? Although making one for Lin Zhou by herself was no issue. But, classmate, did you forget about the steakhouse? Oh, the steakhouse. Pretending to be a couple with Lin Zhou, just to eat steak. That. For these 2 additional complimentary portions of fruit salad, should she continue pretending to be a couple, would the heavens forgive her? Seeing Lin Zhou wink at her, Sunyanku understood. She finally convinced herself, then turned to Liu Li. Yes, boss, I'm making it for my boyfriend. I'll make it myself. Haha, all right. Come over, I'll teach you. Liu Li couldn't stop smiling. The boss was truly brilliant. Haha, this little girl was fooled one moment after the other. But, it's so sweet. The boss can really influence people. The little girl actually agreed, not the kind to be hesitant. It's a good time of youth. Liu Li earnestly taught Sunyanku to make the fruit salad. Qin Yushan had silently arrived in front of Lin Zhou, gave him a thumbs up. Brother, the way you and the landlady are playing along is amazing. Haha, you noticed it too? Yeah, I couldn't not notice it. Only someone as innocent as elder sister would be tricked by you. Haha, Yushan, you might not understand. Maybe classmate is willing to be teased by her brother. Okay, I won't expose you, but brother, why is the landlady acting with you? Although she really wanted to see this type of performance, Qin Yushan was genuinely curious. Lin Zhou thought for a moment, then answered seriously, perhaps, the landlady also loves to play with us. Whatever the reason, if we get to eat for free, are you unhappy? Happy. Alright then. After Lin Zhou said that, Qin Yushan still felt something strange. However, upon realizing her brother ignored her, she felt awkward to continue asking. She just waited silently for Sunyanku to finish making the fruit salad. The remaining 2 complimentary portions were made by the boss herself. Qin Yushan noticed that although they were free, they contained more ingredients than a regular serving. On the contrary, the boss seemed to have deliberately added a lot more. This action dumbfounded Qin Yushan. Holding the fruit salad, she asked worriedly, boss, running your business like this, won't you lose money? Liu Li glanced at Lin Zhou and smiled. Haha, this is today's activity. I only give out once a day for fun. How could I lose money? You guys are just lucky to run into it. Oh, I see. Then I'll start eating. Go ahead and eat. Liu Li nodded. Qin Yushan immediately served herself a big piece of banana and ate it seriously. Sun Yanku also handed Lin Zhou a fruit salad he made. Here, have some. Lin Zhou nodded and took it seriously, saying, Alright, I'll try it. It must be delicious. He also picked up a spoon and ate a bite seriously. Then, imitating Qin Yushan's look, he nodded repeatedly. Delicious, delicious. If it's delicious, then that's go. Little classmate, you should eat too. Okay. Sun Yanku picked up her own portion and paid Liu Li. Then she turned around and walked with Qin Yushan as they ate. Lin Zhou walked a bit slower, took advantage of the two not paying attention, quickly turned around and gave Liu Li a thumbs up. Liu Li smiled and whispered, Boss, you are really something. I finally understand why you always have to do it yourself. Ha ha, the pink box. Lin Zhou remembered that every time he made it before, he went there to buy the box last minute. How could Liu Li have it here? I saw you always using this type before. I was afraid you might forget to buy it last minute, so I saved a few for you. Don't worry, it's not for takeout. Only for you and that little classmate to use. Alright. Thanks, Sister Liu. Ha ha. Hurry and catch up. Those two girls will walk far away soon. Yes. Lin Zhou nodded, turned around, and caught up with them. Liu Li watched Lin Zhou's backhand, couldn't help but smile. Sometimes, the boss really looks like a kid at this age. Close to 10 o'clock, the people in the square gradually diminished. The three of them finished the fruit salad. Qin Yushan was full and yawning as she walked. Bro, what do we do tonight? Should we really go to my house? Let's go. Lin Zhou nodded. Sun Yanku hesitated for a moment and quickly said, what if I go back to school? Little classmate, if you don't go, Sweetie's house will be overcrowded, and our plan will be ruined. You don't want to see that happen, right? Qin Yushan quickly grabbed Sun Yanku's sleeve again and said, Yeah, come on, let's go. Sister, whether my mom and Uncle Lin can get along depends on you. If you go, you can sleep with Sweetie, and let my brother sleep in his own room. It's just right. The pressure was directly on Sun Yanku's side. She could only nod. Alright then, okay. Let's go. The three agreed. Lin Zhou called a car again and they went to Qin Yushan's house together. Around 10:30. The movie was coming to an end. Qin Shulin wiped her tears as she walked out of the cinema with Lin Changjeng's help. As they walked, Lin Changjeng comforted her. Shulin, don't cry. Oh, the female lead is really pitiful. Yes. Why is she so miserable? These kids. How could they choose such a sad movie? Today is your birthday. You should be happy. Qin Shulin choked up and threw the crumpled paper in her hand into the trash can. We can't blame the kids entirely. They probably didn't know it would be a tragedy. I hope our future lives won't have tragedies, right? Yes. Qin Shulin nodded vigorously. Brother Lin, shall we go back? Okay. Shall I take you back? Yes. Please. As they walked out of the cinema, Lin Changjeng was about to call a car when he heard his phone ringing. He took out his phone and saw it was Lin Zhou, so he quickly answered, Xiao Zhou, what's up? Qin Shulin also looked puzzled. It was already 10:30. Why was Lin Zhou still awake? Before she could ask, she saw Lin Changjeng frowning. What? At Sweetie's house? What are you talking nonsense, you? The phone was hung up. Lin Changjeng looked at his phone in confusion, couldn't help but curse, this brat is really. This expression scared Qin Shulin, who became nervous. What's wrong? What's wrong? Brother Lin, what happened to them? This involves several children. Qin Shulin couldn't afford to be careless. Nothing's wrong. Then what happened? Brother Lin, you have to speak. You're making me anxious. With several children involved, Qin Shulin dared not be careless at all. I said, don't be angry. Lin Zhou took Sun Yanku and Sweetie to your house. Didn't they say they were doing homework, and Sweetie went to play? Yes. But Xiao Zhou said, after finishing homework, there was nothing else to do, and Sweetie called and said she wanted to play games, so he took Nyanku to your house to play games. And because they played late, Nyanku fell asleep. What does that mean? It means that Nyanku fell asleep at your place. Xiao Zhou said, he's also tired, so he decided to stay at your place. Sweetie finished freshening up and is ready to sleep, and then what? Then, just tell me. What? Then tell me to figure out a place for you to stay. There's no room at your place. Ha! Chen Shulin was stunned. She only now understood why Lin Changzheng was so agitated earlier. This that is to say, Shulin, or. For a while, Lin Changzheng couldn't say another word. He was blushing. Chen Shulin felt a bit embarrassed. She lowered her head, waiting for Lin Changzheng to speak. These children are really something. They are clearly suggesting that she should stay at Lin's house, right? Nevertheless, she and Lin Changzheng had been together for a long time, and she had always felt that Lin Changzheng was indeed someone worth entrusting her life to. Perhaps, staying at their house wouldn't be a big deal. Wait a while, and they too will sort things out, announce to the world. They are each other's only person. Thinking about it, Chen Shulin actually started to look forward to the invitation from Lin Changzheng. If he invited her, Chen Shulin felt that she would definitely agree without hesitation. But just then, she heard Lin Changzheng say, "What if I book a hotel for you, Shulin?" Night. The lights in the Qin family stayed on until very late. Qin Yushin took out some melon seeds and various snacks, happily eating with Su Nianku. Watching Lin Zhou finish his call, Qin Yushin stood up excitedly. "Brother, can we really do this? I think we should be able to. Old Lin wouldn't be so stupid to let Aunt Qin stay at a hotel, right? Haha, that's good then. That's good. This way, I can drink my mom's wedding wine earlier." "My mom," Qin Yushin said, lowering her head slightly. "My mom finally can get married. She had lost her father at a young age. Her mother raised her alone. She always thought of protecting her mother, becoming more and more extreme. Now, even though she had taken on a daughter's role, she still felt her mother was still lonely by herself. When she went to school, she didn't know how her mother endured each night alone. It must have been difficult, right? But now it's all right. Her mother would never be lonely again." Yet, for some reason, even though it should have been a happy moment, Qin Yushin felt like crying. She held back for a long time, but couldn't hold it in, tears streaming down her face. Seeing this, Su Nianku quickly handed her a tissue. "Yushin, don't be sad. We'll always be with you. You still have me and brother." "I'm not sad, I'm just so happy. I have this feeling of being a bride." "Ha ha, Yushin, the way you put it, aren't you afraid your mom will hear and spank you?" Lin Zhou teased. Qin Yushin retorted, "How could it be? I'm taller than my mom. She can't reach my butt." All right, you're already a big kid. Why are you still crying like a child?" I'm not." Qin Yushin quickly wiped away her tears, looking at Lin Zhou with red eyes. "Brother, you just like to tease me. You're so naughty." "Where? I'm just looking out for you. Your mom getting married means she be part of our Lin family. We're one big happy family." Talking about this, Qin Yushin finally smiled through her tears. It's true, they weren't alone anymore in their empty home. They had Uncle Lin. They had such a good brother. And a sister. It felt really good. Hurry. Make room for brother. I'm going to teach sister how to play games. Okay. Qin Yushin quickly got up. She bought a game disc and controller, which could be played on the TV. When they first arrived home, Su Nianku showed great interest. They were still excited, counting down how they made the call just now. Now that the call was done, it was time to play games. "I'll go heat up some milk for you. Drinking warm milk at night helps with sleep." Qin Yushin quickly got up and ran to the kitchen. Lin Zhou sat next to Su Nianku, handing her a controller. "Here, I'll teach you." "Okay." Su Nianku nodded seriously, taking the controller, but she was a bit puzzled. How do I use this?" "See? There are buttons on the side to control forward, backward, left, right. Once you enter the game, start it, you'll see a character. Make them move forward to pass each level. I'll play a bit first for you to see." "Oh. Okay." Su Nianku nodded seriously again. As Lin Zhou started the game, her eyes weren't on the TV screen, but on him. They were sitting very close now, and she could clearly see every detail on his face. Lin Zhou had very good skin, probably better than many girls. Focusing on his sharp jawline, she found herself dazed. Lin Zhou noticed that Su Nianku wasn't watching the screen. He chuckled and called out to her, Desk partner. Ha! Su Nianku finally snapped out of it and quickly turned back. "Stop looking at me. Watch the TV screen. This is how you play." "Oh. Okay." Su Nianku watched seriously. Lin Zhou handed over the controller handle. "Here. You try." "Okay." Sun Yeonku nervously took the controller. She hadn't played this type of game before. She was a bit anxious. After taking just a few steps, the character in the game died. Sun Yeonku was completely stunned. Am I too dumb? Ha ha. No. It's alright. Come, I'll teach you step by step. Lin Jo gestured for Sun Yeonku to start again. As the character in the game moved, he quickly put his hand on top of Sun Yeonku's. He grabbed her hand, manipulating the controller. See? Like this. Sun Yeonku was shocked. He's holding her hand again. So easily and effortlessly, he placed his hand on top of hers. The warmth of their palms was so obvious. Sun Yeonku felt a bit confused. Des partner? Hearing his call again, Sun Yeonku finally steadied herself. Oh, sorry, I'm here. Well, you try it. Okay. Lin Jo let go of her hand, and Sun Yeonku carefully operated the controller, making the character in the game move slowly forward. Although nervous inside, she continued playing. Encouraged, Sun Yeonku finally eased up a bit. Good. In the kitchen, Chin Yushin had prepared hot milk to bring out. However, when she arrived at the door, she saw the two interacting. Her sister was sitting on the carpet, while her brother was by her side, repeatedly teaching her. Seeing the smiles on their faces, Chin Yushin suddenly felt like she was watching a romantic drama. The scene was so sweet, she didn't want to disturb them. After a moment of thought, she decided to leave the milk in the kitchen. Quietly exiting, she snuck into her own room. Tonight, she was giving her brother and sister a chance to be alone as well. It was good like this. Perhaps her brother would thank her and treat her to some delicious food. Chin Yushin thought so. Sun Yeonku didn't realize Chin Yushin had slipped away. After about 15 minutes, she finally grasped the essence of the game and started playing seriously. Unknowingly, she played for a full hour. When Sun Yeonku looked up, she realized it was already midnight. Lin Jo was still sitting by her side, accompanying her. But where's Yushin? Lin Jo also noticed it had been a while since he saw Yushin. He looked around. I don't know. She probably fell asleep. What should we do? She was supposed to sleep with Yushin, but now that Yushin had fallen asleep, would it disturb her if she went in now? It's all my fault. I played for too long. It's okay. Don't worry. I have a solution. As Sun Yeonku hesitated, he saw Lin Jo entering another bedroom. He quickly tidied up the bedroom, then came out and said seriously to Sun Yeonku, "Little deskmate, you sleep in this room, I'll sleep on the sofa." But. Stop with the buts, it's getting late, come on. Sun Yeonku could only enter the bedroom reluctantly. After taking a few steps, she turned back as if remembering something. Looking at Lin Jo, there's no blanket on the sofa. Lin Jo. Although it was early summer, the temperature difference at night in Jeoncheng County was still quite significant. Without a blanket, one would probably catch a cold. It's okay, I can endure the cold, Lin Jo said seriously. Sun Yeonku was a bit worried. But, go quickly. Lin Jo pushed Sun Yeonku into the room and then sat on the sofa. He thought that maybe he could play matchmaker for him and Sun Yeonku like he did for Lin Changjeng and Chin Shulin. How could the small deskmate just turn 18 not think about it? That she was quite cute. With these thoughts, Lin Jo lay on the sofa with his clothes on. As he looked at the ceiling, he thought about how to avoid catching a cold that night. Meanwhile, Sun Yeonku, who was already lying in bed, couldn't fall asleep. She touched the warm blanket in her arms and couldn't get Lin Jo out of her mind. Lin Jo was still outside. Lin Jo might catch a cold. Lin Jo might get sick. The national math competition was approaching. Next was the third round, then the college entrance examination. Every exam was crucial. A slight misstep could affect the rest of one's life. Thinking about this, Sun Yeonku suddenly sat up in bed. She blamed herself for staying up so late. What to do? Sun Yeonku reproached herself for a while, feeling like her head was about to explode. Fortunately, she finally came up with a solution, though it was a bit embarrassing. Right now, she couldn't care about that. The most important thing was to prevent Lin Jo from catching a cold. With this in mind, Sun Yeonku got out of bed, carefully picked up the blanket beside her, and headed outside. Lin Jo had closed his eyes, about to fall asleep when he heard the door of Sun Yeonku's room open. Lin Jo turned his head and saw Sun Yeonku timidly standing at the door, holding the blanket and cautiously looking at him. Lin Jo. Lin Jo was puzzled. What's wrong? Why are you holding the blanket? Sun Yeonku didn't answer, instead slowly walking out of the room. When she reached him, she stopped. There was a carpet in front of the sofa where they had played games earlier. Sun Nyanku sat down on the carpet, then laid out the blanket and handed a corner to Lin Jo, saying, "This blanket is quite big. I just checked. It's 2 meters long. Enough for both of us to cover. You might catch a cold if you don't cover yourself. So, I. Sun Nyanku's voice trailed off as she lowered her head. She looked nervous, but still earnestly said, "I won't sleep in the room. I'll sleep on the floor, and you can sleep on the sofa. Let's cover together." As she finished the last word, Sun Nyanku almost bent down to the ground. She could even hear the clear sound of her heartbeat, thump-thump. But she had no regrets about her decision at this moment. As long as Lin Jo had a blanket, what did sacrificing a little matter? Lin Jo was such a good person. Lin Jo was shocked, but after a moment, he smiled. She was caring for him, even though she knew what it meant to share a blanket with him. She walked out hesitantly before. Must have struggled for a long time in the bedroom, right? She was always so delicate. Now, it seemed that she had taken a risk for herself. Maybe her place in his heart was starting to solidify. Thinking about this, Lin Jo felt happy in an instant. Since his rebirth, he had never questioned right from wrong or considered the consequences. But at this moment, he felt that everything was worth it. Okay. Lin Jo nodded. But soon, he jumped off the sofa. But let's switch. He took the blanket from Sun Nyanku. Huh? Switch? Yes. You sleep on the sofa. I'll sleep on the floor. No. No need. Sun Nyanku was about to refuse, but Lin Jo said, "It's decided. Otherwise, I'd rather catch a cold." No. I'll sleep. Sun Nyanku hurriedly climbed onto the sofa. Lin Jo also took a cushion from the other end of the sofa to use as a pillow. Go to sleep. Okay. Sun Nyanku nodded dumbly. As she lay down, she pulled the corner of the blanket but didn't dare tug too hard, just lightly resting it on her stomach. Seeing this, Lin Jo quickly covered her with the blanket and then adjusted his own blanket over himself. After doing all this, he didn't look at Sun Nyanku, but immediately closed his eyes. It's not that he didn't want to look, he just couldn't afford to see. Being so close, sharing the same blanket, even though one was on the sofa and the other on the floor, the feeling was, it was driving him crazy. Sun Nyanku naturally wasn't afraid to look at Lin Jo either. After covering herself with the blanket, she quickly closed her eyes, holding the blanket tightly. The sound of her heartbeat continued to pound in her chest. Sun Nyanku even wondered if what she did was right. She felt very uneasy, but Lin Jo's breathing was so steady. Maybe she was overthinking. Just go to sleep. Just go to sleep. Just go to sleep. Sun Nyanku repeated to herself. Surprisingly, she fell asleep without knowing when. But Lin Jo remained awake almost the entire night. When he noticed Sun Nyanku had fallen asleep, he turned slightly to look in her direction. He couldn't help but admire her innocence. Nonetheless, it was quite nice. The one who slept the best that night was Qin Yushan. As soon as the sky brightened, she woke up and remembered yesterday's events. She quickly got up, cautiously opened her room door, wanting to see if Sun Nyanku and Lin Jo were awake. She wondered if anything had happened between them last night. However, as soon as she opened the door, she saw Lin Jo peeking out from the kitchen. "Yushan, you're awake. That's good. Hurry. Get ready and let's have breakfast." Sun Nyanku was right next to him, assisting him. Their movements were very skillful, as if nothing had happened. The living room was spotless. Qin Yushan was bewildered. "Brother, did you just wake up like this?" Lin Jo handed the egg pancake in his hand to the table in the living room. "What else could I do to wake up? Anything else? Huh? What else could there be?" Lin Jo asked in return. Qin Yushan was once again puzzled. "Well, it seems like there's nothing else." "Okay. Hurry up and wash your face and have breakfast." Okay. Qin Yushan walked towards the bathroom in a few steps and kept turning back. She felt things wouldn't be so simple. But she actually didn't see anything. Frustrated. Next time, she must get up early and never oversleep again. Oh wait, today she didn't oversleep, did she? Her brothers and sisters woke up too early. She didn't see it as she just walked into the bathroom. Sun Nyanku in the kitchen spilled the soy milk she was pouring. She quickly grabbed a cloth, pressed it to her chest to calm herself down, and then started wiping the table seriously. Lin Jo saw this scene and said with a smile, "It's okay. Don't worry. Sweetie won't know anything." "Okay. I know." When Su Nyanku woke up in the morning, she was actually thinking about how to tell Lin Zhou not to tell anyone. But unexpectedly, Lin Zhou brought up the matter first. He reassured her, saying he would help her keep it from Sweetie. And he indeed did. Well, wash your hands and have breakfast. After we eat, we need to go to the library to study. Okay. Good. Su Nyanku vigorously nodded, avoiding looking at Lin Zhou, and quickly walked out. After pouring the soy milk, Su Nyanku took some time to calm herself down before she could start wiping the table. It wasn't until she finished her breakfast and Su Nyanku tittied up a bit that she went downstairs and took a bus. Lin Zhou rode on Qin Yushin's bike, letting her sit on the back seat, and they hurried home. On the way, Qin Yushin still felt a bit incredulous. Brother, did nothing really happen between you and sister last night? Lin Zhou slowed down slightly as he rode. What do you want us to happen? Oh. No. That's not what I meant. Qin Yushin quickly shook her head. What I mean is, I know what you mean, but Sweetie, you haven't taken the college entrance exam yet. Your sister, she's still young, right? Oh. Qin Yushin suddenly understood. She understood Lin Zhou's intention. Looking at Lin Zhou's back, Qin Yushin suddenly asked, Brother, you must really love sister, right? What? I heard people say that a boy will only be unwilling to give up anything and truly treat his loved one well in front of her, respecting her. Brother, what you are doing now is exactly that. If it were other boys in their class, they would definitely not be like her brother. Given the chance, they would hug and kiss the girls they like, whether they like it or not. Lin Zhou chuckled without answering. But it seemed that Qin Yushin didn't need an answer. She nodded seriously. In the future, Sweetie will also find a boyfriend like brother. But soon, she became worried again. But who else could be as good as my brother? The two chatted and soon arrived at Lin's house. Before they went upstairs, they saw Lin Changzheng riding his bike into the neighborhood. He looked troubled, as if he had something on his mind. Lin Zhou and Qin Yushin looked at each other in confusion. Qin Yushin waved her arms and called out, Uncle Lin, over here. Sweetie, Zhou, why are you two here so early? What about Zion? She went back to school. We're fine. Just decided to come back and take a look. But, Lin, what's wrong with you? Aunt Chin. Aunt Chin went home. Didn't you meet her on the way? She went home. So early? Lin Zhou and Qin Yushin were confused again. Lin Changzheng nodded. Yes, she went home early in the morning. I wanted to send her, but she seemed angry. Confusion for the third time. Angry? Why is she angry? Weren't you fine when you were watching the movie? Yeah. But after watching the movie, I took her to the hotel. This morning, when I went to pick her up, I found her not very keen on talking to me. I don't know if it's because of the hotel service. I asked the attendants and they said everything was fine. Hotel? Did this really happen? Lin Zhou and Qin Yushin exchanged glances, feeling like their brains exploded. Lin, did you take Aunt Qin to the hotel? Yes. You guys said there was no place to stay at home, right? And then you took her to the hotel? Yes. Zhou, Sweetie, what's wrong with you two? What are you whispering about here? What do you want to say? Lin Zhou closed his eyes in despair. Lin, you really, what can I even say? Never mind, Sweetie. Come here. Qin Yushin chuckled dryly. Let's just forget it. Brother, I don't know what to say either. Lin Changzheng was puzzled by the two's actions. What's wrong with you two? What are you muttering here? What do you want to say? When Su Nyanku arrived back at school, it was just 8:30 in the morning. She hurriedly rushed through the school gate, returned to the dormitory, grabbed her study materials, and headed out. She had made plans to meet Lin Zhou at the library at 9 o'clock. They would then review physics and mathematics. Wang Zhaoqing was still sleeping, sprawled out in an awkward position. Su Nyanku thought for a moment, then carefully tucked her skirt and hairpin into her bag. As she reached the school gate, Su Nyanku was about to turn left to catch the bus when she suddenly heard a shout. Sis. Su Nyanku turned around and saw a dark-skinned teenage boy standing there. He smiled sheepishly, showing 8 big white teeth. Zicheng, what are you doing here? It was Suma Cheng, her younger brother. Suma Cheng quickly walked over. I came to see you, sis. Why are you? He trailed off, observing Su Nyanku up and down. Su Nyanku felt a bit awkward under his gaze. What's wrong? Did I not wash my face properly? No. It's just that you seem a bit plumper and rosier. Oh. Maybe it's the good food at Yijian, Sunyanku joked. Suma Cheng handed over the bags he was carrying. Sunyanku glanced at the contents, then looked up at Suma Cheng, who was now taller than her. But it's only 8:30 now. Hasn't our village's bus not arrived yet? The Su family lived in Shishanzhen, a well-known, impoverished town on the outskirts of Jiancheng County. Located halfway up the mountains with several kilometers of winding mountain roads, it was difficult to traverse. There was only one bus a day to the county seat, which departed at 6 in the morning and usually didn't arrive until nearly 10. This was the reason Sunyanku hadn't returned home yet. It was too far and inconvenient. Suma Cheng had to take the scheduled bus to reach the county seat at this hour. It was quite impossible for him to be there. Oh sis, someone in our town drives to the county seat in the morning and gave me a ride down, Suma Cheng explained. I see. Sunyanku nodded happily. Give it to me. Thanks Zi Cheng. You're welcome. Suma Cheng smiled foolishly. Sunyanku took the pickles, reached up on her tiptoes, and ruffled Suma Cheng said, You've grown taller again. In another 2 months, you'll be 14. Yeah, sis. Suma Cheng replied. He allowed Sunyanku to ruffle his hair. His clothes were a bit shabby, but his smile was particularly bright. How are things at Yijian, sis? Is anyone bullying you? Sunyanku thought silently in her heart about Lin Zhou. No. Everyone at Yijian is very nice. No one dares to bully me. That's good. Once you get into university, everything will be fine. Yad. Keep it up, sis. Grandpa and Grandma are waiting at home for your good news. I know. Sunyanku nodded. Enough about me, Zi Chen. What about you? How are you? Did you do well in the monthly exams? Have your grades improved? Suma Cheng was in the second year of junior high this year, studying at Shishan Middle School. Suma Cheng hesitated for a moment upon hearing the questions. Seeing Sunyanku's questioning gaze, he replied, Yeah, I've improved a lot. Good. When the time comes for high school entrance exams, you should consider coming to Yijian. It's truly a great school. Suma Cheng nodded. Okay. Keep it up. Sunyanku puffed up her cheeks and patted his shoulder. Suma Cheng couldn't help but smile. Sis, you seem much happier today. It was the first time he had seen his sister so happy. Really? Yes. It seems like Yijian is really good. I feel relieved. Suma Cheng mumbled so softly at the second part that Sunyanku couldn't hear. She asked, What did you say? Nothing. Nothing, sis. I'm hungry. Shall we go have breakfast? Ow. I've already eaten breakfast. Wait here. I'll take you to eat. I'll make a phone call over there first. With that, Sunyanku temporarily placed her things on the ground and quickly ran towards the nearby phone booth. Suma Cheng had thought to follow her, but when he saw his sister pick up the phone, he smiled awkwardly at himself. He tactfully took a step back. However, he felt a sourness in his heart. It seemed like his sister had her own little secrets now. Previously, she never kept anything from him. In just 2 months, she had changed quite a bit. But it seemed not so bad. Suma Cheng gazed at Sunyanku and smiled foolishly. At that moment, Lin Zhou was next to Lin Changzheng. Lin Changzheng sighed. I'm telling you. Lao Lin, this can't be blamed on me. I put in so much effort with Sweetie, but you ended up angering Chen Auntie. You. What should we do now? Lin Changzheng's eyes were louder than Lin Zhou's. Stop talking. Just stop. How could I have your cunning thoughts? Do you regret it now? I said I don't regret it. Do you believe me? I don't really believe you. Another sigh. What should we do now? You have any good ideas, son? Right now, I don't know either. You'll have to appeal to her yourself. Think of a way to placate Aunt Chen. Sigh. Lin Changzheng sighed once more. He felt ashamed that at his age, he was being outwitted by 2 kids. Fortunately, Sweetie had just explained everything and went home to be with her mother. Otherwise, the 2 of them would be laughing at him now. However, as Lin Changzheng sighed, a question suddenly popped into his head. He looked up at Lin Zhou and asked, You brat, you know so much. Have you ever deceived a girl? Lin Zhou. No. I'm telling you. Lao Lin, even if you're angry, don't vent it on me. If I use this trick to deceive a girl, would the parents not have come to our door already? How old am I? Lin Changzheng thought about it and nodded. That's fine. Don't bully Nyanku either, understand? Got it. Got it. Stop worrying about me. Care for yourself. My desk partner, classmate isn't angry at me. Just as Lin Zhou finished speaking, the telephone rang. As soon as he heard Su Naanku's voice, Lin Zhou looked at Lin Changzheng with a smile and said, "Look, my deskmate called me. Did Anqing call you?" Lin Changzheng was speechless, angrily gesturing for Lin Zhou to go farther away to make the call. Lin Zhou quickly went to a corner. It was the first time his deskmate called him, and he didn't want old Lin to hear their conversation. On the other end of the phone, Su Nianku listened to their conversation, probably understanding what was going on. She chuckled and asked, "Are you teasing Uncle Lin? Did he really leave Anqing alone in the hotel last night? Isn't that right?" Sweet and I were speechless too. What was old Lin thinking at the time? Ha ha. Uncle Lin is quite cute. Yet, poor thing. Unloved. Lin Changzhen, who happened to overhear the conversation, said, "Lin Zhou, go out and make your call." Lin Zhou, hugging his small mobile phone, laughed as he left the house. "Old Lin is chasing me out." "Ha ha, you shouldn't make fun of others," Lin Zhou replied. "I'm doing it for his own good, so he won't dare next time." Su Nianku laughed heartily. Lin Zhou looked at the time. It was already 8:40. He frowned. "Deskmate, why did you suddenly decide to call me? Have you already reached the library?" "Wait, at this time, you should have just left the school gate." "No, not yet," Su Nianku quickly explained. "I just reached the school gate, and, I can't go to the library today." "Why?" My brother came to see me and was waiting for me at the school gate. I have to take him out for the day." "Brother?" Lin Zhou was suspicious. Su Nianku nodded. "Yes, Lin Zhou, I'm really sorry. I had plans with you. But now, don't be angry. I'll catch up on the homework we were supposed to review today later." "It doesn't matter. Your grades are so good that it doesn't matter if you catch up or not. I just wanted to ask if I could join you guys. After all, it was his deskmate's brother and his future brother-in-law. They should get to know each other and maintain good relations." No. Not now." Su Nianku instinctively refused. She spoke faster and her voice rose. Although Su Nianku's words were not clear, Sima Cheng could clearly see her expression, and he looked at her curiously. Su Nianku quickly lowered her head and lowered her voice. "No, it's not appropriate," she said, without understanding why. She just felt that it was too early for Lin Zhou to meet Xiaocheng at that moment, but she couldn't explain why. Su Nianku just felt her heart beating a bit faster. Afraid that Lin Zhou would be angry, she added, Next time. What will happen next?" She didn't know either. Her mind was a mess. Fortunately, Lin Zhou didn't dwell on the issue too much. "Okay, let's wait for another chance to get to know each other," he said. "Yes, wait for another chance to introduce you guys," Su Nianku added. "Okay, well then, I'll hang up." Wait a moment, deskmate, where are you planning to go today?" "Ow. No other meaning, just asking. I'll go to the library in a while." Su Nianku wasn't suspicious. Probably go back to the pedestrian street or the Central Park. "Okay. Then, goodbye." After hanging up, Su Nianku let out a long sigh of relief. For some reason, talking to Lin Zhou in front of her brother made her nervous. After all, he was just a classmate. Why did she feel this way? "Sis, you get along pretty well with your classmate." "Oh. Yeah, we get along well. He often helps me out." "That makes sense. I was wondering why it took you so long to explain not going to the library." "It makes sense to explain it well then." "Yeah. Let's go, Xiaocheng, to eat." "Okay." Meanwhile, Lin Zhou took out a handful of melon seeds from the plate, sat on the sofa, and started eating them seriously. Seeing this, Lin Changzheng deliberately walked over. "Oh, no date today?" "Yeah. Not going." "How come? Got dumped? Is she angry?" "Where would I go? My deskmate's brother came, and she's gone to eat with him." "Hey." Lin Changzheng finally felt like he had won this round. It's like even family members can't meet. But I'm different. I've met Shulin's parents and sweet. Well, children are just children. Lin Zhou was speechless. Why was old Lin still picking on him? Immature. Su Nianku pulled Sima Cheng into a breakfast restaurant. Sima Cheng hesitated and said, Sis, we don't have to eat here. Just buy a flatbread from the street. I love flatbread." The food at the breakfast restaurant was more expensive than flatbread. Sima Cheng knew his sister didn't have money. Bringing her to eat, She must be saving to have some left for herself. She might not have eaten properly for a few days after returning. Suma Cheng felt sorry for her. It's okay. Let's have the food from the breakfast restaurant. The baozi and spicy soup here are super delicious. Xiao Cheng, you must try it, Su Nianku said, as she gestured for the owner and ordered some food. Suma Cheng was startled. Sis, come in. Come in. Su Nianku beckoned him to sit at the table. When the ordered food arrived, Suma Cheng was still a bit dazed. Su Nianku handed him chopsticks. Here, eat. Suma Cheng picked up the chopsticks and took one of the buns from the plate. Then he carefully soaked it in the soup and took a serious bite. Just one bite. He suddenly felt a tingling sensation in his nose. Growing up, he had barely eaten food outside. Even at home, they mostly had corn porridge and sweet potato dishes, occasionally with pickled vegetables. Their home was far from the county town, and this was his first visit to the county town. He almost got lost that morning. Sis, you eat too. All right, I'll eat. I'll eat. Su Nianku picked up the chopsticks and took a bun for herself. Xiao Cheng, eat more. And if it's not enough, we'll order more. No. No. It's enough. But Su Nianku had already stood up. I'll go get you 2 eggs. Don't go, sis. Suma Cheng quickly grabbed her. No need to go. I'm full. Su Nianku gently touched his head, smiling warmly. Don't worry. Sister will pay for you to eat. I've earned money. Xiao Cheng, eat as much as you want. Upon hearing this, Suma Cheng was slightly taken aback. Sis, you don't need to say that because of what I said. I can really eat my fill. You don't even have money to eat at school. How could I? Su Nianku carefully stretched open his pocket and showed Suma Cheng. Here, these, and these. I still have some in my dorm room. These are all I earned. The bonuses I received. Suma Cheng looked at those bills and he was stunned. Sis, I originally planned that when I could go home, I would immediately give you the money. I work part-time, but since you're here, take it back. Buy some clothes and good food for grandpa and grandma. Buy something for yourself, and then go back and pay off your school fees to your homeroom teacher. In the second year of middle school, Suma Cheng's family was facing difficulties. He almost dropped out of school. It was his homeroom teacher who helped him pay for tuition and book fees. With the remaining money, repay part of the debt we owe, and then go see a doctor for grandpa, Su Nianku said, and carefully handed all the money in her pocket to Suma Cheng. Besides the part used to buy gifts for Lin Zhou, she only kept a little for her living expenses. The rest must be saved for the family. Sis, I can't accept this. Suma Cheng got up abruptly. Since it's the bonus you earned, you should keep it for yourself. You still have to go to college. You need a lot of money in college. It's okay. I can continue to earn. Su Nianku smiled. The math competition is coming up soon. Maybe I'll get another bonus if I'm lucky. And then I'll go work again. It will be enough. Xiao Cheng, don't worry. Seeing Su Nianku's determination, Suma Cheng had to temporarily appease her. Okay. I'll have you keep it for now. I'll take it when I go home later. Okay, you'll take the bus back this afternoon, right? Suma Cheng was slightly taken aback. Tomorrow is Monday. You have to go to class. If you don't go back this afternoon, what will you do tomorrow? Suma Cheng nodded repeatedly. Oh yes. Yes, I'll go back in the afternoon. Then I'll send you to the station in the afternoon. Let's go out for a walk first. Okay. Suma Cheng nodded again, but his eyes showed a complex light. After dinner, Su Nianku happily took Suma Cheng out to the streets. At this moment in the Lin family, Lin Zhou had finally finished his sunflower seed snack. He also got up, picked up his school bag, and prepared to go out for a walk. Lin Zhong saw this and asked in confusion, "No more dates. Where are you going?" "No need to set a date on purpose. Who says we can't have an accidental date?" Accidental date? Yes, I'm leaving. Old Lin, you should reflect on yourself. Lin Changzheng shook his head, speechless, watching Lin Zhou leave. Lin Zhou went to the street and first went to the pedestrian street. After lingering for a while, it was almost 10 o'clock. The number of people on the main street gradually increased. The vendors had already set up their stalls. Seeing him, people showed amazement in their eyes again. Lin Zhou didn't mind. He just walked on the main street, unscrupulously. He didn't know where his little deskmate and brother were. He walked to the entrance of the pedestrian street, which was quite far from the school. Logically, he should have been in the opposite direction of his little deskmate. In this case, By wandering from shop to shop, he should meet his little desk mate, right? Lin Zhou thought so. At this moment, on the other side of the street, Su Nianku and Sima Cheng had just arrived at the entrance of the pedestrian street. Bringing big and small bags, Su Nianku had temporarily left them at the school guard's office. When they arrived at the pedestrian street, Sima Cheng's eyes lit up. Sis, this place is beautiful. Yes, it is indeed beautiful. They sell everything here. Let's go and take a look. Okay. Sima Cheng followed along cautiously. The two of them first went to two elderly clothing stores and bought clothes and shoes for Grandpa and Grandma separately. Then they moved on. When they reached a teenage beau's clothing store, Su Nianku stopped. Sima Cheng hurriedly said, Sis, I don't need anything. I have clothes to wear. It's okay. I want to buy some new clothes for Xiao Cheng. Xiao Cheng, you should try them on. The shopkeeper also warmly greeted them. This outfit suits you well. Little student, try it. Sima Cheng had to nod and try on the clothes. Su Nianku had a good eye. The clothes did suit Sima Cheng. As soon as he put them on, he felt different. Without hesitation, Su Nianku paid for them and bought them for him. After receiving the clothes, Sima Cheng felt a bit stunned. Sis, what's wrong? I've always said that I wanted to take care of you, but in the end, you're the one taking care of me. I'm so useless. How come? Xiao Cheng, you're still young. When you grow up, you'll be able to take care of your sister. Okay. Sister, then you have to wait for me to grow up. When I grow up, I learn money to save for your dowry. To save the best dowry for you. Ha. Why are you talking nonsense? You want to marry your sister off so soon? No. If you don't want to get married in the future, Xiao Cheng will also work hard to give you the best days. Ha. The two siblings joked and laughed as they left the store. After wandering around on the pedestrian street for a while, they felt like there was nothing else to buy. Su Nianku suggested taking him to the park. However, Sima Cheng grabbed her arm. Wait, sis. He quickly went to a booth selling girls' accessories. There were many beautiful pieces displayed, all very attractive to young girls. After browsing for a while, he picked out a small bracelet and handed it to Su Nianku. Sis, try this on. Why try this one? For now, I can't afford to buy you expensive gifts, but I want to give you a gift too. Sister, please try it, see if it fits. No need, Xiao Cheng. Then I'll go return the clothes you bought. No. Su Nianku could only reluctantly take the bracelet. Then she cautiously put it on her hand. The bracelet had a cute cartoon puppy in the middle. Very adorable. However, Su Nianku felt that it looked a bit odd when worn. She lifted her hand and gestured for Sima Cheng to see. Xiao Cheng, do you think it looks good? Sima Cheng also looked and felt something was off. What's odd? I also think so. Forget it. Su Nianku took off the bracelet. Sima Cheng quickly stopped her. No, don't forget it. Let's keep looking. There must be one that suits you. Although he said so, Sima Cheng was a bit overwhelmed by the dazzling bracelets. He had never bought gifts for girls before. He had never even looked. Suddenly he didn't know what to buy for his sister. Which one is suitable after all? Sima Cheng scratched his head, a bit conflicted. Just then, he suddenly heard a male voice next to him. I think this one suits you. Sima Cheng turned his head and saw a boy who was half a head taller than himself. He draped his coat over his shoulder and his hand was reaching towards a small strawberry-patterned bracelet. The bracelet was very delicate, indeed slightly better looking than the puppy cartoon pattern. But, just as Sima Cheng was about to speak, the beau took off the bracelet and handed it to the girl beside him with a smile, saying, Zitong. Su classmate, what a coincidence to run into you while shopping. Sima Cheng, he furrowed his brows in confusion, then saw his sister take a step back subconsciously. Her face showed a mix of fear and nervousness, but soon, she also lifted her head and forced a smile, saying, Yes, what a coincidence, hehe. Does his sister know this boy in front of her? Sima Cheng thought to himself. He then saw his sister turn her head and earnestly explain, Zi Cheng, this is Lin Zhou, my classmate. Lin Zhou, this is Zi Cheng. Sima Cheng, my little brother. Oh. Little brother, hello. The boy extended his other hand, trying to shake hands with him. At that moment, Sima Cheng suddenly had a bad premonition. Danger. This boy is dangerous. Judging by his appearance, He should belong to the type that is considered good-looking. This type usually attracts young girls. Somehow, he felt that his sister shouldn't like this type. She has always been timid but very strong. She likes boys who are strong, capable, and good at studying. So why? When she saw this boy in front of her, did she stutter? It's not right. It's normal for his sister to stutter when she sees unfamiliar people. But why does she seem nervous? This boy, something's not right. Suma Cheng subconsciously took a step back and slightly positioned himself to shield Su Nyanku behind him. Without extending his hand, he said seriously, "Hello, I am not your little brother." "Oh, sorry, I misspoke just now." Hello, I am Lin Zhou. I am Suma Cheng." Lin Zhou nodded and smiled. He didn't seem to mind Suma Cheng's indifference. After all, if Sweet suddenly brought a boyfriend back, he would probably also be hostile. This is just the younger brother of his deskmate who naturally harbors hostility towards any male creature approaching the deskmate. This is a way to protect the deskmate. He also believed that his brother would change his opinion of him. Lin Zhou turned his gaze to the nervous Su Nyanku, who was nervously twisting her clothes. He handed the strawberry bracelet over, saying, "Try it, Su classmate." Su Nyanku suddenly looked up, feeling a bit flustered. Oh my gosh, what did she see? It turns out she wasn't dreaming. Lin Zhou really appeared in front of her and Zi Cheng when they were shopping. But shouldn't Lin Zhou be studying in the library right now? No, that's not the point. The point is, how could he come over to say hello when he saw her and Zi Cheng out shopping? What to do? What's wrong, Su classmate? Don't believe your classmate's eyes. Lin Zhou's soft words rang in her ears again. Su Nyanku looked at him again in astonishment. Right? He's just a classmate. Just a classmate. Why? Why was she nervous? She shouldn't be nervous. She shouldn't be nervous. She took a deep breath, calming her emotions for a moment. Then she forced a slight smile and reached out her hand towards Lin Zhou, saying, "Well." Before she could finish her sentence, Su Nyanku saw Suma Cheng quickly walk in front of her, grabbing the bracelet from Lin Zhou's hand. Su Nyanku looked at Suma Cheng in surprise. Who said she didn't like it? The bracelet Lin Zhou picked out was clearly very nice. What's wrong with Zi Cheng? She was about to speak when she heard Lin Zhou chuckle softly. How do you know your sister doesn't like it? Suma Cheng was choked up. He stiffly said, "I naturally know my sister's preferences. My sister likes this one." He quickly grabbed a bracelet from the stall and raised it to show Lin Zhou, disregarding its appearance. "Here, this one." "Theft?" Lin Zhou couldn't help but laugh. He raised an eyebrow, looking at the bracelet in Suma Cheng's hand. "Are you sure your sister will like it?" Only then did Suma Cheng carefully look at the bracelet. At this glance, even he couldn't help but furrow his brows. The bracelet had a turquoise grass pattern, but it was paired with a pink heart pendant. What was originally fresh and clean instantly became tacky. Suma Cheng felt awkward, but at this point, changing it was too late. After all, he had already spoken. Suma Cheng looked at Su Nyanku. She, too, was frowning at the bracelet in his hand, feeling that her brother's taste really left her at a loss for words. That her brother meant well, and seeing him look over, she forced a smile. This smile gave Suma Cheng a sudden boost of confidence. He raised his head, feeling that his momentum was lacking, and even tiptoed a bit. "Yes, I'm sure my sister will like this one." "Fine." Lin Zhou felt helpless. It seemed he spoke too soon. The brother was indeed good to Su Nyanku, but he was still a little naive due to his young age. However, he couldn't reason with him. Seeing the worried expression on the deskmate's face, Lin Zhou thought for a moment. He handed the bracelet over again, saying, "Why don't you both try them on, Su classmate?" Finding a way out, Su Nyanku quickly nodded. Okay. She put one on her left hand and one on her right hand. Clearly, the little strawberry one looked much better than the Death Barbie Rose one. At this point, the stall owner also stood up, surprised, exclaiming, "Wow, this one on your left arm." Before she could finish, Su Nyanku said, "Both are beautiful. Both are beautiful." Ignoring the shocked expression of the shop owner, Su Nyanku turned to Suma Cheng and Lin Zhou, saying, "I like them both." Suma Cheng didn't respond. Lin Zhou had already stepped forward. "Okay, let's buy them both. How much is it in total, boss?" Before he could finish his sentence, Suma Cheng stepped forward and snatched the bracelets. "I'll pay, boss." "How much?" The shop owner looked bewildered at the two of them. realizing it wasn't easy to intervene at this point. So, he turned to Sunyanku for help. After all, these two boys were arguing because of Sunyanku. Sunyanku looked weakly at them, feeling a bit wronged, and said, "Or, I'll pay for them myself." "No way. No way." Lin Zhou and Sima Cheng almost said in unison. Sunyanku was startled at first. "Zi Cheng." "Lin Zhou." "Sis, I'll buy it for you." Sima Cheng stared at Lin Zhou firmly. Sunyanku had no choice but to seek help from Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou sighed silently and took a step back. He didn't want to see his desk partner in a difficult situation. Let the younger brother pay if he wants to. This bracelet seems to cost $2 each. There's nothing to argue about. Seeing Lin Zhou retreat, Sima Cheng reached into his pocket, took out a few $1 bills, and handed them to the shopkeeper. Seizing the opportunity, Sunyanku quickly approached Lin Zhou, gently tugging at his sleeve, and whispered to him, "Lin Zhou, why are you here?" "Oh, Lao Lin asked me to help pick a gift for Chin Auntie. He has to go apologize." Lin Zhou started making up stories again. Sunyanku nodded without any doubt. "Oh, I see. She thought they were here specially to stop her and Zi Cheng." "Yes. Have you bought the gift yet?" "Not yet. Do you want to go shopping together? Help me pick one," Lin Zhou suggested as he saw Sima Cheng approaching angrily and pulled Sunyanku away. "Let's not go." But Sunyanku felt it was necessary to go. After all, it was Uncle Lin and Aunt Chen. They had been very kind to her. If the two of them could reconcile, she would be happy too. But seeing Sima Cheng's cold gaze, she had to bow her head. Classmate Lin Zhou. Sorry. My brother and I, we are going to the downtown park to play." "Sister, you said you'd take me." "Yes, we are going to the downtown park. My brother will go back in the afternoon. He hasn't been to the county town yet, wants to go for a walk." "Huh, going back in the afternoon?" Why did Zi Cheng suddenly say this to herself? Was he suggesting they go study together in the afternoon? If so, that's fine. Lin Zhou nodded. "All right, I'll buy it myself. You guys go play." "Su, goodbye." "Okay, goodbye." Sunyanku nodded quickly. Sima Cheng pulled Sunyanku and walked away quickly. Lin Zhou watched their backs, lost in thought. Indeed, marrying a daughter-in-law is not that easy. If his younger brother is already so difficult, wouldn't his grandparents just want to eat him up? This matter requires careful planning and preparation. Meanwhile, Sunyanku noticed Sima Cheng was walking faster. She was worried. Zi Cheng, why are you running so fast?" "Hey, wait for me. I can't catch up with you." "Zi Cheng." Sima Cheng finally stopped and looked at Sunyanku angrily. "Sis, who was that person just now?" "He's my classmate." "How can you have such a classmate?" "Out." "What about him?" "Lin Zhou is fine." Very good." "Why does Zi Chen look like he doesn't like Lin Zhou?" Sima Cheng intended to say some of Lin Zhou's shortcomings, but when it came to his mouth, he found nothing significant to say. It seemed that just seeing him made him hostile. After hesitating for a while, Sima Cheng managed to blurt out, "How dare he help you pick a bracelet?" "Huh." Sunyanku blinked, seemingly not understanding Sima Cheng's point. "Isn't that normal? We are classmates, we just happened to meet on the street, and it's normal for him to help, right?" "It's indeed quite normal." Sima Cheng suddenly didn't know what to say. What his sister said seemed to make sense, but he just felt there was something wrong with that boy. Yet, a man's intuition, that if he told his sister this, she would definitely say he's just a kid. Where does he get off judging men? Sima Cheng hesitated and said, "No, he can't help you pick a bracelet." "Sister, you are a girl. There are differences between boys and girls. Those little boys nowadays are complex. You can't be fooled by them." No one has fooled me. Not only has no one fooled her, they've been extremely kind to her. You are too naive. Listen to me. In the future at school, stay away from that Lin Zhou. That they are desk partners. Can't they stay away a little? Sima Cheng didn't know these things. He thought Sunyanku didn't want to. He got a little angry. "Sis." Sunyanku quickly nodded. Okay. I'll definitely stay away from him. In any case, the younger brother was going home in the afternoon. Whether he stays away or not, the younger brother doesn't know. Teacher Liu doesn't seem to plan to separate them. They can keep sitting together. "All right, let's go shopping again." "Okay." The two quickly forgot about the recent incident. Sunyanku took Sima Cheng and walked down the entire pedestrian street. Then they headed to the downtown park. They didn't see that just as they entered, Lin Zhou appeared at the entrance of the downtown park. It wasn't that he was following them, it's just that the way home from the pedestrian street happened to pass by the downtown park. He also happened to run into Sun Yanku and Suma Cheng. Although he wanted to say hello to his desk partner, the reaction of his younger brother made him reconsider. It was better to leave it at just exchanging a glance. As for other things, they could be discussed later. He was about to turn and leave when he suddenly heard someone calling out to him. Lin Zhou. Oh. Lin Zhou, little brother, it's really you. It's so great. I was just thinking where to find you. Lin Zhou turned and saw the smiling Wen Zhenghao. He looked puzzled. Mr. Wen. What's going on? Oh. There's a calligraphy competition near the Street Heart Pavilion in the downtown park today. I came to join the fun. I just lost miserably, so I said I have a little friend who is very good at this. But those old folks didn't believe me and insisted on me bringing him. Last time, I forgot to leave you my contact information, so even though I didn't know where to find you, how could I lose face? I immediately came out. I didn't expect to run into you as soon as I left. What a coincidence. Lin Zhou listened in astonishment. Calligraphy competition. Yes. Yes. Let's go. Lin Zhou, little brother, help me save some face. Oh, my old face. I can finally win it back. Out. Isn't this quite appropriate? Although he indeed possessed the skill, that these competitions are usually attended by highly respected people. Lin Zhou looked like he was only about 18 years old on the outside. It was really inappropriate to show off in front of these people. But when Zhenghao didn't understand Lin Zhou's thoughts at all, he smiled and said, "What's not appropriate? I think it's very appropriate. Lin Zhou, little brother, do you have something urgent to attend to?" That's not true. Lin Zhou shook his head. When Zhenghao laughed cheerfully, "That's good. That's good. Let's go. The prize money will satisfy you." What prize money? Ha ha. Those old folks. They bet 50,000 yuan. If you win, you get 50,000. Of course. 50,000 yuan is not much to those old folks inside, but for someone like Lin Zhou, it definitely holds appeal. Sure enough, Lin Zhou was tempted as soon as he heard. That's 50,000 yuan. With his current earnings from the spicy hot pot restaurant and the net profit from the fruit stand, he can only make around 50,000 in a month. It's definitely enough for a student like him, but his aspirations don't stop there. Plus, he needs more funds to start other projects. A good opportunity to earn some cash. Lin Zhou immediately agreed. So much. All right, I'll go. But soon, he remembered a question. But, Mr. Wang, don't we need to sign up for this? Am I eligible to participate? You don't need to worry about that. If I say you're eligible, you're eligible. Let's go. When Zhenghao didn't give Lin Zhou a chance to react at all, he grabbed him and headed towards the street center park. The Street Center Pavilion is located at the very center of the Street Center Park. When Zhenghao and Lin Zhou went straight to the Street Center Pavilion without making any turns, at that moment, there were 5 or 6 old men sitting inside. Sitting in the main seat was a man roughly the same age as when Zhenghao, named Liu Nan. He was the most accomplished in calligraphy and the most respected among them. He looked around and smiled. When do you think that old Wen will be back? Ha ha. I think he won't be coming back, probably ran off. As soon as the man on the left finished speaking, the man on the right also laughed. Exactly. This isn't the first time old Wen has done this. He loves this kind of thing, but he never practices well every year. He is also quite proud, attends every year and then slips away. Ha ha. Everyone laughed and joked, but there was no blame towards Wen Zhenghao. They shared the same hobby and had been able to keep it up till now. They had come to treat each other as close friends. The second man on the right also smiled. Liu Lao, you are the referee every year. Can't you go easy on him and give old Wen a first place? Liu Nan put down his water cup and laughed. Haha, that's a good idea. But you know old Wen, he loves face so much. He's very aware of his own skills. If I truly gave him first place, he would be angry and think we were doing it on purpose. That wouldn't be good. Not good at all. Well, let's wait and see when he'll truly master it. Oh, maybe this time he'll bring an unparalleled natural talent. Ha ha, are you talking about that young man Lin Zhou? Don't joke, he's only 18. Even if he writes well, what can he achieve? Do you guys believe it? After this remark, another round of laughter ensued. Clearly, none of them believed it. After all, calligraphy requires years of practice. They had been practicing for decades, but their writing was still not that great. An 18-year-old, no matter how talented, what could he achieve? Just as everyone was laughing, they heard Wen Zhenghao's voice. What's so funny? You old guys really have no shame. You can't admit that someone might be more skilled and talented than you. It's truly disrespectful to the elderly. Liu Nan and the others quickly stood up and looked towards the door. They saw Wen Zhenghao had truly returned, and he had a young man with him. The group of men looked at each other. Oh. Wen? You really came back. If it's me, wouldn't I come back? When have I ever misled you guys? Hadn't he misled them in the past every year? All right, come, let me introduce. This is Lin Zhou, my little brother Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou also politely stepped forward and bowed to the men. Hello gentlemen, I am Lin Zhou. The men sized up Lin Zhou and looked at each other again. Wen, are you serious? What's wrong? He really looks like an 18-year-old kid. Are you letting him participate in the competition? Yad. Can this work? Oh come on. Lao Zuo, what are you saying? Even though he's young, you all should know that a man shouldn't say it's impossible, right? He can. He definitely can. Wen, do you know that's not what I mean? I know what you mean. You're worried that Lin Zhou won't be able to write, right? Don't worry, he can write, and write better than all of you here. Well, the men looked at each other again, clearly unsure. Finally, they turned their gaze to Liu Nan. Liu Lao, what do you think? Liu Nan also looked Lin Zhou up and down for a few moments. This young man seemed incredibly humble. He lacked the typical youthful arrogance of his age and seemed very composed. Seeing them, he showed no signs of timidity and was rather self-assured. This quality impressed Liu Nan. But, Wen, why don't we just forget about it? How can we forget about it? Are you afraid he'll take away your prize money? When Zhenghao was getting angry, he decided to provoke them. This provocation worked well on the old men. They quickly stood up. Who's afraid he'll take away the prize money? If he can win against us, I'll add another 10,000 to the prize money. I'll add 2. Yes, count me in too. In just a few minutes, the prize money had instantly increased to 100,000. Lin Zhou, can it really be this easy? When Zhenghao was still not satisfied, he continued. Are you afraid of losing face if he beats you? Who's afraid of losing face? I can afford to win and lose. Indeed, just like that. When you think everybody is like you. Liu Lao, let him write. Exactly. Let him write. Liu Nan had no choice but to nod. All right, let him write then. In the end, he also reassured Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou, don't be nervous. Just write according to your own abilities. We might be old guys, but we won't make things difficult for you. No matter how it turns out, it's okay. In his eyes, even though Wen Zhenghao had enough confidence to guarantee that Lin Zhou was very talented, Liu Nan was still not entirely convinced. Young people should be encouraged. They could joke around with Wen Zhenghao, but they couldn't play such jokes on Lin Zhou. Others also nodded in agreement. Liu Lao is right. Use my pen. Lin Zhou, it's a good one. I'll go get you some water. Wait here. I'll go clean up the area outside. Try to make it a better space for you. Lin Zhou looked at this group of old men and suddenly felt a warm smile spreading across his face. Great. These lovely people. Sun Yanku and Sima Cheng had been wandering around the park for a while, but for a kid from the mountains, the park scenery couldn't compare to the mountains. Sima Cheng wasn't very interested either. Soon, they reached the middle of the park. After some thought, Sima Cheng said, Sis, how about taking me to your school for a visit? I've never been to a high school campus before. All right, Sun Yanku nodded, noticing that Sima Cheng wasn't very happy. As they were about to leave, they suddenly heard a commotion not far ahead. Oh my! What's going on? Kids these days start writing calligraphy so young, a passers-by commented. Sima Cheng was slightly taken aback. What's all the excitement over there? I don't know. Sun Yanku shook her head. Shall we go take a look? Sure. Being only 14, Sima Cheng was very interested in crowds and excitement. They quickly made their way to the group of people. With everyone so tightly packed, they couldn't see anything but could hear the cheers and screams. Some girls were exclaiming, Wow, how handsome! Do you need to be this good-looking to write calligraphy now? Sima Cheng chuckled. Sis, let's go and squeeze in. Maybe the guy is even more handsome than your classmate. Sun Yanku furrowed her brows. about to say no one can top Lin Zhou, but stopped herself. Otherwise, Ma Cheng would start harping on about Lin Zhou again. Bows had more strength after all. Soon enough, Ma Cheng pulled Sun Yanku into the crowd, but when he saw the person holding a brush ready to write, he froze in place. Unable to believe what he was seeing, he quickly blocked Sun Yanku's view. Sis, I suddenly noticed this guy isn't that handsome. Shall we leave? How can you judge people by their looks? People who can write like this must be talented. Since we're here, let's stay and watch, Sun Yanku said before she spotted Lin Zhou. Her smile broadened, and she exclaimed with Zhou. Lin Zhou, how come it's you? Sun Cheng furrowed his brows deeper. Sis. But it was too late by then. Lin Zhou had already spotted them. Su students, what a coincidence. Yeah. What a coincidence. Sun Yanku was thrilled, but Su Cheng's eyes were practically rolling into the sky. This was considered a coincidence. He scoffed inwardly. Are you here for the excitement too? Lin Zhou turned to Su Cheng. The latter looked away, not wanting to give any favorable impressions to a guy trying to get close to his sister. Unaware of her brother's thoughts, Sun Yanku kept talking happily. Yeah. Ma Cheng wanted to see what was happening. He even pulled me into this crowd. There are so many people here. Are you participating in a competition? Yes. Happened to meet Mr. Wen. When Jinhao also noticed Sun Yanku and waved at her. Sun Yanku greeted back cheerfully. Hello, Mr. Wen. Why didn't you come here to play with Lin Zhou? 2. Hey. Who's this with you? Definitely not as handsome as our young Lin Zhou. Sun Cheng was feeling fairly insulted. Who would even compare to Lin Zhou? However, he asked. Sis, do you often hang out with Lin Zhou? No. That time was an accident. Lin Zhou. And I went to the library to study. Sun Yanku quickly explained. Lin Zhou nodded. Yes, we were studying. We happened to meet Mr. Wen. Mr. Wen. This is Zhu's brother. When Jinhao understood the implication being made by Lin Zhou and burst into laughter. Ha ha. Just a coincidence. Just a coincidence. Little student, don't think too much. It's just me being old and clueless, speaking carelessly. Sun Cheng felt slightly better. That's more like it. When Jinhao laughed again. Okay. Su student's brother, watch from the side for a bit. Lin Zhou is about to write, or people might think we are making fun of everyone. Sun Yanku raised her right hand again. You'll definitely win. I have faith in you. All right. Lin Zhou picked up the brush, getting ready to write. The elders stood behind when Jinhao, pretending to watch, but none of them was serious. Lao Zuo even took out some melon seeds to share. They weren't particularly interested in Lin Zhou's calligraphy. Soon, the melon seeds were being distributed to Liu Nian, but before Liu Nian could take them, Lao Zuo noticed something off in his expression. Liu Nian was staring intensely ahead, as if something had piqued his interest in a huge way, had turned to face the newcomers. Before he could say anything, Liu Nian gestured for Lao Zuo to look ahead. Following his gaze, Lao Zuo was also left speechless. Wow, those who had received the melon seeds were now arguing due to the uneven distribution. Hey, Lao Zuo, what's wrong with you? Look at how these melon seeds are being shared. Give me another handful. Qui quickly approached Lao Zuo, but found him frozen in place. Startled, Qui followed his gaze towards the same direction. In an instant, he was also astounded. Wow, oh, Lao Wang, did you just curse? You. Wow, this, from the hand of an 18-year-old young man, this skill, this level. The group eating the seeds quickly stopped and took 2 steps forward. Seeing this, when Jinhao felt proud, ha ha, keep eating your seeds, I'll enjoy this incredible calligraphy alone. Go on. Quickly go. When. Stop teasing. The group suddenly became serious. When Jinhao naturally understood that they were suddenly very interested in Lin Zhou. So, he stopped joking and just observed their reactions. Lin Zhou had finished 1 row of characters. After Liu Nian, who had been silent for a while, suddenly spoke softly. This kid has a limitless future. Liu Nian's voice was not loud, but a few old gentlemen nearby heard it, and they nodded seriously. Indeed, in this competition, there's no need for comparison. We've all lost. That's right. Should I go stop him? Oh. No. Let him write more. Otherwise, when will we have the chance to see such wonderful characters? That's true. Old Wan, you're clever. Ha ha. Several people pretended to watch. No one spoke. The people around couldn't understand. Seeing the old gentleman not moving, they began to whisper. It seems that this young man doesn't ride well. Yes, otherwise those few would have already been jumping around. Before, when they saw something well written, they were especially happy and would come over to see. Who can't agree with that? I can only say, this young man is too young. Doesn't know what ability he's showing off, actually competing with several old guys. Ha ha. Young and arrogant. Originally frustrated, Sima Cheng couldn't help but laugh when he heard these words. I knew he was fooling around. He's only 18. How could he write this? He's not. Sun Nianku directly retorted, Zi Chen, he writes quite well actually. As to why the old gentlemen weren't speaking, Sun Nianku was also a bit puzzled. But this made Sima Cheng even more unhappy. Sis, why do you always speak up for this Lin Zhou? How? Me. Me? No, right? Sun Nianku felt a bit guilty. Sima Cheng, angry, pulled her sleeve. Let's go. I don't like watching this. I want to go visit your school. But it should be ending soon. Xiao Cheng, let's finish watching. Sima Cheng glanced coldly. Sun Nianku had no choice but to nod. Okay, let's go then. Sima Cheng finally nodded in satisfaction. Yeah. As Sima Cheng pulled her out of the crowd, Sun Nianku couldn't help but take a few steps back to look at Lin Zhou. She believed Lin Zhou could win, but she couldn't see any more. What a pity. Lin Zhou, you have to do your best. Lin Zhou at the moment was earnestly writing and had not noticed Sun Nianku leaving. After finishing writing Rabbi Rao, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. When he looked up, he was ready to find Sun Nianku, but he discovered that she was nowhere to be found in the crowd. Lin Zhou sighed quietly. It seemed that having a little brother-in-law was not easy to serve. The future is long. Take it slow. However, what's wrong with these spectators around? Why do they all look dispirited? Lin Zhou didn't think much and instead turned his gaze to Wen Zhang Hao and a few others. He found that they, like the people around them, were all staring at the characters on the ground motionless. Lin Zhou, what's going on with them all? Grandpa Wen? Grandpa Liu? Lin Zhou couldn't help but call out to them. The people around finally came to their senses amidst this call. There was a buzz of discussion. Young man, your writing is actually quite good. Don't get discouraged, just practice more in the future. Yes, I also think so. If you don't win a prize later, don't be sad. Lin Zhou was full of confusion. What were they all saying? Someone closer to Lin Zhou saw his confusion, pointed in Liu Nian's direction, and whispered, Young man, these old folks have high standards. Don't mind them. Shall we leave? Don't ask about the result. Don't be afraid of them. Lin Zhou. Just as he was about to say he wasn't afraid of them, he heard Liu Nian say, What are you saying? What are you saying? How did our standards become high? What do you mean by asking Lin Zhou little brother to leave? This is his prize-winning piece. If he leaves, who will we give the prize money to? Everyone was puzzled. But you guys just now, we were all immersed in admiring it. Where's the time to speak? Oh, I see. I said this young man's writing is really good. Better looking than those few of theirs. Yeah. I never expected him to really get first place. You old folks are quite modest. Of course, although we're old, we still keep our word. Left old few quickly came to Lin Zhou's side and surrounded him. Lin Zhou little brother, come here, sit here. Yes. Wow, your characters are written so well. I'm so envious. When Zhang Hao stood behind them, proud and grinning. You old guys, you really crack me up. You can laugh, this time you can laugh. Old Wen, you were just lucky this time to actually encounter such a talented young man. Lin Zhou little brother, can you give us some tips? Lao Wang came directly in front of Lin Zhou, bowed, and respectfully asked. Liu Nan stood next to him and pulled him up. Lao Wang, can we follow the proper order? I am in front of you. And what's the meaning of holding melon seeds? This is disrespectful to my little brother Lin Zhou. I'm sorry. I'll put away the melon seeds. Lao Wang was about to throw away the melon seeds when Lin Zhou laughed and said, of course you can. But, gentlemen, could you also bring me some melon seeds? Everyone immediately had a cheerful laughter. All right, come on, melon seeds. Come, bring all the plates over here. Soon, when Zhang Hao handed over a plate of melon seeds, Lin Zhou didn't hesitate and grabbed a handful of melon seeds and started giving tips to the old folks. The spectators around didn't leave, even though most of them couldn't understand what was being said. They all felt that listening was also good. After talking for about half an hour, Lin Zhou had shared all the techniques he had mastered. Liu Nan and others greatly benefited. Impressive, impressive, truly amazing. Oh, the young are indeed formidable. One sentence from the wise is worth a decade of study. Ha ha. I finally know where my problem lies. I'll go back to practice. I'll go back to practice. You guys, wait. What's going on? The prize money for brother Lin Zhou. You're leaving without receiving it. Oh right. Prize money. Prize money. Lin Zhou, little brother, come with us. The group brought Lin Zhou into the street pavilion. Only then did the crowd disperse. Liu Nan took out the prepared prize money from his bag and was about to hand it to Lin Zhou, and when Zheng Hao said, "What are you doing? What are you doing? Didn't we agree to give some extra? Where's the money? Where's the money? Not a cent less." Lao Wang and others quickly stepped forward. Right, here's my 10,000. Take it. And mine. Here, take it all. Seeing everyone rushing forward, Lin Zhou smiled helplessly. He walked into the crowd, took out the initial stack of 50,000 from the table, and then turned around. "Gentlemen, I just need this 50,000. You can keep the rest." Several people were momentarily stunned. Lao Wang quickly came to Lin Zhou's side and patted his shoulder, saying, "Lin Zhou, little brother, what are you doing? Are you looking down on us? We agreed on the bonus. No one can be left out." "That's right. Take it, take it." Several people quickly stuffed money into Lin Zhou's arms. Lin Zhou was even more helpless. He had to explain, "I didn't mean it that way, sirs. I know you keep your word, and I didn't plan on making you go back on your word. I just thought, I'm still young and don't need to spend so much money now, but in the future when I enter society, I might encounter some trouble along the way, and I thought maybe you gentlemen could help me then." When Zheng Hao's status was extraordinary, the other people were naturally the same. This group of people would definitely be useful for his entry into society. More valuable than 50,000 yuan. Unexpectedly, these gentlemen didn't listen to him at all. At that moment, the several old men looked at each other, then burst out laughing. "Ha ha, so that's what you meant. Why didn't you say earlier? Really? Take this bonus, and if you need help in the future, I'll assist too." Yes. Same here. I like you, kid. Me too. Several people rushed to stuff money into Lin Zhou's arms. Lin Zhou was a bit embarrassed. Am I taking advantage of you gentlemen? Ha ha. It's fine. Just take it. Only Liu Nan stood up and said, "If you feel like you're taking advantage of us, can you do me another favor?" Before Lin Zhou could speak, when Zheng Hao stood up, "Liu Lao, what are you doing? Isn't this inappropriate?" Lao Zuo also agreed. Yes. This is sort of bullying Lin Zhou, right? No. Let me finish. Liu Nan hurriedly explained, "I just want Lin Zhou to write a character for me, seeing how nervous all of you are." "Ah. A character?" "Yes. His handwriting is so good, his calligraphy should be good too. I just want a piece of his work." The several old men quickly nodded in agreement. I see. That's fine. Lin Zhou, write it quickly." When Zheng Hao directly handed Lin Zhou the brush and ink, looking very eager. "Yes, Lin Zhou, kid, you can write this." Lin Zhou was a bit puzzled, but since Liu Lao said so, he couldn't refuse. In fact, he had noticed that his writing had improved a lot since the last time. Whether with a fountain pen or other writing tools, it was different from before. He picked up the brush, and indeed, he envisioned the way to write characters with a brush in his mind. Lin Zhou, without hesitation, quickly wrote a character. The excitement on Liu Nan's face was evident. Good, very good. This is excellent." The others ignored his mumbling and gathered around Lin Zhou once again, chatting away. Most of the discussions were about calligraphy, and Lin Zhou answered each question. After about 20 minutes, Lin Zhou realized that they didn't intend to stop. He looked to Zheng Hao for help. After all, his younger brother said he'd be heading home in the afternoon. They could go to the library together then. He needed to excuse himself, deposit the money, grab a meal, and head to the library to meet her. Seeing this, Zheng Hao immediately understood and approached the old men, pulling them aside. Hey, can you guys not bother us? My little brother Lin Zhou has something to do. Ask next time. If you keep this up, He won't dare to come again. This finally stunned the old man. They quickly took a step back and sincerely said, sorry, Lin Zhou. We were too excited. It's okay. That's good. Lin Zhou, you go on. Busy yourself. Okay. Thank you, sirs. Lin Zhou collected the money, turned, and left the street pavilion. When Zhang Hao also hurriedly followed, Lin Zhou, brother, come, I have nothing to do today. Let me treat you to lunch. You don't have to, sir. I'll eat by myself. Oh, don't deceive me. You had nothing to do this morning, right? Zhu's brother took him away, so you wouldn't have been looking for him in the morning. Lin Zhou. He suddenly found himself speechless, but when Zhang Hao didn't wait for his response, he just smiled and said, besides, it's not convenient for you to carry so much money. Shall I take you to the bank? Considering his point, Lin Zhou could only nod. Thank you, Grandpa Wen. You're welcome. Heh. I happen to have a lunch date with my granddaughter later. She's also from the same school, always high and mighty, perhaps spoiled by me. She hasn't seen many outstanding people, so I'll take you along to introduce her. Maybe she mellowed down a bit. Lin Zhou smiled. Grandpa Wen, you flatter me. I'm just an ordinary person. I didn't see that. Ha. Let's go. Don't worry. I won't delay you this afternoon, so you can find Zhu's friend. With that said, Lin Zhou had no choice but to agree. When Zhang Hao took Lin Zhou to the nearest bank, and after Lin Zhou deposited the money, he brought him to the restaurant where he had made plans with his granddaughter. Meanwhile, at West Mountain High School, Su Nianku had been wandering around with Sima Cheng for a while. Sima Cheng moved very slowly, showing much more interest in the campus than the park. As they walked, Su Nianku introduced, that's the classroom building, that's the cafeteria. Next to the cafeteria is the playground, so big and spacious. Although the playground at South Mountain High School was already paved with concrete, it was only a 200-meter track. When Su Nianku studied there, even the concrete hadn't been laid. Sima Cheng stood at the gate of the playground, looking and laughing. It is enormous. Yes, it is. Sister, high school life at West Mountain must be great, right? Yes, it's really good. There are many lovely classmates, good teachers, a big school where you can enjoy many things. Most importantly, there was Lin Zhou. Xiao Cheng, you must work hard to come to West Mountain for school. It's really nice here. Sima Cheng placed his hand behind his head, looked up at the sky, and smiled. Okay. Su Nianku didn't notice the trace of loneliness in his eyes. Sister, take me to the cafeteria for a meal. I haven't eaten in a high school cafeteria yet. Sure. Su Nianku nodded. This way. Let me tell you, the food at our cafeteria is delicious, and there is a variety of dishes. You can eat a lot for a minimal cost. She chattered away while he watched, his eyes filled with longing. Walking all the way to the cafeteria, Su Nianku finally stopped. Zi Cheng, you wait here. I'll go get our food. Okay. Sima Cheng obediently found a seat and sat down. Su Nianku quickly walked towards window number 2. Because she didn't have a lunchbox, she asked a boss for a disposable one. Sima Cheng didn't see it, as she had just left not long ago. Sima Cheng stood up from his seat. He looked around, a smile playing at the corner of his mouth with a hint of bitterness. It seems like Yizhan is really nice. It's just a pity I don't have the opportunity. Zi Cheng. Su Nianku's voice rang out from beside him. Sima Cheng turned around and saw her happily carrying 2 full plates of food, looking at him joyfully. Come and eat. Sima Cheng immediately regained his lost emotions, happily exclaiming, so much food. Yes. Look, each portion has a chicken leg, and this big portion only costs 1 yuan. So cheap. This portion would cost 3 yuan even in a small place like Shishan High School. Yes, and it's delicious. Super cheap. Hurry and eat. Su Nianku happily handed Sima Cheng a pair of chopsticks. Sima Cheng accepted them, smiled, and started digging into the food. It's really delicious. See? I didn't lie to you, right? So you hurry up and pass the exam, then you'll be able to eat cheap and delicious meals like this. Okay. Sima Cheng smiled happily, and Su Nianku smiled along with him. Meanwhile, inside Li Ji's spicy hot pot, a young girl sat. She was looking around, seemingly waiting for someone. When Li Xian came out, she happened to see her. She was a bit surprised. Wen Cici, what are you doing here? Seeing Wen Cici's puzzled look, Li Xian said, I'm from class 32 of grade 3. My name is Li Xian, and this shop is ours. Wen Cece had a big reputation, so everyone naturally knew her, including Li Xian. But Wen Cece didn't really know Li Xian. She nodded. Oh, I see. I'm waiting here for my grandfather to have a meal. My classmate said the hot pot here is very delicious, so I chose this place. I'm planning to surprise my grandfather. Okay. Then you wait here. I have to go back to work. Let me know if you need anything. Sure. When Cece nodded, Li Xian left, and when Cece sat alone, lost in thought. By this time, her grandfather should have finished his meal already. Why hasn't he arrived yet? She was already starving. Smelling the delicious aroma in the air made her mouth water. Just as she was thinking of calling her grandfather, she overheard a discussion at the next table. Did you hear? In the calligraphy competition in Shijin Park just now, a young guy won. When Cece was slightly stunned. What young guy? Weren't they all old men? Yes. But in the end, a young guy did win. He looks like he's only 17 or 18. But he's really impressive. He just wrote a few lines of calligraphy and outperformed a group of old men. Huh? 17 or 18? No way. I didn't believe it either, but my cousin called me just now specifically to tell me about it. My cousin is a calligraphy enthusiast, so what he says must be true. The discussion grew more intense as they debated. When Cece furrowed her brows. A young guy, 17 or 18? Could it be the young man from Yijian that her grandfather mentioned last time? Did he also participate in the competition? Is he really that impressive? As when Cece pondered, she suddenly heard her grandfather's loud laughter at the door. Ha ha, this is the hot pot place. My granddaughter said although the shop is small, the food is really top-notch. She pestered me for a long time to come here. If my granddaughter says it's good, then it must be good. Ha ha, she should already be waiting inside. Let's go. Upon hearing this, when Cece hurried out to greet her grandfather, but as soon as she reached the door, she froze. Her grandfather was accompanied by a young man. He appeared to be around 17 or 18, and looked quite handsome. But why was it Lin Zhou? The impressive young man her grandfather mentioned. Was it Lin Zhou? The young man discussed by those people just now, was it also Lin Zhou? Can't be, right? When Cece felt a headache coming. At the same time, Lin Zhou was also quite helpless. He never expected Wen Zhenghao to bring him to Li Ji's spicy hot pot for a meal. What's more surprising, Wen Zhenghao's granddaughter turned out to be Wen Cece. What a coincidence in the world. Is it really this absurd? Wen Zhenghao did not notice the difference between Wen Cece and Lin Zhou. He was immersed in his own happiness at the moment and intended to let his granddaughter get to know Lin Zhou well. Cece, hungry? Come here. Let me introduce someone to you. I've been wanting to introduce him to you for a while now. Ha ha, you always say the woes at your school aren't good. Today I'll introduce you to an impressive one. After Wen Zhenghao finished speaking, he earnestly pointed at Lin Zhou and proudly said, This is Lin Zhou, the student your grandfather mentioned last time who is very skilled in calligraphy. Oh, and today he won in the calligraphy competition, surpassing me and several other old folks. You know about the calligraphy competition, right? I've talked to you about it before. They are all very talented. So, Lin Zhou is indeed very impressive. Cece, say hello. When Cece, why bother saying hello? She really didn't want to greet Lin Zhou. No matter how good his calligraphy is or how smart he is, isn't he just a scumbag? When Cece reluctantly said, Hello. Hello, Miss Wen Cece. Lin Zhou greeted politely. HM. When Cece responded politely and then called out to Wen Zhenghao, Grandfather, are you and Lin Zhou having dinner together today? Ha ha. Yes, I invited Lin Zhou to join us for a while, and he agreed only after that. Let's go in and eat. When Zhenghao urged, when Cece silently rolled her eyes in her mind, I suddenly remember, I have something to do. You to go ahead and eat. She didn't want to eat with Lin Zhou. Just as she was about to leave, when Zhenghao quickly stopped her. Cece, can't it be done another day? Didn't you say you want to bring me to eat the best street food in town? Why are you leaving? Also, Lin Zhou is really a remarkable person, good in studies, good in calligraphy, and good in character. It's a pity if you don't get to know him. What's so good about his character? When Cece yelled angrily, when Zhenghao frowned instantly. Do you know each other? No. No. The two said in unison. However, Lin Zhou's voice was very calm. while Wen Cece's carried a touch of anger. Lin Zhou was actually a bit puzzled, not understanding where Wen Cece's hostility towards him came from. But he never intended to have any interactions with Wen Cece in the first place, so he didn't really care about it. I don't even know you. Why are you so angry? Who messed with our Miss Wen? No one did. Then let's go eat together. Come on. When Zhang Hao didn't care whether Wen Cece was willing or not, he just pulled her inside. Lin Zhou was impressive. He had to make his precious granddaughter get to know him today no matter what. This opportunity was rare. Grandpa. Wen Cece wanted to argue, but when Zhang Hao didn't give her a chance and pushed her to the food selection area. Then he called Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou, come here too. Okay. Lin Zhou was also not polite. After all, the spicy hot pot here was indeed delicious. At that moment, Li Xian happened to walk out of the kitchen. When she saw Lin Zhou, her eyes lit up. Lin Zhou, you're here too. Lin Zhou nodded. Yep. What are you doing in the shop? Oh. Today Sister Yuan took a day off. After finishing my work, I came to help with the shift. All right. What do you want to eat? I'll get my dad to make it for you. No need. I'll pick something myself, Lin Zhou said seriously, and Li Xian smiled at him. This action, in Wen Cece's eyes, was not that simple. She looked angrily at Lin Zhou. Grandpa. Look. When Zhang Hao turned around confused. What's wrong? Look at Lin Zhou. He knows so many girls. And you say he has a good character. When Zhang Hao was even more puzzled. What's wrong with knowing many girls? Isn't there a lot of girls in your school? Many in one class, right? Oh, Grandpa. It's not the same. The girls Lin Zhou knew were all very beautiful. Yun Ruoxi, Qin Yushan. Now there's Li Xian. They are either the school beauty or the class beauty. They were all so nice to him. She didn't believe he wasn't flirty and smooth-talking. How is it not the same? Oh, I can't explain it to you. When Cece was a bit frustrated, Li Xian, looking confused, asked, What's wrong, student Wen Cece? Lin Zhou. And I are in the same class. Isn't it normal for me to know him? When Cece was a bit speechless. I know you're in the same class, but just because you're in the same class, should you favor him like this? Even making whatever he wants to eat? Why are you so good to him? Why don't you ask me and Grandpa? What about the other people in the store? Li Xian, what is Wen Cece talking about? Why does she need to ask other people? What does that have to do with her? Just choose your own food, right? Lin Zhou was also a bit bewildered. He felt Wen Cece's attitude towards him was problematic, but he had never provoked her. Could it be she liked him? No. No. She clearly had deep hostility towards him, definitely not liking him. Then why? Just as he was about to inquire, he heard Li Xian speak up. No, what's wrong with me being good to Lin Zhou? Shouldn't I be nice to him? She was interrupted midway as busy Li Qiansheng called her from the kitchen. Xian, Dad, give me a moment, I'll be right there. You. This daughter of mine, the kitchen is busy. Coming quickly. Li Xian hurriedly stomped her foot and coldly hummed before turning to go into the kitchen. When Cece rolled her eyes and didn't say anything. When Zhang Hao was also getting annoyed. Cece? What's with your attitude? Apologize to Lin Zhou. HMPH. I'm not apologizing. When Cece coldly hummed, placed her food tray next to Zhang Hao to weigh it for her, then sat down angrily. You ... When Zhang Hao frowned, about to scold Wen Cece, but was stopped by Lin Zhou. Grandpa Wen, forget it, let's just eat. Isn't this hot pot supposed to be delicious? How difficult it is to nurture women and villains. When Cece's hatred towards him was intense, since he didn't come for her anyway, he would quickly leave after eating with Wen Zhang Hao. When Zhang Hao was a decent person, after all, he had just helped him earn 100,000 yuan. For the sake of that 100,000, he had to show some face. As for Wen Cece, just avoid any interactions with her in the future. Women are trouble. Lin Zhou was speechless. The little girl at the nearby table was still the cuttest, so well-behaved, just like a little sweetheart. When Zhang Hao quickly nodded, Okay. Lin Zhou, sorry about that, it's my granddaughter's fault. It's okay. In the kitchen, Li Xian walked angrily to Li Qiansheng, asking, Dad, why did you call me? Li Qiansheng paused his work, sighed, and said, What are you arguing with others for? Isn't it that when Cece was too rude, I wanted to teach her a lesson? She went too far. Are you trying to protect Lin Zhou? Of course, As soon as she spoke, Li Xian felt that Li Qiansheng's tone was off. She hurriedly added, Dad, I'm not trying to protect him. I just have a deep admiration for Lin Zhou now. He's really amazing, just like Sun Yanku. Both are outstanding people, examples I need to learn from. I just feel that such a good person shouldn't be slandered like this. All right, as long as you understand, then I can rest assured. Li Qiansheng sighed in relief, but don't argue with Wen Cece. Look at her, clearly not one to give up easily. She's the granddaughter of that old man having dinner with Lin Zhou. See that old man? He's not an ordinary person at first glance. Lin Zhou can get along with him. He probably won't mind for the time being. That little girl's level is too low. When she realizes it, she probably regret it. Is that so? Yes. So just stand by and watch. Lin Zhou surely knows what he's doing. Okay, I'll do that. Li Xian felt slightly calmer. The hot pot was served. Lin Zhou first handed Wen Zhenghao's portion to him, then prepared to give Wen Cece's to her. The Wen Cece coldly hummed and grabbed the bowl from him to start eating. Wen Zhenghao quickly gave her a stern look, apologized to Lin Zhou. I'm really sorry, Lin Zhou, my granddaughter. You don't mind. It's okay. Let's eat. It really does look good. Okay. Okay. Good. Wen Zhenghao didn't dare to pay attention to Wen Cece anymore, afraid that she would embarrass him again. After all, Wen Cece was the same age as Lin Zhou. Watching Lin Zhou eat calmly, Wen Zhenghao suddenly felt that his own composure was not as good as Lin Zhou's. He was truly steady and excellent. Liu Lao's words began to echo in his ear. This bow's future is limitless, truly limitless. Suddenly, Wen Zhenghao felt that he and Lin Zhou were not on the same level. At least he was being crowded like this. He'd definitely be infuriated. Wen Zhenghao suddenly felt genuine admiration for Lin Zhou from the bottom of his heart. Wen Zhenghao took a sip of soup and decided to find a topic to ease the awkward atmosphere. This soup is really good. Rich in aroma, not greasy, leaves a lingering taste. I didn't expect our county town to have such a good snack shop. Yet, Lin Zhou, my little brother, let's come here often in the future, my treat. Okay. Lin Zhou nodded. Decide them. Wen Cece rolled her eyes. Grandpa, I'm the one who brought you here to eat. Why are you only talking to Lin Zhou? Yes. Yes. It was you who brought Grandpa here. Grandpa will bring you next time. Hearing this, Wen Zhenghao also became interested. Oh, is that so? Yes, indeed. Otherwise, this restaurant would have closed down. Grandpa, isn't this the example that we young people should learn from? Certainly. Certainly. It seems like I am getting old, and didn't expect you young people to be so talented. Wen Zhenghao sighed. Wen Cece nodded. That's right. I heard that the business of this hot pot restaurant wasn't good before, but a teenage boy gave the boss a secret recipe, and it suddenly became popular. Look how amazing he is. Wen Cece looked at Lin Zhou, proudly making her remarks. Lin Zhou almost burst out laughing. What was going on here? Was Wen Cece praising him? Upon hearing this, Wen Zhenghao also became interested. Really? Yes. Yes. Otherwise this restaurant would have closed down. Grandpa, this is an example that we young people should learn from, right? Indeed, indeed. It seems like I am getting old. I didn't expect you young people to be so talented. Wen Zhenghao marveled. Wen Cece nodded. Of course. I heard that the beau is now the second boss of this restaurant. Unlike some people. Before she could finish her sentence, a girl in her 20s suddenly rushed in through the door. Carrying a bag, she was walking towards the cashier. Midway, she noticed something, swiftly turned her head, looked at Lin Zhou, and her smile widened. Second boss, you're here. Lin Zhou, holding chopsticks, froze for a moment, just about to continue praising the beau from earlier, when Zhenghao was also stunned in place. When Cece's smile became even more frozen on her face. Li Xian, who was serving dishes by the window, heard this and couldn't help bursting into laughter. Dad, come and see. The face slap is here. Of course, Li Qiansheng heard this. He smiled helplessly. You, really? Why did Little Red come back at this time? Haha, that's hilarious. Yuan Xiaohan, seeing Lin Zhou ignoring her, realized she might have said something wrong and quickly smiled awkwardly. Oh, second boss, I mean, Lin Zhou, are you treating your friend to a meal? If she hadn't said that, it would have been better. but as soon as when Cece was frozen, she felt like her brain couldn't keep up. What second boss? When the girl said the first sentence, when Cece was confused, thinking she had made a mistake. But unexpectedly, the girl continued with a second sentence. Second boss. Lin Zhou. You. Since it was meant as a remedy, why use you? This girl was obviously much older than Lin Zhou. In what situation would one address a much younger person as you? Only when that young man was really her superior. This explanation sounded suspicious. It seemed to further confirm the first sentence she had uttered. Lin Zhou was the second boss here. When Cece stiffly turned her head towards Lin Zhou. At this moment, when Zheng Hao also caught on, he quickly set down his bowl, looking at Lin Zhou in shock. Lin Zhou, you, Lin Zhou sighed quietly, knowing he couldn't conceal it anymore. He had to say to Yuan Xiaohan, please go about your business. Oh, okay, sure. Lin Zhou, I'll go get busy. Yuan Xiaohan hastily retreated into the kitchen. Worried that she might get fired for saying the wrong thing, she nervously patted her chest, only to find that Li Xian and Li Qiansheng were both laughing. Yuan Xiaohan was a bit baffled. In the dining hall, Lin Zhou waved off Yuan Xiaohan and noticed when Zheng Hao and when Cece were still looking at him in shock. He had to say, Grandpa, please eat quickly. It won't taste as good when it gets cold. Oh, right, let's eat. Cece, you eat too. There were so many things he wanted to say, but at this moment, no matter what he said would be superfluous. Lin Zhou was such an outstanding person. How could he not know that if he had revealed himself as the second boss of the restaurant, when Cece would have looked at him differently? But he didn't. He kept talking to them graciously. His level was far beyond their reach. Originally, when Cece had hoped to befriend Lin Zhou, but now, she decided against it. Her granddaughter simply wasn't up to par. When Cece quickly lowered her head, scooped a large serving of food into her mouth, her mind felt blank, and she felt like a fool. Just a minute ago, she had planned to belittle Lin Zhou by praising the person who made the soup base, only to find that she had ended up belittling herself. When Cece could feel her face burning, the three finished their meal quickly, and Lin Zhou stood up. Grandpa Wen, you don't have to pay for this meal. Consider it my treat. I have to go to the library to study. Zunian is waiting there for me. Please take your time. Without waiting for Wen Zheng Hao to respond, he grabbed his jacket and left. It was almost time for his little tablemate to arrive, so he wanted to secure a good seat. He never looked at Wen Cece during the entire interaction. When Zheng Hao wanted to say something, but ultimately decided to hold his tongue. After Lin Zhou left, he sighed silently and looked at Wen Cece. Cece, do you know how different you are from Lin Zhou? Initially, when Cece had felt guilty, but upon hearing her grandpa's comment, she became very unhappy. The anger that had been simmering in her chest rose to the surface. She exclaimed angrily, Humph, so what if we are different? He is just good at writing and cooking. So what? He messes around with female classmates everywhere. In my eyes, he's still a scumbag. He messes around with female classmates. Is that true? How come when Cece remembered Lin Zhou only had eyes for his little tablemate? Of course, he does. Several at the school, and even more outside the school. And they are all prettier than the other. Is that so? Are you talking about Lin Zhou? Yes, Grandpa. Such a person, despite his achievements, what's the point? Zunian is such a good student, and he still goes around bothering others. But, Cece, is it possible that you misunderstood something? Impossible, absolutely impossible. However, when Zheng Hao clearly didn't believe her, I think maybe you don't have a complete understanding of the situation. Go back to school and find out what's really happening before you apologize to Lin Zhou. Even if you can't be friends, such a person is not worthy of being an enemy. I don't want to. Grandpa, why are you siding with Lin Zhou so much? I'm going to find Zunian right now and expose Lin Zhou's true colors. Angered, when Cece got up and stormed out. That day, when Cece was scolded by Qin Yushan, she didn't want to deal with it anymore. After all, the scumbag had nothing to do with her. But she didn't expect that even Grandpa was deceived by Lin Zhou's appearance and abilities. That was her beloved Grandpa, who had started speaking up for Lin Zhou. This was simply so upsetting. And now, Lin Zhou was going to the library to study with Sunyanku. When Cece decided that she needed to go find Sunyanku now and explain everything, her judgment would definitely not be wrong. Originally, when Zheng Hao wanted to stop her. But looking at her expression, he ultimately gave up. Sometimes, it's okay to let her run into walls on her own. In the school cafeteria, after Sun Yanku and Sima Cheng finished eating, it was already 1 in the afternoon. The car back to Shishan town was at 1:40. Sun Yanku was feeling a bit down, but she still said seriously, Zicheng, you should go back. I know. Let's go. I'll walk you. Huh. Sister, didn't you say you were going to give me money and hurry back, otherwise you'll be late? Oh right? Then you wait here for me. I'll be back soon. Okay. Sima Cheng nodded. Sun Yanku turned and ran towards the dormitory. After taking a few steps, she heard Sima Cheng say, Sister, study hard. I know. Stay away from scumbags. Ha ha. Where are there so many scumbags? Zicheng, you're overthinking it. Sima Cheng watched his sister's back and laughed. When he couldn't see her anymore, he stood there muttering, Sister, you must study hard. I won't disturb you. After muttering these words, Sima Cheng quickly walked outside. When Sun Yanku came out, there was no sign of Sima Cheng at the dormitory door. Her smile froze on her face. Zicheng, where is he? At that moment, the dormitory manager Auntie walked over. You must be Sun Yanku, right? Yes. It's me, Auntie. What's wrong? Oh, your brother just gave this to me to give to you. She took out Sun Yanku's school uniform jacket from a nearby small room and handed it to her. Sun Yanku was puzzled. Auntie, where did he go? He left, said there was someone from your town driving back home passing by the school gate, so he hitched a ride. That's quite a coincidence, isn't it? Sun Yanku was a bit confused. The auntie said, well, sometimes things just happen like that. Oh right, he also told me to tell you that the money you gave him, he said to bring it back after you finish the college entrance exam as a surprise for your grandparents. They don't really need money now. Sun Yanku took the jacket, felt the money in her pocket. She felt something was off, but she wasn't sure what. She was at a loss for a moment. All right, young lady, go study quickly. Your brother said he's waiting to celebrate with you after you get into university. Only then did Sun Yanku nod seriously. Okay, I will. When the time comes, she would celebrate with Zicheng together. She stopped pondering further, took her clothes, and turned back to the dormitory. She planned to get ready and go to the library to study. The morning had passed by. What Sun Yanku didn't know was, about 500 meters from the school gate of No. 1 High School, Sima Cheng turned back and sighed at the gate of No. 1 High School. Beside him, a boy about his age looked at him and sighed. Zicheng, aren't you going back? No. I'm not going back. I'm going to work directly. This outfit was bought by my sister for my grandparents. Please help me take it back to them. But you're not even 16 yet. Age can be lied about. It's not that strictly checked now. But is that okay? Your grandparents don't know you're skipping school. How do I explain it when I go back? It's okay. My grandparents will know one way or another. As long as my sister doesn't find out, I don't want her to be pressured. She studies so well. She will definitely need a lot of money in the future. She took care of me when we were young. Now it's my turn to take care of her. That if your grandparents find out, how could your sister not know? Tell my sister that if she tells, it will delay her in going to university. The mentality during the college entrance exam is very important. My grandparents will handle it, and after the exam, whether she knows or not, it doesn't matter. Okay then. Debo hesitated and nodded. But Zicheng, if anything happens when you go out, remember to call me. Okay. Sima Cheng nodded. Guzi, good buddy. Keep an eye on my grandparents for me. Got it. And tell the teacher, for the tuition he paid for me, I will repay him once I earn money. Got it. Sima Cheng patted Gaozi's shoulder. That's it. I'm leaving. Without waiting for Gaozi's reply, he quickly ran in a direction. Guzi watched his back and suddenly felt a bit teary. If Zicheng's and Nanku's parents were here, how could they be in so much hardship? When Sun Yanku arrived at the library, Lin Zhou was already there. He sat in their usual corner, watching her approach. When she saw him, she suddenly smiled. She knew that Lin Zhou could understand her thoughts. Sun Yanku lowered her head, somewhat embarrassed, and walked towards Lin Zhou. You're here? Yeah. Didn't you ask me to study with you? Did I? Yes. Who else would have told me you would be sending Zicheng away this afternoon? Zicheng, Zicheng should go back to school. Haha. Alright. Classmate. Come, sit. Okay. Sure. Sunyanku slowly walked to Lin Zhou's side, put down her bag, and took out her textbooks. Did you win the competition today? Of course. Who am I? How can I not win? Haha. You won. But why are you so narcissistic? Ha. This isn't narcissism. It's confidence, classmate. Okay. Okay. Confident. Quickly take out the physics book. Okay. Can do. Bout. Lin Zhou looked at Sunyanku's school bag. Sunyanku quickly snatched it, hugging it tightly. What are you doing? Ha. Nothing. Classmate. You brought a skirt with you. Go change. Otherwise, I can't concentrate on studying, and you don't want to affect my study efficiency, right? At these words, Sunyanku quickly nodded. Okay, you wait. I'll go change. When it comes to Lin Zhou's study, she couldn't afford to be careless. Okay, hurry up. Sunyanku stood up with her bag. I'll go to the bathroom, be right back. With the bag in her arms, she hurried off. Lin Zhou watched her leave, unable to hide a smile. Classmate, forever so gullible. They didn't see, at the library entrance, when Cici had just arrived and saw this scene. On the way there, Wensi was still thinking about how to talk to Sunyanku about this matter. If she were to say it in front of Lin Zhou, he would definitely argue back, and Sunyanku might not listen to her. When she saw Sunyanku heading to the restroom, Wensi felt a sudden joy in her heart. She quickly followed Sunyanku towards the restroom. When they reached the door of the restroom, Sunyanku slightly eased her mood and intended to push the door open. Just then, she suddenly heard someone calling her. Sunyanku. Sunyanku hesitated slightly, turned her head, and saw Wensi. She furrowed her brows again. Classmate Wensi, are you here to review too? No. I'm not here to review. I need to talk to you about something. Me. But they didn't seem to be familiar at all. Wensi always spoke sharply, which Sunyanku didn't like. But Wensi nodded. Yes, I'm looking for you. Shall we talk over there? The restroom entrance was always busy. Not a convenient place for a conversation. Seeing Sunyanku hesitating, Wensi earnestly said, just a few minutes. As soon as we finish talking, I'll leave. It's something very important. Oh. Okay then. Sunyanku nodded, following Wensi towards the corridor next to the restroom. When they reached the window, she stood still, turned around, and looked at Wensi. Go ahead. Wensi bit her lip, took a deep breath, and slowly started speaking. Sunyanku, I've always thought you were an amazing person. You are resilient, brave, never give up, love learning, and excel academically. I admire you a lot. Sunyanku listened seriously to Wensi's words, feeling a bit puzzled. Why was she saying all this? Indeed, when Wensi paused at this point and continued, but I really can't understand why someone like you would be with someone like Lin Zhou, a playboy. He's surrounded by so many women. Don't you mind? Sunyanku was taken aback. So many women. Who? She didn't remember who was around Lin Zhou. Previously, Li Xian liked Lin Zhou, but Li Xian had changed now, focusing on her studies. Besides, when did she get together with Lin Zhou? Wensi continued, I think a person like you shouldn't be hurt by scum like him. You should leave Lin Zhou soon as possible. Ask the teacher to change your seat, focus on your studies, prepare for the university entrance exam. Maybe you just came from the mountains to the county town, you don't know yet. There's a vast world out there. With your grades, you can definitely get into a top-tier university. Then you can break free from the mountains, be yourself with pride, experience the beauty of the world. And there are many good men out there. They are all good. You can choose from them. Marrying a good man is more important for us girls than anything else. It's almost like a rebirth. So, don't tie yourself down to Lin Zhou, right? I don't care about those flashy girls, but, Sunyanku, you really shouldn't. Sunyanku finally understood the main point of Wensi's words. She looked at Wensi in confusion. He has many women around him. Thinking Sunyanku had finally grasped the message, Wensi was pleased. Yes, you probably don't know. He gets along well with those girls at school. Wherever he goes, girls scream for him. Not to mention Yun Ruoxi. Let's not talk about her. Then there's a freshman named Qin Yushan. She's only 15. And she talks for Lin Zhou every day. She's not in the right mind, and even calls him brother. Those boys are just immature, liking to call girls sisters. It's gross. She's just my sister. It's sickening. Sunyanku couldn't help but laugh. You mean Chin Yushin? Yes, I've seen her twice. Every time she speaks for Linzhou. And then there was a very pretty girl with Linzhou once. The girl, how should I put it? She's indeed very pretty, but she's from outside the school. One time they went to have steak together. I dragged Chin Yushin to watch. She couldn't believe it. Wensi became more excited as she spoke. She still defends the two of them. It makes me so mad. Sunyanku, you shouldn't be like Chin Yushin. Also, Li Xian, in short, other people, I don't mind. But Sunyanku, you've been through tough times. You really shouldn't be like this. Leave him. Change classes if you must. Anything. Go live the life you deserve. Those scum guys are not worthy of you. Sunyanku listened seriously. Wensi spoke sincerely. She always thought Sunyanku was a very rational person. If she told her everything, she would definitely leave Linzhou. That way, her purpose would be achieved. But she found that Sunyanku was indeed rational. At least for now, she hadn't cried or gotten angry. Just listening to her seriously. But why did she keep smiling? Shouldn't she be angry? Shouldn't she be furious? Shouldn't she scold Linzhou? Sunyanku, did you understand what I said? Wensi felt somewhat incredulous. Sunyanku nodded, her smile widening. I understand. After saying so much, you mean well. But what? Wensi was even more puzzled. Sunyanku tugged at her sleeve, saying, come with me. Sunyanku pulled Wensi towards the toilet. Wensi was slightly baffled. Wait, Sunyanku, I don't need to use the restroom. I don't either. I brought you here to clarify something. What? You'll see once we're there. Sunyanku didn't explain further. She knew her explanations wouldn't be useful. If only they had talked about Linzhou being called a brother, she would have realized. Sunyanku decided to take a more practical approach. Even though she wasn't used to changing herself in front of others, she promised Linzhou that she wouldn't dress nicely in front of strangers, but this matter was about Linzhou after all. She would do whatever it took for Linzhou. Arriving at the restroom, Sunyanku gestured for Wensi to wait outside. Holding her bag, she entered the stall. Wensi stood there, puzzled. Sunyanku, did you even listen to what I said? Sunyanku didn't reply. She closed the stall door. Wensi had no choice but to wait angrily at the entrance. She didn't know what Sunyanku was up to. When she came out, she'd give her a piece of her mind. Anyway, today she had to make Sunyanku change her mind, no matter what. That's what Wensi thought. She leaned against the sink, contemplating her next words. Since persuasion didn't work, she had to think of another way. After about 5 minutes, Wensi heard the restroom stall door opening. When Cici quickly looked up and said, Sunyanku. Just as she called out a name, she thought for a long time about how to organize her words, but they got stuck in her throat. She widened her eyes, unable to believe what she was seeing before her. A young girl walking out of the compartment in a blue and white dress. Her hair was loose, and on top of her head, she wore a small hairpin. Her skin was white as snow, and her face was as smooth as gelatin. Yet she appeared cute and playful. As she descended the steps, she lifted her skirt slightly and smiled faintly at Wensi. Classmate Wensi is the classmate who went to eat steak with Linzhou on that day. Her voice was soft, but it felt like a direct hit to Wensi's soul. How could it be? How could it be like this? Wensi opened her mouth, and after a while, she managed to squeeze out one word. You. How could it be you coming out of the compartment? What about Sunyanku? Sunyanku. She wanted to ask, but she felt like her question seemed silly. Sunyanku knew what she wanted to ask and stood directly in front of her, saying, the person who ate steak with him that day was me. But, Sunyanku moved closer, and when Cici realized, she felt somewhat constrained. She was really beautiful, more beautiful than any girl she had ever seen. When they were with Linzhou before, they were still far apart, but now, face to face, it was somewhat breathtaking. The first time I saw you was in the library, and you scolded Linzhou as a scumbag. I said, you're mistaken. He's not a scumbag. To make Wensi believe her words, Sunyanku continued, that steakhouse was on the pedestrian street, right? It's newly opened. The steak is delicious. They also have couple sets. Pausing slightly, she realized that she might have revealed too much about her and Linzhou. When Cici was frozen in place, this. How could this be? If everyone was Sunyanku? No, something is not right. When Cici suddenly became clear, what about Qin Yushan and Li Xian? Li Xian is just a classmate of ours. We're all good friends with Linzhou. As for Qin Yushan, as she already told you, she is Linzhou's sister. Sister? But her surname is Qin. Linzhou's mom and Tiaqian's dad are not here anymore. And then Uncle Lin and Aunt Qin fell in love. They are together now. And Qin Yushan is Linzhou's sister. When Cici was stunned once again. Is that so? So Qin Yushan was always protecting Linzhou. Is it really because Linzhou is Qin Yushan's brother? A real brother, not in an endearing way. What about Yun Ruoxi? I don't know about Yun Ruoxi, but I haven't heard of Linzhou being with Yun Ruoxi. Are you misunderstanding something again? When Cici always heard about Yun Ruoxi from others, but Linzhou never mentioned her. That girl had never been seen with Linzhou. Sunyanku didn't mind at all. When Cici was taken aback again. Indeed, every time it was just Yun Ruoxi imagining things. But before Linzhou, he really did like Yun Ruoxi. No, it's still not right. I have to figure this out. When Cici felt like her beliefs were completely overturned. How could this be? If this was the case, then Linzhou is an extremely good person. How could there be such a good beau in the world? It's impossible. She doesn't believe it at all. She decided to find out for herself. Just as she reached the door, Sunyanku stopped her and said, Wait, can you not tell anyone about my current situation? To let Wen Cici know and clear up any misunderstandings. But she didn't want to attract attention at school. It was too troublesome. When Cici paused, then asked Sunyanku, Is it because Linzhou doesn't want you to say? He did say so, but I don't want to either. You said it yourself. I'm a child from the mountains. I don't want to be the center of attention. I just want to work silently and get into a good university. Together with Linzhou, she must get into a good university, as Linzhou said. Okay. Got it. When Cici pushed open the door and prepared to run out, when she reached the corner, she happened to see Linzhou walking towards her. In that moment, when Cici suddenly felt a strange sense of shame, she didn't know where it came from, but she felt that the Linzhou before her seemed different in her heart. She didn't dare to look at Linzhou and almost sprinted past him at the fastest speed. Linzhou looked at her retreating figure, somewhat puzzled. Isn't that Wen Cici? How come she's here? Didn't we just eat with Mr. Wen? Is she here to find her deskmate? Linzhou quickly sped up and headed towards the restroom. He thought, why does it take so long for her deskmate to change her clothes? Could it be she is here to bully her deskmate? That would be too bad. As soon as he walked there, he saw Sunyanku coming out of the restroom. Seeing Linzhou, she smiled in surprise. Linzhou, why are you here? Although she had seen her deskmate in her current state many times, she was still amazed every time she saw her. Are you all right? I'm fine. Sunyanku nodded. Just now, did anyone come looking for you? No one. Sunyanku decided not to tell Linzhou about Wen Cici's situation for now. After all, Wen Cici didn't seem to fully realize her mistake. It might hurt Linzhou. She didn't want Linzhou to be hurt. Oh, that's good then. Linzhou, do you need to go to the restroom too? Oh, right. I'll go too. You go. I'll wait here for you. And after that, we'll go study. Okay. Linzhou nodded and walked towards the men's restroom. Since he was here anyway, it wouldn't hurt to use it. At this moment, when Cici had rushed to the main row in one breath, she was panting heavily, standing on the roadside, watching the flowing traffic. Suddenly, she felt like a clown, nowhere to go. Half an hour ago, she wanted to prove something to her grandpa, only to find out now that she was the one who was wrong. She wanted to find Yun Ruoxi, Qin Yushan, and the others for confirmation. But school doesn't start until tomorrow. She had no idea where to find them now. When Cici stood still for a while, feeling lost, before walking home in a daze. When she arrived home, she opened the door and went straight to her room. She needed some quiet. Seeing her like this, when Zhang Hao worriedly asked, Cici, what's wrong? Did you see Linzhou and Su in school? When Cici's whole body trembled, she looked up, her voice becoming weak. Grandfather. When Zhang Hao saw that something was wrong and quickly stepped forward to pat her shoulder. What's wrong? What's wrong, my good granddaughter? When Cici's nose tingled, and tears streamed down her cheeks. I seem to have made a mistake, Sob. How could I? How could I be wrong? How could I? Her voice was intermittent, full of sadness. When Zheng Hao sighed deeply. Although he didn't know what had happened, she was his granddaughter after all. He wanted her to grow, but he was afraid she was too upset. Cici, don't cry. It's okay. Recognizing your mistake and correcting it makes you a good child. But, can I really change? Grandfather, I don't know what to do. You can change. Hasn't the teacher taught you since you were little that if you make a mistake, you should apologize? Lin Zhou is such a good person. Sunyanku is also a good person. They will forgive you. Sob. When Cici couldn't hold back anymore, she threw herself into Wen Zhenghao's arms, crying uncontrollably. Later that afternoon, Lin Zhou spent time deceiving Sunyanku again. In the evening, he even took Sunyanku out for a meal before sending her back to school. When he returned home, he saw Lin Zhongzhang cleaning. The whole house was unusually clean, but Lin Zhongzhang's face looked very grim. He didn't even cook. Lin Zhou was puzzled. Lao Lin, what are you doing? What else can I do? Rest and contemplate on life with my eyes closed. Can't you see that? No. But, what's wrong? Aunt Chin ignored you all day today. She acknowledged me, but she seemed distant. I suggested we have dinner together tonight, but she made excuses to decline. Lin Zhongzhang felt dejected. Lin Zhou couldn't help but laugh. Lin Zhongzhang sat up straight and said seriously, well, you need to cater to her preferences. Find out what Nanku's brother likes and give it to him. Kids are easily pleased. Your eldest uncle loved to eat and drink, and I quickly won him over. Trust me, even though younger and older uncle can be difficult, it's all the same. If you can win over Zhu's little brother, he might become the biggest help for you and Nianku on this journey together. It seems like that's a good idea. Lin Zhou fell into deep thought. It was indeed a good idea. But, what does Suma Chen like? He might have to ask the little classmate indirectly to find out. Seeing Lin Zhou's distracted look, Lin Zhongzhang smacked him on the head. What are you thinking about? The Olympic math competition is coming up soon. And there's still the midterm exam and the college entrance exam. You're distracted thinking about all this. Focus on your exams. If you don't do well on your exams, don't bother coming back. Lin Zhou rubbed his head, feeling speechless. Lao Lin, you used to say that as long as I do my best, it's fine. Why now if I don't do well, you won't let me come back? That was before. How can you compare the past to now? If I push you too hard and you can't handle it, what would happen? My encouraging teaching method has worked well. You rank second in the entire grade. Now that you've reached this level, you can't afford to drop back down. That would be embarrassing. Lin Zhou pondered over Lin Zhongzhang's seemingly flawless logic. Don't worry, I won't let you embarrass yourself. I'm going back to sleep. You should focus on how to win Aunt Kin's favor. Now is the time to put some effort into it. I got it. I got it. Lin Zhongzhang waved his hand, signaling Lin Zhou to leave. Lin Zhou then walked back to his room with a smile. The next day was Monday. Lin Zhou went to the classroom early and brought the fried pastries that Lao Lin had made to Sunyanku, Liu Shiming, and the others. He handed one portion to Sunyanku, and the other two portions to Liu Shiming, saying, Go, give Chiang Guoguo hers. Initially excited, Liu Shiming's face fell upon hearing this. Shouji, why not go yourself? Why? Liu Shiming used to be very proactive. Chiang Guoguo probably doesn't want to see me. Over the weekend, she didn't come when I asked her to study together. She completely ignored me. Lin Zhou couldn't help but laugh again. You and Chiang Guoguo haven't made up yet? No. But Shouji, what do you mean by yet? Who else haven't you reconciled with? Just wait until dinner to give Chiang Guoguo hers. Lin Zhou gestured for Liu Shiming to hand the portion meant for Chiang Guoguo to Sunyanku and said, Little classmate, you can give this to Chiang Guoguo later. Okay. Sunyanku nodded and looked towards Liu Shiming's direction. Does Liu Shiming still not know what he did wrong? Yeah. He's dense, don't mind it. A person who doesn't realize won't understand. Got it. The two laughed and continued with their conversation. Liu Shiming listened innocently. What doesn't he understand? What did I do? Shouji, can you be clearer when you speak? I can't. It's class time. Lin Zhou quickly took out his Chinese textbook. Today was the early reading session for Chinese class. Aang Qingyan also walked towards the classroom early. As she reached the entrance of the teaching building, she suddenly realized that someone had been following her. The sky was still somewhat dark. At first, Aang Qingyan didn't pay much attention. It was almost time for class, and the teachers were rushing. Since she was on the first floor, she was a bit slower. But the figure behind her was even slower. Perplexed, Liu Qingyan turned her head and saw Jian Zhengyang behind her. Jian Zhengyang did not expect that Liu Qingyan would suddenly turn his head. He didn't even know why he unconsciously followed Liu Qingyan. After a weekend, Jian Zhengyang first went to the gym and exercised for a whole day. Then he went to the sports field to battle with various people all day. He thought that by expending his energy like this, he could forget about liking Liu Qingyan. After all, Liu Qingyan didn't want to be in a relationship at all. But unexpectedly, as soon as he saw her, his heart didn't follow his own intentions. At this moment, he felt a bit embarrassed and lowered his head, trying to disguise the awkwardness of being caught. But it seemed that Liu Qingyan did not notice his discomfort and directly called out to him, "Teacher Jian, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell?" No. I'm fine." "Then why are you walking so slow? Did you injure yourself after exercising?" "No, I didn't," Jian Zhengyang quickly replied. But soon he realized a problem. "How did you know that I went to exercise? Did Liu teacher also care about his whereabouts? I heard teacher Wang in the sports department say that you were playing basketball on the court yesterday, driving them all crazy." "Oh, is that so? Heh. Well, I'm fine. Not hurt, maybe just a bit tired. Walking slowly, please don't mind." Jian Zhengyang felt a bit disheartened. "Ha. Why would I mind? But your students might mind indeed. The class bell has already rung. Hurry up." Okay. Jian Zhengyang quickened his pace. The literary class he taught was on the third floor. It seemed like he really needed to hurry. As he approached Liu Qingyan, he finally saw her clearly today. She was wearing a long floral dress with short shoes. She looked especially fashionable. As he passed by her, she happened to turn around. Her long wavy hair fell in front of his nose as he passed. A wave of fragrance hit him. Jian Zhengyang suddenly felt his heart, once again, beginning to beat frantically. At that moment, he suddenly realized a problem. He couldn't give up on Liu Qingyan at all. He couldn't give up on Liu Qingyan. How could he not like her? She was so wonderful. Even if he tried harder, he would still be moved and like her when they meet again. So, don't give up. If she doesn't want to be in a relationship, then what? He can work hard. Didn't Lin Zhou say he could teach him? At this moment, Jian Zhengyang didn't have time to think about what a 18-year-old youth could teach him. His mind was filled with thoughts of Liu Qingyan. Even when he reached the classroom, he was still somewhat absent-minded. He placed the textbook neatly on the podium and completely forgot to speak. The classroom, waiting for him to assign today's task, fell into silence. After a while, the students began to whisper, "What's going on? Teacher Jian seems absent-minded." "Yeah, it's so strange. Why isn't he saying anything? Where is the class monitor? Quickly remind Teacher Jian." When this was said, the students all turned and looked at Wen Cici sitting in the fifth row. She was the class monitor. But upon looking, they were surprised. Why is Wen Cici also in a daze? How come did she not comb her hair today? Why does it look messy? Who knows? What's going on? Zhang Xiaoyun, sitting in front of Wen Cici, quickly turned and gently tapped Wen Cici. "Cici, what are you daydreaming about?" Teacher assigned the task, right?" Wen Cici had hardly slept all night, constantly thinking about Lin Zhou. She had arrived in the classroom in a daze this morning and still had not recovered. Grandpa asked her to apologize, but how could she apologize? She just couldn't do it. She had never apologized before. Wen Cici was conflicted. Zhang Xiaoyun was even more puzzled. "Cici, what's wrong? Are you sick?" "No, I'm not," Wen Cici quickly replied. Zhang Xiaoyun was confused. "But you seem distracted." I just. After saying just for a while, Wen Cici couldn't explain to herself what was wrong. She simply decided not to say anything and changed the topic. "Xiaoyun, why is everyone looking at me?" "Oh, you see Teacher Jian." Zhang Xiaoyun pointed in Jian Zhengyang's direction. Only then did Wen Cici look towards Jian Zhengyang. He stood with one hand on the podium, looking ahead with empty eyes. Jian teacher was also lost in thought. Realizing this, Wen Cici was also bewildered. Teacher Jian was a new teacher. Although he usually got along well with them, he was particularly serious during class. As he used to say, "Play when you should play, study when you should study." But now that it was class time, what was he doing? Isn't this abnormal? Yet, what's wrong with him? Who knows? He's lost his soul. It's like those idol dramas with those infatuated lovers. I think it's very likely that he's in love. How could that be? When Cece immediately countered, Zhang Xiaoyun jokingly said, I'm just saying. Look at how excited you are. Hurry up. The classmates are waiting for you. This monitor. To wake up teacher Jian. Oh. Yes. I am the class monitor. When Cece nodded, Zhang Xiaoyun looked at when Cece strangely. Did she only just remember such an important thing? Everyone seemed a bit abnormal today. Just as Zhang Xiaoyun was about to say something, she saw when Cece standing up. She called out, Teacher Jian. Jian Zhengyang finally came back to his senses. Oh. When Cece. Do you need something? It's time for class. What are we reviewing today? Oh right, it's time for class. Let's take out the Chinese textbook from the second half of senior year and review the parts we need to memorize again. Okay. When Cece sat down, the students had a task and began studying early. There was a lot of no's, but they noticed that not long after, Jian Zhengyang was once again lost in thought. Only this time, he was sitting down. He flipped the textbook to a page and never turned to the next one. Zhang Xiaoyun looked at him in confusion again. Cece, don't you think Teacher Jian looks like a restless teenage beau? What are you talking about? Hurry up and memorize the text. Okay. Everyone in this class was a bit distracted. At the end of class, Qian Guoguo quickly went to the back row, about to call Sunyanku to go eat. She saw Sunyanku take out a small package of fried nuts. Here, Guoguo, brought by Lin Zhou. This is my favorite to eat. I knew you loved it. I had Liu Shiming give it to you before class, but he seemed like he didn't dare. Guoguo, are you mad? Qian Guoguo's hand halted. Who's mad? Am I someone who is so petty? Liu Shiming heard this. Hastened over. Yeah. Brother, I don't think you're that kind of person. Then why aren't you talking to me? This exclamation of brother completely angered Qian Guoguo. She looked coldly at Liu Shiming, her expression a bit unpleasant. What brother? Who is your brother? You really are. Oh well, Sunyanku. Lin Zhou, let's go eat. Forget about him. Wouldn't bump. Lin Zhou smiled as he looked at them, choosing not to expose the situation. He nodded and said, Okay. Let's go eat. The group left with their lunch boxes, and Liu Shiming hurried to catch up, saying, Hey, wait for me. How can you not wait for me to eat? Isn't that rude? Qian Guoguo completely ignored him, chatting nonstop with Sunyanku. Both were talking and laughing. However, Sunyanku noticed that Qian Guoguo's eyes occasionally drifted back. It seemed she was checking if Liu Shiming was keeping up with them. If he wasn't, she would purposely slow down her pace. When she saw him catching up, she would quickly speed up. Sunyanku felt like laughing. Guoguo, what's wrong? Let's wait if you want. We are not in a hurry. Not really hungry. Who wants to wait for him? I don't want to wait for him. Not at all. Despite saying that, Qian Guoguo's actions eventually slowed down. This Liu Shiming is so slow. Can't he walk faster? She shouted. Sunyanku and Lin Zhou didn't expose her, just stood by, watching them act stubborn. Here. Coming now. Hearing Qian Guoguo's shout, Liu Shiming quickly picked up his pace, but halfway there, he suddenly stopped and then said, looking towards the corner of the hallway. Hey. Liu Shiming. What are you doing? Even ants crawl faster than you. No, Zhou. Look, when Cece is over there. Everyone followed his gaze and, indeed saw when Cece standing at the corner. Her eyes were also focused in their direction, seemingly wanting to approach but ultimately deciding against it. Lin Zhou furrowed his brows slightly. What does this person want? Is she coming to say something inexplicable? While he didn't mind, he couldn't let his friend be hurt. Just as he was about to tell Sunyanku to ignore her, before he could speak, they heard Qian Guoguo's angry voice. Liu Shiming, you are such a jerk. Go eat shit. After shouting this sentence, she grabbed Sunyanku and quickly ran away. Liu Shiming looked baffled. What's going on again? Qian Guoguo. Wait. Why? What's wrong with you? He said with confusion, turning to Lin Zhou. Zhou, did Guoguo explode? Well, you were the one who lit the fuse. When did I do that? Don't know who was just looking at beautiful ladies on the street. I didn't. I just felt when Cece was looking at us. Explaining to me is useless. You should talk to Guoguo. Liu Shiming was completely bewildered. At this moment, He finally understood the profound saying, "A woman's heart is indeed full of twists and turns." Lin Zhou was speechless. He shook his head, pulling Liu Shiming forward. Qian Guoguo and Sunyanku got far away. He didn't notice when Cici following not too far behind him. Several times she wanted to chat but didn't dare. When they were approaching the restaurant's entrance, when Cici suddenly felt someone tap her shoulder, she turned her head to see Qin Yushan standing in front of her, somewhat angry. When Cici, "What are you doing? Are you following my brother?" "No. No." When Cici hastily explained. But she also felt her explanation seemed weak. She looked earnestly at Qin Yushan and asked, "Qin Yushan, do you really like your brother?" "Yes. But isn't he your stepfather's son? Normally, that kind of relationship shouldn't be good." How did it all change when it came to Qin Yushan? "What's wrong with being my stepfather's son? Don't you know how excellent my brother is? Not only is he good academically, but also as a good character, treats people well, especially towards me. He never made me feel neglected as his stepsister, often treating me even better than his biological sister. So why can't I like him? Besides, he's very good to my mother, and we both have a shared goal, which is a harmonious family. With such a brother, who wouldn't like him?" When Cici was taken aback. "Ah, I see. Grandfather was right. Lin Zhou is indeed a very excellent person. I understand," she murmured, preparing to leave. Qin Yushan looked at her retreating figure, a bit puzzled. Wait. What do you know now? What do you know? Don't disturb my brother and my sister." "I won't, don't worry." When Cici smiled then walked towards the canteen. While getting her meal, she was originally planning to find Lin Zhou. After trying, she ended up sitting in front of Li Xian. Upon seeing her, Li Xian frowned. "Why is it you again?" When Cici wasn't offended, she placed her lunchbox properly and looked at Li Xian seriously. "Can I ask you a question?" "Go ahead." After pondering for a while, when Cici finally spoke, "Actually, you quite like Lin Zhou, right?" "Yes, I really do." Li Xian didn't object. After all, this wasn't something embarrassing. "Why are you asking this? Since you like him, why don't you contend with Sunyanku?" "Content? Why should I contend? Liking someone is one's own feeling. It has nothing to do with Sunyanku or Lin Zhou. Moreover, Lin Zhou is such an outstanding person, liked by so many. If everyone were to compete, wouldn't it just bother Lin Zhou to death?" Li Xian said, looking towards Lin Zhou. "To like someone can sometimes be kept inside one's heart. Lin Zhou is good. Sunyanku is good. If they like each other, what does my liking mean? I just want the person I like to be happy. As for me, I will also pursue my own happiness. So why should I contend? Rather than competing, I would rather become good friends with both of them." When Cici, "You really think too much." Upon hearing this, when Cici was taken aback, after a moment, she smiled. "Thank you." Thank you for what?" Li Xian looked puzzled. When Cici smiled, "Thank you for telling me all this. Previously, I was too proud. My vision was indeed too narrow. You have taught me many valuable lessons. So thank you." You. "Let's eat. I'm hungry." When Cici lowered her head and took a big bite of her food, Li Xian was even more perplexed. But seeing when Cici didn't want to talk, she didn't inquire further. She wasn't acquainted with this girl. As when Cici ate, she looked towards Lin Zhou's direction. Grandfather was right. She knew too little about Lin Zhou. The more she knew now, the more she discovered. Lin Zhou turned out to be such an outstanding person. After finishing the meal, when Cici noticed Lin Zhou and Sunyanku standing up, when Cici quickly stood up as well, this action startled Li Xian, who asked, When Cici, where are you going?" Glancing in her direction, Li Xian furrowed her brows and said, "You're not planning to go cause trouble for Lin Zhou and Sunyanku, right? That's not acceptable." Li Xian also stood up, ready to intercept when Cici, with a faint smile, when Cici replied, "I'm not going to cause trouble for them. I want to apologize." "How? Apologize?" "Yes, I feel like I probably need to apologize." Li Xian was momentarily stunned. Before she could react, when Cici quickly walked towards Lin Zhou. After the events of the day and night, she suddenly realized that she had made a big mistake. Her grandpa was right, she indeed needed to apologize. However, as she neared Lin Zhou and his group, she saw Lin Zhou suddenly turn around. It seemed like he didn't see her, as he shielded Sunyanku by his side, and passed by without acknowledging her. This act made when Cece realized he was protecting Sunyanku. With this realization, when Cece hesitated, the courage she had mustered vanished in an instant. Yes, she had scolded Lin Zhou for so long and never shown him any kindness. He never scolded her back. He ignored her and protected Sunyanku. It was normal. In his eyes, she was just an ordinary person like many others. But Sunyanku was different. In order to protect her from harm, he even completely hid her beauty and herself, always proud and confident, having too many biases towards boys, had unloaded all of those biases onto Lin Zhou. It was truly, when Cece chuckled self-deprecatingly, suddenly feeling unworthy of even offering an apology. She turned around, closed her eyes, took a deep breath, tried to calm her emotions, and was about to leave when she saw a person standing in front of her. The person glared angrily at her, full of resentment, saying, "When Cece, are you trying to greet Lin Zhou again? Let me tell you, there's no chance. Lin Zhou is mine." It was Yun Ruoxi. When Cece frowned, then smiled after a moment. "Yun Ruoxi, do you know what you're saying?" "Of course, I know. I saw you just stand up. You walked over to Lin Zhou just to get his attention, right? How about it? Did Lin Zhou ignore you? Ha ha. Except for me. Lin Zhou won't spare another glance at any other girl. You can give up on him." Yun Ruoxi, looking confident, said with her head held high. When Cece again paused, then smiled. At that moment, she finally understood Sunyanku's words. "I haven't heard about Lin Zhou and Yun Ruoxi appearing together. Are you misunderstanding something again?" It appeared that she had indeed misunderstood. Since she had known Lin Zhou, she had never seen them together. Every time, it was Yun Ruoxi who appeared out of nowhere, saying inexplicably self-absorbed things. She had assumed possession of Lin Zhou without his consent. The air was thick with her confidence. This attitude was so similar to her previous self, paranoid, self-absorbed, arrogant, and conceited. Now, she found it all quite laughable. "Yun Ruoxi, do you really think Lin Zhou belongs to you? Why do you have the right to make decisions for Lin Zhou? Have you asked Lin Zhou? Do you really understand Lin Zhou?" It was like she was asking Yun Ruoxi, but it was also as if she was questioning herself. Never truly understanding, just making subjective assumptions. People like that were really irritating. Yun Ruoxi was at a loss. "What do you? When Cece, what do you mean?" When Cece smiled again. "I don't mean anything. You should think about it yourself." With that, she turned to leave. Suddenly recalling something, she turned back to Yun Ruoxi, saying, "I really think you don't deserve Lin Zhou." Just like herself, Yun Ruoxi also didn't deserve him at all. "You." When Cece, stop right there. Frustrated, Yun Ruoxi tried to grab When Cece. Li Xiaowan quickly held her back. "Ruoxi, come on. There are so many people in the cafeteria. Was it appropriate for the two school flowers to argue in the cafeteria?" But, Yun Ruoxi stomped her foot in frustration. "Xiaowan, did you hear what she said?" "I did. She's really going too far. Way too far. I won't let her get away with it next time. I won't." "But Ruoxi," Li Xiaowan hesitated for a moment, then continued, "you seem to have never asked Lin Zhou, and you really don't understand Lin Zhou. He hasn't been looking for you for a long time." Hearing this, Yun Ruoxi immediately panicked. "Do I need to ask Lin Zhou about this? He used to follow me every day. He must like me. He likes me, so he's mine. What's the problem? I don't need his consent at all." Li Xiaowan suddenly realized that she couldn't reason with Yun Ruoxi. She seemed possessed. Li Xiaowan decided it was time to walk away. She had considered this before. It's just that Yun Ruoxi was too proud, and if she left, there would be no one to eat with her. She thought after all these days, Yun Ruoxi might have come to her senses. She had underestimated her. "Forget it, I'm going to wash dishes, class is about to start." This time, she didn't wait for Yun Ruoxi and left the cafeteria. "Hey, Li Xiaowan, wait for me. Why are you running so fast?" "I'll tell you, Lin Zhou used to." Yun Ruoxi continued to reminisce about the things Lin Zhou had done for her. Li Xiaowan, who had just taken a few steps, was annoyed by her words. She turned around, looked at Yun Ruoxi, and asked seriously, "Has Lin Zhou done these things for you in the past 2 months?" On the way back to the classroom, Qian Woguo was still arguing with Liu Shiming. She kept holding Sunyanku's arm, and didn't even look at Liu Shiming the whole way. Liu Shiming felt that something was off. Qian Woguo had been ignoring him for several days. She used to be chatty and talkative, but now she was like a completely different person. During dinner just now, he tried several times to talk to Chang Guoguo, but she kept cutting him off. She shared food with Su Nianku, discussed study plans with Lin Zhou, but she didn't even glance at him. If it continued like this, would Chang Guoguo no longer be friends with him? Just thinking about it made Liu Shiming feel uneasy for some reason. It was like he suddenly lost something important. If this buddy Chang Guoguo really cut ties with him, who would gossip with him about Lin Zhou as Su classmates in the future? Who would accompany him during self-study? Who would argue with him every day? It would be so lonely and miserable. Just thinking about it made Liu Shiming shudder. No, he had to mend their relationship. With that in mind, Liu Shiming tightly grasped his lunchbox, put on a smile, and cautiously approached Chang Guoguo. Since Chang Guoguo was ignoring him, he decided to find her himself. Lin Zhou shook his head and didn't intervene. To his surprise, as soon as Liu Shiming reached Chang Guoguo, before he could say anything, she didn't even look at him, and quickly moved to the other side of Su Nianku. Liu Shiming was puzzled. He thought for a moment, then, mustering courage, he followed Chang Guoguo. Just as he was about to get close, Chang Guoguo swiftly switched to the other side of Su Nianku. What was going on? Liu Shiming couldn't hold back anymore. He directly spoke. Chang Guoguo, are you playing hide and seek with me? Did I do something wrong? I apologize to you. We are all in the same study group. Before he could finish, Chang Guoguo coldly harumphed and ran off swiftly, not giving him a chance to continue talking. Liu Shiming was speechless once again. He found Chang Guoguo harder to handle than his teacher. Isn't this blowing up greatly? He couldn't help but mutter. Su Nianku, amusingly watching him, said, why don't you hurry up and follow her? Huh? Follow her? Liu Shiming was perplexed. Yeah. Otherwise, Guoguo will keep being angry. But if I follow her, she will be angry too. It's fine. Just follow her a few times more. She won't be angry anymore. Su Nianku said seriously, and Liu Shiming was unsure if she was serious. Really? Su Nianku nodded. Yes, absolutely. Girls need to be coaxed. All right then. Zhou, Su classmate, I'll go first. Liu Shiming said, then quickened his pace in the direction of Chang Guoguo. Su Nianku watched their backs and couldn't help but smile. Lin Zhou also chuckled. Little Deskmate, you know quite a lot, even knowing that following a few more times can coax a girl. He said lazily, teasing. Su Nianku felt embarrassed. She stammered. You still read comics? Romance comics? Oh. Well, Su Nianku hesitated. It's all Wang Zhaoqing reading novels in the dormitory, and I occasionally glance at them. Seeing Lin Zhou's skeptical look, she quickly added, really, just occasionally. She had only sneakily read a few dozen chapters. Ha ha. Lin Zhou couldn't help lifting his hand and ruffling Su Nianku's hair. I believe you. No need to explain. Let's go. It's almost time for class, but your expression doesn't look like you believe me at all. Su Nianku nodded. Okay. But Lin Zhou, next time, can you not ruffle my hair in public? There were so many people around. Lin Zhou's action was too intimate. She felt her heart racing. What if someone noticed? They would be laughed at, right? Ha ha. Lin Zhou chuckled again, raising his hand to tousle her hair. I didn't focus on learning, no time to look at girls. Lin Zhou started to talk nonsense again. Su Nianku felt relieved, but that strange sense of loss crept back in. Is that so? Yeah. Otherwise, what do you think I am? But why do other guys like to get close to girls? To divert Lin Zhou's intense gaze, Su Nianku clumsily changed the subject. Once again, Lin Zhou couldn't help but laugh. He reached out and quickly placed his hand on her head before she could react. I said no ruffling. Su Nianku moved, but Lin Zhou didn't give her a chance. He gently patted her head and said seriously, I didn't ruffle. Flustered, Su Nianku blushed. You're messing with me. Ha ha. Lin Zhou didn't argue, purposely moved closer to her and whispered, guess. His breath fell on Su Nianku's neck, causing her to lower her head. Feeling her mind go blank, she struggled to speak. Guess what? Realizing she was silly to ask him to guess, she felt blank every time Lin Zhou drew near. This wasn't good. Not at all. She would be laughed at. Lin Zhou was now looking at her with a smile. Before she could understand, Lin Zhou said, guess what to guess next? He was still very close to her. The warmth hit her again. Sunyanku jolted and rushed out without thinking. I don't want to guess. Ha ha. Watching her leave, Lin Jo laughed again. Little Deskmate was really cute. Why was she so cute? He didn't chase after her but leisurely walked around the campus, reminiscing about what just happened. When turning the corner of the teaching building, Lin Jo suddenly heard a familiar and deadly voice. Lin Jo, wait for me. It was Yun Ruoxi. A chill ran down Lin Jo's spine. He couldn't afford to be relishing the sweetness anymore. He just wanted to leave quickly. He wasn't afraid of Yun Ruoxi, but every time she spoke, it was shocking, and he didn't want to talk to her. However fast he was, Yun Ruoxi was also fast. Because the voice she just shouted was too loud, the people around all turned to look at them, pointing and whispering. Lin Jo felt that if this continued, he would definitely become the focus of the whole school again soon. He had to stop and look at Yun Ruoxi. What's wrong? Do you like another girl? Yun Ruoxi asked. Lin Jo was slightly stunned. Good buddy. Did Yun Ruoxi just have a realization? How could she ask such a question? Not easy. So, without hesitation, Lin Jo nodded. Yes, there is. He thought that after Yun Ruoxi heard this answer, she wouldn't bother him anymore. But Lin Jo never expected that as soon as he finished speaking, he heard Yun Ruoxi say, as if going crazy, how is that possible? Besides me, who else could you like? Rash? It's truly Yun Ruoxi. This way of speaking is just like her. I can like many people. Then why don't you have dinner with her? Yun Ruoxi didn't believe it. Just now when Li Xiaowan said it, she wanted to come find Lin Jo for a clear answer. After washing the dishes, she happened to see Lin Jo. Yun Ruoxi couldn't help but rush over. When you liked me, you used to shout every day to have dinner together. Now, why don't you have dinner with the person you like? Ow. I had dinner with her, right? How is that possible? The person you had dinner with, Sunyanku and Qin Guoguo, are also plain looking. How could you possibly like them? Lin Jo. This thought process is very typical of Yun Ruoxi. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. If he told her it was Sunyanku, knowing her personality, she might just go and compete with Sunyanku. He didn't want his deskmate to get hurt, especially by this woman, who wasn't thinking clearly. His lack of response to Yun Ruoxi meant acquiescence. Lin Jo, if you like me, why don't you confess to me directly? This time, I promise I will accept you, I swear. Lin Jo. He sighed silently, feeling regretful for his past self. How could he like such a brainless woman? Oh, don't forget the deskmate. It's too absurd. In the past, there was a term called faithful man. At this moment, he felt the term was very suitable for Yun Ruoxi. Definitely a faithful woman, who can wake her up. Clearly, such a person doesn't exist. Lin Jo could only say, but I don't want to confess to you. Why? If you like me, why don't you confess to me? When did I say I like you? You've said it many times. Lin Jo was again speechless. Yun Ruoxi, can you stop clinging to me? When you go to college, there will be rich and handsome guys pursuing you. Your future boyfriend will be excellent, much better than me. Can you let me go? But I haven't met any rich and handsome guys yet. We can talk first, and when I meet them then we'll see. Listen, is that even logical? What kind of genius could say such words? But, I don't like you at all. Why should I date you? Lin Jo decided to give Yun Ruoxi a direct dose of tough love. Yun Ruoxi was finally angered. Her face looked ugly. Her chest rose and fell fiercely. But after a moment, she took a deep breath and said something that left Lin Jo speechless. I don't believe it. Lin Jo. Whether you believe it or not, I've said what I had to say. Please don't look for me again. I'm going to study. After saying this, he waved his hand and walked away. Yun Ruoxi was anxious. What do you mean? Lin Jo, why don't you let me find you? I insist on finding you. I will keep looking. Do as you please. He would never see her again. Can't afford to provoke and can't avoid being provoked, right? Hey. Wait for me. Let's go together. Lin Jo. Wait for me. Yun Ruoxi tried to catch up quickly with Lin Jo, but found that Lin Jo was walking faster and faster. He was already tall and had long legs. She ran for several steps without catching up. Yun Ruoxi almost cried in frustration. Because she wasn't paying attention, she twisted her foot again without warning. Yun Ruoxi squatted in pain on the ground, still shouting, Lin Jo. Lin Jo didn't look back. Just as he was about to continue walking, he was stopped by Feng Yun's, who came rushing out. Lin Zhou, didn't you hear Ruoshi calling you? I heard. If you heard, why didn't you respond? She fell down. She fell. Go help her. I don't like her. Why should I respond? You. What? Do you also want me to date Yun Ruoshi? Feng Yun's tightly grabbed his hands. Of course he didn't want to. But he also couldn't stand Lin Zhou bullying Yun Ruoshi. Feng Yun's coldly snorted and shouted, don't go too far. If you hurt Ruoshi again, I won't let you off. After saying this, he quickly walked towards Yun Ruoshi. Lin Zhou sighed silently. He couldn't help but admit that in some ways, Yun Ruoshi and Feng Yun's really matched each other. They were both so ridiculous. He shook his head, not paying further attention to the two of them, and quickly walked towards the classroom. He didn't see that among the crowd of onlookers, there was still one familiar person standing. When Cici had finished washing the dishes and was preparing to return to the classroom. Initially, because Lin Zhou and Sunyanku were walking ahead, she slowed down so as not to be too awkward. Soon, she saw Lin Zhou and Sunyanku together, and she couldn't help but feel shy. You couldn't deny that Sunyanku and Lin Zhou seemed genuinely happy together. When Cici started to reflect on her previous unreasonable behavior and lack of maturity, but she didn't expect that before she could finish reflecting, Yun Ruoshi came rushing out. Then, when Cici witnessed the thrilling scene, at that moment, she suddenly felt somewhat fortunate. Thank goodness, she could still come to her senses. Otherwise, ending up like Yun Ruoshi would be truly embarrassing. In comparison, when Cici suddenly felt a sense of relief, she lowered her head and quickly walked towards the classroom building. When Cici had no idea that Lin Zhou hadn't even seen her. As she was about to go upstairs, she suddenly felt her shoulder being bumped by someone. When Cici looked up and saw Ji and Zheng Yang descending the stairs. The stairs were actually quite wide, and there were only the two of them on this flight of stairs. She walked on the right side. There was a huge distance to the left. When Cici couldn't understand how Ji and Zheng Yang bumped into her. Puzzled, she asked, Teacher Jian, are you okay? How have you been absent-minded since morning? Could it be that while the students were going to have lunch, you've been sitting in the classroom all this time? Oh, nothing. Nothing. I was going to eat. Heh. When Cici, have you finished eating? Hearing this when Cici even more puzzled. Why was he stuttering while speaking? Teacher Jian, are you really okay? It's nothing. What could possibly be wrong for a teacher? Hurry back to study. I'm going to the cafeteria. Oh, okay. When Cici nodded. Although she still found it a bit strange, seeing Ji and Zheng Yang about to leave, when Cici hesitated for a moment and finally asked the lingering question buried in her heart. By the way, Teacher Jian, Ji and Zheng Yang seemed somewhat flustered but stopped in his tracks. What's up? I just wanted to ask, does dating in high school really affect studying? If that's the case, then what about Lin Zhou and Sunyanku? Their grades seem to be improving, don't they? When Cici felt that some rules were wrong. Well, Ji and Zheng Yang pondered for a moment and said, it's not necessarily true. Some people are outstanding enough with good self-control, and that can be a driving force for studying together and progressing together. That kind of relationship is of high quality. But since you all are still young and there are hardly anyone with good self-control, most will be distracted by it. That's why dating isn't allowed in high school. When Cici somewhat understood and nodded. I see, teacher. So Lin Zhou and Sunyanku are outstanding enough. Maybe I should also strive to become an outstanding person. Thank you, teacher. You're welcome, but when Cici, try not to attempt this. The college entrance exam is just over a month away. Okay. Then teacher, I'll go study. When Cici nodded and then left, just as she took a few steps, she heard Ji and Zheng Yang call out to her. Oh. When Cici, you should go tidy up in the restroom. Ji and Zheng Yang gestured towards his hair. When Cici quickly touched her head, realizing her messy hair, and panicked. I'm sorry. Teacher, I'll go right away. She rushed to the restroom like crazy. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. How embarrassing. Wandering around the campus all morning with a messy hairstyle. And then she even had an argument with Yun Ruoxi. Oh no, her image. When Cici felt completely embarrassed, Ji and Zheng Yang watched her back, chuckling helplessly. Your lunchbox. But when Cici apparently didn't hear him, By now, she was too preoccupied with her hair to care about the lunchbox. She went straight to the restroom. She needed to fix herself up first. Jian Zhengyan shook his head, but just as he turned around, he suddenly felt a shock. Oh no! He dashed off, rushing towards the cafeteria. After looking around the cafeteria entrance, Jian Zhengyang spotted Li Jianchao sitting in a corner, waving and smiling at him. Beside Li Jianchao, there was no one. Jian Zhengyang's hopeful eyes suddenly turned into disappointment. He walked over to Li Jianchao, feeling speechless. Li teacher, are you fooling me? Just 3 minutes ago, he was pondering about life in the classroom when he received a text from Li Jianchao. It said Liu Suyan was having lunch in the cafeteria with him, and asked if he wanted to come. Jian Zhengyang rushed down almost at a sprint, but all he saw was Li Jianchao. Li Jianchao smirked. I'm not fooling you, Jian teacher. It's been a while since you had lunch with me. I don't need tricks, and you wouldn't show up. Well, Jian Zhengyang was speechless. I'm going to get food. Sure. Li Jianchao nodded. When Jian Zhengyang turned around, Li Jianchao chuckled, then muttered, saying you don't like teacher Liu. Oh, these little thoughts. Jian Zhengyang didn't catch what he said clearly and turned back curiously. What did you say? Nothing. Nothing. Hurry and go. Jian Zhengyang then continued walking towards the food counter. By mealtime, there were hardly any students left in the cafeteria. Jian Zhengyang quickly got his food, returned to Li Jianchao, and began voraciously eating. It had to be said, after sitting all morning, he was quite hungry. Li Jianchao had already finished eating, but he wiped his mouth and didn't leave. Instead, he sat down and observed Jian Zhengyang. Feeling a bit puzzled, Jian Zhengyang asked, Li teacher, aren't you busy? Oh, I have no classes in the first period. Don't you need to prepare for class? Didn't I finish that yesterday? Jian Zhengyang realized Li Jianchao wasn't in a hurry to leave. He put down his chopsticks and asked, Li teacher, is there something you wanted to talk to me about? Hehe. Li Jianchao smiled, glanced around to make sure no one was nearby, and asked quietly, young people are smart. Jian teacher, can I ask you a question? You must answer me. I'm dying of curiosity. Go ahead. How are things progressing between you and teacher Liu? Jian Zhengyang looked baffled, dropping his chopsticks into the plate. Li teacher, what are you talking about? Teacher Liu and I, we haven't. Oh, come on. Don't act. It's no big deal. As soon as you heard she was having lunch with me, you rushed here without a second thought. Li Jianchao waved his hand. Your little thoughts, I see them clearly. It's a pity though, I promised Director John not to gossip with others. Do you know how I've been surviving these days? I'm truly dying from curiosity. Li Jianchao's daily life was too dull. He lived through gossip. Many of the rumors circulating in the school were collected and spread by him. But Director John had threatened him not to spread this particular rumor. Li Jianchao felt like he was going crazy. Today he couldn't resist and decided to ask the main person. After all, not gossiping with others didn't mean he couldn't discuss it with the main character. Jian Zhengyang was bewildered. What? Director John won't let you talk about it? Yes. Director John knows too? I meant to say. Jian Zhengyang pondered how to circle back his words. Li Jianchao interrupted. No need to explain. I know what you mean. If Director John knows too, he probably sees through it. I don't know his intentions, but if he didn't stop you, then he probably supports it, right? Jian Zhengyang was stunned again. The last time he met Teacher Liu at the restroom door, Director John was there looking for Teacher Liu. Director John, however, acted as if he didn't see Teacher Liu at all. Could this be the reason? Was he giving himself a chance? Once he thought about it, Jian Zhengyang was at a loss for words. What a blockhead he was, missing such a good opportunity. No wonder Director John hesitated several times. He must be feeling speechless too. This is unbelievable. Jian Zhengyang wanted to slap himself awake. Seeing Jian Zhengyang lost in thought, Li Jianchao grew anxious. Jian teacher, come on. Tell me, how are things progressing between you and Teacher Liu? Don't just stand there blankly. Not much progress. Jian Zhengyang lowered his head in frustration. After all this time, still not much progress. Jian Zhengyang picked up his chopsticks and took a bite of the dish. Seeing this, Li Jianchao sighed continuously. Why is there no progress at all? Teacher Jian, You are a bit slow. If it goes on like this, Teacher Liu might end up with someone else. Huh. Jian Zhengyang stopped his chopsticks again, anxiously looking at Li Jianchao, who, did someone else like Teacher Liu too? Jian Zhengyang's heart skipped a beat, feeling extremely flustered. If that was the case, what should he do? He hadn't even started pursuing her yet. He had never thought about this issue before, and now he felt like his heart was about to leap out of his throat. No one. I made it up. Look at you. Don't get worked up. Just eat your food first. Li Jianchao quickly waved his hand, trying to calm Jian Zhengyang down. Really just made it up? Yes. Look at Teacher Liu. She's so old. Oh. Realizing he spoke wrongly, Li Jianchao quickly covered his mouth. That's not what I meant. What I meant was, the teachers of her age in our school are already married, and it's only you, this silly guy, who likes her. Okay. That's fine. Jian Zhengyang heaved a deep sigh of relief. As long as there was no competition, he wouldn't worry as much. Li Jianchao sighed deeply. Oh, Teacher Jian, it seems like you really like her. You should take action quickly to avoid regrets in the future. Jian Zhengyang did not reply. He lowered his head and continued eating. Li Jianchao was about to say something else when a familiar voice suddenly came from behind. Teacher Jian, Teacher Li. There you are. It was Teacher Liu Qinyan. Jian Zhengyang startled. Li Jianchao had already turned around smiling, greeting Teacher Liu Qinyan. Oh, Teacher Liu. What a coincidence. You're just having lunch too. Indeed. It's like inviting trouble. Looking at Jian Zhengyang, who seemed ready to bury his head in the food bowl, Li Jianchao couldn't help but laugh. It seemed like today, he could see the drama up close. It felt great. Yes. Just a bit busy earlier. Come. Let's sit together. Li Jianchao quickly offered his seat to Teacher Liu Qinyan. Without hesitation, Teacher Liu Qinyan took the seat. Teacher Liu, you look even more beautiful today, Li Jianchao said, glancing towards Jian Zhengyang, secretly amused. Teacher Liu Qinyan didn't notice Li Jianchao's thoughts. She smiled and replied, Oh, Li teacher, you're joking. At my age, how could I be described as beautiful? People my age are having their second child than being called auntie. This time, even before Li Jianchao could speak, Jian Zhengyang, who had been quiet all this while, suddenly sat up straight. What's wrong with this age? I believe this age for women is the most beautiful. Teacher Liu Qinyan was slightly stunned, looking at Jian Zhengyang incredulously. She didn't expect anyone, besides Lin Zhou, to say such a stunning statement. Though she had already opened her heart, the teachers in the school would still gossip without a moment's rest. Meeting her gaze, Jian Zhengyang suddenly became flustered. He lowered his head, somewhat embarrassed. Teacher Liu. I meant, oh. I think what Teacher Jian said is right. Li Jianchao also didn't expect Jian Zhengyang to suddenly say such things, but he couldn't help but admit, at that moment, Jian Zhengyang looked really handsome. Seeing his embarrassment, Li Jianchao quickly stepped in to ease the situation. Teacher Liu, your beauty at this age is incomparable to many young girls in their 20s. Don't underestimate yourself. This finally brought Teacher Liu's puzzled thoughts back to the present. Thank you, she said, lowering her head, unable to hold back a smile. Hearing these words made her genuinely happy. Hopefully, one day, everyone would understand her. With a smile, she was about to eat her food when she noticed Jian Zhengyang still motionless. Teacher Liu Qinyan was puzzled. Teacher Jian, why aren't you eating? Oh, I will eat right away, right away. Jian Zhengyang hurriedly picked up a bun and started eating it in big bites, seeming afraid of eating slowly. His cheeks were bulging from the food. Seeing this, Teacher Liu Qinyan couldn't help but laugh. Teacher Jian, slow down, don't choke. Why did he seem increasingly foolish? Teacher Liu Qinyan wondered. Okay, I'll slow down, I'll eat slowly, Jian Zhengyang said, complying with everything she said. But as soon as he agreed, he burped. The bun got stuck in his chest. Seeing this, Teacher Liu Qinyan quickly picked up his soy milk. Teacher Jian, quickly drink some soup. She bent down, leaning forward as if to feed him. Jian Zhengyang was completely stunned. Maybe it was because of excitement. The bun in his chest went down at once. He just stared at Teacher Liu Qinyan, his whole being trembling. She's so beautiful. She's so beautiful. She's really beautiful. That was all he could think. Jian Zhengyang felt like he couldn't breathe. Teacher Jian, what's wrong? Are you choking for real? Should we go to the medical room? Teacher Liu Qingyan was about to place down the soy milk and call for help. Jian Zhengyang hastily reached out and held her hand. No need, no need, I'll drink. After saying that, he lowered his head. He took a sip from the bowl in teacher Liu Qingyan's hands. In that moment, the unsweetened soy milk strangely tasted rich and sweet. Jian Zhengyang suddenly felt that it was the best soy milk he had ever tasted in his life. Liu Qingyan did not expect that Jian Zhengyang would suddenly hold her hand while drinking soy milk. She felt a stir in her long-dormant heart. It had been years since it had last stirred. Liu Qingyan found it somewhat unbelievable. She wanted to pull her hand back, but it didn't feel right. She could only stay bent over and watch as Jian Zhengyang drank the entire bowl of soy milk in one breath. Only then did he finally lift his head, looking at her with a smile. Finished. Liu Qingyan was once again taken aback, quickly sitting down. She looked a bit flustered. For some reason, she suddenly felt nervous about looking at Jian Zhengyang. Ah. Well, let's continue eating then. Jian Zhengyang couldn't help but chuckle. Okay, it's really sweet. He licked his lips, suddenly feeling like he had drunk too quickly. If he had drunk a bit slower, he could have held Liu Qingyan's hand a little longer. Her hand was soft, fragrant. Just holding it for a short while made Jian Zhengyang very happy. If he could hold it a little longer, Jian Zhengyang felt like he would be happy to die. It seemed like learning from Lin Zhou about this matter was imminent. It would be difficult to have another chance by himself. Jian Zhengyang thought so. Teacher Jian, why aren't you using your chopsticks? Let's eat. Liu Qingyan's voice rang out. Jian Zhengyang finally snapped out of his daydream. Oh, I'll eat now. I'll eat. He quickly lowered his head and ate in small bites. He was almost finished with his meal. In that case, he would have an excuse to leave with Liu Qingyan. But Liu Qingyan ate quickly. After finishing, she quickly picked up her lunchbox and almost fled. Teacher Jian, I'll leave first. On the way to the office, Liu Qingyan still felt something was off. Why was this meal so difficult to endure today? It's so strange. She actually felt nervous, all because of a brother 6 years younger than herself. Crazy. She must be crazy. Liu Qingyan shook her head, feeling like she wasn't herself. At that moment, Zhang Shuqi's voice suddenly came. Hey, Teacher Liu, I heard you had lunch with Teacher Jian. Just finished. As soon as Li Jianchao returned, he couldn't help but run to his office and chatter on and on. Although Zhang Shuqi eventually chased Li Jianchao out, he couldn't help but come over to take a look. Ah. Yes. Sorry Director Zhang, we ate late. I'll go to the office now, just. Liu Qingyan lowered her head, preparing to slip back to her desk, but she was stopped by Zhang Shuqi just after taking a couple of steps. But Teacher Liu, your bowl isn't washed yet. Ah. Right. I'll go wash it first. Liu Qingyan closed her eyes, turned around, and quickly brushed past Zhang Shuqi, giving him a forced smile. Zhang Shuqi watched her leave and suddenly smiled. Looks like this pair has potential. When Lin Zhou returned to the classroom, Sun Yanku was still feeling a bit embarrassed. To avoid making eye contact with Lin Zhou, she quickly got up and walked towards Chen Guoguo. Guoguo, didn't you ask me a question last night? I'll explain it to you now. Chen Guoguo, who was about to take a nap after lunch, looked confused. But I'm so sleepy. I only have time now. Oh. Okay. Chen Guoguo didn't understand why Sun Yanku could suddenly make time when she was learning so fast all day. But since Sun Yanku offered to explain, she couldn't say no. After all, it's not easy to have a top student explain things to you. Chen Guoguo quickly took out her practice book. Lin Zhou, seeing this, smiled helplessly. He picked up the kettle and walked towards Chen Guoguo, saying, Classmate, want some water? I'll go get it for you. But never mind. I'm going anyway. I'll bring you a kettle. Before Sun Yanku could react, Lin Zhou went back to the last row, picked up Sun Yanku's kettle, and dragged along Liu Shiming to leave. Liu Shiming couldn't help but wail. Bro Zhou, I don't need to go. I already got hot water in my kettle. Then help your deskmate. My deskmate has it too. The one in front. Liu Shiming was speechless. If he opposed further, he was afraid he would end up with all the kettles in the classroom. Liu Shiming could only pick up 2 kettles and walk towards the water room. After they left, the whole classroom was abuzz. Wow. Lin Zhou is so good. Lin Zhou must be getting water for Sun Yanku on purpose, Sunyanku, you're so lucky. Sunyanku quickly shook her head. No, it's not like that. It's not Linzhou. But no one listened to her. Everyone started gossiping again. Sunyanku's face turned red. She even forgot to explain the question to Qian Guoguo. Qian Guoguo, confused, watched her for a while and finally put away her practice book. Sunyanku, you should go back. I'll find you at noon, and you can explain it to me then. Well, okay. Sunyanku was disoriented, unable to come up with the answer to the question. She couldn't explain it at all. She hurried back to her seat, then slumped down and buried her head to sleep. Seeing her like that, Qian Guoguo sighed. When will Liu Shiming have even 1% of Lin Zhou's qualities? This guy went to the water room carrying 2 kettles, but didn't remember to get himself some water. So frustrating. She slumped down too. Lin Zhou and Liu Shiming quickly got the water and started walking towards the front. Lin Zhou kept smiling, but Liu Shiming was deeply troubled. Bro Zhou, I'm really sleepy after eating. Sleep at noon. But, why did you drag me along to help Sunyanku get water? Lin Zhou stopped and looked at him. Liu Shiming, do you know why Qian Guoguo is angry with you? Huh? Why? When it came to this, Liu Shiming finally became interested. Lin Zhou sighed silently, somewhat helpless. Well, forget it. Let's hurry back to class. Bro Zhou, don't leave me hanging like that. It's so frustrating. Really frustrating. No. Wait for me. Explain clearly. Liu Shiming was insistent. The fact that Qian Guoguo was angry with him had become his headache. He really couldn't find the reason. But Lin Zhou didn't intend to tell him. Adolescent emotions need to be realized on their own. As they neared the classroom, Lin Zhou suddenly heard a familiar voice behind him. Lin Zhou, wait a moment. It was Fenyan's. Whenever this person showed up, trouble ensued. Lin Zhou turned around speechlessly. What now? Student Fenyan's. Cloud, have you cried over her? Do you know? Fenyan's voice was very cold. Lin Zhou had no doubt, if they weren't at school, he would have punched him. Though whether he could actually land a punch was another story. If she's crying, then go comfort her. Why would it be my job to comfort her? Lin Zhou was speechless. Fenyan's tightened his fist and said, Lin Zhou, you. Although very reluctant, Fenyan's still stubbornly continued. She cried because of you. You should go and apologize to her. Just as Lin Zhou was about to speak, Liu Shiming beside them interjected. Wait a minute, Fenyan's, your logic is wrong. Isn't she crying because of her own arrogance? Before, you were always nice to her, but she didn't appreciate it, and now that you're not interested, she comes back bothering you. What's the point? She's being unreasonable. Can't you see that? Although he wanted to argue, Fenyan's knew that Liu Shiming was right. He used to like Yun Roxy a lot, often confessed to her, but she never agreed. So Lin Zhou moved on and liked someone else, which wasn't wrong. But it was Yun Roxy. How could she cry over this? I don't care. Anyways, Lin Zhou, you have to apologize to her. Fine. You and Yun Roxy are truly a match made in heaven. Liu Shiming was speechless. He pulled at Lin Zhou's sleeve, indicating that they should leave. Let's go. Zhou, don't waste time with him. Lin Zhou had never intended to get involved with Fenyan's. He nodded and was about to bypass Fenyan's. But at that moment, he heard Fenyan's call out to him. Wait, Lin Zhou, shall we make a bet? Fenyan's, are you ever satisfied? Haven't you erased enough on the blackboard? Liu Shiming was angry and was about to scold Fenyan's, but Lin Zhou stopped him. He looked at Fenyan's and asked, What bet? On the 3rd mock exam, if I score higher than you have to apologize to Yun Roxy and promise to go on a date with her. What if I win? If you win, I'll. Fenyan's thought for a while, unsure of what to offer as a bet. The 3rd mock exams were coming up, and a week later was the college entrance examination. Even if it meant cleaning the entire classroom, it was a small matter. What could he offer as a bet? Fenyan's pondered for a while, but couldn't come up with anything. He was starting to get anxious. Liu Shiming quickly added, Not sure what to do. Let me tell you, Fenyan's, if you're a man, bet big and don't take the college entrance examination. What? Fenyan's looked at Liu Shiming incredulously. Lin Zhou was also speechless. This seemed too much, but considering, Fenyan's probably wouldn't agree. After all, who would sacrifice their future for a girl who doesn't belong to him? Just as he was thinking, Lin Zhou suddenly heard Fenyan's speak. All right, let's bet on that. Lin Zhou, What the heck? Is he crazy? A top-tier simp really exists. This is outrageous. But Liu Shiming, clearly excited about the bet, said, Great, that's settled then. Fenyans, you're a man. Go for it. Zhou Zhe, let's go. He pulled Lin Zhou and they left. Lin Zhou looked back at Fenyans in disbelief. This guy is really crazy. He patted Fenyans on the shoulder, sighed, and said, You'll regret this. He didn't say much else. Years later, the rich second generation by Yun Ruoxi's side wasn't Fenyans. In the past, everyone was so reckless in their youth. Fenyans stood still for a moment, his head buzzing. He wasn't sure if what he was doing was right or wrong, but he didn't want to see Yun Ruoxi cry all the time. When he sent her back to the classroom earlier, Fenyans couldn't hold back. He asked her about her wish, promising to help her achieve it. Yun Ruoxi tearfully revealed that she wanted to date Lin Zhou. Date Lin Zhou. Although it hurt, Fenyans nodded vigorously and agreed. Now, he had the chance to help her fulfill her wish. Fenyans closed his eyes, lifted his head, and looked at the sky. Suddenly, he smiled. Because when you like someone, nothing really matters. Sacrificing a bit for her wish is no big deal. You're a man, Fenyans. I won't regret this, Fenyans said earnestly. Suddenly, he laughed. It seemed like he had found his own goal to strive for. For Yun Ruoxi. For his youthful crush. A bit juvenile and naive. So what? With that in mind, Fenyans turned quickly and headed towards the classroom. He was determined to study hard. Lin Zhou and Liu Shiming were already back at their seats. Lin Zhou placed Sunyanku's water bottle down, picked up her cup, and poured water for her. Sunyanku had already lifted her head, pretending to study. Liu Shiming handed his two water bottles to their owners and then looked at Fenyans, somewhat puzzled. Zhou Zhe, is Fenyans serious? Looks like it, but he has no chance of beating you at all. Do you have that much confidence in me? Naturally. Look how well you're studying right now. Fenyans is far behind you. How could he catch up? You never know. What if he suddenly makes a huge leap? Oh, don't try to fool me. Although I'm not good at studying, I know that the better your grades are, the harder it is to improve. You're not stupid. Instead of caring about others, why not focus on your studies? Hurry up. Liu Shiming, helpless, sat down. Lin Zhou glanced deeply in the direction of Fenyans, handed the water cup to Sunyanku. Sunyanku looked at him puzzledly. Lin Zhou, what were you talking about? What's going on with Fenyans? Did you make a bet with him again? No. He wants to make a bet with me. Why? For love. Perhaps. How? Love? Ha, you don't understand. Little deskmate, have your water. Oh. Sunyanku picked up the water cup, also puzzled as she looked at Fenyans. Love? Was Fenyans in love? With whom? How come she hadn't heard about it? Just then, Lin Zhou's voice was heard. Little deskmate. What does little Chen like? This problem, he has been thinking about it all morning. Although Xiao Cheng has returned to his hometown, he still needs to plan ahead. If everything goes smoothly, he should be able to see Xiao Cheng again this summer vacation. Maybe he will even see Xiao Cheng's grandparents. These things need to be planned in advance. Try not to experience as many setbacks as Lao Lin did. Why are you suddenly concerned about this? Sunayan Chui looked puzzled. Lin Zhou waved his hand. No, I'm just curious. I quite like this child Xiao Cheng. He couldn't tell Xiao Cheng that it was because of her. She would definitely be scared away. Oh, Xiao Cheng. I don't know what he likes, probably. Likes playing games? Games? He thought he would like to study something. Yes, Xiao Cheng is quite interested. He even wants to be a game expert. It's just that our family doesn't have the conditions for that. He can't do anything now except studying well. Sunyanku's expression became somewhat desolate as she said this. Lin Zhou saw this and felt a bit sorry for her. It's all right. There will be opportunities in the future. Yes, I also think so. When Xiao Cheng gets into university, he will have many opportunities to do those things, and his dreams will come true. Sunyanku's eyes were full of longing. Lin Zhou nodded. You're right. So, Xiao Chu, as the older sister, you should set a good example, study hard, and get into university first. I know. Sunyanku nodded. Lin Zhou resisted the urge to ruffle her hair again, and looked at her profile seriously. What they didn't know was that not far ahead, Zhou Shenshin was watching in confusion as Fenyans buried his head in his textbook. Fenyans, what are you doing? Why are you acting so abnormal? He usually finishes his meal, comes to the classroom, drinks a glass of water first, then tidies up his desk. Finally, he lies down to rest for 2 minutes before taking out his study materials. According to him, this enhances learning efficiency. But today, as soon as he sat down, he began studying seriously and didn't even look up. Zhou Shanshan was worried. Nothing. Busy. Dizzy with what? Studying. Oh. Zhou Shanshan could see that he was studying, but she was still puzzled. But she didn't want to disturb Finyans, so she didn't say much. Just as she was about to take out her textbook to study, she suddenly saw Finyans lift his head. Zhou Shanshan, huh? Do you think I can surpass Lin Zhou in the 3rd model exam? Huh? Zhou Shanshan really didn't understand what Finyans was asking. Lin Zhou had made such huge progress in the last 2 exams. Next time, he might even be first in the whole grade. With such high scores, who could surpass him? But she also didn't want to discourage Finyans. She just didn't know how to answer. Thankfully, Finyans didn't really need her answer. He smiled and buried his head again. I want to try. Zhou Shanshan was a little puzzled. She turned to discuss with Wang Zikan whether Finyans was ill, but she found that Wang Zikan wasn't there. Zhou Shanshan felt a little lost. Wang Zikan seemed to have missed the morning self-study today. What happened to him? Was he absent? Was he sick? Too many questions flooded her mind, giving Zhou Shanshan a headache. She decided to just not think about it and leave them alone. These boys are always so strange. In the 2nd class after lunch, Lin Zhou stood up, preparing to go to the restroom. Just as he stepped out of the classroom door, Li Liwei approached him and hugged his neck. Lin Zhou, you're amazing. Lin Zhou was a bit confused. What's going on? I heard that Yun Ruoxi cried for you this morning. Ow, was this something to brag about? He would rather not have it, right? But Li Liwei didn't think so. Yun Ruoxi was the most famous beauty in the whole school. She had always been aloof and never paid attention to men. Lin Zhou used to be following her around, but now, she was crying for him. It was such a face slap. Ha ha, you're exaggerating. You are my idol. Teach me how to pick up girls. I also want to quickly find one before high school ends and catch on to the tale of early love. Lin Zhou looked at him speechlessly. He found it quite funny. Still, early love. They were already 18, right? When Lin Zhou didn't speak, Li Liwei was unhappy. Hey, Lin Zhou, don't hide it to yourself. We're good buddies. You can't just ignore your buddy's life. Lin Zhou had no choice but to say, well, look at your appearance. Of course, I know to pursue girls with high appearance. I'm not stupid. If the appearance is similar to Yun Ruoxi, I'm very satisfied. Li Liwei said excitedly. Lin Zhou couldn't help but point it out to him. I meant paying attention to your own appearance. If you are handsome, girls will naturally come to you. Li Liwei's face instantly turned ugly. Lin Zhou, you ... you. Ha ha ha. They laughed and walked towards the restroom. On their way back to the classroom, Lin Zhou saw Jian Zhengyang standing at the door. He was standing by the railing, looking outside, as if waiting for someone. The other boys saw the teacher and quickly went back into the classroom. Lin Zhou thought for a moment and walked towards him. Teacher Jian, were you looking for me? Jian Zhengyang turned around pleasantly surprised. Yes. Looking for you. What's the matter? This. Jian Zhengyang pondered for a moment, suddenly feeling a bit embarrassed to say. He glanced at the time and said, there are still 15 minutes before class. Shall we go there and talk? He pointed to the corner next to the teaching building where no one was around. Lin Zhou nodded. Sure. He had a good sense about teacher Jian and didn't refuse. In the corner, Jian Zhengyang stood still, looking at Lin Zhou. He opened his mouth but couldn't say what he had come to say. Lin Zhou became a bit impatient. Teacher Jian, time is limited. What's the matter? You want to ask me about Miss Liu, right? Lin Zhou got straight to the point. Jian Zhengyang was shocked. You know, I guessed it. Seeing you hesitate like this, besides feelings, there probably isn't anything else that can make you like this, right? Jian Zhengyang felt awkward and scratched his head. That's true. In fact, he had wanted to find Lin Zhou since breakfast. But then he thought it would be too weird for a teacher to consult a student about these things. He went back and forth in his mind for 2 classes before he felt that his face was less important than the important matter of Liu Qingyan. That's when he plucked up the courage to come over. Still feeling a bit embarrassed to speak, he didn't expect to be exposed by Lin Zhou. You said you could help me? Jian Zhengyang no longer appeared as hesitant. Lin Zhou smiled and nodded, saying, "Well, but ultimately, this matter relies on you. I can only offer you some ideas." I understand, but Jian Zhengyang fell silent for a moment before speaking again. "Professor Liu seems to not be interested in dating. Has she told you this herself?" "No, but she mentioned it to Director Zhang." "Oh, she's afraid that Director Zhang will introduce potential suitors to her. She's annoyed, so that's why she's been avoiding Director Zhang." "Really? Is that true?" Jian Zhengyang looked at Lin Zhou in disbelief. Lin Zhou nodded. "Of course, it's true." "Jian, have you ever met a woman who doesn't want to date?" This question puzzled Jian Zhengyang. He hadn't interacted with many girls. He really didn't know. However, based on those he knew, they all seemed to enjoy dating. Without waiting for Jian's response, Lin Zhou continued, "In fact, all girls are the same, no matter their background, personality, or family. They are all filled with yearning for love, because they are naturally sensitive, with a heightened perception of emotions, requiring more understanding and tolerance than men. The Liu Qingyan you've seen has probably encountered unsuitable suitors over the years, always being set up on blind dates with the wrong people, likely individuals with skewed perspectives who have led her astray. But her parents, her friends, probably never asked her what she wants. As long as he's a man, they would send him her way, which led to the person she is now. By using this method, she hides her true self, thus avoiding getting hurt. It's somewhat extreme. Liu Qingyan loves freedom, enjoys fashion, often leading among women. Deep down, she must be more fragile and sensitive than most, yearning for love, craving someone to be by her side, longing for her own safe haven. Since she can't have that, she prefers to avoid contact altogether. So, it's not that she doesn't want to, it's that she's afraid to." Jian Zhengyang listened to these words in astonishment. "Is that so? What? But what?" "Trust me, Jian, everything I've said is true." Lin Zhou had encountered too many women like this in his past life. They forged ahead in their careers, working just as hard as men, yet inside, they were incredibly lonely. As long as you can step into Professor Liu's heart, take good care of her, truly place her in your heart, shield her from storms, become her safe haven, she will definitely accept you. The process might be difficult, but it's definitely possible. Jian Zhengyang looked pleasantly surprised. "Really? Everything you're saying is true?" "Yes. Give it a try and you'll see." "Jian, best of luck." Lin Zhou decided to encourage Jian Zhengyang. After all, finding a colleague who understands and accepts you would be a good choice for Liu Qingyan. A teacher as wonderful as her shouldn't end up lonely. But how should I do it?" Jian Zhengyang still felt perplexed. Lin Zhou pondered for a moment and said, "Subtly cling to her, create a strong presence in her life, make her aware of your existence, then gently integrate into her life, making it hard for her to be without you. However, don't rush things at the beginning, or it might backfire, and Professor Liu might just ignore you altogether." Seeing Jian still looking confused, Lin Zhou added, "Simply put, prepare breakfast, lunch, and dinner every day, commute together, surprise her daily, be there when she needs you, keep your distance when she doesn't. Understand what I mean?" Jian Zhengyang nodded somewhat understandingly. "I get it a bit. Then, let's start from there." "Go for it, Jian. Professor Liu is really a very good person. I know, well, but if I find out that everything you do is all an act, if you do anything that hurts her, I won't let you off." Jian Zhengyang. In Lin Zhou's mind, Liu Qingyan was like an older sister figure. People like her needed protection. Seeing Jian Zhengyang smile, Lin Zhou smiled too. "Don't judge me by my age or the fact that I haven't graduated yet. I always keep my promises." Jian Zhengyang also nodded earnestly. "All right, rest assured, I will definitely treat Professor Liu well. Let's focus on winning her over first. I have to go now, have a class." Lin Zhou gave Jian Zhengyang an encouraging look before heading towards the classroom. Jian Zhengyang also contemplated Lin Zhou's words as he walked towards the teaching building. Halfway there, he suddenly remembered something and turned to look back at Lin Zhou's direction. This kid doesn't know his place. However, he didn't take offense. After all, after listening to Lin Zhou for so long, Jian Zhengyang realized he had come a long way. He had chosen the right person by seeking out Lin Zhou today. Jian Zhengyang was very happy and decided that in the future, he would chat more with Lin Zhou whenever he had the chance. At noon that day, Jian Zhengyang decided to act. As soon as class was over, he hurried out of the office. His office mate, Li Jianchao, was left puzzled. Hey, Professor Jian, why are you running so fast? Let's have lunch together. But Jian Zhengyang seemed to not hear him, and continued running faster. Li Jianchao had no choice but to leave with his lunchbox. When he reached the doorway, he saw Jian Zhengyang standing next to Liu Qingyan, talking to her. Li Jianchao was speechless. Hey, this kid, he's learning to take initiative. Since that was the case, he might as well have lunch alone. Just as he was about to go, he noticed Zhang Shuqi also stepping outside, and called out to him, Mr. Li. Director John. What's up? Have lunch together, hot. Li Jianchao was taken aback. Although both were teachers, Zhang Shuqi was currently the acting principal. Walking alongside him always made Li Jianchao feel a strong sense of pressure. He felt uncomfortable almost everywhere. He was about to find an excuse to decline and Zhang Shuqi said, Since you don't have anyone to have lunch with, right? He couldn't argue with that, so he reluctantly agreed. Okay then, great. Let's plan how to help Professor Jian and Professor Liu while we eat. Zhang Shuqi felt that they couldn't rely on themselves alone. Jian Zhengyan lacked insight, and Liu Qingyan kept rejecting men. These two individuals were really challenging to deal with. They needed help from others. Li Jianchao perked up at this idea. He loved gossip and involving himself in it. All right, Director John, let's plan it out properly during lunch. Good idea. Let's go. The two of them walked towards the cafeteria, one after the other, to discuss their strategies. Jian Zhengyang and Liu Qingyan were unaware of these things. In this moment, Jian Zhengyang had only Liu Qingyan in his eyes. Lin Zhou had said that he wanted to make his presence felt around Liu Qingyan at all times and help her prepare breakfast, dinner, and lunch. This way, Teacher Liu would notice him. It was now just about lunchtime, a perfect opportunity. Jian Zhengyan decided to give it a try and rushed out directly. But when he reached Liu Qingyan, he suddenly realized he didn't know what to say. He felt very nervous and his mind was blank. At the moment, Liu Qingyan was also a bit confused. Why was this silly teacher Jian looking for her again? The morning's incident was still vivid in her mind. Liu Qingyan felt a bit awkward. What's even more awkward was that teacher Jian found her but didn't say a word. He just stood in front of her. This was a bit abnormal. Teacher Jian, do you need something? Liu Qingyan couldn't help but ask. In that moment, Jian Zhengyang came to his senses. He remained silent for a moment, then said, We actually didn't. Liu Qingyan was a bit puzzled. What was Jian Zhengyang trying to do? Why was he hesitating and fumbling? Teacher Jian, if there's nothing, I'll go ahead. Oh. No. Teacher Liu, can we have lunch together? Jian Zhengyang finally managed to say a complete sentence. Liu Qingyan was taken aback, but despite feeling strange, she nodded and said, Of course we can. Ha. Okay. Let's have lunch together then. Jian Zhengyang's heart was filled with a hint of sweetness. Finally, he could have lunch with Teacher Liu. How happy he felt. But Liu Qingyan was a bit perplexed. Teacher Jian, is there something that's making you happy? Yeah, ha. Jian Zhengyang couldn't help but smile again. Liu Qingyan was puzzled. What's the matter? Tell me. Let me also share your happiness. Well, I'll have to keep it a secret from you. Teacher Liu. Lin Zhou had also said not to rush things, as it might make Teacher Liu suspicious. It would backfire. So let's take it slow. Let's start with having lunch with Teacher Liu. Okay. Liu Qingyan didn't ask further, but seeing Jian Zhengyang's demeanor, she felt like she was with a child. Just give them a little sugar, and they'll be happy and content. Let's hurry, I'm hungry. Okay. Jian Zhengyang nodded again. He followed behind Liu Qingyan, ensuring that she stayed within his sight at all times, as they made their way to the cafeteria. Before Liu Qingyan could say anything, Jian Zhengyang swiftly took the lunch box from her hands. Teacher Liu, let me do it. What would you like to eat? I can do it myself. Let me do it. You're wearing high heels today. It's inconvenient for you to wait in line. I can do it alone. So let me. Hey. Liu Qingyan glanced down at her high heels, feeling a bit uncomfortable. She had been wearing them for 2 classes already that morning. She nodded. All right. Thank you, Teacher Jian. I'd like braised pork rice. Okay. Jian Zhengyang quickly went to the braised pork rice line and smiled at Liu Qingyan. gesturing for her to sit and wait to the side. Liu Qingyan sat down obediently. She couldn't help but feel a bit happy not having to stand in line. Little did she know, at not far from them, Li Jiancha and Zhang Shuqi had been watching them. Watching intently, the two of them burst into laughter. Heh. Director Zhang, do you see that? Teacher Jian seems to be taking the initiative all of a sudden. Am I mistaken? Yes, indeed. What's gotten into him? Did the light bulb just turn on? Who knows, as long as it's not a bad thing, it's fine. That's true. It's good this way. Progress will be quicker. Yet, the two of them were so focused on watching that they almost forgot to get their food. Meanwhile, Jian Zhengyang, with the lunchbox in his arms, smiled foolishly. He didn't know why he was smiling, he just felt very happy. Finally, he had the chance to have close contact with Teacher Liu. The lunchbox in his arms belonged to Teacher Liu. Great. Hey. Teacher Jian. People behind him were curious as they watched him. Teacher Jian. Jian Zhengyang finally snapped out of it. Hot. Move forward. What are you standing still for? You're up next. Oh. Okay. Jian Zhengyang realized that the person in front of him was just 1 meter away. He hurriedly took a step forward but still had a smile on his face. The teachers behind him were speechless at his behavior. Jian Zhengyang quickly got his food and then hurried over to Liu Qingyan. He handed her the lunchbox, feeling joyful. Teacher Liu, here, braised pork rice. Okay. Thank you. Liu Qingyan nodded her head and took the lunchbox. Jian Zhengyang chuckled then sat down opposite Liu Qingyan. Teacher Liu, would you like a drink? I'll buy one for you. I don't. Before Liu Qingyan could finish her sentence, Jian Zhengyang stood up directly and dashed towards the drink counter. Liu Qingyan furrowed her eyebrows in confusion. Teacher Jian was being unusually diligent today. Moments later, Jian Zhengyang bounded back with a cup of plum juice. Here, Teacher Liu, have a sip. Just as Liu Qingyan was about to take the cup, she noticed that Jian Zhengyang only had one cup in his hand. She asked in puzzlement, aren't you going to have one too? Jian Zhengyang suddenly realized that he had completely forgotten about himself while focusing on Liu Qingyan. Oh, I am going to. Just wait a minute. He quickly turned and ran back. Liu Qingyan wanted to tell him to put down the cup first, but he had already arrived at the drink counter. She shook her head helplessly. Young people have good energy, she sighed. However, she couldn't shake off the feeling that Jian Zhengyang was going a bit overboard with his diligence. He had never been like this before. Was it deliberate? But why? Liu Qingyan had her doubts. Shortly after, Jian Zhengyang sprinted back to Liu Qingyan, handing her one cup. He held another one himself. I got them. Go ahead and drink. Thank you, Liu Qingyan said, taking the cup from him. Jian Zhengyang grinned and sat across from her. Teacher Liu, would you like a drink? I'll buy one for you. I don't. Liu Qingyan was cut short as Jian Zhengyang stood up and rushed to get the drink. Liu Qingyan furrowed her brow in confusion. Teacher Jian was being unusually diligent today. In a moment, Jian Zhengyang returned with a cup in his hand. Here, Teacher Liu, have a sip. Liu Qingyan was about to take the drink but watched as Jian Zhengyang swiftly grabbed his cup back. He then pierced the straw into the cup. Finally, he handed it to her sincerely. Teacher Liu, now you can enjoy your drink. Liu Qingyan looked at Jian Zhengyang strangely, increasingly convinced that Jian Zhengyang was behaving unusually today. Not only did he voluntarily eat lunch with her, help her get food, and buy her a drink, but now he was even opening her drink for her. She had never had a male open her drink for her before. Her ex-boyfriend found such gestures to affected and never paid much attention to her. Liu Qingyan felt both pleasantly surprised and puzzled. She couldn't hold it in any longer and asked, Teacher Jian, what's going on with you? Is there something you need help with? Otherwise, why would he be so attentive? It was completely out of character. Jian Zhengyang was stunned by Liu Qingyan's question. He sheepishly lowered his head. Well, it's because ... He stuttered for a while, not knowing how to explain, but he felt that what he did was perfectly fine. Afraid that Liu Qingyan might misunderstand, Jian Zhengyang pondered for a moment and said, Actually, I'm just really happy today, and I wanted to find someone to share my joy with. So, what exactly is making you so happy? Why was he being so mysterious? Jian Zhengyang hesitated again. He didn't even know what he was happy about. But since he had already started talking, he had to continue making up excuses. Because our class ranked first in the humanities section of the mock exams, just wanted to celebrate a bit, heh. After saying this, Jian Zhengyang directly lowered his head. Ridiculous. Coming up with these random excuses. The mock exams were a week ago. Truly truly, Liu Qingyan didn't know what else to say. In the end, she could only quickly bury her head in eating, deciding not to talk to Jian Zhengyang anymore. Their conversation that day just couldn't go on. For the rest of the meal, neither of them spoke a word. It was only when they were leaving that Liu Qingyan quickly stood up, politely bid farewell to Jian Zhengyang, and without waiting for his response, walked ahead. As she passed by Zhang Shuqi, she couldn't resist lowering her head, calling out to him, "Principal Zhang, what's up?" Zhang Shuqi, who was gossiping with Li Jianchao, quickly feigned composure and looked towards Liu Qingyan. Liu Qingyan earnestly said, "I think it's necessary to have psychological counseling for the students and teachers in our school, to address their mental issues. Otherwise, everyone will become abnormal. It's too scary." Zhang Shuqi was also taken aback. "Oh, that's a good suggestion. I'll consider it. Okay. I'll head back now." Liu Qingyan then glanced back at Jian Zhengyang, realizing he hadn't followed. She hurriedly left. Meanwhile, Jian Zhengyang stood in place, feeling conflicted and disheartened. He felt like he had done something wrong, but he couldn't figure out what it was. Just as he was feeling lost, someone tapped him on the shoulder. Jian Zhengyang turned and saw Li Jianchao and Zhang Shuqi standing behind him. Looking at him, Jian Zhengyang murmured, "Principal Zhang, Teacher Li ... you." Zhang Shuqi pointed at him firmly and seemed like he wanted to say something but ended up walking away without speaking a word. Li Jianchao shook his head and sighed, then turned and left as well. Jian Zhengyang remained rooted to the spot, puzzled. Why didn't they say anything? Jian Zhengyang hung his head and eventually decided to go ask Lin Zhou about it. These old folks, none of them were reliable. When he arrived at Lin Zhou's classroom door, Lin Zhou had just returned. Jian Zhengyang pulled Lin Zhou aside again, contemplating how to approach the matter. Lin Zhou cut to the chase. "Just tell me straightforwardly, what's going on? Did you upset Teacher Liu?" Jian Zhengyang hurriedly nodded. Yes, that's it. I don't know why she's upset." "Then tell me all the details of your interaction with her." Lin Zhou turned into an advisor. Jian Zhengyang didn't see any issue with it and earnestly recounted the process of having lunch with Liu Qingyan earlier that day to Lin Zhou. As Lin Zhou listened, he furrowed his brows. In the end, he sighed deeply. Jian Zhengyang grew anxious. "What's wrong? What did I do wrong?" "Teacher Jian, didn't you mention it yourself earlier? You are too hasty. You were rushing too much at the start, not rushing directly towards Teacher Liu, nor embracing her directly. Indeed, you weren't hasty enough." "Right, just as I thought of saying something." Jian Zhengyang suddenly realized Lin Zhou was being sarcastic. Jian Zhengyang was speechless. Did I make a mistake?" "Yes. How could you forget yourself while getting drinks, first time having a meal with someone, and also, first time dining, helping to open her drink?" "Oh, I meant, it's not wrong to help open the drink, but you have to choose the right moment. You bought bottled drinks, let Teacher Liu enable to open hers, then it would be natural for you to help, right? Otherwise, it would seem too deliberate." Jian Zhengyang listened, looking confused, but for some reason, he felt Lin Zhou made sense. The right moment. Yes, the right moment. It's about finding the opportunity you can help. Take it slow. But how do I find that? Well, I seem unable to help you with that. Teacher Jian, you have to figure it out yourself. Jian Zhengyang was once again plunged into thought. If he could figure it out, he wouldn't have messed up, right? Sigh. Lin Zhou sighed once more. Since you can't figure it out for now, take it step by step. Treat Teacher Liu as your good friend, not someone you like. Yes, like a friend who's a bit better than an ordinary friend. Show more care, then gradually approach her step by step. Is that so? Yes. Then I'll give it a try at dinner. Don't rush for dinner. Didn't you scare Teacher Liu away during lunch today? Let's skip dinner for now. But aren't you afraid Teacher Liu will never talk to you again? I'm scared. Scared. Then listen to me. Find Teacher Liu again tomorrow. Don't rush. Take it slow as friends. Okay. That's settled then. I'll go to class. Okay. Lin Zhou then left. Jian Zhengyang was left contemplating once more. Seeing him still, Lin Zhou sighed silently. When he entered the classroom, he found his deskmate already asleep. He sat down, propped his head on the table, and looked at her face. Suddenly, a smile crept onto his lips. In this world, his deskmate was indeed the easiest to fool. Dealing with other women was so difficult. He was truly lucky. With these thoughts, Lin Zhou drifted off to sleep. The afternoon passed quickly. At dinner time, Liu Qingyin quickly got up and hurried to the cafeteria. She didn't want to eat with teacher Jian again. Luckily, Jian Zhengyang was nowhere outside the door. Liu Qingyin heaved a long sigh of relief. Just as she was about to head to the cafeteria, she suddenly saw the class monitor, Li Liwei, walking towards her. Teacher Liu, did Wang Zikin ask for leave today? What happened? Why hasn't he come all day? In the morning, Li Liwei assumed Wang Zikin had taken leave, that the curriculum for the seniors was intense. When they took leave now, it was hour by hour. Wang Zikin had been talking about studying hard recently. How could he suddenly request a whole day off? Wang Zikin, he took a day off today. Li Liwei was shocked. For the whole day? Yes, I originally suggested he take less time off, but he said there were family matters. Oh, okay. I thought something was wrong. Ms. Liu, you go eat. I'll go back to the classroom first. Okay. Liu Qingyin nodded. After Li Liwei left, she looked around and realized no one was following her. She quickly headed towards the cafeteria. Little did she know, as soon as she left, Jian Zhengyang was standing in the spot where she had just been, watching her back. Several times he wanted to follow her, but decided against it. Lin Zhou was right. He shouldn't be too hasty. Otherwise, it would startle Ms. Liu. When Li Jiancha and Zhang Shuqi passed by, they witnessed this scene. Both of them sighed together but ignored Jian Zhengyang. Amidst this, Jian Zhengyang quickly called out, Ms. Zhang, Mr. Li, wait for me. Together. After school in the evening, when Cici packed up and headed out, when she was close to the school gate, she saw Lin Zhou also leaving. When Cici paused, stopping her steps, Zhang Xiaoyun, who was supposed to walk home with her, also paused. Cici, what's wrong? Why aren't you going? It's nothing. Let's walk a little later. Today, being ignored by Lin Zhou Mei when Cici feels strange. When she saw Lin Zhou again, she felt a bit hesitant to approach. Why? Are you afraid of someone? Zhang Xiaoyun curiously looked in the direction of the school gate. When she saw Lin Zhou, she also paused. Lin Zhou. Cici, are you afraid of Lin Zhou? No. When Cici quickly waved her hand. I just don't want to see him. Why? Zhang Xiaoyun looked puzzled. When Cici lowered her head without answering, that her expression, in Zhang Xiaoyun's eyes, seemed shy and embarrassed. Zhang Xiaoyun suddenly burst into laughter. Cici, did you confess to Lin Zhou and fail? Ha ha. No. When Cici was shocked, Xiaoyun, what are you saying? Ha ha. Okay. I was teasing you, but your expression really seems to like Lin Zhou. I said it before, but you didn't admit it. I don't like him, Xiaoyun. Stop saying that or I'll get angry. Okay. I won't say it again. Zhang Xiaoyun pouted and didn't say another word. When Cici stood in place for a while, then quickly noticed Qin Yushan also coming out. She hurriedly walked over to Lin Zhou and tugged at his sleeve. The two of them walked home chatting and laughing. When Cici suddenly envied their camaraderie. Being an only child, she had never enjoyed the company of an older brother. That must be very fulfilling. At least Qin Yushan seemed truly happy. When she couldn't see them anymore, when Cici finally left, Zhang Xiaoyun lived closer, so she soon returned home. When Cici walked alone on the road, deep in thought, as she passed by a small river on the side of the street, she suddenly heard a splash. Something had fallen into the water. When Cici turned her head and saw a boy sitting on the bank of the river, his legs were kicking in the air. The stones in his hand kept dropping into the water, making crisp sounds. When Cici found it strange, Wang Zikin, what are you doing here? It was already very late, with the moon hanging high. Even the elderly at the street park had returned home. Why was Wang Zikin here? And he seemed a bit troubled, with a terrifying thought flashing through her mind. When Cici quickly went to Wang Zikin's side and grabbed his arm. Wang Zikin, don't do something foolish. What are you doing? Get up. Startled by her pull, Wang Zikin exclaimed, ouch. When Cici, you're hurting me. Sorry. But get up quickly. Don't sit here. I'm scared. When Cece wanted to scream for help, but it was so quiet around. No one was there. It's not that I wanted to commit suicide. When Cece, let go of me first, huh? You didn't want to ... No. Why would I want to commit suicide? Can this river drown a person? When Cece was slightly stunned, then awkwardly withdrew her hand. The water in this small river was only knee-deep. It couldn't drown anyone. She had been too worked up. Ow. Then why are you sitting here? It's so late. Didn't you go to school today? Yeah, took a day off. Why? You don't seem sick. Of course, I am not sick. I just ... Juan Zicken scratched his head, not sure how to continue. He picked up the soda can next to him and offered it to Cece. Want some soda? Yeah. I was planning to drink alcohol, but then I remembered I'd turn legal in 2 months, so I dropped the idea. But I have to go home. All right, go home. Tomorrow is early study. Oh. When Cece nodded and walked towards the main road, she heard Juan Zicken opening the soda can behind her and taking a sip. When Cece's mind raced, and she turned back. Aren't you going home? Not going. Then I'll have some too. When Cece quickly walked back to Juan Zicken, sat down, and grabbed a bottle of soda from him. Surprised that she didn't leave, Juan Zicken handed her the drink and remarked, when Cece, you're acting strange today. How am I acting strange? Before, you wouldn't give a second look at me, you just leave. Not just me. All the beaux in our junior high class you wouldn't spare a glance either. You just leave. Juan Zicken said seriously, when Cece burst into laughter. It was true. She used to be like this. She couldn't stand any beau, finding them childish, and interesting, and boring. She was more interested in mature and stable men. But now, I suddenly find you beaux quite interesting. Really? Yes. Is it because of Lin Jo? Juan Zicken's remark made, when Cece paused again. She didn't know how to respond. The Juan Zicken didn't need an answer. He just smiled. I knew it was because of Lin Jo. Lin Jo has changed many people. Is it so? Yes. I used to target him along with Finyans, vowing not to get along with him. I thought anything done by such a poor student was wrong. Ah yes. That's how I used to think too. But guess what? He didn't make me lose face in front of the whole class. Didn't make me run 20 laps around the field as a punishment, and even brought me food. Not just any food. He made up an excuse. At that moment, I realized, Lin Jo can change a lot of people ... He is different from others. He doesn't have the pettiness and calculative mindset like us. He is emotionally stable, knows what should be done and what shouldn't be done. His values are also very upright, handling everything in an organized manner. It seems like he has completely changed, but after the change, he has become a role model for us to learn from. Juan Zicken said seriously, and Wency listened attentively. That day, when you came to look for Lin Jo, I knew you had ill intentions. I originally wanted to tell you about Lin Jo's situation, but I knew that even if I did, you wouldn't believe me. Have you believed me now? Wency chuckled self-deprecatingly. Did you want me to experience it for myself? Some things are better experienced firsthand. Yeah. Definitely. Wency looked up, glanced at the moon, and took a sip of soda. It was sweet and refreshing. These past few days, I've really gained a lot of insights. Lin Jo has given me a great shock, making me decide not to be a frog at the bottom of a well anymore. I also want to be excellent like him. Yeah. You can do it. You were already an outstanding person to begin with. Haha. I'm not. Don't be so self-deprecating. Wency, do you know? Many beaux in our junior high liked you, including me. You? Yes. Back then, I had just discovered what it meant to like someone. You were so beautiful, and we sat together, so close. I couldn't help but have a pounding heart every time. Haha. And now, maybe I still like you. Haha. Stop joking. How come you never wrote me a love letter like those beaux who liked me did? You still need to write love letters? I thought confessing directly would be enough. I was planning to confess to you after graduation. TSK. Stop it. Wency waved her hand. The two of them chatted and laughed together for a long time. About half an hour later, Wency stood up. It's getting late. I should go. All right. Are you going home too? I'll stay a bit longer. The view here is nice and peaceful, and it's close to my home. You go on. I'll be back soon. Okay. Then I'll leave first. Sure. Make sure you go home early too, Wensi said as she stood up. Before leaving, she couldn't help but say, Zikin, I actually envy you. Envy me for what? Envy you for being able to confront Lin Zhou for so long and still become friends with him, but I can't do that. Not only can't you become friends with Lin Zhou, but Sunyanku probably won't pay attention to you either. Just the thought makes me sad. Zikin smiled. Why not? You haven't tried yet. Give it a shot, you'll definitely be able to do it. I think you've misunderstood Lin Zhou. Is that so? Wensi looked at him doubtfully. Yes. Zikin nodded earnestly. Then I'll just take it as your way of comforting me. Zikin, can we consider ourselves friends now? I guess so. That's great. Goodbye then. She walked away quickly. Zikin watched her leave, and a hint of smile gradually faded from the corner of his eyes. He looked dejected. Will I ever see her again? After a while, Zikin cleaned up the empty soda bottles. He threw them into the nearby trash can. He patted his slightly bloated stomach, got up, and headed home. As soon as he entered, he knelt in front of his parents, who had been looking for him. Mom, Dad, I know I was wrong. It was because of me that this happened. I'm willing to take responsibility. I'll go to work tomorrow and quit school. I'll help her pay the family debt. When Wensi returned home, Wen Zhenhao had been waiting at the door for quite a while. Seeing her, he quickly came out, his body slightly trembling. Granddaughter, you finally came back. What happened today? Why did you come back so late? Did something happen? No. I just bumped into a classmate on the way and had some soda with him. Drinking soda at this late hour, you scared me. Grandpa, I'm sorry, I'll make sure to come back on time next time. Wensi pouted in grievance. Wen Zhenhao breathed a sigh of relief. Okay. Next time come back earlier. Yeah. Grandpa, I'm going to bed. All right, go ahead. I've warmed up the milk for you at the bedside. Thank you, Grandpa. Wensi's voice was soft and childish, making Wen Zhenhao feel something was off. Cici, what's wrong with you today? Did you apologize to Lin Zhou and them? Why are you so happy? Not yet, Oh, forget it. But I know I was wrong, and I want to make it right. As for Lin Zhou and Sunyanku, I'll see later. I don't think they want to see me now. Wensi's eyes revealed a hint of sadness. Wen Zhenhao nodded. Oh, as long as you know you were wrong, that's enough. Go to bed. As for his relationship with Lin Zhou, he didn't expect it to be good anymore. As long as things didn't get worse, Wensi nodded, quickly went into the bedroom. On the same day, when Fan Yunze returned home, he was still reciting from his textbooks. He pushed the door open and saw his parents still awake, having prepared a dinner of steak and red wine, sitting at the table, smiling and looking happy. Fan Yunze was astonished. Mom, Dad, what's going on here? Oh, little Ji is back. Come on. Dad closed a big deal again today. Earned a lot. Let's all have a drink together. Fan Yunze furrowed his brow slightly. Dad, I still have to go to school. What's the matter with going to school? You turned 18 last month. You can drink now. Come. Yunling, pour Ji a glass of wine. Fan Yunze's mother, Li Yunling, was dressed in a cheongsam that evening. She happily got up and poured a glass of wine for Fan Yunze, then handed it to him. This wine is not very high in alcohol content. Ji, have a drink. Fan Yunze reluctantly stepped forward. What big deal? Why are you so happy? Oh, it's just that your dad took over a small skincare raw material company and decided to run it himself. We used to use products from other companies, right? Now we don't need them anymore. And we can save a lot naturally. To profit for a year, immeasurable. Fan Yunze was slightly taken aback. Skincare raw materials. Wasn't this the project we were working on with the Wang family before? Yes, your classmate, Wang Zikin's family, but not anymore. Why, Dad? Didn't you say you and Uncle Wang started the business together, that he's your brother? If you don't need them anymore, what will they do? Fan Jian smiled, then glanced at Li Yunling after hearing those words. Ziji, you are truly young indeed. Many brotherly bonds are temporary. When we started our business together, we did go through tough times as brothers, but who made him unable to keep up with my pace? People need to learn to let go, climb up, and meet more people, instead of waiting in the same place, waiting for others to give you charity. Fan Yunze listened in a daze. But Dad, Didn't you say that Uncle Wang refused invitations from many companies over these years to supply raw materials to our family? This was also part of your initial promise. Ha! Who remembers promises from the past? Fen Jian didn't care at all. Come on, Ziji, stop dwelling on these things. Let's drink. Fen Yun slammed the glass in his hand down and stood up angrily. I'm not drinking anymore. You guys go ahead. He turned around and headed towards the kitchen. Seeing this, Fen Jian was a bit helpless. Ziji, didn't you say you're not on good terms with Wang Ziking anymore? Hasn't he stopped playing with you recently? Why are you still? But that doesn't make it right to betray someone, Fen Yun said angrily, pushing open the door. Ziji. Li Yunling quickly stood up, ready to follow. Fen Jian stopped her. Forget it, let him go. But it's okay. He's still young. He'll figure it out in a few days. Let's drink and eat steak. Li Yunling finally turned around and sat across from Fen Jian. After entering the room, Fen Yun became more and more angry. Though he didn't know what had happened between the two families, he felt that his dad was wrong. This deep sense of powerlessness made him very uncomfortable. He tossed and turned all night, unable to sleep. The next day, on his way to class, Fen Yun still felt heavy-headed. Passing by Wang Ziking's house, he waited at the door for a while, but Wang Ziking didn't show up. Since their disagreement last time, he and Wang Ziking hadn't attended class together. Fen Yun decided not to dwell on it and headed to the classroom himself. When he saw Wang Ziking, he would talk to him about this matter. Oddly enough, Wang Ziking was still absent from class that day. The morning session was English. Liu Qingyan was also absent. Fen Yun never got the chance to ask. When it was time for the break, he quickly walked up to Li Liwei and asked, Li Liwei, did you ask Teacher Liu yesterday? Why hasn't Wang Ziking come yet? Li Liwei was also puzzled at the moment. Yeah. Yesterday Teacher Liu said Wang Ziking took a day off, but that day has passed. Why hasn't he come to class? I'm asking you. Fen Yun's tone was cold. Li Liwei furrowed his brows. Why are you so aggressive with me? Fen Yun, didn't you and Wang Ziking have a falling out? Why do you still care? I'm just concerned about how classmate is doing. Oh, you should ask Teacher Liu then. I don't know. Fen Yun was momentarily a loss for words. He went to the back row and stopped Lin Zhou, who was about to go eat. Before Lin Zhou could speak, Liu Shiming interjected. Fen Yun, it's you again. What do you want? Ignoring Liu Shiming, Fen Yun looked at Lin Zhou. I just want to ask you, do you have any news about Wang Ziking? Fen Yun had been feeling restless all morning. The situation at home wasn't favorable for the Wang family. Wang Ziking's absence from school yesterday must be related to this. If he still didn't show up today, things must be serious. With the college entrance exam approaching, would Wang Ziking just skip school because of this? Fen Yun felt something was off, and he no longer cared about his issues with Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou was a bit puzzled. Ask me? Yes. You and Wang Ziking seemed close recently, right? Lin Zhou looked surprised. He had always been very jealous. How could he allow Yun Ruoshi and even admit that Wang Ziking had a good relationship with him now? Wasn't that abnormal? Well, we've gotten closer recently, but I don't know. Isn't he on leave? He took off yesterday, but he hasn't shown up today. Lin Zhou was taken aback. I really don't know. Ask Teacher Liu in a while. Okay. Fen Yun nodded and turned away. Lin Zhou looked at his back in confusion. Strange, when did Fen Yun start caring about classmates? Liu Shiming was also puzzled. Yeah, he even cares why Wang Ziking didn't come to class. Su Nianku commented, in the past, Fen Yun's and Wang Ziking seemed to get along well. Yeah, they did, despite their disagreement. But in Fen Yun's heart, Wang Ziking is still his good friend, right? Is that so? Lin Zhou laughed. My deskmate is really smart. Su Nianku blushed and laughed sheepishly. Since there were still many people around, Lin Zhou's praising words made her feel embarrassed. Seeing this, Lin Zhou stepped back, covering his chest. You too. Can you stop teasing me without regard for the situation? I feel like my heart can't take it. In the past, she would have dragged Liu Shiming away, but now, she really didn't want to be alone with Liu Shiming. Guo, what are you saying? Enough already. Su Nianku, let's go eat. I'm starving. Guo almost clung to Su Nianku. Liu Shiming tried to approach several times, but failed. He could only pull Lin Zhou and walk towards the cafeteria with a hint of melancholy. In the teacher's office, Liu Qingyan also planned to head to the cafeteria when Jian Zhengyang walked towards her happily, holding something in his hand. Liu Qingyan was startled and instinctively wanted to run away. At that moment, she heard Fan Yun's voice, "Teacher Liu, did Wang Zikan also take leave with you today?" Liu Qingyan was slightly surprised. "No, he only took a day off yesterday." "Why? Wang Zikan didn't come to class today." Fan Yun's heart sank. "Yet, he didn't." It was almost certain that Wang Zikan's absence from class was definitely related to that incident. Fan Yun's felt a bit panicked. Liu Qingyan also furrowed her brows. "Strange. I'll give their family a call." "All right. Thank you, Teacher Liu." Fan Yun stood there, and Liu Qingyan took out her phone and made the call. The call got through quickly, but she only heard a busy tone. No one answered until the ringtone stopped. Liu Qingyan's brows furrowed even more tightly. Seeing Fan Yun's hopeful expression, she hesitated. No one answered. Oops. Fan Yun's became even more anxious. Liu Qingyan thought it was just her duty as a class monitor to care for the students. She quickly said, "Don't worry, I'll try calling him again later. You go to class first." "There's no need to call. I feel like he won't answer his phone all day today." "Why?" Liu Qingyan asked in confusion. Fan Yun said, in a hurry, "Teacher Liu, I'm also taking a day off today to go check on Wang's family. Oh, I'm going to try to persuade Wang Zikan to come back." Liu Qingyan felt that the situation seemed complicated. She nodded. "Take your time. Call me if you need anything." "All right. Thank you, teacher." After getting a leave slip signed by Liu Qingyan, Fan Yun quickly left. Liu Qingyan stood still, watching his figure as she became lost in thought. "I hope everything is okay." Just as she was about to turn around, she saw Jian Zhengyang standing right in front of her, smiling at her. Liu Qingyan was startled. She wanted to run but felt it was too late, so she nervously greeted him. "Teacher Jian, you haven't had lunch yet? Has it already been 5 minutes? He's been standing here the whole time. Is he about to do something sensational and shocking?" Liu Qingyan remained vigilant. However, Jian Zhengyang smiled calmly and handed her something, saying, "No, this is for you. Have it now." Liu Qingyan hesitated. "Coffee?" "Yes. Today I bought coffee for the teachers in the Chinese language department. You arrived late this morning, so I'm only giving it to you now." "Oh." Liu Qingyan nodded in confusion and accepted it. Jian Zhengyang smiled and walked away. Liu Qingyan watched him walk away, puzzled by his normal yet abnormal behavior. Just then, Li Jianchao and Zhang Shuqi, who were also holding coffee, approached her. "Teacher Liu, what are you looking at?" Liu Qingyan quickly snapped out of it. "Director Zhang, do you also have coffee? Aren't only the teachers from the Chinese language department supposed to have it?" "Yes. It was bought for us by little Jian." "Not bad. This kid." "Yeah. Quite good." Liu Qingyan chimed in, trying to agree. "Teacher Liu, have you eaten yet? Come, let's eat together," Zhang Shuqi said seriously. Liu Qingyan didn't hesitate and agreed. "Sure. Let's go." "Good." The three of them walked ahead. Unseen by Liu Qingyan, Zhang Shuqi and Li Jianchao exchanged a smile. Meanwhile, Jian Zhengyang, who was leading the way, was feeling nervous. His heart had been racing ever since he stood next to Teacher Liu. He couldn't believe how calm he was in handing the coffee to Liu Qingyan, and even calmer in forcing himself to leave. But he had no choice. Otherwise, Teacher Liu might think he was to deliberate and distance herself from him. Thankfully, she accepted the coffee today. Yes, it was a successful first step. Jian Zhengyang pumped himself up and went into the restaurant. Not far behind him, Zhang Shuqi and Li Jianchao led Liu Qingyan, strolling leisurely. Seeing Jian Zhengyang heading to the porridge counter, Li Jianchao deliberately asked Zhang Shuqi, "Director Zhang, what do you want for breakfast?" "Ah, porridge," Zhang Shuqi replied seriously. Li Jianchao quickly turned to Liu Qingyan. "Teacher Liu, how about you? What do you want to eat? Then I'll have porridge too." Zhang Shuqi was the leader. Now that he has spoken, can she contradict him? Of course not. She could only go along with it. "All right, let's go." Together, the three of them headed to the porridge counter. Just as Jian Zhengyang settled in, there weren't many people in front of him. He waited in line, contemplating how to interact with Teacher Liu next. He had been teased by Director Zhang and Teacher Li for a long time during dinner last night. He felt so foolish. Next time, he definitely wouldn't be eating with them. Just as he was thinking, he heard Zhang Shuqi's voice behind him. Teacher Jian. You're here too. Jian Zhengyang quickly turned around. Director Zhang. You're here too. Phew. He had just thought of something in his mind, and thankfully hadn't said it out loud, or he would have been caught red-handed. But as soon as he finished speaking, he noticed Liu Qingyan and Li Jianchao standing behind Zhang Shuqi. Jian Zhengyang immediately smiled. Teacher Liu. Teacher Li. You're here too. Liu Qingyan nodded. Yes. Having lunch with Director Zhang. Li Jianchao added. Yes. Teacher Jian. Are you eating alone? Join us? Sure. I'm in. Jian Zhengyang completely forgot his earlier resolution not to eat with Zhang Shuqi and the others again. He was so happy at the thought of having a meal with Teacher Liu. It was good that he bought the coffee today. Okay. Take a seat with us later. Li Jianchao pointed to a spot. Jian Zhengyang nodded. Sure. Anywhere works for me. Teacher Liu. What about you? Anywhere is fine. Then it's settled. Teacher Jian. It's your turn to get the food. Director Zhang. Why don't you go first? Zhang Shuqi was about to decline but remembered what he was currently doing, so he nodded, stood unreservedly in front of Jian Zhengyang, and said, All right, thanks, little Jian. Jian Zhengyang found himself standing in front of Liu Qingyan suddenly. Her hand trembled. Why was she once again in close proximity with Teacher Jian? It was strange. Jian Zhengyang was feeling a bit nervous at the moment. Yesterday, he had angered Liu Qingyan, and today he was unsure of how Liu Qingyan would perceive him. Lin Zhou said not to be hasty and to treat the other person as a friend. Jian Zhengyang pondered seriously for a moment, controlling his excited emotions. He smiled towards Liu Qingyan, then tidied up his lunchbox and politely asked, Teacher Liu, will I be bothering you like this? Liu Qingyan quickly waved her hand, saying, No, not at all. That's good. Let's eat. Jian lowered his head, restraining the urge to help Liu Qingyan peel the boiled egg, and picked up his pancake instead. Liu Qingyan was also stunned. Today's Jian Zhengyang seemed to have matured a bit. Li Jianchao and Zhang Shuqi couldn't help but exchange glances. It seemed like little Jian was more composed today. Not bad. Not bad. The two smiled and began eating as well. Nobody knew how nervous Jian Zhengyang felt at that moment. He was afraid of making another mistake, reminding himself repeatedly to become good friends with Liu Qingyan and then gradually improve. So throughout the meal, Liu Qingyan noticed that Jian Zhengyang occasionally chatted with Zhang Shuqi and Li Jianchao next to him. Sometimes he would include her in the conversation, but it was brief, not nervous, nor silly. It seemed that Teacher Jian was actually quite nice. After finishing the meal, they all washed their dishes together. After standing still, Liu Qingyan realized that Jian Zhengyang deliberately moved away from Zhang Shuqi and Li Jianchao to stand beside her. Liu Qingyan was startled. Remembering Jian Zhengyang's gesture of giving her the straw yesterday, she was afraid he might suddenly offer to help her wash the dishes again. Liu Qingyan quickly moved aside, but to her surprise, Jian Zhengyang politely asked, Teacher Liu, could I borrow some dish soap from you? Liu Qingyan was stunned once again. Seeing her silence, Jian Zhengyang continued, I forgot to bring mine, and it seems like Zhang and Li also didn't bring any. Li Jianchao, ready to take out the small bottle of dish soap from his pocket, hesitated for a moment and quickly stuffed it back in, saying seriously, That's right, I forgot too. Teacher Liu, may I also borrow some? Zhang Shuqi also looked at Liu Qingyan. Liu Qingyan nodded quickly. Oh, sure. Jian Zhengyang smiled then squeezed some dish soap. Liu Qingyan handed to him onto a dishcloth, and then squeezed some for Zhang Shuqi and Li Jianchao too. Finally, he ended it back to Liu Qingyan, politely saying, Thank you. After that, he didn't linger. He turned away and went to the other side of Zhang Shuqi and Li Jianchao to start washing dishes. From start to finish, he didn't even glance at Liu Qingyan. Liu Qingyan blankly stared at the dish soap in her hand. Something felt odd, but she couldn't pinpoint it. However, it was also good. Nobody felt awkward. Liu Qingyan lowered her head again and continued washing the dishes. Li Jianchao and Zhang Shuqi exchanged glances once more, giving thumbs up to Jian Zhengyang, while Liu Qingyan wasn't looking. After the meal, the four of them politely returned to the office to prepare for the morning meeting. Liu Qingyan walked a bit faster. Li Jianchao swiftly approached Jian Zhengyang, asking carefully, Teacher Jian, what's up with you today? Who gave you advice? Zhang Shuqi also leaned in, ready to listen carefully to the situation. Jian Zhengyang smiled. I can't tell you that. TSK. Being all secretive, not sharing good news. John. Deduct his performance bonus this month. John. Why are you gossiping like Lee? What? Gossiping? I didn't hear anything. Teacher Jian. Teacher Lee. Can you be more active in the meeting like Teacher Liu? The two remained silent. Meanwhile, on the other side, Fin Yunce had arrived at the Wang residence. He stood at the door thinking for a while before starting to knock. After knocking for a while without any response, Fin Yunce moved below the window on the second floor and shouted, Wang Zikan, are you home? That was where Wang Zikan's bedroom was. Initially thinking Wang Zikan wasn't home, Fin Yunce found out that the window was shut from the inside but got no response. Fin Yunce furrowed his brows and went back to the door, ready to knock a bit longer. But just as he approached the door, it opened from the inside. Fin Yunce saw Wang Zikan's mother, Zhang Finglian, standing at the door looking at him wearily. Xiaozhou, it's you. Fin Yunce was slightly surprised. The Zhang Finglian he remembered was posed, always neat and tidy, with her hair neatly done up and a gentle smile. But now her hair was a bit disheveled, and her complexion was extremely pale. She looked exhausted. Fin Yunce felt a pang in his heart and quickly asked, Auntie, are you okay? Zhang Finglian forced a sad smile. I'm fine. You're looking for Xiao Chen? No need to call out anymore. He probably won't see you. But Auntie, the college entrance exam is coming up. He needs to go to school. I know, but... Zhang Finglian hesitated and sighed. Finally, she just sighed. His father and I have tried to persuade him, but he doesn't want to go. Let me try. Fin Yunce insisted. We grew up together, and he used to listen to me. Let me try. Almost like his little sidekick before Wang Zikan was forced to run on the playground. But Xiaozhou, Auntie, I know it's my family's fault, but these things shouldn't burden Wang Zikan. What about his future? He's only 18, Fin Yunce said earnestly. Let me try. After contemplating for a moment, Zhang Finglian sighed and opened the door. Go ahead. Thank you. Fin Yunce's heart felt a pang. Zhang Finglian had never spoken so kindly to him before. He always felt closer to her than to his own aunt. Entering the house, he saw Wang's father sitting on the sofa, staring blankly at the stack of real estate leaflets on the coffee table. Zhang Finglian went up and quietly said, Lei, Xiaozhou is here to persuade Xiao Chen to go to school. Wang Hanli lifted his head from the leaflets and looked at Fin Yunce. His eyes looked weary, as if he had aged 10 years overnight. Still, he smiled at him. Go ahead, I'm counting on you. Okay, uncle, I will, Fin Yunce said. He turned and climbed the stairs to Wang Zikan's door and knocked for a while. There was still no response from inside. Just as Fin Yunce was about to give up, he heard Zhang Finglian's voice behind him. Xiaozhou. Fin Yunce turned around to see Zhang Finglian handing him a key. Use this to open the door. Fin Yunce looked puzzled, and Zhang Finglian explained. He's been unruly, not going to school, wanting to work. His father locked him in the room. Fin Yunce nodded, turned around, inserted the key into the keyhole, and gently turned it. Zhang Finglian thought for a moment and reminded him, Ziji, be careful not to let Zi Chen out. He can't go out to work. Our issues, we can handle ourselves. Okay. If possible, please help me persuade him to eat something. Okay. Fin Yunce nodded. The door was opened. Fin Yunce saw Wang Zikan sitting dejectedly on the ground, leaning his upper body against the bed behind him. He was wearing a baggy t-shirt, his hair messy like grass, perhaps not tidied up for 2 days, with a disheveled beard. He looked disheveled and haggard. Bottles of various drinks were scattered around him, with two beer bowls mixed in. His cheeks were flushed, seeming a bit drunk. Clothes and socks were strewn on the floor. Things on the bed were scattered, as if ransacked. But Fin Yunce knew that Wang Zikan would not have been robbed. This room was his own doing. When he saw him come in, Wang Zikan's eyes lit up suddenly. He quickly got up, ready to rush out. Fin Yunce slammed the door shut, locked it again, then blocked the door, standing in front of him. You can't go out. Wang Zikan held his breath, staring angrily at Fin Yunce. Move. The two were of similar height and looked evenly matched standing together. Fin Yunce took a deep breath, firmly holding the door. No. Fin Yunce, do you believe I'll hit you? Even if you hit me, I won't let you go. Wang Zikan, I know you're upset. You want to hit me, then do it. I won't fight back, you ... Wang Zikan was furious. He grabbed his hair forcefully, kicking a can of drink beside him in frustration. The can flew out of the window in an elegant arc, making a loud noise. But Wang Zikin's fist never fell. He snorted coldly, sat back on the floor, leaning against the bed, in the same position as before. Get out. I don't want to see you right now. I know you don't want to see me, but... Fenyun's paused, about to continue. But Wang Zikin stood up again, as if provoked. His voice became more agitated. But what? Want to be a good person and advise me to go to school? Fenyun's, can you stop being pathetic? I find it disgusting watching you. Fenyun's was slightly stunned. What are you saying? He never expected that this former good friend would use such words to describe him. I find you disgusting. Do you understand that? Fenyun's, from a young age, I knew our family had to rely on yours. My dad told me to treat you as a close brother, and I did. I'm an only child, and I thought of you as the closest person to me after my parents. But what about you? You always treated me like a sidekick, like your gun. Later on, I finally realized that I could be a person with thoughts too. I wanted to break free from your control and live my last years of high school well. And what happened? And then your family pulled this stunt? Do you know, my dad always thought of your dad as his benefactor, as his big brother, the closest person to him. So in the past, whenever many companies approached us for cooperation, my dad always refused. He always said, one shouldn't betray trust. It was your dad who helped him back then, and now he fully trusts your dad, won't do anything betrayal. But this time, he took so many orders, my dad spent all our money. And then you backed out. So many goods are stuck in the warehouse, unable to pay salaries, couldn't get paid. Because of trust, my dad didn't even ask for a deposit from you. He took loans to get the goods. Now, he's going to sell the house to pay everyone's salaries. And after that, the whole company bankrupts, drowning in debt. The factory is gone. The home is gone. So many workers who followed my dad for half their lives are now coming to my dad, asking him what to do. I also want to ask you, Fenyun's, what do we do? What do we do? After saying all this, Wang Zikin's neck veins bulged. He stared at Fenyun's intently, as if seeking answers. Fenyun's remained silent. Zhang Finglian outside the door anxiously called out, Zi Chen, shut up. Ziji, why don't you come out? We'll figure things out on our own. No need, Auntie. Fenyun's refused and also looked back at Wang Zikin. Suddenly, he felt a sense of desolation. Wang Zikin, The words were on the tip of his tongue, but he swallowed them back. His brain buzzed. His inherent pride told him not to say the next words. But he was facing Wang Zikin. Fenyun grit his teeth and still said, I'm sorry. It was rare for him to apologize to anyone, but this time, it was indeed his family's fault. As soon as the words were spoken, Wang Zikin sneered, filled with sarcasm, Sorry? I don't need your apologies. Just because I didn't want to play with you anymore. You had to do this to our family, didn't you? Fenyun's, I despise you. They were only 18. An 18-year-old boy couldn't understand the intricacies of the situation. He didn't comprehend why things had turned out this way. Besides this reason, Wang Zikin couldn't fathom any other cause. The family's troubles started a few days ago. And a few days ago, it was when he became close with Lin Zhou and distanced himself from Fenyun's. Upon hearing this, Fenyun's anxiously looked up. It wasn't me, Wang Zikin. I didn't do this. Wang Zikin laughed. Not you. Then who could it be? Fenyun's, what kind of person are you? I know well. You're right. I always listened to you since I was small, following you around. Even your farts smell fragrant to me. He had overheard the entire conversation between Fenyun's and Zhang Finglian. Over these days, he had thought a lot. Right now, he just wanted to slap himself. If he hadn't fallen out with Fenyun's, the family probably wouldn't have faced such a situation. But in this world, there were no ifs. You're arrogant, conceited, think you're great, like controlling others' lives, never thinking you're at fault, always blaming others. At school, you think those who don't study well deserve to be looked down upon. Outside, you can't stand it if others don't obey you. Because I don't listen to you, you're retaliating against our family. No, I really didn't do it, Wang Zikin. Listen to me. Fenyun's tried several times to explain but failed each time. His words made Wang Zikin even angrier. Stop explaining. I don't believe a single word you say now. I'm not going back to school with you. I want to bear this hardship with my family. Leave. Wang Zikin turned around, never looking at Fenyun's again. In that moment, Fenyun suddenly realized that he might be losing this friend he had grown up with. He stood still for a moment. There were countless things he wanted to say, but he also knew that no matter what he said now, Wang Zikin wouldn't believe him. He was angry, probably hating himself a lot. Fenyun sighed in disappointment and slowly walked towards the door. Wang Zikin, I will prove to you that I have nothing to do with this matter. Remember to go back to school when the time comes. After saying this, he turned and walked out. Once outside, he locked the door again, handed the key to Zhang Finglian, and walked away. Zhang Finglian saw his expression and felt worried. Ziji, you should quickly go back to school. You really don't need to worry about Zichen's situation. His dad and I will figure it out. It's fine, Auntie. I took the day off today. Just make sure Wang Zikin doesn't do anything foolish. I'll go for a walk. He smiled and walked outside. Passing by Wan Hanley, Fenyun glanced in his direction. He saw Wan Hanley holding a newspaper in one hand and a phone in the other, inquiring about selling houses. Fenyun clenched his fists and walked away. He didn't go to school, but went home first. Fen Jian and Li Yumling were happily preparing the hairy crabs. When they saw him return, they were momentarily puzzled. Ziji, aren't you at school? But soon, they smiled again. It's good that you're back. We just bought seafood today. Look at this huge lobster. Fen Jian took out a gigantic lobster from the bag. After lunch, you can go back to school. Let your mom start preparing now. Li Yumling nodded repeatedly. Yes. Yes. Ziji. Watch some TV for a while first. Their demeanor was completely different from Wan Henley and Zhang Finglian. In that moment, Fenyun suddenly became angry. He quickly went to them, snatched the lobster from their hands, and threw it to the ground with a furious look on his face. Dad, Mom, do you know what you're doing? You're still eating lobster, having a candlelight dinner. Have you thought of Uncle Wang and Aunt Wang? Have you thought of Wang Zikin's mom? He is only 18. He's not going to school because of this. What about his future? Huh? What's gotten into this child? Fen Jian and Li Yumling exchanged glances, looking at him in bewilderment. You went to Wang's house because of this. What did the three of them at the Wan household brainwash you with? Why are you so temperamental? How does Wang Zikin not going to school relate to you? Brainwash. They didn't brainwash me with anything. Dad, can you stop this? Go apologize to Uncle Wang. We're still using their things. Nonsense. Before Fenyun could finish his sentence, Fen Jian yelled in anger. Do you understand anything about business dealings? Don't talk nonsense. Wash your hands and get ready to eat seafood. I won't argue with you for skipping school today. After eating, you better hurry to school. I'm not eating. Fenyun glared angrily at Fen Jian. If you don't agree, I'm not going to school either. You. Fen Jian raised his hand in anger. Li Yunling quickly stopped him. Old Fen, calm down. Ziji, quickly apologize to your dad. I won't apologize. I haven't done anything wrong. Why should I apologize? He should be the one apologizing. Fen Jian was getting increasingly angry, pointing at Fenyun with a fierce look. You brat, is this how I've raised you? I always told you to hang out with useful people. What have you learned? Is Wang Zikin still a useful person to you? Are you arguing with me over his family? Skipping school? You are making me furious. How is he not a useful person? How is he not a useful person? We're just having a little disagreement. You always said that he and I are like brothers since we were young. After so many years, I also see him as a brother. Do we have to consider who is useful or not among brothers? Dad, you are completely lacking in human feelings. Fenyun was also getting upset. He stood tall, raising his voice in retort. You. Fen Jian became even angrier. If Li Yumling hadn't stopped him, he would have already lost control and lashed out at Fenyun. Fine. If you don't want to go to school, then don't go. Go back to your room and reflect on your actions while kneeling. Fenyun snorted coldly and turned back to his room. Fen Jian watched his back, breathing heavily. Li Yumling tried to soothe him. Old Fen, how about? It's nothing. I'm fine. Fen Jian placed a hand on his chest, trying to calm himself a bit. Li Yumling was a bit helpless. Look at you. You're already an adult. Why are you getting mad at a child? Am I getting mad at him? He's the one getting mad at me. It's all you. You've spoiled him. How can you blame me for this? Isn't the child raised by you? Every time I try to discipline him, you intervene. Ridiculous. He's my son. Can I not intervene? I'm worrying for you more than for him. But he's also my son. Oh. You. The argument between the two escalated. Inside the house, Finyun's firmly covered his ears. His face was full of frustration. This time, he couldn't compromise no matter what. He couldn't watch Wang Zikin drop out of school because of this, nor could he see the Wang family lonely because of this. At the school, at noon, Li Liwei stood in the corridor, frowning as if there was something he couldn't figure out. It wasn't until Lin Zhou passed by that he couldn't help but stop him. Oh, Lin Zhou. What's up? Lin Zhou turned to look at him. Li Liwei thought for a moment, and still couldn't hold back his words. I know this matter shouldn't concern you, but I still want to ask you, do you know where Finyun's went? Finyun's? Yes. And Wang Zikin. It's odd. Yesterday, Wang Zikin didn't come to school. Teacher Liu said he was on leave. This morning, Finyun's came to me angrily asking about things, so I sent him to ask Teacher Liu. He went, but never came back. Lin Zhou furrowed his brows. Indeed, neither of them came to class today. Finyun's did come ask him about Wang Zikin in the morning. I don't know either. I know you don't know, but didn't you argue with Finyun's yesterday? It seems like you've been getting closer to Wang Zikin lately. Think about it. What's unusual about them? It's almost time for the college entrance exams. What's going on? Unusual? Lin Zhou fell into contemplation. After a moment, he slightly stiffened. Could it be? Lin Zhou remembers. In the previous life, Wang Zikin's family eventually went bankrupt due to the relationship with the Fen family. That was when Wang Zikin was in college, and he dropped out because of it. Now, before finishing high school, he stopped coming to school. Could it be that because of the changed relationship due to his rebirth, this matter has been brought forward? What do you mean? Li Liwei hurried over as Lin Zhou was speaking halfway. Lin Zhou shook his head. It's nothing. This matter cannot be let known to others for now, otherwise Li Liwei would definitely be curious how he knew so much. If he starts doubting himself, it would be a big loss. At this moment, he still does not know what happened to Wang Zikin's family. It's better to find out first before saying anything. After school, I'll go find them. That's fine. Thank you, Lin Zhou. The college entrance exam is more important now. Our classmates cannot afford any more setbacks. Lin Zhou nodded. When he returned to the classroom, Sunyanku handed him a cup of water as soon as class ended. What's up? Does the monitor need you for something? Lin Zhou took the cup, found the temperature just right, and smiled. His deskmate was getting more caring. Nothing. Just asking about Wang Zikin and Finyun's. Are they okay? Sunyanku asked with concern. It's fine. But deskmate, they don't seem to have talked to you much. Why are you so concerned? We're all classmates. Even though these two have strange tempers, they're not bad people. They never bullied her. Wang Zikin had bullied Lin Zhou before, but he had also apologized later. As for Finyun's, although he was very abnormal, he didn't seem to have done anything really bad. Ha. Right. We're all classmates, so we should care. Lin Zhou thought about going to find Wang Zikin after school. Soon it was lunchtime. Qian Guoguo quickly arrived at the back row, pulling Sunyanku to go eat. Sunyanku hurried up to leave, but then furrowed her brows. The next moment, she sat back down. Guo. Wait a minute. What's wrong? Nothing. It's just, I have a small matter. Sunyanku blushed. Embarrassed and unsure, she occasionally used her finger to fiddle with the edge of the lunchbox, avoiding looking at Guoguo. Guoguo was getting impatient. But I'm starving. Sunyanku, you to go ahead. I'll be there in a moment, I promise. Afraid that Guoguo wouldn't believe her, Sunyanku repeated it deliberately. Guoguo could only disappointingly say, well then, Lin Zhou, let's go first. She didn't call Liu Shiming, knowing he would follow. Lin Zhou was also puzzled. He glanced in Sunyanku's direction and seemed to understand something, saying, you and Liu Shiming go first, I'll wait a moment for my deskmate. No need. Both Guoguo and Sunyanku spoke at the same time. Guoguo looked at Sunyanku in confusion. She was surprised that if Lin Zhou didn't go, she would have to eat alone with Liu Shiming. It would be so awkward. But why did Sunyanku refuse to? She usually stuck close to Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou also looked at Sunyanku. Her eyes showed a trace of panic and she seemed reluctant to have him stay with her. Aware of everyone's gaze, Sunyanku's expression became even more unsightly. She didn't know how to explain for a moment, feeling increasingly uncomfortable. Lin Zhou, you should go too. I'll be there in a moment. Okay. Seeing this, Lin Zhou didn't refuse. He quickly took off his jacket and handed it to Sunyanku. It's too hot, deskmate. Help me tidy up a bit. Give me the lunchbox. I'll help you serve the food first. Sunyanku blankly handed over the lunchbox. Lin Zhou turned and called Guo Guo and Liu Shiming. Let's go. Sure. Sure. After the two of them responded in unison, they silently glanced at each other. Guo Guo turned her head in disgust, but when she saw Lin Zhou, she smiled. Lin Zhou, let's go. Ha. Guo Guo, why didn't you call me? Liu Shiming seized the opportunity to speak to Guo Guo, but she completely ignored him. She walked away quickly. Lin Zhou also took the lunch box and followed. Sunyanku stared at the jacket on herself, feeling dazed. It didn't seem that hot today. Why did Lin Zhou give her his jacket? But just as she pondered for a moment, a sudden sharp pain shot through her belly. A hot flush instantly came down. Sunyanku clutched her stomach in pain, curling up. She was going crazy. How could her period come at this moment? She completely forgot about it today, and she didn't have any pads prepared at all. The school uniform pants were light color, so she knew it would definitely be stained with blood. If she went to buy pads like this, she would surely be seen. Everyone in the classroom had gone for lunch, and she couldn't find anyone to borrow from. For a moment, Sunyanku didn't know what to do. In her despair, Sunyanku's gaze fell once again on Lin Zhou's jacket. The jacket. She could tie it around her waist and cover her lower body directly. If she did that, she could go buy pads from the convenience store and quickly go to the restroom. But how could this be so coincidental? How did Lin Zhou happen to place this jacket on her desk? Could it be intentional on Lin Zhou's part? How could he know? It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Absolutely impossible. He definitely didn't know. It must have been a coincidence. Yes. It must be a coincidence. If it's a coincidence, she could use it during lunch and put it back in his desk before Lin Zhou returns. He shouldn't notice, right? As long as she doesn't get blood on it, he definitely won't notice. At this moment, it seemed like there was no other way. With that thought, Sunyanku took a deep breath, made her final decision. She quickly picked up Lin Zhou's jacket, tied it around her waist, and stood up. After doing all this, Sunyanku suddenly felt nervous. She looked around and found that no one seemed to notice her actions. She carefully looked behind her. After confirming that it indeed covered her backside, she cautiously walked out. With every step, she deliberately leaned forward, afraid of getting blood on her clothes. Unbeknownst to Sunyanku, just as she stepped out of the classroom building, Lin Zhou had stopped. He ended the lunchbox to Liu Shiming and Guo Guo, then calmly said, "Help my deskmate and me with the lunch. We'll go to the cafeteria to find you later." Guo Guo was stunned on the spot. Guo Guo held the lunchbox and looked at Lin Zhou incomprehensibly, full of doubt. "Wait, Lin Zhou, are you talking about you guys? You want to go back and find Sunyanku? Then why did you just come out for?" "I'm not going back to find him." "Huh, then where are you going?" "I'm going to the convenience store." "Huh, what are you going to do at the convenience store?" Halfway through, Guo Guo froze again. She seemed to have guessed what Lin Zhou was going to do. At this moment, her mind was a mess, feeling a bit overwhelmed. This Lin Zhou guy, he's really… "Oh, you go. Go." She wanted to say something, but felt it was too awkward to say it out loud. But Lin Zhou, he's so efficient, isn't he? The 100th time envying Sunyanku. Next to them, Liu Shiming still didn't quite understand what Lin Zhou was going to do, feeling a bit confused. "Why did you let Zhou Zhe go?" Guo Guo, why didn't you ask him what he's going to do?" "Zhou Zhe, you." Before he could finish his sentence, Guo Guo kicked his shin again. Guo Guo, what are you doing now?" Ignoring her, Guo Guo turned and walked away. Liu Shiming looked bewildered. "Hey, Guo Guo. Wait, what are you doing?" Zhou Zhe." After hesitating for a while, Liu Shiming limped after Guo Guo. After all, although Guo Guo didn't talk to him, she wouldn't abandon him like Lin Zhou to go to the convenience store. Eating alone is too lonely, right? Thinking of this, Liu Shiming quickened his pace. Lin Zhou chuckled as he watched the two of them, heading towards the convenience store. Although the convenience store at one middle school was not big, it had everything one could need. Lin Zhou quickly found the section selling sanitary pads. As he was about to walk over, he saw a boy and a girl walking in. The girl, looking down and fidgeting, pointed to a spot and gestured for the boy to go over. The boy became even more awkward. Maybe you should get it yourself. I feel embarrassed. The girl gave him a resentful look. But you said you would do anything for me. Other things are fine. But this, really. I'll be teased by my buddies if I go back. In that era, there was still a huge gap between boys and girls. They would feel embarrassed, considering buying sanitary pads a shameful matter. Little did they know, it would come to be a very straightforward matter in the future. Lin Zhou smiled and, without hesitation, walked over to that area in front of the boy. The girl, already quite angry, became even more furious. Look at him. Look at him. You are truly. You do not like me at all, humph. The girl coldly snorted, walked away on her own. There were a few other girls in the sanitary pad area, who, upon seeing Lin Zhou approach, felt embarrassed and stepped back hesitantly. But they couldn't help but sneak glances at Lin Zhou. Some even whispered to each other, "So handsome. Is he buying it for his girlfriend? I'm so envious." Ignoring them, Lin Zhou picked a package for daily and night use and walked towards the cashier. At that moment, the girl who was in a quarrel with her boyfriend also came over. The boy rushed to help pay, but the girl refused. "I'll pay myself." The boy was getting anxious. "But Ziyu." "Don't call me Ziyu. I'm Zimingyu." "Thank you. It's just a small matter." "What do you mean a small matter? You don't understand me at all." HMPH. Look at him. Just a pretty face. Only knows how to buy these things, acting like a sissy. Who would like that? You. Zimingyu was almost going crazy. After Lin Zhou paid, got a bag, and ignored the two, he smiled and walked away. These two were definitely going to have a fight when they got back. It was quite amusing. Meanwhile, Sunyanku happened to walk to the entrance of the convenience store. When she saw Lin Zhou, she froze. She hesitated for a moment, not knowing how to react. She had put in so much effort just to get to the store, making sure not to run into anyone familiar. Finally reaching her destination, she wanted to quickly make her purchase and leave. She had planned to rush to the sanitary pad section and grab them, but before she could enter, she saw Lin Zhou. After the initial shock, she quickly adjusted her clothes. "Lin Zhou, it's okay." Lin Zhou gently said, "Stop pulling. Wear it. It's meant for you to wear." Sunyanku was slightly stunned, feeling dumbfounded. Meant for her to wear. Lin Zhou truly understood. He knew everything. Her face turned red all the way to her neck. Lin Zhou, no need to buy. I've already got it, huh?" Sunyanku was shocked as Lin Zhou handed her the bag. "I didn't know which brand you used, so I got this for you. If it's not suitable, I'll exchange it." The shape of the bag displayed in the bag was just like that of a sanitary pad's packaging. Sunyanku took the bag from Lin Zhou's hands in astonishment and quickly hid it in her embrace. Covering it with her clothes, she finally felt some relief, but her face was still red to her neck. She didn't dare to look up, avoiding the gazes of people around her, muttering softly, I'm fine with any brand. I'm not picky." "Okay. Go to the restroom quickly. We'll be eating soon." Liu Shiming and Qin Guoguo should have set up our meal already. Lin Zhou's voice was gentle, without a hint of disdain. It warmed the heart of the listener. The girls behind them once again gazed at Lin Zhou with envy. At this moment, Zimingyu's eyes were about to shoot fire, feeling that her boyfriend was trash. She coldly huffed and, without looking at her boyfriend, turned and walked out. The boy hurried behind her. Passing by Lin Zhou, he shot Lin Zhou a glare. "Hey, Ziyu. Wait for me." Sunyanku looked puzzled at the two. "What's going on with them?" "Nothing. Don't mind." Okay. Do you want me to accompany you?" No need. I can go by myself." "Okay. Then I'll wait for you around the corner in the restaurant." Okay. Sunyanku quickly nodded again, no longer daring to look at Lin Zhou, and hurried towards the direction of the restroom. At that moment, her heart was full of warmth. Lin Zhou watched her figure and smiled. Then he walked towards the direction of the canteen. After changing, tidying herself up, Sunyanku was ready to head to the restaurant. But as she got up, she couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Although she had been very careful all the way, because the blood flow was too heavy at the beginning, there were still bloodstains on Lin Zhou's school uniform. What should she do? Sun Na and Chu was panicking. If Lin Zhou found out. Sun Na and Chu stood at the door of the wash basin, tangled for a while, still not knowing what to do. But now, It was not the time to think about these things at all. Lin Zhou was still waiting for her. Sun Na and Chu hesitated for a moment, quickly tied her coat around her waist again, and left. When she walked to the corner of the restaurant, she indeed saw Lin Zhou standing there, looking at her. Sun Na and Chu immediately felt embarrassed and lowered her head. It wasn't until she heard Lin Zhou's voice. Feeling better, Sun Na and Chu nodded, but quickly realized how could she discuss these issues with Lin Zhou. He was a boy. She was actually discussing these issues with a boy. Sun Na and Chu didn't know how to describe her feelings at the moment. She just felt her head was a mess. Lin Zhou, let's eat. Lin Zhou also realized Sun Na and Chu's nervousness, so he didn't continue the discussion. Instead, he turned and walked towards the cafeteria. Sun Na and Chu quickly followed. She carefully held her skirt, thinking about how to talk to Lin Zhou about the clothing issue. But before she could speak, she heard Lin Zhou say, "It's okay if the clothes get dirty. You can take them back and wash them for me tonight." Sun Na and Chu was stunned again. At this moment, she felt her brain was malfunctioning. How did Lin Zhou know? How did he? A question appeared in her mind. Sun Na and Chu didn't have time to think much and blurted out, "How do you know everything?" After asking, Sun Na and Chu almost bit her tongue. Oh my god, what kind of question was that? Was she going crazy? Starting to discuss these issues with Lin Zhou again. Lin Zhou turned his head, seeing the puzzled expression on Sun Na and Chu's face, couldn't help but smile. Deskmate. I know more than you think. Until they reached the cafeteria, Sun Na and Chu was still confused. Liu Shiming, who was silent for a while, saw Lin Zhou and Sun Na and Chu and felt like seeing a savior. Eating alone with Qing Guoguo would drive him crazy. He quickly waved, but when he saw Sun Na and Chu, his gaze immediately turned to confusion. Sun Na and Chu. Why? Before he could finish speaking, Liu Shiming felt a strong stomp on his foot. He saw Qin Guoguo looking at him as if ready to kill. Shut up, Liu Shiming. He dared not speak again. Sun Na and Chu, sit here. Qin Guoguo quickly gave up her seat to Sun Na and Chu. Thank you. Sun Na and Chu nodded with delight and sat down. Lin Zhou also sat down and started eating. Throughout the meal, Sun Na and Chu kept her head down and didn't speak. Qin Guoguo also ate seriously. Lin Zhou remained silent. Liu Shiming felt like he was going crazy. He felt that these three people seemed to be hiding something from him, but no one told him. This feeling was even more uncomfortable than eating shit. Fortunately, the mealtime was not long and the silent scene ended quickly. The afternoon and evening passed quickly. School was over. Lin Zhou escorted Sun Na and Chu to the dormitory door. When he was about to leave, Sun Na and Chu stopped him. Lin Zhou, thank you. You're welcome. I will definitely wash this clothes clean for you and return it to you tomorrow. Okay. With that, Sun Na and Chu turned and went to the women's dormitory, while holding sanitary napkins in her arms. Once she was inside, she relaxed, took out the sanitary napkins from her arms, and looked at them carefully. The more she looked, the happier she felt. These were sanitary napkins Lin Zhou bought for her. She walked to the dormitory door, intending to enter when she saw someone quickly running out. Sun Na and Chu, did you buy sanitary napkins? Hurry. Let me use them. I was just about to buy them. That person was trying to grab them from Sun Na and Chu's hand. Sun Na and Chu instinctively pulled back her hand, hid the sanitary napkins behind her, and looked surprised. No way. Why? I'll give them back to you once I buy it. I can help you buy them. Wait for me. You can't use this. These were bought by Lin Zhou. She could only use them herself. The girl was shocked again. But why do you want to buy them when you already have them? I'm in a hurry. Before she could finish, Wang Zhaoking's voice came from the dorm again. Hey, Hua Wan, what are you doing? I have some here. You can use mine. You don't need to return. That's Sun Na and Chu. Hers is more precious. You don't deserve to use it. Wang Zhaoking pulled Hua Wan and went back into the dorm. Hua Wan was puzzled. Oh, this. Anyway, she didn't have time to argue much with sanitary napkins in hand, so she rushed to the toilet. Sun Na and Chu thanked Wang Zhaoking. Thank you. Wang Zhaoking smiled and said, these were bought by Lin Zhou, right? No. I don't believe that. Why are you so nervous if it's not bought by Lin Zhou? Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. She would just enjoy watching. Definitely not tell anyone. Seeing Wang Zhaoking having a great time, Sun Na and Chu felt a bit embarrassed. Wang Zhaoking, okay, I'll stop laughing. Ha ha. Oh, your coat. Is this also from Lin Zhou? Wang Zhaoking quickly took Sun Na and Chu's coat off her waist. Before Sun Na and Chu could react, she completely revealed it. Sun Na and Chu was shocked and wanted to take it back, but it was too late. She just looked at Wang Zhaoking admiring the map on it and couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, the imprint of love." Sun Na and Chu blushed again. She hurriedly rushed forward, snatched the coat from Wang Zhaoking. "What are you saying? There's no imprint. I'm going to do the laundry." She held the coat, picked up the laundry powder, and rushed out. Wang Zhaoking was amused at the drama. These two little lovebirds, so sweet, so fun. Sun Na and Chu went downstairs, carefully filled a basin with water, and then put Lin Zhou's clothes in it seriously. The whole process was very gentle. She treated it like a treasure. When she was about to clean the marks on the clothes, Sun Na and Chu looked at the map again seriously. She couldn't help but laugh. The imprint of love. It actually looked quite like it. Meanwhile, Lin Zhou had already left the school gate. He thought for a moment and walked towards Wang Zikin's house. Throughout the whole day, Fenyun's didn't eat anything. He stayed in the room for a long time, feeling extremely hungry, trying to use this method to make his parents compromise. But no one compromised. They were enjoying delicious food and drinks outside, completely ignoring him. Fenyun suddenly felt a bit lost. He used to think he was capable of anything, lacking nothing. Learning, as long as he worked hard, he could learn well. Wanting something, he could just ask for it. This was the first time he had experienced such a big sense of defeat. Fenyun felt very uncomfortable. If he felt this way, how much more difficult must it be for Wang Zikin? At the age of 18, facing a decline in family fortunes, having nothing left, and still burdened with a huge debt. He originally was just like himself, a spirited young man. Thinking about this, Fenyun closed his eyes. Wasn't it just hunger? He could endure it. For his brother, he could. Fenyun didn't even realize that he turned out to be such a determined person. He didn't know how long it had passed. The sky gradually darkened. Fenyun felt like he was about to faint. In a daze, he heard his parents in the living room discussing. As for the Wang family, we can't use them, but they are indispensable. Then what other options do we have? These days, Folia skincare company is seeking bids, preparing to find partners. Folia, the very famous Folia nationwide. Yes. But I heard they are difficult to deal with very strict conditions. Yes. That's why, even if we tell this news to old Wang, what good would it do? It won't succeed. We don't have any connection with them, but the Yun family, on the other hand, knows them. But that's not useful. We are not close to the Yun family. Then are there no other options? Forget it. Forget it. We have no connection with the Wang family. Yun Ling, let's have dinner. Okay. Fenyun was slightly stunned. Folia, who is that? Yun family. Yun Ruoxi's family. Thinking of this, Fenyun stood up abruptly. He had originally wanted to walk out through the main door, but then he thought and opened the window. His bedroom was on the ground floor. Fenyun didn't know where he got the strength from, as in no time, he jumped out. And without hesitation, he walked towards Wang Zikin's house. If Lao Fen didn't help, he was willing to help. He needed to tell Wang Zikin this news. What Fenyun didn't know was that as soon as he stepped out, Fen Jing and Li Yunling in the living room glanced at each other. Li Yunling sighed, somewhat puzzled. Why can't you just tell him directly, instead of forcing the child to climb over the wall? I've said that I don't care anymore. If I told him, where would I put my face? If he didn't starve for a day, I wouldn't bother with him. All right, I know you are harsh in words, but soft in heart. This child Ziji. It's rare to have such a good friend. Hope we can keep it. HMPH. Soft-heartedness can lead to great things. Fen Jian snorted coldly, turning and heading to the study. Li Yunling didn't stop him either. At that moment, Fenyun, out of breath, reached the entrance of the Wang family's house. Without time to knock, he shouted loudly, Wang Zikin, I am Fenyun. Don't avoid going to school. I know how to save your family. Uncle, auntie, open the door. Lin Zhou happened to see this scene. He couldn't believe it. Fenyun was actually coming to help Wang Zikin. He seemed quite determined. Perhaps what Zitanju said was right. The brotherly bond between these two was indeed deep. Thinking this, Lin Zhou didn't say anything, turned and left. Since Fin Yun's got involved, he decided to observe for a while. This matter might change a lot of people. Anyway, it wasn't nearing the time for the college entrance exam yet, so everything was still possible. After Lin Zhou left, the door of the Wang family opened. Zhang Finglian looked at him in shock. "You. What did you say?" Upstairs, Wang Zikan also opened the window. His face bore a hint of surprise. "Mom, please open the door." 5 minutes later, Fin Yun's was sitting on the sofa in Wang's house, looking at the three of them. "That's it, Uncle Wan, you should be familiar with Filia Company, right? I heard from my dad that they might be able to help." Wan Hanley remained silent, not responding immediately. Wang Zikan, looking a bit nervous after watching for a while, said, "Dad." It was then that Wan Hanley raised his head, looking at the hopeful faces of a few people. "Actually, I knew about this a long time ago, but the boss of Filia Company had already selected a few companies. The information I sent over wasn't even looked at. We have no chance." With those words, the mood sunk again. Zhang Finglian, seeing this, quickly comforted, "It's okay, Ziji, thank you for telling us this news. We'll think of other ways. Zi Chen, you should go back to school tomorrow. We'll take care of things here." Wang Zikan raised his head but didn't speak. After a while of being dazed, Fin Yun stood up again. "I have a way. I'll try it tomorrow." Yun family. He would go and talk to Yun Ruoxi. He had always liked Yun Ruoxi, even though he had been rejected. But such a kind and beautiful girl might be willing to help, right? That's what Fin Yun's thought. When he left, Wang Zikan got up and escorted Fin Yun's to the door. Seeing Fin Yun's about to leave, he couldn't help but ask, "Fin Yun's, why are you doing all this? This doesn't benefit your family in any way." Fin Yun's turned to look at him, smiling. "Wang Zikan, I know why you changed. Because you think Lin Zhou is better. But it's okay, I can also be fine by myself. I don't want to lose you as a brother." With that said, he turned and left. This time, Lin Zhou wasn't needed. He was the protagonist in helping his classmate. Wang Zikan watched his figure, smiled, and said nothing. Yun family. Would Yun Ruoxi help? On the next day, just as dawn broke, Su Nianku quickly got up. She found a large bag, packed Lin Zhou's coat back in, while her roommates were still asleep, carefully folding the clothes bit by bit, then placing them gently into the bag. Once done, Su Nianku was satisfied. At that moment, she suddenly heard Wan Zhaoqing's voice beside her. "Su Nianku." Startled, Su Nianku almost jumped up. "Wan Zhaoqing, you ... Ha ha. Why so nervous? Is this for Lin Zhou?" Your skill is quite good." Stop stammering. Hurry up. Freshen up and go find Lin Zhou. I know you can't wait." Wang Zhaoqing didn't make things difficult for Su Nianku, even handing over Su Nianku's toiletries, signaling her to freshen up quickly. Carrying her toiletries, Su Nianku quickly ran off. After finishing washing up, she hurriedly put her toiletries back in place. Then, holding the clean clothes, she walked towards the classroom. When Su Nianku arrived at the classroom, he saw Lin Zhou had already started reading early. Su Nianku felt a bit embarrassed and lowered his head as he walked to his seat. Upon seeing her, Lin Zhou raised his head and smiled, propping his head up with one hand. "Deskmate." Su Nianku had just been about to hurriedly reach his seat when he looked towards Lin Zhou and asked, What's wrong? Where's my coat? It's a bit cold." Upon hearing this, Su Nianku immediately handed over the coat, saying earnestly, "Here it is. Hurry, put it on quickly." Lin Zhou took the bag, pulled out the coat, and then sniffed at it. Only then did he put on the coat in a leisurely manner. Sitting in his seat, Liu Shiming saw this scene and was instantly shocked. In the morning, he was curious as to why Lin Zhou wasn't wearing a coat. It wasn't yet summer, and the mornings were still cold. At that time, Lin Zhou had replied, "You wouldn't understand." Liu Shiming silently rolled his eyes at Lin Zhou, not understanding who really didn't understand. Who was the one feeling cold and not getting it? But at that moment, Liu Shiming suddenly realized it was himself who didn't understand. This guy. He actually let Su classmate wash his clothes for him, and Su classmate actually did it. How amazing! How envious! Suddenly, he found himself decades ahead of all the male students in the school. After all, they had only had their parents, grandparents, or sisters wash their clothes for them. As Liu Shiming thought about it, He shifted his gaze towards Chan Guoguo, rubbed his chin, and fell into deep thought. He wondered if Chan Guoguo would be willing to wash his clothes for him. Just as he thought about it, Liu Shiming slapped his head hard. Ridiculous, that tomboy. Washing clothes for her. It would be good enough if she didn't force him to help her wash them. Liu Shiming quickly dismissed that thought. At this point, Sunyanko finally sat down. She opened her textbook, ready to study. From the corner of her eye, she saw Lin Zhou still sniffing his clothes. Sunyanko suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. Lin Zhou, what's wrong? Is it not smelling good? My detergent is a bit cheap, if you're not satisfied. No, I'm very satisfied. Lin Zhou quickly interjected. It smells great, I really like it. Well, that's good then. Sunyanko blushed again. As they were about to start class, Lin Zhou saw Fen Yun's hand Wang Zikan entering the classroom one after the other. He furrowed his brow slightly. Fen Yun succeeded, good for him. That means he wouldn't have to worry about it. What he didn't know was that at that moment, both Fen Yun's and Wang Zikan had their own troubles. After having breakfast, Fen Yun hurried to the classroom, put down his lunchbox, and headed towards the class 3 doorway. Wang Zikan was a bit worried. Fen Yun, what's wrong? Nothing. I just wanted to tell you, it's fine if Yun Ruoshi doesn't agree to help. I'll think of another way. In any case, this time he must do something to help his family. Fen Yun smiled. Don't worry. My relationship with Yun Ruoshi is good. She will definitely agree. In Fen Yun's eyes, Yun Ruoshi had always been a proud princess, pure and kind-hearted, just a bit arrogant because of her family background, but she was willing to help others. Otherwise, he wouldn't have liked her for so many years. After waiting for a while at the class 3 doorway, he finally saw Yun Ruoshi approaching with her lunchbox. Fen Yun was slightly taken aback. Why was Yun Ruoshi coming back alone? Before he could figure it out, Yun Ruoshi arrogantly raised her head and walked towards him. Fen Yun, did you want to find me? Fen Yun nodded. Yes, I wanted to find you. Where's Li Shaowan? Normally they were always together. Hearing this, Yun Ruoshi felt a bit annoyed. Who knows what happened to Li Shaowan? These past few days she kept making excuses during meals. One moment she needed to go to the restroom, the next she wanted to go to the store. Each time she would go eat by herself. So frustrating. Today she had to ask Li Shaowan what was going on. If she continued like this, she would never eat together with her again. That's what Yun Ruoshi thought. Seeing that she didn't respond, Fen Yun couldn't help but call out again. Ruoshi, why are you yelling? Calling a spirit? Speak already. What do you want from me? Yun Ruoshi asked impatiently. Fen Yun didn't mind, as Yun Ruoshi had always been like this towards him. Whatever her attitude, it was normal to him. Fen Yun slowly spoke. The thing is, there's some trouble in Wang Zikan's family. They need Faliyu's help. I heard your family is acquainted with the Faliyu people a lot, so I wanted to ask if you could help out. After Fen Yun finished speaking, he saw Yun Ruoshi furrow her brow tightly, indicating she was thinking. Fen Yun hurried to add, it's alright if it doesn't work out, just ask for help. But just as he finished speaking, Yun Ruoshi said, Fen Yun, are you crazy? Huh? Fen Yun was taken aback. Then Yun Ruoshi continued, what's Wang Zikan's family trouble got to do with me? Why are you coming to me? Besides, how would I know about the problems at home? I've been at school this whole time. Upon hearing this, Fen Yun became a bit anxious. You can go home and ask your dad for help. Why should I ask my dad because of Wang Zikan? My dad is busy. He doesn't have time. Fen Yun stood frozen in place. Seeing him silent, Yun Ruoshi became even more irritated. It's fine. I'll go into the classroom first. Still busy studying. Fen Yun looked at Yun Ruoshi in front of him and suddenly felt like he was meeting her for the first time. A kind of indescribable sense of frustration. Before she entered the classroom, Fen Yun stopped her. Ruoshi, if it's something about me that I need your help with, would you help? Yun Ruoshi coldly looked at him. Have you lost your mind? Can't you behave yourself? Though she didn't answer directly, Fen Yun suddenly understood. She wouldn't help. If she would, why would she hesitate to reply? Even when he had no problem asking for help, she wouldn't agree. If something really happened, Fen Yun self-deprecatingly chuckled. It turned out he had been overthinking this. Yun Ruoshi probably never saw him as a friend, right? What exactly was he fantasizing about? Feeling dejected, he turned around. ready to leave. But then he heard Yun Ruoshi say, "Wait." Fin Yun's thought Yun Ruoshi had changed her mind, and quickly turned back with a hopeful smile. But she said, "Didn't you promise to help me set up Lin Zhou and me for a date? When will you fulfill that promise?" Saying this, Yun Ruoshi's face was expressionless, full of a commanding tone. In that moment, Fin Yun's was stunned. He pondered how many years he had persisted, whether it was right or wrong. Was his affection right or wrong at the end of the day? What was he doing? Was Yun Ruoshi really such a cold-hearted person? And just a few days ago, because of her, he had staked his future. Suddenly, Fin Yun's felt a wave of sadness in his heart. It was sorrowful. It's hard to describe what emotion it is. I just feel a pain in my heart. I want to relieve it forcefully, but I'm stabbed over and over again. Because she said, "Hey, Fin Yun's, did you hear me asking you a question?" Fin Yun's came to his senses from his sense of loss, turning into complete disappointment. He nodded and chuckled self-deprecatingly. "I heard you. That's good. You have to work hard. Don't make me wait too long. I'm busy." Yun Ruoxi arrogantly flicked her hair and entered the classroom. In the past, at this time, Fin Yun's would always think that Yun Ruoxi was so beautiful. Unbelievably beautiful. But today, he suddenly felt a bit nauseous. Is this Yun Ruoxi? Is it because of her that Lin Zhou suddenly stopped liking her? He questioned himself countless times, but Fin Yun's never got an answer. He also didn't know how to explain to Wang Zikin. He must be looking forward to it, right? Am I going to disappoint him again? Indeed, I am a person who can't accomplish anything. Fin Yun's closed his eyes in pain, and when he opened them, he heard someone calling him from behind. Fin Yun's, what are you doing here? Fin Yun's opened his eyes and saw Wen Cici. As the top student in the school, the two of them had always known each other. Fin Yun's forced a smile and said, "Oh, I was just passing by." "You don't look like it. Are you here to find Yun Ruoxi?" "I just saw her," Wen Cici said while smiling. Fin Yun's felt embarrassed. "Well, Wen Cici is like that. There's something wrong with her. Don't stoop to her level. It's not worth it." Wen Cici comforted him. Fin Yun's was stunned. "How did you know?" "Well, I didn't know before, but I've interacted with her twice recently, and she really has something wrong with her." Fin Yun's was at a loss for words for a moment. Could he say that she was the girl he had liked for many years? At this moment, he felt a bit empty inside, not knowing how to continue interacting with Yun Ruoxi. He also didn't know how to explain to Wen Cici. Fin Yun's had to casually come up with an excuse to change the topic. "Why are you also here? Isn't your classroom on the 3rd floor?" "Oh, I just passed by, heh." Wen Cici laughed awkwardly. She wouldn't admit that she deliberately came here hoping to run into Lin Zhou and Sunyanku, to ease the tension in their relationship. Unfortunately, after passing by several times, she still hadn't met them. "Ow, does your class also pass by here?" "From the middle stairs, they wouldn't pass by here, right?" "Ow, it's possible, haha." Wen Cici laughed awkwardly again. She felt like she couldn't stay here any longer, or Fin Yun's might see through everything. I should go back to the classroom now, to do homework." Wen Cici waved her hand and was about to leave. Just as she took 2 steps, Fin Yun's called out to her. "Wen Cici, were you Wang Zikin's desk mate in junior high?" He remembered hearing Wang Zikin mention it a few times. Wen Cici nodded. "Yes. How come?" "Then, can you help me persuade Wang Zikin? I'm afraid he'll skip school again." "Hot. Skip school? Wang Zikin? Why?" Wen Cici was confused. Just a few days ago, she was drinking soda with Wang Zikin. He was now considered her first male friend. How could he be skipping school? "It's like this," Fin Yun's thought for a moment, explained Wang Zikin's situation and his family to Wen Cici, and then said with a troubled look, "Actually, I wanted to ask Yun Ruoxi for help just now, but I was rejected. Now, I'm afraid that Wang Zikin, who just came to school today, will leave again. In that case, I don't know how to persuade him to come back. If you're classmates with him, you should have a good relationship, right? Can you help persuade him?" Wen Cici furrowed her brows, then nodded seriously. "Okay, I'll try." She followed Fin Yun's to the door of class 2. Just as they were about to call for Wang Zikin, they found Wang Zikin standing at the front door of class 2, looking at them. Perhaps expecting the outcome, Wang Zikin looked somewhat disappointed. Was it unsuccessful? Fin Yun's lowered his head. "I'm sorry. But Wang Zikin, trust me, I'll find a way to make it happen. give me some time. Wang Zikin waved his hand and walked away. No need. I'll figure it out myself. Seeing this, Finyun's hand when Cici quickly caught up. Hey, Wang Zikin, where are you going? You can't skip school. Stop right there. Yeah. Wang Zikin, we can discuss together. You're a friend I just made. If you leave school, what will I do? Wang Zikin turned around, looked at the two of them, and smiled. I wasn't planning to skip school. I just need to use the restroom. The two of them were stunned. Wang Zikin then looked at Wen Cici. And Wen Cici, don't casually say things like that to guys. It will cause misunderstandings. He smiled, then quickly walked away. Wen Cici stood in place, stunned for a moment, then suddenly asked Finyuns, what was that company called again? Phalia. Oh right, Phalia. Why does that name sound familiar? Deep in thought, Wen Cici spent the entire day thinking about this. She felt that the name was very familiar, but couldn't remember where she had heard it. After school, she ran home with her backpack as if she was sprinting 100 meters. Pushing open the door, she gasped and called out, Grandpa. When Zheng Hao looked up, seeing her appearance and instantly full of distress, Cici, what's wrong? Cici, is something the matter? Why are you so urgent? When Cici rushed to the table, picked up a glass and drank it all in one go. When she finally calmed down a bit, she anxiously looked at Wen Zheng Hao and asked, Grandpa, do you know anyone from Phalia? Phalia? Isn't that the company of Liu Lao's nephew? What's going on? Ah, you do know. That's good. That's good. I knew this name sounded familiar. When Zheng Hao looked at his granddaughter, who was so excited, a bit puzzled, Cici, why are you suddenly interested in this? It's not that I'm interested. A classmate's family needs help, so I wanted to ask. A classmate? Yes. When Cici nodded vigorously, then explained Wang Zikin's family situation to Wen Zheng Hao again. Finally, she said seriously, he was my junior high school deskmate. He's a good person, and he's also Lin Zhou's good friend and classmate. Now their family is in trouble, and he might not be able to continue with his studies. I just want to help. Grandpa, can you help by asking Liu Lao? Grandpa's words are definitely effective. Should I ask him? When Zheng Hao pondered for a moment and said, well, it's possible, but Liu Lao has never been involved in family matters, always leaving them to the younger generation to handle. If I were to speak to him, wouldn't it be too? Grandpa, can't you help me? I really don't want to see my classmates lose their future because of this. When Cici raised her head, imitating her childhood self, and acted cute by blinking her eyes at Wen Zheng Hao. She even tugged at his sleeve. When Zheng Hao couldn't stand this, he couldn't help but say, oh my good granddaughter, grandchild. Grandpa knows you are doing this for your classmates. What you are doing is good. Very right. Grandpa supports you, but Grandpa still thinks it's not appropriate for Grandpa to handle this matter. Seeing Wen Cici getting anxious, Wen Zheng Hao quickly added, but Grandpa has thought of a good solution. But this solution requires you, Wen Cici, to handle it. It might be a bit difficult for you. Are you willing? When Cici was pleasantly surprised, I'm willing. Grandpa, tell me, what's the solution? When Zheng Hao smiled then said, do you remember the calligraphy competition a few days ago? When Cici nodded, what does that have to do with the calligraphy competition? I don't even know calligraphy. I know you don't, but someone does. Who? When Cici had just asked one word when a name popped up in her head. Lin Zhou. Smart. Lin Zhou not only knows calligraphy, but is also very talented. Liu Lao has a very good impression of him. If you were to approach Liu Lao might actually put aside his pride to talk nicely to his nephew. It wouldn't be appropriate for Grandpa to approach Lin Zhou, but Cici, you're different. You and him are classmates, so it's very suitable for you to approach him. When Cici finally understood what Wen Zheng Hao meant, she was a bit conflicted. But, I and Lin Zhou. Cici, lowering your head to Lin Zhou, improving the relationship a bit, saying a few words of kindness, is that more important than the future of your junior high school deskmate? When Zheng Hao said seriously. When Cici listened with a daze, well, maybe it really isn't. So, Grandpa believes in you, you can definitely handle this matter. When Zheng Hao patted Wen Cici's shoulder, I've heated up milk for you, it's by your bedside. After you finish drinking it, think about how you should proceed. When Cici nodded in confusion, her mind a mess. Should she go back to apologize to Lin Zhou? Last time, he completely ignored her. If she were to be ignored again, wouldn't that be embarrassing? The Wangzikan situation couldn't wait. As she contemplated, she headed towards her bedroom. When Zheng Hao watched her back, feeling relieved, it seemed like this girl had her own ideas now. Just as he was about to turn around, a lady who was about his age approached him out of curiosity. Zheng Hao, you have a good relationship with Liu La's nephew, right? Why are you making it difficult for the child? She hadn't finished her sentence when she saw Zheng Hao shushing her. Shh, lady, keep your voice down. Don't let Cici hear. Seeing Cici enter her bedroom without a reaction, Zheng Hao said, this is giving Cici an opportunity. Lin Zhou and Sunyanku, I feel like they are not ordinary kids. If Cici can become friends with them, it would be a good thing. But this child is stubborn and needs motivation. Are those two kids really that amazing? Yes, with their current performance, they will either go to Tsinghua or Peking University. People who come from there, are any of them not talented? More importantly, not only are they excellent academically, but they are also very capable, especially Lin Zhou. He is truly the most outstanding young man I have ever seen. His ability to handle things, his style, are all extraordinary. Hearing him speak like this, the old lady looked towards Cici's bedroom, but can Cici really do it? Whether she can or not, we can only wait and see. We're old, we can't help Cici forever. The old lady nodded, remaining silent. The next day, before the alarm went off, when Cici jumped out of bed, she had hardly slept all night and had made up her mind to go see Lin Zhou again. Since she was going to see him, she needed to make herself presentable. She quickly washed up, put on some makeup she considered pretty, and began to change clothes. Wearing her most beautiful skirt, white shoes, and adding to cute braids. Finally, she slung on her most fashionable backpack. Cici quickly looked into the mirror, but no matter how she looked, she felt awkward. She then anxiously tugged at her hair and changed the skirt to a longer one, but still felt something was off. Frantically, she pulled out all the clothes from her wardrobe, trying them on one by one. She almost emptied her entire wardrobe, but still couldn't find the right outfit. She felt that none of the clothes in her wardrobe seemed good enough to stand next to Lin Zhou. What should she do? How could she catch his attention, so he won't just walk away when he sees her? The usually confident Cici suddenly felt insecure. It seemed like she could never attract Lin Zhou's attention no matter what she did, especially with the radiant Sunyanku by his side. This plan simply wouldn't work. After sitting in a pile of clothes and pondering for 2 minutes, Cici suddenly stood up. She quickly took off all the messy clothes she was wearing, went to the restroom, removed her makeup, then untied her braids, letting her hair fall freely behind. She walked out, put on the most ordinary school uniform, and an old backpack that matched the school uniform color that she had used for years. After doing all this, Cici suddenly felt satisfied. Dressing like a high school student seemed more suitable for her. Cici smiled, feeling confident, she then opened the door and walked out. Downstairs, Zheng Hao, seeing her coming out, was also surprised. Huh? Cici, are you? His granddaughter usually liked to wear makeup. She would even put on a light makeup when going to school. Today, she appeared so plain. Grandpa, do I not look good like this? Cici tugged at her clothes. Zheng Hao quickly nodded. You look good. You look good. My granddaughter is always beautiful. Off you go to school. Okay. Cici was extremely happy. Suddenly, she felt confident. She happily skipped away. Zheng Hao watched her depart, smiling. That day, Sunyanku also arrived early in the classroom. She carefully placed her backpack down and then conscientiously opened it to check. After making sure she had her sanitary pads, she heaved a sigh of relief and prepared to zip up her bag. But just then, she heard a soft chuckle by her side. Little Deskmate, why did you change brands today? Wasn't the one I got not good enough? Sunyanku's heart skipped a beat. Lin Zhou, how? When did he suddenly appear? Ow? Quickly stuffing the sanitary pad in her hand into the innermost layer of her backpack, she didn't even have time to zip it up before tossing it into the desk. Sunyanku blocked the edge of the desk with her body, her face turning red, not daring to lift her head. She stuttered as she spoke. No. It's not. It's very useful. I just. After stuttering for a while, Sunyanku still couldn't speak a complete sentence. How could she tell Lin Zhou? She just couldn't bear to use the ones Lin Zhou had bought for her. So last night, she deliberately went to buy new ones, hiding the ones Lin Zhou bought. This guy, so quiet early in the morning. How could he be so unaware of this kind of thing? About to go crazy. Haha. Alright, it's time for class. Lin Zhou felt that if he continued to ask questions, his desk partner would probably suffocate. When he just entered the classroom, he saw her acting suspiciously. He had originally planned to scare her a bit, but ended up scaring her too much. The little girl's face turned as red as an apple. Yeah, right. Time for class. Sunyanku quickly pulled out a chair and sat down, then hurriedly searched for her textbooks in the desk, ready to cover it all up. But because she was too anxious, she forgot to control her strength. The textbook was pulled out, but the backpack fell to the ground, and the sanitary pad she had just put in fell out instantly. It happened to fall at Lin Zhou's feet. Sunyanku. She instantly froze. For a moment, she didn't know how to react. The male student in the front row who heard the commotion curiously turned around. Sunyanku, what's wrong with you? Sunyanku froze again. She saw that the male student's gaze was about to fall to the ground. Suddenly, Lin Zhou took a step forward and blocked the sanitary pad with his foot. The male student, looking puzzled, glanced at the blushing Sunyanku and then at Lin Zhou. He couldn't believe it. But, the teacher is coming. Did you memorize the lesson he assigned yesterday? The male student silently turned his head, starting to recite. Lin Zhou looked at the still nervous Sunyanku, and with a smile, he bent down to pick up the sanitary pad. But at that moment, Sunyanku moved. She didn't know where she got the sudden strength from. Her mind was filled with one thought. The sanitary pad was open. She couldn't let Lin Zhou touch it. She quickly bent down, trying to pick it up before Lin Zhou touched it. But because she was too fast, she accidentally bumped her head against Lin Zhou's head with a thud. Without thinking too much, she reached out to grab it, and her hand fell on Lin Zhou's hand, which had also come down. Sunyanku. Her mind went blank again. She didn't know how to react at all. She was touched by Lin Zhou. Because she wouldn't use up a whole package in a day, she only packed a few in the morning for convenience. The one that fell out of her backpack was one of them. Lin Zhou's hand happened to fall on it. And her own hand. Her own hand happened to fall on Lin Zhou's hand. Dear heavens! Dear heavens! Dear heavens! Was she going to die? Sunyanku suddenly felt like she couldn't breathe. She didn't care about the pain on her head, just awkwardly bent over, not knowing what to do for a moment. Lin Zhou, seeing her like this, almost burst out laughing. To prevent their desk partner from getting agitated again, Lin Zhou endured for a while before pulling his hand out from under hers. Then he reached out and ruffled her hair. All right, you can pick it up yourself. Don't get hurt touching it. And in front of me, you don't need to be shy. It's a normal reaction of your body, a sign of health. I won't make fun of you, and I don't have any other thoughts. It's just normal. I want to help you. Desk partner, hurry up and get ready. We are really starting class now. After saying that, he slowly sat up straight. For some reason, Sunyanku noticed that he seemed to deliberately lean towards her, as if to shield her from the gaze of other students. In that moment, Sunyanku suddenly felt her nose tingle. He won't make fun of. He won't have any other thoughts. Normal reaction of the body, just wanting to help. In all the years she had lived, this was the first time Sunyanku had heard someone say this. She had seen boys cheering loudly when they saw a pad, seen someone playfully sticking pads on the blackboard, and seen a boy laughing loudly when he saw his desk partner using one, causing the whole class to laugh and the girl to cry and run out of the room. So every girl was cautious. Even buying sanitary pads, for them, was a matter of immense shame. But with Lin Zhou, everything became perfectly normal. Lin Zhou was really different from others. Why was he so kind? Sunyanku smiled lightly, suddenly feeling relieved. She picked up the sanitary pad in her hand, carefully tucked it into her backpack, and then earnestly placed it in the desk. Only then did she murmur softly, "Thank you." She knew Lin Zhou could hear her. Sure enough, as soon as she finished speaking, she heard Lin Zhou's response, "You're welcome. But desk partner, you should use what I bought too. Don't leave them for too long. It's not good. If you think what I bought is good, I can buy them for you every month." Sunyanku was slightly stunned. She quickly shook her head. "Oh no. No. No need." Although she felt much better inside, making Lin Zhou buy them every month, that was really strange. I will buy them myself." "Okay. That's fine." Lin Zhou didn't insist. After all, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future to buy them for her regularly. The current desk partner probably couldn't accept it yet. Let's take it slow. Study now. MMHM. Sunyanku nodded and then laid the textbook flat, earnestly reading it. It was almost time for the college entrance examination. The people in the class were all particularly serious about memorizing texts, and no one disturbed the class. But Class 8 was different. Wenxi had no mood to study early. Jian Zhengyang sat on the platform, preoccupied, and didn't pay attention to them. Zhang Xiaoyun wanted to gossip with Wenxi a bit about Jian's situation, but found Wenxi distracted. Plus, Wenxi was acting really strange today. She actually came to class so casually. Although she looked quite good this way, it was completely out of character for her. After trying several times, Zhang Xiaoyun realized that Jian Zhengyang really wasn't paying attention to them. Zhang Xiaoyun couldn't help but turn around and poke Wenxi's arm. Cici, what's wrong with you today? Why are you so distracted? Wenxi was slightly startled and then regained her composure. Huh, I'm fine. Nothing's wrong, right? How is that possible? Your face clearly shows that something's bothering you. Don't believe me, ask your desk partner. When Cici's deskmate nodded immediately. Yes, I agree with what Zhang Xiaoyun said. I felt that something was off with you when you came in this morning. But I really am fine. When Cici lowered her head and didn't say anything. In fact, she had been thinking about what to say when she saw Lin Zhou later. Should she just call out to him, apologize, and then ask for a favor? Or should she call out to Sunyanku first? She felt like Sunyanku might be easier to approach, but after rehearsing countless times in her mind, when Cici still didn't know what to do. I don't believe you, when Cici. Are you thinking about some beau? Your mind seems wandering. Zhang Xiaoyun, hitting the nail on the head, cut Wen Cici off before she could respond. Diving into gossip, let me guess, it must be Lin Zhou, right? When Cici immediately became flustered. Xiaoyun, you. But before she could finish her sentence, her deskmate got excited. What? Lin Zhou? The one from class 2. He's really handsome and good at studying. Cici, you like Lin Zhou? I thought you liked Jian Zhengyang. Liu Yu, what are you saying? When Cici didn't know whether to argue with her now or with Zhang Xiaoyun, she was both anxious and frustrated. But the two girls were amused. Ha, this is the first time seeing Cici like this. Looks like we guessed right. Who said anything else? But it seems like there's a very good female classmate around Lin Zhou. Cici, your competition is tough. We told you there was nothing. You guys really are. When Cici huffed and flipped open her textbook, deciding to ignore them, Zhang Xiaoyun then calmed down a bit. All right, Cici, let's not gossip about you. Let's gossip about Teacher Jian. Look, Teacher Jian hasn't moved all morning. I've turned around to chat with you for so long, and he hasn't reacted at all. Isn't that strange? Upon hearing this, when Cici was once again taken aback, she also looked towards Jian Zhengyang and saw that he indeed hadn't moved, his eyes vacant. When Cici was puzzled, what's wrong with Teacher Jian? Who knows, I think he's in love. In love with who? Probably with a female teacher from the school, right? Cici, go to his office these few days and help us investigate. Investigate what? Which female teacher he's close to. See who's so lucky to have Teacher Jian like this. But isn't that inappropriate? It's fine. Teacher Jian doesn't know. Maybe we can help him. Exactly. Oh. You too. When Cici was speechless. But ultimately, she was also very curious. What was going on with Teacher Jian? Teacher Jian had no idea he had become the topic of discussion among the students. He was deeply lost in thought, thinking about how to appear in Teacher Liu's life today. They had breakfast together yesterday morning. They had a meeting in the morning. They had lunch together. In the evening, Teacher Liu left for dinner early. He didn't have time to come up with an excuse. What about today? What should he do? Jian Zhengyang had been thinking all morning but hadn't come up with a good excuse yet. Morning self-study soon ended. The students left one by one. Jian Zhengyang was still lost in thought. When Li Jianchao passed by their classroom, he happened to see this scene. He walked in helplessly, patting Jian Zhengyang on the shoulder. Teacher Jian, Teacher Jian. Teacher Li, school's out already? Jian Zhengyang instantly came to his senses and quickly stood up. Teacher Li chuckled. Are you in a daze? The students of your class have all left, don't you know? Teacher Jian. This won't do. While you're pursuing Teacher Liu, you also need to take care of the students. The college entrance exam is coming soon. You know. I know. I know, I was just a bit out of it this morning. And morning self-study doesn't need much supervision. I'm not usually like this. It's fine then, but what are you thinking about? Are you thinking about how to go out on a date with Teacher Liu today? Huh? No. I'm not. Teacher Jian, please don't speak nonsense. Ha, don't worry. I have a plan. Li Jianchao winked at Jian Zhengyang. Jian Zhengyang looked bewildered. What plan? Don't worry about it. Go have lunch first. We'll talk after lunch. Li Jianchao smiled and pulled Jian Zhengyang along. Jian Zhengyang could only follow along blankly. Breakfast was the same as usual, but Teacher Liu was not by his side. Jian Zhengyang felt like eating without any taste. After eating a few bites casually, Jian Zhengyang returned to the office with Li Jianchao. Meanwhile, when Cici had finished her meal, her seat was not too far from Lin Zhou as Sunyanku. When she saw them get up to leave, she quickly handed her lunchbox to Zhang Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun, take this back to the dorm for me. I have something to do. Without waiting for Zhang Xiaoyun's reaction, she quickly ran off. Zhang Xiaoyun looked puzzled. It wasn't until she saw when Cici running towards Lin Zhou's direction that Zhang Xiaoyun shook her head helplessly, prioritizing love over friendship. Even when it's obvious, she still says she doesn't like Lin Zhou. When Cici rushed to a place not far from where Lin Zhou and Sunyanku disappeared into the classroom before stopping, she tried several times to approach them but failed every time. People were coming and going, and Lin Zhou's eyes were only on Sunyanku. Feeling uneasy after being ignored by Lin Zhou last time, when Cici kept watching them until they finished washing dishes and left, forcing when Cici to follow suit. As she walked away, passing student Fan Yuns looked at her curiously. When Cici, what are you doing? Looking for Lin Zhou, huh? Why are you looking for Lin Zhou? Do you like him too? Fan Yuns frowned. It's not about liking or not liking. I'm looking for him about Wan Zikin's matter. Maybe he can help. Him? He doesn't know anyone from Filia. How can he help? It's a big company after all. And Lin Zhou is just a high school student from an average family. How could he be related to them? Don't worry about that. I'll go find him. Fan Yuns, your classmates, if you have time, talk to Lin Zhou too. I think he's really capable. I'm off now. When Cici quickly left, Fan Yuns stood in place, dazed. Letting him ask Lin Zhou for help? Yun Ruoxi already rejected him. How could Lin Zhou possibly agree? He was kind to Yun Ruoxi, but he and Lin Zhou had always clashed. Don't dream. Fan Yuns shook his head, thinking of other ways. Wan Zikin had come to class today, but he seemed to have skipped breakfast. After some thought, Fan Yuns washed the dishes and went to the cafeteria. He got some food, heading back to the classroom. By this time, when Cici had already reached the door of class 2, seeing Lin Zhou and Sunyanku entering the room together, she wanted to shout, but she couldn't bring herself to. When Cici didn't notice that Sunyanku and Lin Zhou had been deliberately or unintentionally looking in her direction the whole time. Just now at the entrance of the cafeteria, Sunyanku saw her following them, and he talked with Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou didn't say much, but washing dishes became a little slower. Walking also slowed down. Even the act of entering the classroom became slower. They were waiting for Wen Cici to come to them. However, along the way, when Cici couldn't approach them and speak to them, she always seemed hesitant to speak. In fact, Lin Zhou was quite curious. When Cici, such a aloof person, when she scolded him before, her face didn't even change color, and she didn't even breathe heavily. So why now? She couldn't even speak. She was becoming more like a little girl. He didn't originally want to pay attention to her, but the little classmate said that when Cici was actually not a bad person, perhaps he should give her a chance. By now, they had entered the classroom, and when Cici still hadn't reacted, Lin Zhou felt a bit helpless. Little classmate, shall we just forget it? I don't think she dares to come. Ha ha. It's okay. Just walk by her a few times, and she dare. Sunyanku took Lin Zhou's lunchbox from him and said, go out for a stroll. Lin Zhou felt even more helpless. Little classmate, why don't you try to keep your loved ones? I mean, the people close to you by your side. Why are you pushing them away? Sunyanku went blank for a moment. What was Lin Zhou talking about? What loved ones? But he quickly corrected himself. It should be just classmates, right? Sunyanku steadied his mind and said, I just think when Cici is actually not bad. She was actually actually worried about me being fooled by you before. With no other intentions. All right, For the sake of my little classmate, I'll go out for a stroll, Lin Zhou interrupted, pulling Liu Shiming along. Liu Shiming hadn't even put down his lunchbox before being dragged like that, and he almost fell backwards. He hurriedly shouted, "Wait, Zhou, where are you going? You don't need me to go find Wen Cici, right? Don't I need you to help me with the act? To go to the restroom?" He couldn't think of any other excuse apart from this, so he strolled a few times around Wen Cici on the way there to the classroom. "But I don't need to go. Don't you want to take a few more glances at Wen Cici?" Liu Shiming couldn't stop looking at Wen Cici on the way. After all, Wen Cici was indeed very pretty. Although this action made Qiangguo angry and enter the classroom ahead of time, Lin Zhou could understand. Adolescents all like good-looking girls. Even in his past life, he also liked them. Can I take more glances? Then I'll go." Liu Shiming quickly put away his lunchbox and followed Lin Zhou out. They happened to pass by Qiangguo. She was watching Liu Shiming's back, almost grinding her teeth. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! After cursing for a while, Qiangguo angrily returned to her seat and vowed never to pay attention to Liu Shiming again. He was just a big fool. When Cici had been hesitating outside for a while, thinking about whether she should call Sunyanku first, but something just felt off. When she thought about leaving, she saw Wan Zikan lying motionless on the table. When Cici turned back, finally summoning the courage to shout Lin Zhou's name, she saw him walking out of the classroom laughing and chatting with a classmate. When Cici was stunned, the courage that she had just built up instantly dissipated. She stood still, not daring to move, watching Lin Zhou get closer step by step. When Cici felt her heart beating faster, she kept telling herself she must stop Lin Zhou. She had to stop Lin Zhou. She couldn't miss this chance again. But what if Lin Zhou just ignored her? How awkward would that be? Seeing Lin Zhou getting close to her, the word Lin was on the tip of Wen Cici's tongue, but she couldn't shout it out. She stared at Lin Zhou with wide eyes and watched him pass by. He even said something to the person next to him along the way. "Liu Shiming, why is this restroom so far? Why can't we get there?" Wen Cici didn't even react. When he left, Wen Cici nervously scratched her head, suddenly feeling like such a failure. What should she do now? When Fenyunce came back, he happened to see this scene. He quickly went to Wen Cici's side and called out to her. "How is it? Did Lin Zhou agree to help?" "No. I knew it. He wouldn't agree. I'll figure something out myself. Don't go to him." "No. You misunderstood." Wen Cici quickly explained. "It's not that Lin Zhou didn't agree. I haven't talked to Lin Zhou yet." Why not? I don't know. I'm too scared." Fenyunce was a little angry on hearing this. Wen Cici, do you happen to also like Lin Zhou? Lin Zhou. He should be with Yun Ruoxi. Fenyunce almost blurted out, but as soon as he said it, he felt something wasn't right. Was Lin Zhou really with Yun Ruoxi? Was it right for Yun Ruoxi to like Lin Zhou so stubbornly? Too many questions lingered in his mind. And even after thinking about it for several days, Fenyunce couldn't figure it out. But that statement made Wen Cici freeze. She looked at Fenyunce in disbelief. What are you saying? What do you mean by Yun Ruoxi's I? Fenyunce didn't know how to explain for a moment, but it seemed that Wen Cici didn't need his explanation. She directly asked, "Are you the one who likes Yun Ruoxi?" Fenyunce choked up again. He didn't even dare to face this question. Seeing Fenyunce's reaction, Wen Cici seemed to understand something. She looked at Fenyunce seriously and asked, "Do you also think that Lin Zhou should be with Yun Ruoxi?" Fenyunce was once again at a loss for words. In the past, he would have answered without hesitation. Yes. But after yesterday's incident with Yun Ruoxi, Fenyunce suddenly had doubts about it. But Wen Cici probably guessed his thoughts. She smiled. "It turns out that in this world, I'm not the only stubborn one. You and Yun Ruoxi are the same." "That's great. I realized it." "Fenyunce, I think Lin Zhou will definitely help. I still want to ask him. If you have other ways, go ahead and do it. Look at the two of us, who will succeed." Fenyunce was stunned. After thinking for a while, he suddenly became determined. "I will definitely succeed. I don't need Lin Zhou's help." Lin Zhou and Liu Shiming walked all the way to the bathroom, but they didn't hear Wen Cici's shout. Liu Shiming scratched his head, feeling puzzled. "Zhou, it seems like your method might not work. How about you just go directly call Wen Cici? She's been following you all morning. There must be something urgent. But you also know she's looking for me for something, and she's not willing to say. Calling her won't help either. That's true. But this way it is not a solution either. It really wasn't a solution. Lin Zhou was also puzzled. Why was Wen Cici acting like a different person? But thinking back to how she had previously done things for the sake of the little classmate, Lin Zhou sighed. Oh, forget it. I'll call her later to ask. But Zhou, I have to say, Wen Cici today looks more beautiful than ever. The natural beauty. So pretty. Heh. Lin Zhou gave Liu Shiming a look. Fatty Liu, haven't you pacified Quan Guoguo yet? Speaking of this, Liu Shiming immediately looked distressed. Zhou, why do you always hit where it hurts the most? I really can't pacify Quan Guoguo. It's been so many days. What should I do? Heh. Lin Zhou smiled but didn't say anything. After putting on his pants, he patted Liu Shiming on the shoulder. With your approach, you might never be able to pacify Quan Guoguo. Why? Zhou. Liu Shiming quickly fastened his pants and earnestly asked Lin Zhou. Why? Just why? Why is why? Just because. The two continued walking towards the classroom, chatting. When they arrived at the classroom door, Lin Zhou was about to call for Wen Cici, but saw her quickly running over. Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou was stunned. Why was this girl suddenly so enthusiastic again? She seemed like a different person from earlier when she was hesitant to approach. What had stimulated her again? However, Lin Zhou didn't ponder for long, as it saved him the trouble of directly approaching her. Lin Zhou nodded. Yes, what's up, classmate Wen Cici? Wen Cici hesitated slightly, recalling the conversation with Fin Yun's hand Yun Ruoxi. She immediately made up her mind, raised her head earnestly, and said to Lin Zhou, I'm here to apologize to you. Apologize? Lin Zhou didn't expect to hear these words from Wen Cici one day. Every time she saw him before, she glared at him angrily and labeled him as a scumbag. Yes, apologize. I was wrong before. I shouldn't have judged you unfairly, thought you were a bad person, labeled you a scumbag without understanding your relationship with Su Nianku and Chen Yushan. It was my mistake. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Wen Cici bowed to Lin Zhou. Liu Shiming, who was beside them, opened his mouth wide in shock. Wasn't this the arrogant Wen Cici? Lin Zhou was stunned once again. She was indeed the granddaughter of Wen Lao, not as hopeless as Yun Ruoxi. Since she had apologized, as a grown man, he truly had no reason to hold a grudge. It's all right. I haven't taken it to heart. Really? That's great. Out. It's not that I haven't taken it completely. Before Lin Zhou could finish his sentence, Wen Cici spoke again. Lin Zhou, thank you. I knew that you and Su Nianku are both very great people. Lin Zhou liked hearing those words. He nodded. Yes, we are indeed not bad. Liu Shiming was once again shocked, with his eyes widened. What a good lad. Zhou was becoming more and more narcissistic these days. But wasn't Wen Cici supposed to dislike guys who were full of themselves? Why was Zhou so self-absorbed? Yet she didn't react at all. Soon, Liu Shiming came to a conclusion. Oh no. Another one reclaimed by Zhou. None of the school's beauties could escape Zhou. He really was something. At that moment, as Liu Shiming had mentioned, Wen Cici was low-headed, fiddling with her fingers. Seeing her like that, Lin Zhou asked in confusion, Classmate Wen Cici, did you come to me just to apologize, or is there something more? Wen Cici wanted to answer, but didn't know how to start. Go on. What's on your mind? Is it about your grandpa? Liu Shiming was shocked for the third time. How did she even know his grandpa? Was the relationship developing too quickly? Wen Cici quickly shook her head. No, it's not about my grandpa. It's because of Wang Zikan. Lin Zhou was once again surprised. Wang Zikan. Wasn't Fin Yun's handling his matters? How did it involve Wen Cici now? Seeing Lin Zhou's confusion, Wen Cici then earnestly explained. Wang Zikan and I were middle school classmates. I heard Fin Yun say that there had been trouble in Wang Zikan's family. Fin Yun tried to help by asking his dad, but it didn't work, and he overheard his dad talking on the phone, mentioning someone named Filio, who could help the Wang family. When Cici recounted the whole story to Lin Zhou before saying, Lin Zhou, you know, Mr. Liu, the one who gave you the prize at the debate competition that day, my grandpa said he has a good impression of you. If you intervene, he might be able to help. Wang Zikan is actually a good person. He has always been kind to others. He shouldn't drop out because of this. I know I've done a lot of wrong things before, but considering your relationship with Wang Zikan as classmates, could you help out? Whatever you want, I can agree to it. Liu Shiming, who was standing nearby, couldn't hold back anymore. Almost unconsciously, he blurted out, "Really, anything?" When Cici was taken aback. Why did it seem like Liu Shiming had something else to say, and it didn't sound good? Lin Zhou quickly took over and silently gave Liu Shiming a big eye roll in his heart. "Well, let me ask over the weekend." When Cici was overjoyed to hear that, "Lin Zhou, you agreed." "I just said I'll ask, not guaranteeing that I can help." "Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much." When Cici was almost in tears. Her grandpa and Wang Zikan were right. Lin Zhou was indeed a very good person. Even though she had treated him poorly before, he was still willing to help. "Oh, don't thank me yet. Did you just say you can agree to anything? I happen to have a little favor that needs your help." When Cici was taken aback, remembering Liu Shiming's words, she looked a bit worriedly in his direction. Was Lin Zhou going to? But she nodded earnestly in the end. "Go ahead." She was nervous, but then she heard Lin Zhou say, "Don't worry, I'm not like Liu Shiming. I just want you to come and spend more time with Sunyanku when you're free." When Cici was strong-willed, Sunyanku was timid. When Cici was proud, Sunyanku felt somewhat inferior. Having more contact with people like this might benefit Sunyanku. Coincidentally, when Cici did like Sunyanku, if she could teach Sunyanku to ignore other guys, it might save Lin Zhou a lot of trouble. When Wensi heard this, she was stunned. That's it. She had actually wanted to spend more time with Sunyanku long ago. She always felt that Sunyanku might dislike her because of her relationship with Lin Zhou. That Lin Zhou actually allowed her to spend more time with Sunyanku. How could things be so good? He helped her, but only made this request. Even if he asked for money from her, or to date his brother, perhaps she wouldn't have refused. Yet, it was just this simple. Wensi could hardly believe her ears. Yes, it's just that simple. She doesn't have many friends, so if you're not willing. No, I'm willing. Wensi quickly nodded, her face filled with joy. All right then. Thank you. After Lin Zhou said this, without further explanation, he left with Liu Shiming. Wensi stood dazed in place, watching his backhand falling into contemplation. Lin Zhou was actually helping Sunyanku make friends. She had always known that Sunyanku was timid and humble, but resilient. Such a girl indeed wouldn't have many friends. And did he also realize this? Was he helping Sunyanku in his own way? He even said thank you to her. No wonder Sunyanku liked Lin Zhou so much. No wonder for Lin Zhou, she spared no effort to tell herself her secrets. No wonder she never wanted to hear anyone speak ill of Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou, such an outstanding person that one would really want to possess. But it seemed that he belonged only to Sunyanku, giving her a sense of security. Sunyanku was really lucky. At that moment, Wensi suddenly felt envious of Sunyanku. Well, let's just do it this way. After murmuring these lines, Wensi walked towards her classroom. Lin Zhou also returned to the classroom. Sunyanku saw him, and once again handed over the tea that he had already set out for him. How did it go? Lin Zhou took the cup, drank seriously. The temperature was just right. He smiled. The negotiations went smoothly. That's good then. Sunyanku turned back to start reading. Lin Zhou looked at her puzzled. Deskmate, why don't you ask me what I talked to Wensi about? No need to ask, you can talk about whatever you want. But what if I told her something that would make you unhappy? Sunyanku raised her head and smiled lightly. You won't. In that instant, Lin Zhou saw a light of trust in her eyes. She believed in him so much. Lin Zhou didn't tease her anymore. He reached out, ready to rub her hair. Sunyanku quickly leaned back a bit, seriously saying, You promised me. Lin Zhou's hand froze and he looked at the surrounding glances. He could only stop his hand. Okay. Just when Sunyanku thought he would retract his hand, she found him looking at the classmates around. Why aren't you studying? The first class this morning is with John Lashi. If you don't finish the exam, you'll have to stand. Everyone immediately turned their heads and began to write furiously. Lin Zhou smiled at Sunyanku. No one is watching, so it doesn't count as public humiliation. Sunyanku. She felt that Lin Zhou was playing dumb. But it seemed like there was no evidence. Sunyanku could only dumbly watch as Lin Zhou patted her head. And then he ruffled her hair. After he finished, she heard Lin Zhou speak casually. Yeah, your hair feels nice. Study well. Don't daydream. He even tossed a workbook to her. At that moment, Sunyanku felt like she was a small pet in Lin Zhou's hands, affectionate and endless. But this kind of feeling seemed quite good. Meanwhile, in the classroom office, today was a large faculty meeting for all the teachers. Jian Zhengyang and Li Jianchao had returned with lunchboxes. They didn't see Liu Qingyan along the way. It wasn't until they passed by Liu Qingyan's office that they saw her busy organizing meeting materials. Jian Zhengyang lowered his head in disappointment. It seemed like Li Jianchao had tricked him into having lunch together. How could he find a way to have a proper date with Liu Qingyan again? He couldn't think of a good solution. He might need to seek advice from Lin Zhou. With that thought, Jian Zhengyang sighed silently in his heart. He was really a failure. Why couldn't he get things right? At that moment, Jian Zhengyang suddenly realized that Li Jianchao in front of him had stopped. Teacher Jian. What? Hurry up, get ready. The meeting is about to start. You'll be able to have a date with your, Ms. Liu soon. You mean, the meeting? Sit together for a date? Yes, my explanation is fine. Teacher Jian. Don't you understand? Well, yes. But how can a meeting? Guess. Li Jianchao laughed mysteriously. Jian Zhengyang looked bewildered. How was he supposed to guess that? Li Jianchao seemed determined to make him guess. He grabbed Jian Zhengyang and pulled him into the office. Come in first. Jian Zhengyang had to sit down, but soon after, Liu Qingyan also entered. Jian Zhengyang wanted to stand up several times to sit next to Liu Qingyan, but every time he was about to speak, he saw Liu Qingyan had already sat down far away from him. Jian Zhengyang awkwardly lowered his head, feeling that Li Jianchao was indeed a trickster. At that moment, Zhang Shuqi also walked in. He looked around before starting the meeting. After a long speech, Zhang Shuqi made the final conclusion. Alright, that's it for now. High school teachers of grades 11 and 12 can go back to prepare, and grade 13 teachers remain. Jian Zhengyang, who had been feeling drowsy, was about to stand up and leave, but feeling tired, he sat back down. Li Jianchao saw his state and lightly pushed him. Teacher Jian, what are you doing? Listen, Director John is going to speak. Hasn't he been speaking for half an hour already? No. What's coming up now is what you should listen to. Forget it. It doesn't matter to me whether I listen or not. It's all about disciplining well, focusing on studying. We're in grade 13 now, can't slack off, have to take good care of the students. Jian Zhengyang had just finished muttering when he heard Zhang Shuqi say, Dear teachers, I wanted to keep you back today to give you a task. As you know, the college entrance exams are coming up soon, so only one more mock exam before the actual one. I feel that the students in our school haven't been practicing enough, so for this last month, I will divide you into groups. We will prepare our own test papers at the school, give the students a test each week, identify weaknesses, and focus on improvement. I've rambled on too much already, so I won't say more. Let's announce the groups now. Language Arts Group, Li Jianchao, Jian Zhengyang, Liu Qingyan. You three teachers will be in a group. Divide the work with a few other teachers. Each group will create a test paper for 1 week. Jian Zhengyang instantly lifted his head. Completely awake, Zhang Shuqi was still talking confidently. Mr. Li, Ms. Jian, Ms. Liu, do you have any objections? Jian Zhengyang immediately said, No. No objections. At this moment, he finally understood what Li Jianchao meant by making him wait. He didn't expect Director John to have such a trick. It was truly too delightful. Seeing everyone looking at him, Jian Zhengyang realized that he seemed to be trying too hard. So, he quickly added, to complete the task, right? Mr. Li? Li Jianchao nodded knowingly, of course. And Ms. Liu? What about you? Liu Qingyan raised her head at this moment, looking somewhat puzzled at Zhang Shuqi, then at Jian Zhengyang. She felt something was not quite right. How did she end up in the same group as Jian Zhengyang? But considering that there were a total of 6 Chinese teachers in Senior 3, if 3 people were in a group, it wasn't unlikely that she would be with him. Their group also had more than just Jian Zhengyang. It seemed that this new teacher wouldn't be clueless, right? Liu Qingyan also nodded. Yes, I promise to complete the task. Zhang Shuqi nodded. All right, then it's decided. The remaining Chinese teachers will be in Group 2 for next week's test paper. Next is the math group. Zhang Shuqi earnestly read out all the grouping arrangements, but Jian Zhengyang didn't hear a word. His mind was full of thoughts of Liu Qingyan. If they had to work together, eat together with Li Jianchao, It meant they would have to discuss things together. Perhaps they could even work overtime together on weekends. It was the first time Jian Zhengyang looked forward to overtime work. Li Jianchao, sitting beside him, saw him smiling all the while and couldn't resist tapping him, whispering, "Mr. Jian, don't get carried away. Pay attention to propriety. Propriety. All right, I'll pay attention. Yes, don't forget to thank me and Director John properly if we succeed. I will definitely treat you and Director John to a meal when we succeed. Heh." Sitting opposite them, Liu Qingyan didn't say much when she saw the two whispering, assuming they were discussing the test paper. After the meeting, everyone scattered. Jian Zhengyang stood up, intending to walk towards Liu Qingyan, but he remembered the concept of propriety, so he hesitated and stayed put. When he saw Liu Qingyan about to leave, he hurriedly tapped Li Jianchao beside him. Mr. Li, quickly." Li Jianchao was tidying up his materials and couldn't help but shout, "Ms. Liu, wait for us." Liu Qingyan stopped in her tracks and turned around. Seeing this, Jian Zhengyang ultimately stopped in his tracks, bowed his head, and pretended to tidy up his things slowly and deliberately. Liu Qingyan looked at them with a puzzled expression. "What's wrong, Mr. Li? We just finished forming the groups, but I feel the three of us should sum up first. Let's have a short meeting later. What do you think?" Li Jianchao bumped Jian Zhengyang again. Jian Zhengyang quickly nodded. "Ms. Liu, I think so too. This way, it's more beneficial for our work." "Agreed. Let's get started quickly. I have a class later." "All right." Their objective achieved, Jian Zhengyang's movements became noticeably faster. Soon, he and Li Jianchao were standing in front of Liu Qingyan. "Shall we go to the office?" "Yes." Liu Qingyan nodded and walked ahead briskly. Today, Liu Qingyan was remarkably dressed professionally, wearing black high heels with her hair neatly tied back. She exuded a mature and intellectual beauty that almost left Jian Zhengyang stunned. Fortunately, Li Jianchao was beside him. He quickly tapped him, signaling not to stare. Only then did they catch up with her. In the office, Liu Qingyan pulled out a chair for each of them and gestured for them to sit down. Li Jianchao was initially closer to Liu Qingyan, but he quickly stepped back, indicating for Jian Zhengyang to sit there. Jian Zhengyang also didn't hesitate to take a seat. When Liu Qingyan looked up and frowned at Li Jianchao, he quickly pretended to blow his nose seriously, saying, "I've had a cold these past few days, and my nose is running a bit. The trash can is closer on this side." Liu Qingyan then put away her suspicions and nodded. "Mr. Li, take care of your health." "Yes. Thanks for your concern, Ms. Liu. Let's begin. You can share any thoughts on Director Zhang's proposal, and I will summarize." "All right." After both had spoken, they noticed Jian Zhengyang was unresponsive. Li Jianchao nudged him again. "Mr. Jian, oh, okay. Ms. Liu, you summarize." Liu Qingyan furrowed her brow. "Mr. Jian, are you also feeling unwell?" No, I'm just didn't sleep well." Jian Zhengyang casually made up an excuse. Hearing this, Liu Qingyan expressed concern. "In that case, shall we continue the discussion this afternoon? Do you two need a rest?" No need. I'm fine now." Jian Zhengyang quickly waved his hand. Li Jianchao added, "No worries, I'll be fine once we start working." "All right then." Liu Qingyan had to start. Fortunately, Li Jianchao was right. Once they began official work, the two teachers caught back into the rhythm quickly. They soon determined the direction for the upcoming exam questions. After the discussion, Liu Qingyan stood up. "All right, I have to go for my class now. You to take a look at the exam questions, and we'll continue our discussion after I finish my class." "All right, Ms. Liu, you're busy." Liu Qingyan placed the documents on the table, picked up her textbook, and left the room. After she left, Jian Zhengyang quickly patted his chest and let out a long breath. Seeing this, Li Jianchao chuckled. "Mr. Jian, do you really need to be that nervous? Ms. Liu won't bite." "She won't bite, but I. Jian Zhengyang struggled to find a reason to explain, but ultimately couldn't. Li Jianchao burst into laughter. "Ha ha. All right, I know you're nervous. You need to change that, or you'll show your true colors sooner or later." "I understand. Thanks, Mr. Li." Jian Zhengyang placed his right hand over his left, striking a posture like a hero in a martial arts novel. Li Jianchao laughed again. "Ha ha. Remember what you said about treating me and Director John to a meal." "Absolutely. Definitely." The day continued with Qi and Zheng Yang in a happy mood, gradually accepting the fact that he would work together with Liu Qingyan for the next week. He couldn't stop smiling. Luckily, with Mr. Li's support, they had no major mishaps. On the other hand, Fenyun seemed restless that day. He still hadn't figured out a way to help Wang Zikan. Even though Wang Zikan had agreed to attend classes, from his observation, Wang Zikan seemed absent-minded all day. He didn't pay attention during the lessons at all. It was clear that Wang Zikan's mind was not on studying. What to do? Fenyun hesitated for a moment and then looked in the direction of Lin Zhou. Fenyun remembered, whence he had mentioned before, Lin Zhou had a connection that could contact the people from Filia. But, if he were to go find Lin Zhou. Just as this thought popped into his mind, Fenyun quickly shook his head vigorously, cutting off the beginning. Am I crazy? We've been at odds with Lin Zhou for so long. Why would Lin Zhou help? He probably wouldn't even have time to laugh at me. I'm still erasing the blackboard for him. And there's also the matter with Yun Ruoxi. Forget about it. Wenxi should have probably already spoken to Lin Zhou about this. But Lin Zhou seemed unfazed, chatting and laughing with Sunyanku the entire day. Obviously, he didn't take this matter to heart. Wenxi's pleas didn't work. My words would probably be even less effective. Fenyun quickly dismissed his thoughts, deciding to go back in the evening and ask Fenjian. Even if it's begging, I'll beg him for help. Begging my dad is better than begging Lin Zhou. So, as soon as school was out, Fenyun hurried home. It was Friday today, and he had to settle the Wang family's matter this weekend. Otherwise, Wang Zikan would definitely continue to look so despondent next week. It would affect his studies. With this in mind, Fenyun quickened his pace. Huffing and puffing with fatigue, when he arrived home, Fenyun saw Fenjian leisurely drinking tea at home. Li Yunling was cooking in the kitchen. He rushed over to Fenjian, calling out seriously, Dad, oh. You're willing to call me now. What's up? Have you finally remembered you have a dad? Due to their last disagreement, although Fenyun had been coming home these past 2 days, he never acknowledged Fenjian. After every meal, he would retreat to his room without sparing a glance. But at this moment, Fenyun completely ignored Fenjian's sarcasm. He said seriously, I need your help. Regarding Filia, son, why are you so persistent? You know how it is in the world of business. But it's not about business now, it's about my brother. Fenjian choked up. In any case, I won't help. You don't need to ask me. Fenyun fell silent for a moment, squeezing his hand tightly with all his might. Finally, with a deflated tone, he asked, Dad, can you at least give me the contact information for those people? I'll seek help myself. Go on your own. Fenjian was slightly taken aback. Just you. What makes you think they would help an 18-year-old kid? I have to try. I don't understand the matters of the business world like you do, but I understand Zikan's situation. Fenyun spoke with unusual seriousness. Fenjian looked at him puzzled. The Yun family won't help? Fenyun opened his mouth but didn't answer. Fenjian didn't press on and just sigh. Then I can't do much either. Dad, calling me won't change anything. You. Fenyun clenched his hands tightly, his eyes filled with anger. After looking at Fenjian for a moment, he realized that Fenjian really had no intention of helping. With a stubborn resolve, he headed towards his bedroom. Is there really no way to help Wang Zikan? Just as he was about to push open the door, he heard Fenjian's voice. I couldn't reach the people from Filia, but I know that Filia's boss's uncle is currently in our county town and seems to visit the Street Heart Pavilion every weekend. Upon hearing this, Fenyun suddenly felt elated. Thank you, Dad. And with that, he swiftly entered the bedroom. Fenjian watched his retreating figure, pondering deeply. Li Yunling brought out the dishes, looking puzzled. Old fan, didn't you say you wouldn't tell Ziji this information? The Lin family. When Lin Zhou returned home, it was already 10 o'clock. Lin Changzheng was sitting in the living room watching TV. Without even looking at him, he said, if you're hungry, heat up your own food. Lin Zhou glanced at the TV thoughtfully. Since Qinai stopped caring about Lao Lin had become lazier. He was also treating him worse. He didn't even bother to heat up his food anymore. Seeing Du Fei talking on TV, Lin Zhou asked with a smile, aren't you the one who's most disdainful of watching this kind of romantic drama? Why are you watching now? Isn't this for studying? You said watching idle dramas code. Lin Changzheng stopped midway through his sentence and threw a throw pillow from the sofa directly at Lin Zhou. You stinky kid, get lost. Lin Zhou caught the pillow and burst into laughter. Ha ha. Lao Lin, I think you should take the initiative in this. How do I take the initiative? She doesn't even care about me. If she ignores you, won't you go to her doorstep? If one time doesn't work, try for the second time. If the second time doesn't work, try for the third time, and keep going until you get Aunt Chinay's attention, right? Lao Lin's situation was different from Jian Zhengyang. Jian Zhengyang was just starting, so he naturally needed to hold back a bit. But Lao Lin and Aunt Chinay had been together for a long time. It was just a temporary conflict, so there was no need to hold back. Upon hearing this, Lin Changzheng said, "You make some sense. Of course, if you ask me, go there tomorrow." "Okay. I'll go tomorrow." It was already several days past. He had to go. "Lao Lin, I'm about to take the college entrance exam, and I want to have a grand wedding with you and Aunt Chinay afterward. Don't fail to succeed by then." All right, I got it." Normally, parents urge their sons to get married, but how come for me, it's the other way around? Lin Changzheng was speechless, but knowing that Lin Zhou meant well, he didn't say much. When Lin Zhou was about to enter his room, Lin Changzheng suddenly called out, "Hey Zhou, do you know calligraphy?" "How? Calligraphy?" Lin Zhou looked at Lin Changzheng in confusion. How did he know? Though without waiting for his answer, Lin Changzheng continued, "You probably don't know, I received a fraud call claiming that my son had been admitted to the calligraphy major at the Academy of Fine Arts and asking me to send you to school." "Ha ha. I know you very well, my own son. Your writing is as ugly as a dog's crawling." Lin Zhou. Calligraphy major at the academy? That seemed like the best calligraphy major in the country. Why would they call him? Though he had some skills, he had only practiced once in the street art pavilion. How did the people from the academy know? It seemed like it was indeed a fraud call. Without dwelling on it further, Lin Zhou went into the bedroom to sleep. Tomorrow was the weekend. He had to go find Liu Lao. Wang Zikin was actually not a bad person. If Fin Yun's couldn't help, he had to try. That night, Lin Zhou slept soundly, but Lin Changzheng hardly slept at all. He spent the night figuring out how he could reconcile with Qin Shulin and restore their relationship to its former state. Life without Qin Shulin was indeed dull. Early the next morning, he came out with tanned eyes. When Lin Zhou saw him, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Lao Lin, you really, stop joking, go study with your seatmate. I have things to attend to." Lin Changzheng yawned and went out the door. Lin Zhou did not stop himself and cleaned up a bit. Seeing that it was still early, he made himself breakfast. Around 9 o'clock, he finally set off for Central Park. At the same time, on the other side, Fin Yun's had already called Wen Cici and Wang Zikin early. He had called the two of them last night and made an appointment to go to Central Park to find Liu Lao together today. Wen Cici originally wanted to refuse and wait for news from Lin Zhou, but after some thought, she decided to go try on her own. After all, Lin Zhou might not necessarily succeed, even though she had full confidence in him. The three of them rode their bicycles separately. When they arrived at Central Park, they headed straight to the Central Pavilion, but as they were about to enter, they were stopped by the security guard at the entrance. "What are you here for?" "We want to go in and find someone, uncle." "Is Liu Na and grandpa here?" Fin Yun said anxiously. The security guard frowned. "Yes, he is. But who are you? Do you have an appointment?" The three looked at each other and shook their heads. "No appointment? Then you can't come in. Please leave. Don't cause trouble here." "But uncle, we really have urgent business to see Grandpa Liu. Please go ask him. We'll disturb for just 5 minutes. Just 5 minutes. 5 minutes won't do. Everyone who comes says they have urgent business with Liu Lao. Who knows what your urgent matter is? Liu Lao is not feeling well. Don't waste time here. Hurry up and leave." "Uncle, I am Liu Lao's friend's granddaughter. Can you please be more flexible and ask him for us? We'll only take 5 minutes. Please." When Cici took a decisive approach, she thought the security guard would at least soften up, but the guard just coldly snorted, "HMPH, young lady, I've heard this from everyone. Claiming to be Liu Lao's relatives. Does Liu Lao have so many relatives? We've sent away hundreds of people like you. This trick won't work on me." With that said, the guard turned and walked away. Seeing this, the three quickly stepped forward to stop him. "Uncle." The security guard was getting impatient. All right, you bunch of kids, don't try to fool me here. Look at how old you are. How old is Liu Lao? How could Liu Lao know people of your age? Hurry up and leave, or I'll kick you out." With a wave of his hand, he signaled the other two guards to come over. The three had no choice but to take a step back and sat dejectedly on the curb. Wang Zikin looked down in disappointment, picked up a twig from the ground, and drew randomly. When Cici remained silent, seeing the two so despondent, Fan Yunce gritted his teeth, stood up abruptly, and said, "I'm going to find my dad." "Forget it, Wang Zikin. You've tried twice already. Your dad won't help." When Cici's voice sounded despondent, "But I still have to try. He's my dad. I can even kneel down and beg him." Fan Yunce was about to leave, but was stopped by Wang Zikin. "Don't go, Fan Yunce. When Cici is right, and it's because of your dad reneging on the agreement that our family is in this situation, kneeling down won't help." But Fan Yunce wanted to say something more, but when Cici interjected, "Wait for Lin Zhou. I think Lin Zhou might have a solution." "How is that possible?" Fan Yunce was getting impatient. "It's already 9 o'clock. He hasn't shown up. It means he doesn't really care. It's just a bluff. Maybe he never intended to come. What's the point of waiting?" "No. I believe him." When Cici suddenly sat up straight, "Lin Zhou won't deceive me. He said he would come. He will definitely come. I trust him. A person with such good character, what he said naturally counts." When Cici, "I think you've been brainwashed by Lin Zhou. Even if he shows up, so what?" Just like the security guard said, "Liu Lao wouldn't have friends our age. Maybe last time was just luck. We might not get in." "But," my grandpa said. "What if your grandpa is like my dad, just fooling us?" "No, that's not possible." When Cici didn't believe it, "Why not?" "My dad only told us about Liu Lao because he knew we wouldn't succeed." Fan Yunce was getting annoyed. Just as he was about to continue, he suddenly heard Wang Zikin say, "Stop arguing. Lin Zhou is here." The two turned their heads and, indeed, saw Lin Zhou walking in calmly from outside. Seeing the three, he greeted them. "Oh, you're also here, Lin Zhou." When Cici stood up happily, "We were kicked out." "Don't worry, I'll go ask," Lin Zhou said, as he walked towards the central pavilion. Fan Yunce, seeing this, scoffed, "I don't believe he can really get in." However, before he could finish his sentence, the security guard who had just kicked them out quickly ran up to Lin Zhou, smiling, and said, "Classmate Lin Zhou, you're here. Huh, you knew I was coming." Yes. Grandpa Liu instructed. "You would definitely come today. Let me welcome you in. He's waiting for you inside." Fan Yunce, "Is this the same person who kicked them out just now?" When Cici laughed directly, "Fan Yunce, Wang Zikin, did you see that? Lin Zhou is really amazing." Wang Zikin also looked up and glanced in Lin Zhou's direction. For some reason, his nervousness slightly eased at this moment. Only Fan Yunce looked disbelieving. "This. Fan Yunce, don't have prejudice against Lin Zhou. It's not worth it for someone like young Ruoxi. Have you forgotten how young Ruoxi treated you?" Fan Yunce was stunned in place. By now, Lin Zhou had entered the central pavilion with the security guard. Along the way, he was full of confusion. "What does Grandpa Liu want with me?" "You'll know once you go in." Lin Zhou had to walk in by himself. Inside, there was only Liu Lao. He was sipping tea and writing. The table was filled with finished calligraphy and paintings. Seeing Lin Zhou, Liu Nan quickly put down his pen, smiled and said, "Lin Zhou, my young friend, you're here." "Yes." "Liu Lao, what is this?" "Oh, don't you feel satisfied with me? I'm practicing calligraphy. How do you think of my writing?" "Liu Lao, how could I dare to judge your calligraphy?" "Ha ha, you kid. How about it? Have you made up your mind?" "Let me tell you, this opportunity is rare. Once you agree, the notice will arrive immediately. You won't even have to take the college entrance exam. You can go on vacation directly." Lin Zhou looked puzzled. "Liu Lao, what are you talking about?" "Huh." Liu Nan also looked puzzled. "You came to see me, not about the academy matter." Lin Zhou was taken aback. "Academy?" "Yes. The academy. Didn't your dad call?" "Your dad directly hung up the phone. I've been waiting for you here. Weren't you going to change your mind and go to the academy?" Lin Zhou became even more confused. That phone call, wasn't it a scam call? Liu Nan? At this moment, Liu Nan finally understood why their phone calls had been rejected. He said, "Who would reject a call from the Academy of Fine Arts? That is the best art school in the country. People can't even get in if they want to." It turned out to be a misunderstanding. "What scam call?" "I asked them to call you. I sent them the artwork you gave me last time. They were very satisfied with it, and then they investigated your usual performance and academic achievements, found out that you were a good student with good grades, thought you were a perfect fit, and planned to admit you by exception. Lin Zhou was stunned to hear this, but he roughly understood what Mr. Liu meant. He couldn't help but laugh and cry. So, the painting you asked me for last time was to help me get in through the back door. Huh, what nonsense are you talking about? This is not going through the back door. It's recognizing talent. Do you understand? He would not admit that he just wanted to get ahead first. After all, with Lin Zhou's grades, he would soon be noticed by many schools. He might miss his chance by then. They must quietly secure this kind of talent as soon as possible. Ha ha. Mr. Liu, thank you for your hard work. Lin Zhou sincerely thanked him. Liu Nan quickly said, so, you didn't know before. What about now? Consider it, there's still time. As long as you agree, I'll call them right away. He sounded excited, but he found that Lin Zhou was unusually calm. Liu Nan was a little impatient. How could someone get an invitation from the Academy of Fine Arts before the college entrance exam and not be excited at all? Even if he didn't want to go, he should be happy, right? He was only 18 years old. Was his self-control that strong? He decided to push a little harder. Lin Zhou, my young friend, you are aware of the capabilities of the Academy of Fine Arts. Their calligraphy program is the best in the country. If you graduate from there, you will have a bright future. However, before he could finish, he heard Lin Zhou say, Mr. Liu, you don't need to explain. I know about the Academy of Fine Arts, but I refuse. As he said this, he remained calm, as if he were talking about something trivial. Liu Nan was surprised. Why? He asked in confusion, but soon, he thought of the reason. Is it because of your little girlfriend? That's okay, I can talk to the Academy and get your girlfriend admitted as well. The Academy offers more than just calligraphy. No need. Thank you, Mr. Liu. We have already discussed where to go. It was a promise between himself and his deskmate. Nothing could change that. Liu Nan was taken aback, wanting to say something more, but in the end, he gave up. It seems like you have no intention of considering the Academy of Fine Arts at all. Yes, I'm not considering it. If someone else were accepted early, they would be ecstatic. But that is not my best choice. Ha ha. All right, I won't pressure you. It's a pity. Such a good talent. Liu Nan felt a little heartbroken. But in fact, he had long realized that Lin Zhou was not like others. He had endless possibilities in his future. Naturally, his choices would not be limited. Liu Nan was not entangled. He quickly gestured for Lin Zhou to sit down and handed him a cup of tea. Since it's not about that, what did you come to me for? I hope it's not just to have tea. I do indeed have something to discuss with you. Lin Zhou explained Wang Zikin's situation and concluded, this matter requires your help, Mr. Liu. I'm counting on you. After listening, Liu Nan burst into laughter. Putting the teacup down, he looked at Lin Zhou seriously and said, Lin Zhou, this matter isn't simple. If I offer you a choice to go to the Academy in exchange for this task I help you with, what would you do? I would immediately stand up and leave. Lin Zhou answered without hesitation. Liu Nan was shocked, without any consideration at all. Not at all. What about your classmate? I can think of other ways to help him, but I won't change my original intention for this. After hearing this, old Liu fell silent. After a moment, Lin Zhou heard his laughter. Ha ha, indeed. You're Lin Zhou. You're truly different from others. Nothing can threaten you. Okay. I'll help with this matter. Thank you very much. You're welcome. However, since I helped you, you should help me with something too. I really won't consider the Academy. It's not about that, it's this. Liu Nan pointed to the paper on the table. The calligraphy you wrote last time, I've already sent it to the Academy. So, write me another one. The request was simple, and Lin Zhou nodded in agreement. He stood up and walked to the table to begin writing. However, Liu Nan stopped him. Wait, that paper is too small. Write on this. This. He took out a large sheet of paper and placed it on the table. Lin Zhou. Looking at Liu Nan's smiling eyes, Lin Zhou felt quite helpless. But he had no choice. He took a deep breath, picked up the pen, and started writing. Outside Ya Dinjie, Fen Yunji, Wang Zikin. And when CC had been sitting for a whole hour, Lin Zhou had not come out yet. Fen Yunji stood up impatiently. Forget it, let's go. I don't think Lin Zhou will succeed. When CC looked up and said, Fen Yunji, Why are you so impatient? Lin Zhou hasn't come out yet. How do you know he won't succeed? It's been an hour. If he could succeed, he would have done so already. Why would he take so long? I'm sure after Lin Zhou went in, he must have forgotten about this matter. Lin Zhou isn't that kind-hearted. When CC frowned, Fan Yunji, sometimes I really think you and Yun Ruoshi are a good match. If your mouth weren't so venomous, you really wouldn't die. If she didn't know that Fan Yunji was also kind-hearted, she would have ignored him. Fan Yunji was about to say something when Wan Zikan said, "All right, Fan Yunji, when CC, today, I'm very grateful to you. Waiting outside is tiring. You to go back, I'll go by myself." With that, he stood up. When CC was a bit anxious, Wan Zikan, do you also think Lin Zhou won't succeed? Wan Zikan lowered his head without answering. He didn't doubt Lin Zhou's abilities. It was just a very difficult matter. His father had been in business for so many years and couldn't do it. The three of them hadn't even met Mr. Liu. How could Lin Zhou succeed? Even if he doesn't succeed, I won't blame him. They all did their best. After all, it's their family matter. But we should wait for Lin Zhou to come out before deciding, right? Forget it. Let's go for a walk first. Wan Zikan walked forward in disappointment. Just then, he heard the door of Ya Dinjie opening. Inside came an elderly voice. Is Wan Zikan there? Wan Zikan slightly paused, stopped in his tracks, and turned around. He saw an old man standing at the entrance of Ya Dinjie. Standing next to the old man was Lin Zhou. He seemed completely unafraid of the old man's authority, smiling and calling out to him, "Wan Zikan, come in." Wan Zikan once again paused, even forgetting to react. When CC quickly pushed him, saying, "Wan Zikan, what are you standing there for? Go over. Lin Zhou and Uncle Liu are calling you." Only now did Uncle Liu see, and CCN smiled. "Oh, isn't this Wen Lao Tu's granddaughter?" "Yes, Uncle Liu, I'm CC. You're here too. Why didn't you come in earlier?" When CC was about to say, the security guard didn't let her in, but after some thought, she changed her tune. I wanted to soak up some sun outside." "Haha, all right, you young folks, come here. Wan Zikan, give me your family's information." Wan Zikan happily ran over and quickly handed the documents to Uncle Liu. "Here, Uncle Liu, here they are." These documents Wan Zikan had spent half the night organizing last night, thinking they wouldn't be needed. Unexpectedly, because of Lin Zhou, things took a turn. He gratefully glanced in Lin Zhou's direction. After Uncle Liu finished reviewing the documents, he nodded earnestly. It's quite good. I'll take it. Whether my nephew needs it or not, I can't say. It's okay, Uncle Liu. Thank you for helping. I am very grateful." "Thank you. You're welcome. If you want to thank someone, you should thank Lin Zhou." "Haha. All right, I won't keep you young folks from your weekend. I'll go handle my business. You guys go have fun." Uncle Liu waved his hand. Lin Zhou wasn't polite either. "Goodbye, Uncle Liu. If you change your mind about that matter, you can tell me anytime. I'm looking forward to your arrival." "Got it." Uncle Liu closed the door with a big smile. Wan Zikan excitedly came to Lin Zhou's side and gave him a big hug. Lin Zhou, thank you so much. I'm so grateful." His eyes were slightly moist. When CC also hurried over. Although she couldn't hug Lin Zhou, she was also very happy. This is great. Thanks to Lin Zhou. Thank you. Haha. It's nothing. Let's go. Let's study." What are we studying? Let's go. I'll treat everyone to a meal." With most of the matter resolved, Wan Zikan felt very comfortable, and his whole being was much more active. "Really? What are we eating?" When CC asked happily. "Anything is fine, but it's only a little after 9 now. It's not meal time yet." When CC furrowed her brow slightly. "And, Wan Zikan, you should go back and tell your dad the good news, or he'll worry." This? Wan Zikan scratched his head. He had been too caught up in his own happiness and had forgotten this matter. Seeing this, Lin Zhou said, "Wan Zikan, you should go back with Wen CC and clarify this matter with your dad. I'll go to the library. How about lunch? Do you mind if I bring someone?" When Wan Zikan heard this, he smiled. "Is it bringing Sunyanku?" "Of course, I don't mind." "That's good." The three of them chatted happily. Not far from them, Fan Yunce was feeling a bit lonely at the moment. After watching for a while, he finally accepted the reality. Lin Zhou had really succeeded, under conditions where everyone thought he wouldn't. He had actually done it. At this moment, Fan Yun's felt a sense of defeat in his heart. Yes, it was all a sense of defeat. He had thought he could do it. He had thought that as long as he worked hard, he could surpass Lin Zhou. But in the end, all he could do was ask for his dad's help. And his dad might not even help. But Lin Zhou was different. He came alone, said a few words calmly, and then walked into that room they couldn't enter and even made the old man, who didn't want to see them at all, personally come out to greet them. How had Lin Zhou suddenly become so formidable? Good at studying, strong in ability too. The three of them were having a great time, but Fan Yun felt like he couldn't fully join in. Disheartened, he lowered his head, ready to leave. The Zhou shouldn't belong to him. Wang Zikan probably wouldn't play with him anymore. But just as he took a few steps, Fan Yun suddenly heard Wang Zikan's voice behind him. Fan Yun, where are you going? Oh, I'd go back with me to find my dad. We'll go eat together later. Eat? Me? Fan Yun muttered, feeling indescribable in his heart. Did he deserve to eat with them? Yes. Why? Don't you want to come celebrate with us? Not at all. He looked in the direction Lin Zhou had walked off to. Wang Zikan immediately noticed Fan Yun's thoughts and shouted, Lin Zhou, can I bring Fan Yun along? Lin Zhou didn't turn his head, waved his hand, and said, whatever. Wang Zikan looked at Fan Yun again. See? Lin Zhou doesn't mind at all. Fan Yun, maybe it's us who need to let go of our prejudices. Lin Zhou has always been indifferent to these things. He's very generous. Fan Yun looked dazed, a bit desolate. Was it because of his prejudice? What if he didn't look at Lin Zhou with prejudice? It seemed, indeed, not bad. At 9 in the morning, Sun Yanku had already arrived at the library, but Lin Zhou hadn't shown up yet. Sun Yanku remembered Lin Zhou saying he had something to do this morning and would be a little late. Sun Yanku wasn't worried. She walked into the library, securing a perfect spot first. Then she listed out the key points she needed to study today. Although in reality, she and Lin Zhou didn't need these key points anymore. But studying must be done in a studious manner. Otherwise, how would there be a reason to spend every weekend with Lin Zhou? Previously, she would boredly stay in the dorm by herself and feel completely restless on weekends. These past few weekends, however, were unusually happy. Thinking about it, Sun Yanku couldn't help but smile sweetly. After preparing everything, Sun Yanku checked the time. It was almost 10. Lin Zhou should be here soon. After thinking for a while, Sun Yanku decided to go to the restroom first to change clothes. This way, Lin Zhou would see her looking beautiful when he arrived. Thinking about it made her happy. Sun Yanku quickly went to the restroom, freshened up a bit, and then walked out satisfied. Instead of returning to her seat, she went to the library entrance to greet Lin Zhou. However, after standing for about 10 minutes, Lin Zhou still hadn't arrived. Sun Yanku began to get worried. Just as she was thinking of finding a public phone booth to call Lin Zhou, she suddenly saw two people walking towards her. Jian Zhengyang and Liu Qingyan. Today, Jian Zhengyang wore a standard suit, complete with a tie and even applied hair wax. All of this was done only because 2 hours ago, he had just received a phone call from Li Jianchao, telling him that he and Liu Qingyan had agreed to meet at the library to organize next week's test papers. Li Jianchao had informed him that he couldn't make it in the morning due to some matters and would only arrive in the afternoon, giving Jian Zhengyang the chance to shine. Back in school, Jian Zhengyang always dressed casually, partly for comfort and partly to connect with the students. He didn't particularly enjoy wearing formal attire, but today was different. With Li Jianchao absent, it meant Jian Zhengyang would have a solo weekend with Liu Qingyan. Though he wasn't sure if it counted as a date, for Jian Zhengyang, it was still extraordinary. Liu Qingyan was always so beautiful, and he had to dress appropriately to match her. Thus, he took out the suit he had bought upon graduation but never had the heart to wear until now. He arrived at the library intersection before 9 a.m., eagerly awaiting Liu Qingyan. Jian Zhengyang's heart was racing with excitement. He wanted to move closer to Liu Qingyan but was afraid of appearing too deliberate. He ended up walking alongside her, never taking his eyes off her. On the other hand, Liu Qingyan seemed very casual, dressed in sports attire and sneakers, holding a stack of documents. Seeing Jian Zhengyang, she couldn't help but be surprised, finding his outfit a bit strange. Nevertheless, she didn't say anything, respecting everyone's individual style. Throughout the walk, Liu Qingyan struggled to find a way to engage Jian Zhengyang in conversation. As they neared the library, she felt it would become awkward if they didn't talk soon since Li teacher wouldn't be there until the afternoon. The work for the morning had to be completed by Jian Zhengyang and Liu Qingyan alone. After some thought, Liu Qingyan finally found a topic. Mr. Jian, do you know why Mr. Li is absent today? Startled by this unexpected question, Jian Zhengyang stammered. Oh, well, he seemed to say that he wasn't feeling well and needed to see a doctor. As he answered, he silently thought to himself, sorry, that you had to fall ill, Li teacher. Liu Qingyan, without any suspicion, reply, I see, in that case, he really needs to rest. Jian Zhengyang agreed. But Mr. Jian, are you going on a blind date today? Liu Qingyan couldn't resist asking, seeing Jian Zhengyang's unusual attire that day, as if a child had stolen adult clothing. Perplexed, Jian Zhengyang replied hurriedly, No, it's not that. I just bought new clothes and wanted to try them out. Liu Qingyan couldn't think of another excuse either, finding Jian Zhengyang oddly cute at that moment. Yes, I did buy new clothes and wanted to give them a try. Liu teacher, do you think they look good? Jian Zhengyang had to follow up the conversation. Liu Qingyan looked Jian Zhengyang up and down, unsure of how to respond. She chuckled, they do look good, but not quite suitable for you. Oh, not suitable for me? Jian Zhengyang queried. Yes, you'd be more suited in sportswear. Oh, should I go back and change now? No need. We're already at the library. You can change tomorrow. Jian Zhengyang nervously scratched his head, planning to say more before suddenly noticing someone swiftly running past the library entrance. Perplexed, he turned to Liu Qingyan, who also took notice, saying, that girl, does she seem familiar to you? Liu teacher, Jian Zhengyang asked. Yes, she does. But why was she running so quickly? Maybe she's afraid of us, Jian Zhengyang suggested. Liu Qingyan nodded in confusion. Is that so? Today's students still seem to fear their teachers. Meeting a teacher on the street often led to avoidance. However, Liu Qingyan was always very kind to students, as was Jian Zhengyang, fostering strong relationships with them. Why would someone run upon seeing them? Moreover, something about that girl's demeanor felt off to Liu Qingyan. What was it exactly? Oh, never mind, Liu teacher. Let's find a spot to start working inside. Jian Zhengyang redirected, not dwelling on the strange encounter. Liu Qingyan concurred, understanding the importance of the task at hand, and they entered the library. At that moment, Sunyanku stood nervously in a corner behind the library, holding her chest tightly. She never expected to encounter Liu Qingyan and Jian Zhengyang. A student at school, she usually dressed in a particular style, quite a contrast to her appearance at that moment. If Liu teacher saw her like this, it would be strange. Luckily, neither of them took notice. Proceeding into the library, she decided she might need to discuss with Lin Zhou later to find another place to study. Just then, Lin Zhou called out, Little Deskmate, why are you hiding here? Seeing Sunyanku standing on the library's side from afar, Lin Zhou noticed her awkward and uneasy demeanor. She seemed flustered, not even recognizing him as he approached. Startled, Sunyanku explained, I was waiting for you. Waiting for me? Lin Zhou examined her, unable to resist a laugh. Did you change your clothes and plan to surprise me here? Caught in her thoughts, Sunyanku quickly countered, no, not at all. I didn't. Ha. Lin Zhou chuckled, not quite convinced. He playfully tousled her hair. All right, I know you didn't. You just happened to walk here and saw me coming. Yes, Sunyanku affirmed seriously. That's exactly it. Okay, let's go in and study then, Lin Zhou suggested, opting not to delve further into Sunyanku's antics. Her sweet efforts, though numerous, were all for him. After all, it was best not to ruin the surprises for future references. Such surprises were appreciated, if not for more. However, as Lin Zhou was about to enter the library, Sunyanku firmly held him back. Oh, don't, please, Lin, let's find another place to study. By the river, in the park, or back to the school study room. Lin Zhou looked puzzled. What's wrong? Nothing. Are there people you don't want to see inside? Not exactly. It's... Sunyanku hesitated. It's Liu teacher and Mr. Jian inside. What? Mr. Liu and Ms. Jian? Yes. Yes, they just went in. It seems like they're on a date. A date? Yes. Yes. Just the two of them, Sunyanku said seriously. Linjo turned his face and looked at her. Just the two of them. Does that count as a date? Yes. If it's just the two of them, then it's a date, right? Midway through her sentence, Sunyanku suddenly froze. She and Linjo seemed to be just the two of them as well. If two people come out alone, even if it's a date, then she and Linjo, haven't they already been on many dates? No. Sunyanku's head turned into a mush. She couldn't figure it out. Linjo's gaze was so intense. Sunyanku felt that if she didn't explain, she would be misunderstood. She quickly panicked and said, and Ms. Jian is dressed very nicely, even wearing a suit. Afraid that Linjo wouldn't believe her, Sunyanku added, Ms. Jian has never worn a suit at school. Linjo laughed. The little desk partner became nervous. In her mind, if two people are alone, does that still count as a date? She just didn't dare to admit it. Linjo didn't force her either. Smiling, he said, well, then it's a date. Yes. Sunyanku gave an affirmative answer. The nervousness in her heart slightly diminished. Thankfully, Linjo didn't continue questioning, or else she really wouldn't know how to respond. Ms. Jian is quite something, to be able to go on a date alone with Mr. Liu in such a short time. Yes, indeed. Fine. Then let's not go in. Little desk partner, let's not study in the morning. Shall we go for a stroll by the river? Stroll by the river? Isn't that where couples go on dates? Why did Linjo suddenly want to go there? Well, it's getting late. Prince Chen is coming to treat us to dinner later. Perfect timing, huh? Why? Why ask why? He's treating us to dinner. That's it. Oh. Linjo didn't explain further, but Sunyanku didn't hesitate to nod. Anyway, whatever Linjo decided, she would go along. She firmly believed that Linjo would never harm her. Well, let's go. Linjo turned to leave, but Sunyanku stopped him. Wait. What's wrong? My backpack and books are still inside. Backpack? Sunyanku nodded, feeling a bit shy. Linjo quickly understood her meaning, smiled, and said, okay, wait for me. I'll go in and get it for you. Okay. Thank you. Sunyanku was extremely happy. Linjo looked at her smiling face and couldn't help but ruffle her hair, saying, you, wait, Seeing Sunyanku obediently nod, Linjo suddenly had a feeling, being bossed around by a little wife, but he had to admit, this feeling was truly blissful. Without hesitation, he went into the library. At this moment, Jian Zhengyang and Liu Qingyan were already sitting in the study area. Various materials were placed on their table, and they were discussing and organizing them. Liu Qingyan was earnestly writing and drawing. Linjo came in and happened to see this scene. He had no intention of disturbing them. After all, working together was the best way for these two to get along. If he disrupted them, Ms. Jian would probably have to find this balance again. Carefully, Linjo walked over to the seat Sunyanku occupied, collected the study materials spread out on the table, packed them into the backpack, then carried the bag out cautiously. At that moment, Jian Zhengyan looked up. Seeing Linjo, he was momentarily stunned. He subconsciously wanted to call out, but Linjo placed a finger on his lips, making a hushing gesture. Then he pointed to Liu Qingyan next to him, who was working diligently. Finally, he gave Jian Zhengyang a thumbs up. Jian Zhengyang held back his words, and they were about to come out, swallowing them, and gave Linjo a smug smile. Linjo wasn't upset either. He waved his hand to indicate that he would leave first. Seeing Jian Zhengyang nod, he gestured a thumbs up back at him before leaving. Watching Linjo's departing figure, Jian Zhengyang fell into deep thought. Linjo was carrying a woman's backpack, right? Ms. Jian, does this question look appropriate? Liu Qingyan's voice sounded in his ear, bringing Jian Zhengyang back to reality. Oh, let me see. Jian Zhengyang hastily replied, Ms. Jian, why are you so distracted today? He furrowed his brows. Looking at where Ms. Jian's gaze was directed, he didn't see anything. Curiously, he asked, Ms. Jian, what are you looking at? Oh, nothing. Nothing. Do you see someone you know? No, not at all. Jian Zhengyang hastily took the materials from Liu Qingyan's hand and started to look at them. Liu Qingyan was still somewhat puzzled. This reaction Could it be that the person Jian Zhengyang saw was familiar to him? She remembered the familiar figure at the library entrance. Eventually, Liu Qingyan couldn't resist and stood up. I'll go check. How? Ms. Liu ... Jian Zhengyang hurriedly called out, but it was futile. He could only watch as Liu Qingyan walked out. Jian Zhengyang had no choice but to follow her. When they reached the library entrance, Liu Qingyan halted her steps. She saw a boy and a girl walking side by side in the distance. The boy's back looked somewhat familiar. Lin Zhou. But the girl's back, why did it look so strange? Perplexed, Liu Qingyan turned back to Jian Zhengyang. Jian Zhengyang knew he couldn't hide it any longer, so he said, Yes, it's Lin Zhou. I saw Lin Zhou at the library just now. He packed his bag and left, gesturing for me to stay quiet so as not to disturb you. Is that so? Liu Qingyan felt that something was off, but she couldn't quite pinpoint it. Yes, he probably has something else to attend to and couldn't study. Afraid you would scold him, right? Would he be afraid of me? Liu Qingyan didn't believe that at all. Students, they're all afraid of the teacher. Lin Zhou, certainly no exception. He's only 18. Liu Qingyan remained silent for a moment, then shook her head. No, that's not it. Lin Zhou has always been studying with Su Nianku, right? Ah. Yes, he indeed used to study together with classmate Su Nianku. Jian Zhengyang now realized this too. Lin Zhou was almost always inseparable from Su Nianku at school. Why would he suddenly come to the library with another girl? Liu Qingyan was now very puzzled. Did the girl just now try to avoid us? Yes, no. I have to go and see. Huh? Ms. Liu, is this really a good idea? What's wrong with that? Both of them are my students. I have to think about my students. Mr. Jian, just wait a moment. I'll be right back. Liu Qingyan said, and chased after Lin Zhou. She frowned tightly, looking displeased. Seeing this, Jian Zhengyang quickly followed. Teacher Liu, you don't have to persuade me. I must go check it out. No. I'm not trying to persuade you. I'm going with you. Jian Zhengyang quickly took her bag from Liu Qingyan. Let me carry it for you. Liu Qingyan couldn't even refuse. Seeing Jian Zhengyang looking serious, Liu Qingyan nodded, okay. With that, she felt a bit more relaxed and walked faster. Meanwhile, Lin Zhou and Su Nianku had no idea that the two teachers were following them. Along the way, the two of them were chatting happily. Su Nianku tried to take the backpack from Lin Zhou's arms. Lin Zhou refused. I can carry it for you. I can carry it myself. Su Nianku argued. Lin Zhou smiled. Which young girl wears a skirt and carries a sports backpack like this? Ow. Su Nianku hesitated and then heard Lin Zhou say, girls typically carry small and delicate backpacks, so if you're wearing a skirt, I'll carry the bag for you from now on. From now on? Su Nianku was taken aback. How long is from now on exactly? Yeah, from now on. Aren't we going to college together? Yes, we are. Good. Su Nianku lowered her head happily and smiled. There's still a long time to go. College is for years. For the next 4 years, Lin Zhou would still be with her. It made her happy to think about, but after 4 years. Suddenly, Su Nianku felt a pang of fear. What about after college? Would Lin Zhou leave then? If that were to happen. For some reason, Su Nianku suddenly felt a bit anxious. What would she do without Lin Zhou? A world without him. It seemed unimaginable. Thinking about this, Su Nianku suddenly looked up at Lin Zhou. Lin. Before she could finish saying his name, she heard Lin Zhou shout, be careful. Then, she was pulled forcefully and found herself falling into Lin Zhou's arms. The unique scent of youth wafted from his nostrils. Su Nianku closed her eyes, forgetting about the slight pain in her nose. It was the warmth belonging to Lin Zhou. She savored it. What are you spacing out for? Deskmate. A voice came from beside her ear, and Su Nianku quickly opened her eyes to see Lin Zhou frowning at her with concern. A car honked at you for a long time as it passed by. Didn't you hear? Su Nianku couldn't think of how to respond all of a sudden. At that moment, her mind was filled with thoughts of Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou didn't blame her. Instead, he lightly flicked her nose and indulgently said, you, come inside. He walked towards the edge of the road and stood there. I almost forgot. It's dangerous for you to walk on this side. You silly girl. Out. Su Nianku lowered her head, feeling embarrassed. Lin Zhou, I'm not that silly. I yes, you're not that silly. Just nearly got hit by a car. Lin Zhou interrupted her. All right, Let's go. The light is green. There are no cars by the river. Wherever you want to go, I'll be by your side. Okay. Got it. Sunyanku nodded earnestly, watching Lin Zhou humming a tune as they walked. Sunyanku suddenly felt a sense of being in another world. Yes, he would always be by her side. What was she worrying about? As for years later, they would deal with that when it comes. Maybe Lin Zhou would still be around by then. Just thinking about it made her happy. Sunyanku couldn't help but laugh. The two of them were walking in the middle of the sidewalk. Lin Zhou was amused by her laughter. He turned his head and saw Sunyanku quickly turning hers, as if embarrassed to be seen. Lin Zhou didn't say much. He chuckled and quickened his pace. Why are you laughing? Walk faster. The light will turn red soon. Okay. Okay. Sunyanku walked briskly. They soon crossed the street, leaving about 500 meters to the riverside. Sunyanku kept up her speed. Seeing Lin Zhou lagging behind, she turned and called out, Lin Zhou, hurry up. You won't catch up with me soon. Can't catch up with you. Impossible. Lin Zhou laughed, adjusting his backpack. I'll catch up with you pretty soon. Just see if you can catch up. Sunyanku ran laughing. I'm coming. Lin Zhou also quickened his pace. Just as he was about to catch up with Sunyanku, he heard a sharp rebuke. Lin Zhou. Both Sunyanku and Lin Zhou stopped abruptly and turned to see Liu Qingyan walking towards them, scolding. What's going on? Why are you here? Don't you have to study on weekends? And where's Sunyanku? Liu Qingyan was genuinely angry. She had been trailing behind but almost caught up, only to be stopped by a red light. She had to wait on the other side of the traffic light, but then, she saw Lin Zhou and the girl beside him laughing and joking, even having physical contact. This was unacceptable. Although Liu Qingyan repeatedly tried to convince herself that Lin Zhou was not that kind of person, the reality was right before her eyes and she felt like exploding. Were all men in the world the same? Even Lin Zhou was no exception, so she pushed away Jian Zhengyang and quickened her pace, catching up with them in one breath. At this moment, she felt somewhat irritated. Aren't you studying with Sunyanku every weekend? Liu Qingyan suddenly froze mid-sentence. She had now reached Lin Zhou's side and saw the girl behind him he was blocking. This was Sunyanku. Liu Qingyan couldn't believe it and stared at the girl in disbelief. Meanwhile, Sunyanku finally reacted. She quickly covered her face and exclaimed, Ah, I'm not. Davos, it clearly belonged to Sunyanku. The disappearance, if you didn't look closely, where was Sunyanku's shadow? Visibly fairer, more delicate, more stunning. No, stunning isn't the word. She should be described as beautiful. Like a delicate flower. Liu Qingyan looked at her for a moment and then turned to look at Lin Zhou. This is Sunyanku. Lin Zhou hadn't answered yet when he saw Sunyanku covering his face and shaking his head frantically, saying, It's not me, it's not me, it's not me. Teacher Liu, you've got it wrong. I really am not. How could I be the timid Sunyanku? Liu Qingyan, isn't that still lacking courage? She looked towards Lin Zhou again. Obviously, Sunyanku was not going to admit it. The only way was to ask Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou was also helpless. He could only say, Deskmate, forget it. Teacher Liu has seen you. Put your hands down. But, it's okay. Teacher Liu is fine. Sunyanku then cautiously revealed her eyes. Seeing Liu Qingyan staring at her stupidly, she suddenly felt embarrassed, quickly lowered her head, and whispered, Teacher Liu, it really is you. How? How did you? Liu Qingyan was somewhat incredulous. She quickly walked to Sunyanku's side, carefully sizing her up. Then she earnestly pinched her shoulder. After realizing she wasn't mistaken, Liu Qingyan was in a daze. How did you change like this? Sunyanku didn't know how to respond. Maybe it was because of Lin Zhou. But she couldn't say that. It was Lin Zhou who spoke up. Teacher Liu, Sunyanku has always been like this. Just that she used to be too thin. Are you saying? Although Liu Qingyan didn't finish the sentence, Lin Zhou understood her meaning. Yes, that's what I mean. This is a huge change. Yes, I also find it unbelievable. Lin Zhou replied nonchalantly. You've really turned into a swan in broad daylight. Listening to their conversation, Sunyanku kept her head down, not daring to say a word. Liu Qingyan observed for a while before curiously asking, But why don't you dress like this at school? It looks so good on you. Teacher Liu. Sunyanku couldn't help but try to explain. But before she could, Liu Qingyan said, Don't say it, I understand. Lin Zhou forbids you to dress like this, right? How did Teacher Liu know? Liu Qingyan quickly turned her gaze towards Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou, you know that, right? Lin Zhou just smiled. Well, nothing special. How could teacher not see through your intentions? I know I can't hide anything from Teacher Liu. Yes, you definitely can't. Liu Qingyan couldn't help but smile. At that moment, she completely forgot her previous anger, feeling the scene in front of her deeply touching her heart. It had been many years since she had witnessed such scenes. The essence of youth, the taste of a crush, the feeling of liking someone, the shy excitement of love. All of this seemed distant to her, yet happening vividly around her. Liu Qingyan suddenly felt envious. Why didn't she have such beautiful emotions back in her youth? Where are you going? We are going for a walk by the river. All right, enjoy yourselves. It's good for learning to combine work and leisure. Lin Zhou, you are doing the right thing. Lin Zhou, seeing Liu Qingyan, whom he had just been learning from, couldn't help but smile. He didn't reveal her true thoughts. Sure, all right, then go and play. I won't disturb you. Okay. Lin Zhou nodded, and Liu Qingyan looked towards Sunyanku. Sunyanku, have fun. Rest assured, I will keep it confidential for you. Thank you, teacher. Joyfully, Liu Qingyan turned to leave. She even wanted to walk and sing a song to express her happiness. But at that moment, Jian Zhengyang ran over panting. Teacher Liu, wait for me. You're walking too fast. Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou, what's wrong with you? Why did you come out to play with someone else when you should be participating in the competition with your deskmate? You know dating is not allowed at school, do you understand? How can you make your deskmate see you this way? Jian Zhengyang completely ignored Liu Qingyan winking at him. He just wanted to show himself well in front of Liu Qingyan. And you, Teacher Liu, haven't you remembered what I've taught you usually? Quickly apologize to Teacher Liu, and later write a 5,000-word self-criticism when you return to school. Lin Zhou couldn't help laughing at Jian Zhengyang, but didn't say a word. However, Liu Qingyan couldn't bear it. Her carefully cultivated young couple. What was Jian Zhengyang doing? What if he ruined it? Teacher Jian, she shouted, trying to stop him. But she found that Jian Zhengyang was completely absorbed in his reprimand and completely ignored her. Liu Qingyan felt anxious and had to shout again. Jian Zhengyang. Jian Zhengyang finally heard her voice. Yes, Teacher Liu, you can rest assured. I will definitely teach Lin Zhou a lesson today, and he won't be spared from the 5,000-word. Lin Zhou felt Jian Zhengyang was acting crazy. How would he ever win over Teacher Liu this way? As soon as he finished speaking, Liu Qingyan grabbed his collar. Sternly, she said. Hurry up. Jian Zhengyang, today's work isn't done yet. Don't you want to fulfill your duty properly? No. Teacher Liu, I'm helping you discipline Lin Zhou. You don't need to discipline him. I'll handle my own student. But don't argue. Go away. As they walked further away, Lin Zhou walked over to Sunyanku. He noticed her watching Liu Qingyan and Jian Zhengyang in shock. Lin Zhou gently nudged her nose, and when she reacted, he said, Don't watch them. They're already far away. Ah, but I feel like they are so suitable for each other. Suitable? How do you see that? I've never seen Teacher Liu so angry before. She's always gentle and polite to everyone. And this is the first time she's directly addressed another teacher in front of students. Oh. It does seem like that. So, maybe Jian Zhengyang might just hit the jackpot accidentally. Not bad. Indeed, they seem quite suitable together. Yes, hope they work out. Deskmate, are you looking forward to it? Of course, Teacher Liu is so nice, and Teacher Jian is also very kind. They will be good together. Yeah, that's right. Sunyanku seemed to have found her voice and added, Chen Guoguo and Liu Shiming are also good together. I just don't know when Liu Shiming will be able to please Chen Guoguo. Lin Zhou couldn't help but laugh. Who else do you think is a good match? Oh, there's Uncle Lin and Aunt Chen. I'm going to their wedding banquet later. Yes, they are also very compatible. Any others? Any more? I don't know. There must be more. Think about it. On the way home, Wenxi kept chattering with Wan Zikan incessantly. Fenyun's followed behind. Silent. His mind was in chaos, feeling like his perception had been altered, but he didn't know how to bring it back. Perhaps he had been silent for too long. As Wan Zikan finally noticed his quietness, turning around, he looked at him. Fenyun's, what's wrong? Why are you walking so slowly? Fenyun's didn't answer. In fact, he didn't know how to respond. Wenxi also gazed at him seriously for a moment, tilted her head, and said, "Maybe he hasn't realized yet." "Realized what?" "Of course, it's about Linzhou, but it's okay. Both of us have been through this stage. Fenyun's may take a bit longer to go through it, but he'll be fine in a while." Wang Zikin suddenly understood, nodding in agreement with Wenxi's words. They had, indeed, all gone through the stages of misunderstanding Linzhou, recognizing their mistake, changing their perception of him, and finally admiring him. Fenyun's was just beginning the second stage. His strong opposition to Linzhou before would make this transition more difficult for him. Wang Zikin walked over to him, patted his shoulder, sighed, and said nothing more. They had to pass by Wang's house on the way home. Wang Zikin greeted his family and arranged a meeting time and place before turning to enter the house. But at that moment, the door of the house suddenly swung open. The three of them saw Wang Hanli rushing out from the yard. Without waiting for their reaction, he grabbed Wang Zikin's hand and didn't even hear the shouting of Zhang Finglian behind him. "Zi Chen, you did it. You really did it. Ha ha ha. Amazing, amazing. My son is truly amazing. Amazing." The three of them were dumbfounded. Wang Zikin was the first to react, excitedly asking, "Did Faria agree?" "Yes. Yes. Ha ha ha. Do you know, I was about to give up completely just now, planning to tell the workers to disband the company. I had already found a beer for the house and was about to sell it, but then I received a call from Faria. They said, after seeing our information and resumes, they were willing to give us a chance to cooperate and would send people over for assessment. It's great, really great. Faria never does assessments easily. Once they come, it means we're almost through. Our company is saved, and so are the workers." As Wang Hanli spoke, his hand trembled. He had been worrying for so long. During these days, the man in his 40s had grown many white hairs. Zhang Finglian, who came out behind him, was also in tears of joy. "Lei Shay, slow down, you've scared the kids." Wenxi and Fenyun's were indeed stunned. They had never expected things to happen so quickly. They had only given the information to Mr. Liu, and it had only been half an hour since then. In just half an hour, they had succeeded. Though it was Mr. Liu who spoke, they knew deep down that Mr. Liu was giving face to someone else, Linzhou. Without Linzhou, they might not even have had the opportunity to meet Mr. Liu. Wang Hanli now noticed Fenyun's hand Wenxi. He glanced at Wenxi, then Fenyun's, and finally came to Fenyun's side, holding his hand and saying, "Ziji, you've worked hard this time." In Wang Hanli's eyes, Fenyun's contributions were undoubtedly the greatest this time. On one hand, he had been handling things recently, and on the other hand, he was Fenjian's son. The information from Faria was all provided by him, maybe with assistance from Fenjian. But this action startled Fenyun's. At this moment, Fenyun's felt his face burning. He had wanted to help, but he hadn't succeeded. Wang Hanli's gratitude felt like a knife to his heart. He stepped back nervously, feeling unsure for the first time. "Uncle Wang, it wasn't me. I didn't do this." Wang Hanli's hand fell empty, and he looked at the three individuals in confusion before earnestly saying, "If not you, then who?" "Ziji, I know you've been worrying about this for a while. You've worked hard these days, and I should thank you properly. What do you want? Money? Shares in our company? Uncle will give you anything." When Fenyun's heard this, he suddenly looked up. Wang Zikin was about to step forward to explain, but Wenxi stopped him. Wang Zikin looked puzzled at Wenxi. Wenxi pointed towards Fenyun's hand, whispered in a voice only they could hear, "Let him admit it himself." "Huh." Wang Zikin furrowed his brows, pondered for a moment, nodded, and stopped speaking. Fenyun's probably least wanted to admit that Linzhou, whom he had always looked down upon, thinking he was inferior and undeserving of Yunxi, was actually much more capable than him. But he had a proud ego and was unwilling to take credit from others. So Wang Hanli's words surely made him feel uncomfortable. Perhaps it would help him overcome the hurdle in his heart that he had been struggling with. Seeing Fenyun's remain silent, Wang Hanli quickly added, "Ziji, why aren't you speaking? Or does your father want something? Uncle can give you both." Fenyun's lifted his head in shock, unable to believe it. Suddenly, he felt overwhelmed with guilt. He knew they had caused trouble for the Wang family. He hadn't been helpful at all, but Uncle Wang had been so sincere towards him. If he really accepted something from him, he would probably feel guilty for the rest of his life. This feeling was so difficult to bear. Fenyun's felt his heart ache, almost suffocating. Unable to hold it in any longer, he confessed, "No, Uncle Wang, you can't give me those things. My father didn't help at all, and even if he had wanted to, I didn't help. I just caused chaos. The one who actually helped is. Fin Yun's lowered his head, the name on the tip of his tongue, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. Lin Zhou. The one he had always looked down upon, thinking he was a failure and a slacker, not good enough for Yun Shi, that person who seemed idle and unskilled. How had he suddenly changed so much? Just as he was thinking, he heard Wan Hanli say, Ziji, you don't need to be modest. I know you're very capable. Fin Yun's head felt like it was about to explode. Not wanting to admit, yet feeling compelled to, he took a deep breath, summoned up his courage, and finally uttered, it really wasn't me. It was Lin Zhou. As soon as the name was spoken, Fin Yun suddenly felt much lighter. The stifling pain in his heart instantly disappeared. The constriction was gradually dissipating. It was as if the heavy weight of 1,000 pounds pressing down on him had suddenly scattered, leaving him feeling light and airy. Fin Yun felt this kind of relaxation for the first time. Very relaxed. Incredibly relaxed. So, this is how it feels to admit that someone else is better than oneself. Wan Hanli furrowed his brow slightly. Lin Zhou. This name seemed to have been mentioned by Wan Zikan before, but it was not good news. Yes, Lin Zhou. It's Lin Zhou. We couldn't get to see Mr. Liu at all, but Lin Zhou knows Mr. Liu. He went to find Mr. Liu, and that's why Mr. Liu came out to see us and wanted the information from Wan Zikan. Fin Yun's rushed to say what he wanted to say before stopping. He didn't even dare look into Wan Hanli's eyes, afraid to see disappointment in them. But since he had already said everything by this point, Fin Yun added, it really was him. You should thank him. We should thank him. Wan Hanli looked incredulously at Wan Zikan. At this moment, Wan Zikan was very satisfied with Fin Yun's performance. In fact, he had long wanted Fin Yun to change his ways. After all, although he no longer enjoyed playing with Fin Yun, the two had grown up together as childhood friends. Watching him become more and more arrogant, more and more lacking in empathy, almost going mad for a clown like she, Wan Zikan actually felt very uncomfortable. Unfortunately, he couldn't change Fin Yun's mind, and Lin Zhou and Fin Yun's teaming up was not good. Wan Zikan thought that the two of them might never had any intersection, but unexpectedly, they ended up standing on the same side because of their own family's affairs. That was good too. Dad. Indeed it was Lin Zhou. I had misunderstood Lin Zhou before. Actually, he's a pretty good person. He helped me a lot in school. When Cici also nodded seriously. Yes, Uncle Wang, both of them are right. If it weren't for Lin Zhou, we really wouldn't have seen Mr. Liu. Lin Zhou. Wan Hanli silently recited the name for a moment, and then his face lit up. Okay, Xiao Chen, if you had any misunderstandings with him before, you should apologize. People of their age indeed tended to be biased. From the current situation, Lin Zhou seemed like a really good kid. Alright, I understand. Quick, go invite him to dinner at our place. I need to thank him properly. I need to ask if he's willing to come. But Dad, I have a lunch appointment with him today. I'll go there in a while, and we classmates will have a good gathering first. That's great. Finglian, quickly, give Xiao Chen more money to let them meet something good. Zhang Finglian was also very happy and quickly took out a stack of money from her pocket, handing it to Wan Zikan. Go on, eat more. He's our benefactor. Got it, Dad. Wan Hanli nodded. Well, I'll go back and figure out how to thank Lin Zhou. You guys have fun. Okay. Wan Zikan nodded. Fin Yun suddenly felt a bit lost. Look. Once he spoke, no one paid him any attention. He was supposed to be the center of attention, always in the limelight. But now, it seemed like everything was gone. Uncle Wang started to become cold towards him as well. So, was what he did just now right or wrong? Did Uncle Wang not want to bother with him in the future? Would he not be able to play at the Wang's house anymore? Fin Yun hung his head in defeat. It was at that moment that he felt someone patting his shoulder. When he looked up, he saw Wan Hanli smiling at him. Xiao, I still need to thank you. If it wasn't for you this time, Xiao Chen and the others wouldn't have known to go find Mr. Liu, and probably wouldn't have found that classmate Lin Zhou. I'm really grateful. When you have time, come over and play more. Your dad and I. That's stuff between us. Nothing to do with you guys. You should play when you want to play, and brothers will still be brothers. Fin Yun looked shocked at Wan Hanli. Really? Of course it's true. I'm your Uncle Wang. I've watched you grow up. When have I ever lied to you? Upon hearing this, Fenyun suddenly laughed. Excitedly, he said, "Thank you, Uncle Wang. Ha ha, you're welcome. And you, little girl, you should come over to play more too." Wang Hanli then looked at Wen Cici. Wen Cici quickly took a step back. She was a girl. How come she was being invited to play at a bo's house by the bo's parent? But in the end, she nodded her head. "Thank you, Uncle Wang. You're welcome." Wang Hanli went inside with a smile on his face. Occasionally, he would glance at Wen Cici. This girl was really pretty, always standing so close to Xiao Chen. I wonder what their relationship is. Zhang Finglian had been watching the two of them as well. She had wanted to ask a few times, but never did. She decided to follow Wang Hanli inside. "Xiao Chen, you guys have fun. I won't make you dinner for lunch today. If nothing's wrong, bring the girl home. She has helped us so much." "Okay, Mom. I got it." Wang Zikin nodded, then looked at Wen Cici. "Let's go. My mom wants me to walk you back." "Sure. Let's go." The two of them felt nothing was strange. After all, they were friends now. "Fenyun, you should go home too." "Okay." The three of them walked together. When they reached Fan's house, the door was closed. Fenyun had wanted to invite Wang Zikin and Wen Cici to play at his house, but after thinking about it, he gave up. After saying goodbye to the two, he pushed open the door and went upstairs. In the living room, Fen Jian was smoking a rare cigarette, blowing smoke rings. Li Yunling, who always hated his smoking, didn't say a word and even prepared fruit for him. Fen Yun's knew why she was acting like this. Fen Jian had recently made more money again, and probably bought her a bag. Thinking this, Fen Yun's glanced at the bedroom of his parents and, indeed saw the conspicuous bag hanging there. He didn't say anything. Went straight into the room. It was still early for dinner, so he decided to do some homework first before going to meet Wang Zikin and the others. Just as he was about to enter the room, he heard Fen Jian say, "What's wrong? You came back without saying hello." Fen Yun's remained silent and continued walking forward. Fen Jian didn't mind and continued, "Did you come back for an empty house? I've told you before that you guys won't succeed. Who is that Mr. Liu? And who is Falayat? What are you kids going to stir up there? If you fail, you fail. Don't be embarrassed. Learn when you need to learn, drink when you need to drink. That Wang family matter has nothing to do with us. Why do you insist on meddling?" Fen Yun's, who didn't want to speak originally, upon hearing this, for some reason, felt a surge of anger rising up. Almost without thinking, he quickly turned his head to look at Fen Jian. "Dad, I'm sorry, we succeeded." "What?" Fen Jian froze. "I said, we succeeded. Falaya agreed to collaborate with Uncle Wang's company." "Success? How could it be?" Fen Jian looked incredulous. Fen Yun stubbornly said, "You can make a call to have your people check it out. You are usually so well informed, you should be able to find out easily, right?" Upon hearing this, Fen Jian quickly took out his phone and called his secretary. 1 minute later, he received a positive answer. Putting down the phone, Fen Jian was left stupefied. "It really succeeded?" Seeing Fen Jian's reaction, Fen Yun suddenly felt a strange sense of pride. "Dad, sometimes, your views may not always be right. You dare to question me? Why wouldn't I dare? I'm 18 now. Dad, I'm not an 8-year-old child. Like this matter today, do you think your actions were right?" Fen Yun lifted his head, facing Fen Jian. These words seemed to be questioning Fen Jian, but more like questioning himself. He also wanted to ask himself, have his actions been right all this time? But he couldn't find an answer. Fen Jian was furious. He never imagined that his own hard-raised child would treat him with such an attitude. "Why am I not right? Why am I not right? Huh? Who am I doing all this for? It's for you, so you can live a good life in the future. Do you understand, Dad?" Fen Yun didn't want to hear any more of these words. "For me? Did you betray your former brothers? Did you send me to school just for me to learn these things? But from when I was young until now, the teachers always taught us that brothers should help each other. They never taught us to abandon them when they are in trouble." Fen Jian was taken aback. Fen Yun took a deep breath and continued, "Perhaps you don't know, even until today, Uncle Wang still thinks that you helped us convince Valia. He's even willing to give you shares and money, and wants to thank you in person. He still can't believe that you completely abandoned him. But what about you?" After saying all this, Fen Yun gave a cold smile. "You think about it yourself. I made plans to have dinner with Wang Zikin. You don't have to cook for me at noon. Without hesitation, before Fen Jian could react, Fen Yun's quickly walked out. Fen Jian was exasperated. Hey, you. Stop right there. Did I let you go? You stop right there. But Fen Yun's pretended not to hear him and walked quickly. By the time Fen Jian chased after him, he couldn't see his son's shadow. Fen Jian stood at the door, out of breath with anger. He immediately called his secretary. Hey, find out about the details of Falia and the Wan family. How did they suddenly agree to cooperate with the Wan family? Yes, quickly. Fen Yun's caught up with Wen Cici and Wan Zikan. When he wanted to call out to them, he found that they were chatting and laughing. He suddenly felt like he was intruding. So, from a distance, he awkwardly followed along. In that moment, Fen Yun suddenly felt a bit lonely. He seemed to only have Wan Zikan as a friend. Over the years, he had always thought highly of himself. He didn't need those friends. But as Wan Zikan drifted away in recent days, he realized that he might actually need some friends. However, it seemed a bit late now. Wan Zikan had new acquaintances, like Lin Zhou and Wen Cici. Fen Yun lowered his head in dejection. At that moment, he suddenly heard a voice ahead. Fen Yun's, why did you come out so early? Weren't you supposed to stay at home for a while? Oh, Fen Yun's quickly raised his head, and after thinking for a while, he found an excuse. I suddenly remembered, I finished my homework. Oh, alright, then shall we go find Lin Zhou earlier? Wen Cici, what do you think? Sure. Give me a moment. I'll go tell my grandpa. Wen Cici said, and quickly ran off. Since her house was close by, Wan Zikan and Fen Yun's waited in place. After she left, Wan Zikan stood there and looked at Fen Yun's. Why didn't you follow right away? Afraid of disturbing them but not knowing how to speak up, Fen Yun's was at a loss. Wan Zikan approached and hugged him, saying, Did you argue with your dad? Fen Yun's was startled. Wan Zikan patted his shoulder. Thanks, bro. Fen Yun's was startled again. Brother, in Wan Zikan's eyes, was he still a brother? Didn't he consider him just a friend? Realizing this, Fen Yun smiled. You're welcome. Lin Zhou and Sunyanku had no idea that Wan Zikan and the others planned to come find them early. The two had arrived at the lakeside. Sunyanku was feeding the fish, while Lin Zhou sat quietly beside her. For some reason, there were many more fish around Sunyanku today. Even the fish next to the children didn't approach them. A few of the kids looked uncertainly towards Sunyanku. Seeing this, their eyes lit up. Wow, sister is so pretty. Yeah, that's why the fish all went over there. Ha. The brother is also handsome. Wow, sister and brother are so well suited. Upon hearing this, Sunyanku's hand trembled slightly. Well suited? Just earlier on the way, Lin Zhou had asked her who else was more suited. She couldn't come up with an answer. Now, with the children's reminder, she suddenly realized that what Lin Zhou said might be referring to them. The two of them, were they well suited? Sunyanku fell into deep thought. Since arriving at Yizhong, she had been sitting next to Lin Zhou. They ate together, studied together, cleaned together, went to the library together, participated in competitions together, saved people together, even watched fireworks together and strolled in the park. Now, they were also feeding fish together. Oh, right. They even had a couple's meal together. If that's the case, they did seem quite well suited. But, the two of them. Sunyanku felt her mind in confusion and she couldn't quite figure it out. She didn't even realize her face was slowly turning red. Lin Zhou, who had been watching her all this time, chuckled and said, Little Deskmate, Suddenly being addressed, Sunyanku didn't know how to respond. Thankfully, she saw the children nearby. Her eyes brightened. I want the fish to swim over to them, otherwise they won't have any fish to feed. Is that so? Could thinking about that lead to blushing too? Lin Zhou didn't believe it, but Sunyanku nodded earnestly. Yes, that's right. Lin Zhou couldn't help but burst into laughter. Little classmate, I have a way. Oh, what method? Sunyanku gazed at him in surprise. Lin Zhou stood up and held Sunyanku's wrist. Sunyanku felt her heart flutter. Lin Zhou, aren't we supposed to feed the fish? Then come with me. Sunyanku stood up, following Lin Zhou in a daze. Lin Zhou took the fish food from her hand and scattered it into the river. Then he held Sunyanku's hand and slowly walked forward. The fish seemed to be drawn to them and followed along. The children watched in amazement, their mouths forming an O shape. Lin Zhou quickly made a silent gesture, signaling them not to make any noise. The fish followed them all the way to where the children were. Lin Jo then let go of Su Nyanku and whispered, "It's okay, little classmate, feed the fish with them." Oh, Su Nyanku was taken aback. Although these children were only about 10 years old, she was not very good at interacting with others. It always felt a bit awkward. Before she could say anything, the children surrounded her. "Sister, you are so beautiful. Sister, I want to feed the fish with you. Sister, I want to be like you too." They were all smiling and happy. In that moment, Su Nyanku suddenly felt like she was being touched by their joy. These children were so cute. She looked in the direction of Lin Jo and saw him nodding. Su Nyanku happily squatted down. "All right, let's play together." "Great. Sister, look at that fish. It's so chubby." "Oh, and that big black fish too. Why is its belly so big? Ha ha, so cute." Lin Jo watched Su Nyanku interact with the children with Jo, and he couldn't help but smile too. He was becoming more and more cheerful. It was great, seeing them having so much fun. Lin Jo also wanted to join in. However, at that moment, he heard someone calling out, "Lin Jo, weren't you looking for Su Nyanku? Where is she?" Lin Jo was stunned. On the lake shore, Su Nyanku froze. It was Wang Zikan. What to do? She hadn't changed back into her clothes yet. How did they arrive so quickly? Fortunately, the children nearby shielded her in the middle, and Wang Zikan did not see her immediately. Su Nyanku lowered her head, feeling flustered. Lin Jo was also getting anxious. Little classmate obviously wasn't ready to reveal her true self in front of her classmates yet, and he had his own ulterior motives. But now, both Wang Zikan and Fan Yuns were approaching. As he was contemplating, Lin Jo suddenly heard Wen Cici shout, "Wang Zikan, Fan Yuns, there's a cellar of oranges over there. I want to eat. Can you guys buy some for me?" "Oh, oranges. Didn't we just pass by there?" "Yes, I just remembered. But now I really want some. Please." Wang Zikan was about to say something, but then when Cici added, "Lin Jo probably wants some too, right?" She winked at Lin Jo. It was clear what she was suggesting. Lin Jo nodded. "Yes, I also want some." "All right then, Fan Yuns, let's go buy some oranges." Fan Yuns furrowed his brows, feeling that something was off. What about Su Nyanku? Did Lin Jo not find her? Before he could think any further, he was dragged away by Wang Zikan. When Cici quickly walked over to Lin Jo, saying, "Hurry, Su Nyanku." Su Nyanku, surrounded by the children, stood up, grabbed her bag, and rushed towards the nearby restroom. "Thank you, thank you." When Cici was proud at that moment, she was able to help Su Nyanku, which was great. After Su Nyanku went into the restroom, when Cici approached Lin Jo and asked, "Am I considered Su Nyanku's friend now?" "Of course you are. That's good. Ha ha. I actually saw Su Nyanku from afar just now. I just didn't find an excuse for them to leave." "It's okay. It's not too late now." "Okay. Don't worry. I'll keep your secret until you decide to go public." "Thank you." When Wang Zikan and Fan Yuns returned, Su Nyanku had not come out yet. They handed the oranges to Wen Cici, and Fan Yuns finally asked, "Where is Su Nyanku?" "She's in the restroom." "Oh. Why did it still feel off?" But Wang Zikan quickly interrupted his thoughts. "Let's think about what to eat later. It's on me. Everyone can choose freely. Let me think about it." When Cici was lost in thought, just then, they suddenly heard a clear voice calling out, "Lin Jo! Lin Jo! What are you doing here? Why are you with Wen Cici?" Everyone frowned upon hearing this. It was Yun Ruoxi. Fan Yuns almost instinctively turned to look at her, Ruoxi. But before she could finish speaking, Yun Ruoxi walked past him expressionlessly. When she stood in front of Lin Jo, she looked at Wen Cici, then at Lin Jo, shocked. Are you on a date?" "Lin Jo, Wen Cici." Fan Yuns opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately remained silent. Lin Jo was getting impatient, was about to say something, but then when Cici stepped forward, "Yes, we're on a date." "So what?" "Ruoxi, are you here to steal Lin Jo?" Upon hearing this, Yun Ruoxi was furious. How can this be? How can this be? How can you date someone else without my permission? Lin Jo, you are truly, you are. When Cici rolled her eyes, "Ruoxi, are you still not awake? Why do Lin Jo's dates need your permission? He is mine. He can only date someone else when I reject him. Why does he have the right?" Wen Cici, typical Yun Ruoxi. Fan Yun's furrowed his brows even deeper now. For some reason, Yun Ruoxi seemed to be making a scene. After some thought, he walked over. Ruoxi, stop causing trouble. They are not on a date, they're just. But before he could finish, Yun Ruoxi cut him off. Fan Yun's, are you also on when CC's sign now? Have you forgotten your promise to me? Now I want to date Lin Zhou too. Make him agree. Fan Yun's. At that moment, he suddenly felt embarrassed. Yes, it was embarrassing. He had liked her for many years. He never expected that one day, he would feel so awkward about this matter. Fan Yunze, why don't you speak? Are you deaf? Yun Ruoxi was getting anxious when she saw Fan Yunze remain silent. She had originally planned to go shopping and happened to see Lin Zhou when passing by. She specifically came over to find him, but didn't expect to see him standing with Wences. Yun Ruoxi was infuriated. Ever since the last military academy centennial celebration, Lin Zhou had never stood by her side again. It was outrageous. Fan Yunze raised his head to look at her, suddenly feeling extremely unfamiliar. He smiled, but it was a smile full of sadness. I can't help you. What? You can't help me? Didn't you say you would help me no matter what? Didn't you say you liked me? Fan Yunze, you like me. Yet you can't do these things for me? Fan Yunze clenched his hands tightly upon hearing her words. The tips of his fingers were sore from the pressure. Every word from Yun Ruoxi felt like a venomous needle piercing into the depths of his heart. This was the unrequited love he had harbored for many years. This was his youth. It was so heart-wrenching. Prince Chen, who was behind him, noticed that something was amiss with Fan Yunze and quickly called out to him. Fan Yunze, let's go. It's time for lunch. Fan Yunze nodded without looking back at Yun Ruoxi. All right. He turned and walked towards Prince Chen. Yun Ruoxi, seeing this, felt her anger rise again. What are you guys doing? Didn't you hear that we're going to eat? Prince Chen rolled his eyes dismissively. Yun Ruoxi was getting even more frustrated. You guys, she stomped her foot, urgently saying, I haven't eaten yet. Her hint was obvious. Call me. Invite me to join, and I'll go with you. I'm also hungry. I'm giving you a chance. However, as soon as she finished speaking, she heard Wences say, what does your eating have to do with us? Go eat by yourself. Lin Zhou, should we go over there and wait for Su Nianku? Wences pointed in the direction of the restroom. Lin Zhou nodded. All right. That's what he wanted as well. But now, he felt some sympathy for Fan Yunze. Though Yun Ruoxi had been targeting him as well, he had never had any feelings for her, always treating her as a joke. Usually, after she had her episodes, she would forget about it. But Fan Yunze was different. In these past few days, Lin Zhou had realized that he truly liked Yun Ruoxi. He was willing to take such big risks for her. But being treated this way by Yun Ruoxi must be painful for him. Yet in matters of the heart, Lin Zhou was powerless. He could only shake his head helplessly, turn around, and walk away. The other three quickly followed. Seeing that no one was paying attention to her, Yun Ruoxi shouted in frustration. Lin Zhou, stop. How can you not invite me to eat with you? I told you I haven't eaten. But Lin Zhou seemed to have not heard her. Yun Ruoxi then turned her gaze to Fan Yunze. Fan Yunze, you stop too. Fan Yunze still didn't look back. Yun Ruoxi was getting more and more frustrated. Fan Yunze, I called you. Didn't you hear me? I'm telling you, if you continue like this, I will no longer acknowledge you or let you help me. Fan Yunze still didn't turn around. He bit his lip, feeling like his heart was about to bleed. How could Yun Ruoxi be so cold? What about his many years of liking her? Seeing that no one was paying attention to her, Yun Ruoxi gritted her teeth, feeling angry. HMPH, I don't want to deal with you guys anymore. No more. But no one paid her any mind. The four of them walked to the other side of the restroom, found a visible spot to stand, and waited for Su Nianku. Prince Chen patted Fan Yunze's shoulder lightly, sighed, then went to discuss with Wences about what to eat. He also asked Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou was a bit confused. I don't know, let's ask our tablemate later. Okay, let's ask Su Nianku then. Wences agreed. Prince Chen couldn't help muttering on the side. It seems like he only has eyes for Su Nianku. Ha ha. Lin Zhou chuckled but didn't respond. His gaze, however, landed at the entrance of the restroom. Wences joked, perhaps this is what it feels like to like someone. Prince Chen, you wouldn't understand, so don't speak randomly. Prince Chen laughed. TSK, it seems like you understand a lot. Then why did you say you were on a date with Lin Zhou earlier? That was just to annoy Roxy. Didn't you notice how Roxy behaved like a lunatic? Really? How could someone be so conceited? Ha ha, indeed. Wences was about to say something more but thought better of it and turned her gaze towards Fanyunza. Fanyunza, I don't think you're beyond redemption. Stay away from Roxy. Don't let her influence you, or else, Prince Chen and I won't hang out with you anymore. Prince Chen nodded in agreement. Yes. Fanyunza lowered his head again, remaining silent. When Sunyanku arrived, she came across this scene. Curiously, she asked, "What's going on? Why are you all here?" She was just about to go back to the original place to find Lin Zhou, but fortunately, she spotted Lin Zhou out of the corner of her eye. "Nothing. Just came here to enjoy the sun." Lin Zhou replied. "Oh." Sunyanku was a bit puzzled. She glanced back at where they had originally stood. There was sun there too. But since Lin Zhou said it, it must be right, and she didn't ask further. "All right, let's enjoy the sun a bit more then." "Yes." "Tablemate, what do you want to eat for lunch?" The four of us discussed but couldn't decide, so think about it. "What to eat?" Sunyanku thought seriously for a moment and said, "How about spicy hot pot?" With that, all three of them looked at Sunyanku. Prince Chen recalled his drunken experience. Fanyunza and Wences knew that the place Sunyanku mentioned belonged to Lin Zhou's second parents. Was Sunyanku trying to bring Lin Zhou business? Just as they were thinking that, Sunyanku said, "The place you took me to eat last time, owned by the Li family, is very delicious. I want to eat there." Lin Zhou smiled. "Great, let's go." "Prince Chen, how about it?" Prince Chen nodded quickly. "Sure." Wences and Fanyunza looked puzzled. Did Sunyanku not know? How could Lin Zhou not tell her about his identity as the owner of that restaurant? Didn't he know that his status as the owner would attract more attention from girls? But soon, the two understood. Lin Zhou was just that kind of person. He would never brag about anything. They had also learned of his capabilities from others. He wouldn't use this to gain affection. In that moment, Wences's eyes were full of admiration. As for Fanyunza, he was even more aware that he couldn't compare to Lin Zhou. At least if he had those achievements, it would surely be widely known. After all, he was only 18, achieving such success. How impressive! When they arrived at the spicy hot pot restaurant, it was only 10 o'clock. The restaurant had just opened its doors and had not officially started serving yet. When Li Xian saw a few people, she hurriedly walked towards Sunyanku with Zhou. "Lin Zhou, you guys are here." When she saw Wen Cici and Fanyunza, she was surprised. She could understand why Wang Zikan was here, but why were these two also here? Lin Zhou pointed in Wang Zikan's direction. "Wang Zikan is treating us today." "Oh, that makes sense." Li Xian no longer had any doubts that the food is not ready yet. "You'll have to wait a while. We only start cooking at 10:30. "Okay." They found a place to sit and Li Xian took multiple dishes to the kitchen to help. Sunyanku sat for a while and felt bored, so she walked over to Li Xian hesitantly. "Li Xian, can I help you?" No need. I can handle it myself. It's okay. I have nothing to do, and if I help you, it will be faster." "Okay." Li Xian glanced discreetly in Lin Zhou's direction. Seeing Lin Zhou nod, she also nodded. "Well, thank you then." "You're welcome. Your restaurant specialty hot pot is really delicious. I like it a lot. And Lin Zhou likes it too," Sunyanku said. Li Xian looked at her and smiled. Sunyanku probably didn't know how outstanding Lin Zhou was. When Cici saw this scene, she jokingly walked over to Lin Zhou and said, "Lin Zhou, you've raised this little boss lady quite well." "Indeed," Lin Zhou said, feeling warm inside at the serious look Sunyanku had. What Wen Cici said was not wrong. When he and Sunyanku got married, Sunyanku would be the owner of this place. It's good to get used to their own shop in advance. Ha, you're not humble at all. All right, I'll go help too. Wen Cici quickly walked over and crouched down. Li Xian was stunned. Wen Cici, you. Last time she wasn't like this. How come she suddenly became so polite this time? I also want to help. Is that okay? Wen Cici said sincerely. Li Xian was stunned once again, but Sunyanku smiled. "Xian, let Cici help you. She's not a bad person." "Oh." Li Xian nodded dazedly, not saying much. When Cici crouched down, she saw Wang Zikan start helping to arrange the tables. Even Fanyunza followed Wang Zikan, occasionally lending a helping hand. Perhaps fearing they were doing something wrong, they kept asking Lin Zhou for guidance. Lin Zhou was also busy explaining to them. It seemed like Lin Zhou was the center of their group. At that moment, Li Xian suddenly understood. Because of Lin Zhou, everyone had changed, right? Realizing this, she smiled again. Sun Yanku looked up curiously. What's wrong? Li Xian, why are you smiling? Li Xian shook her head. It's nothing, but Sun Yanku, I envy you. Huh, envy me for what? Before Li Xian could reply, when Cici chimed in, Sun Yanku, I envy you too. Huh, Sun Yanku looked puzzled. Was she, with her character, worthy of envy? But no one answered her. Li Xian then, when Cici quickly got back to work, Sun Yanku could only lower her head and continue working. By 10:30, they were almost ready. Li Xian informed Li Qiansheng and then told everyone they could start selecting dishes. When Cici quickly stood up and went to the ingredient cabinet. After eating school meals for a week, she was craving hot pot. Wang Zikan also came over with finions. Lin Zhou was about to invite Sun Yanku to choose dishes together, but was stopped by Li Qiansheng. Lin Zhou, little brother, can we talk? Oh, sure. Lin Zhou nodded and signaled Sun Yanku. You pick first, I'll be right out. Okay. Seeing Lin Zhou about to leave, Sun Yanku thought for a moment and called out to him. Lin Zhou, let me help you choose. Sure. Thanks, no problem. Sun Yanku happily picked up a basket and walked towards the dish selection area. Lin Zhou had already gone into the kitchen by then. What's wrong? Uncle Li, is there a problem in these few days? Li Qiansheng rarely reached out to him, usually only when there was an issue with the soup base or for improvement in operations. There isn't really a problem, I just feel like our shop seems to have reached saturation. How? Saturation? Yes. The shop is too small, so it can only accommodate so many customers every day, and the profit is stable. That's why I'm thinking about your suggestion before. Opening a branch, what do you think? Is it a good timing? In Li Qiansheng's eyes, Lin Zhou was even more mature and stable than him. He never treated him like a child, but as a real partner. Lin Zhou directly nodded. Of course it can. It's a good timing. There's no other place in the market that can surpass our shop, and I see many people coming from far away just for it. That's right. I'll start planning then. Sure. I support it. That's settled then. Ha ha. Let's go out for fun. I'll talk to you after I figure things out. Okay. Thanks, Uncle Li. It's no trouble at all. I love doing this. Li Qiansheng and Lin Zhou didn't dwell on the topic further, and Lin Zhou walked out. When he arrived at the kitchen door, he saw Sun Yanku carefully choosing the vegetables. She didn't notice him coming out. She kept choosing and chatting with when Cici beside her. Lin Zhou likes this. Yeah. He likes this one too. Hehe. How about this one? Each time she spoke, she would smile. When Cici did see Lin Zhou, and she couldn't help but smile. Then she deliberately asked Sun Yanku, how do you know these are Lin Zhou's favorites? Well, he used to eat them often, so I remembered. Ha ha. When Cici laughed and glanced in Lin Zhou's direction, in her heart, she gave Lin Zhou a thumbs up. Although the two of them hadn't made their relationship official, they were sweeter than any couple. Just as she was thinking, Sun Yanku quickly grabbed a plate and hurried to the other side. Oh right, Lin Zhou always forgets to pick vegetables. No. This time he must choose more vegetables. When Cici listened with a puzzled expression, forgets to pick vegetables? Yes. The last two times, he only picked meat. Sun Yanku said, as she picked up some crown daisies. When Cici was stunned. How could she remember that last time they came with Lin Zhou and his grandpa? Lin Zhou chose both vegetarian and meat dishes. When Cici looked curiously at Lin Zhou, seeing Lin Zhou standing in the same place, his gaze fixed on Sun Yanku's direction. When Cici was stunned again, was Lin Zhou doing this on purpose? After thinking for a while, when she didn't get an answer, she decided not to think about it and followed Zunyanchu to pick vegetables together. When they finished selecting the vegetables, Wenxi was about to weigh them when she saw Lin Zhou quickly walking towards her. He passed by her and walked towards Zunyanchu behind her and asked, have you finished choosing? Little table mate, yes. This is yours, all chosen for you. She hadn't chosen her own yet, but she could do it later. Look, these are all your favorites. Zunyanchu proudly lifted the plate of vegetables. Lin Zhou took it and looked at them seriously. Yes, they are indeed all my favorites. Zunyanchu was feeling proud. But then Lin Zhou said, but, Zunyanchu was puzzled, but what? I think these are not enough for me to eat. I need to choose more. Huh. How come she didn't remember Linjo having such a big appetite? Before she could ask, she saw Linjo quickly heading to the ingredient selection area. Then he picked up the tongs and started choosing carefully. When she saw him pick the first dish, Zunyanchu was surprised. It was potato slices. She remembered Linjo didn't like potato slices. The 2 times they had it before, she finished it all by herself. Fortunately, she loved eating it. So just now, she purposely didn't choose it for Linjo. Why did he choose it himself now? Maybe she remembered wrong. In confusion, she saw Linjo pick up beef meatballs. Zunyanchu was surprised again. Linjo had said he didn't like them, but now he picked them up with chopsticks and put it in her bowl every time. But if Linjo wanted to eat them, that's also okay. She just needed to remember more next time, so she wouldn't choose wrong again. Following that, Zunyanchu followed behind Linjo, watching him continuously choose many dishes. Every time he chose one, she silently remembered them. She didn't know how long it had been when suddenly Wang Ziken's voice sounded beside her. Linjo, can you eat so much by yourself? Zunyanchu was stunned. Only then did she realize that Linjo's plate was almost full. She was shocked too. This. Linjo, can you finish all of this? Linjo turned his head, looked at his plate, and furrowed his eyebrows. Is it too much? Once he said that, Wang Ziken instantly realized he had said something wrong. After all, he was the one treating. How could he complain about the amount the guest ate? He quickly changed his tune. Dad, what I meant is, my intention is, well, it's okay, fatty, eat however much you want. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Linjo ignoring him. Looking seriously at Zunyanchu, he said, it does seem like too much. Little tablemate, how about this? You don't need to choose anymore. Let's share one portion. This time, she let him choose everything. Then they couldn't eat together. He had to figure out a solution. Wang Ziken, what's going on? Why does it feel like Linjo is doing it on purpose? Just as Wensi, who had just sat down, burst into laughter. Ha ha, Wang Ziken, come over here. Don't you feel superfluous standing there? Aren't you feeling awkward? Fanyunza silently moved to another seat. Only Zunyanchu was still staring blankly at Linjo. Ha, share one portion? Yes. Look, we've chosen so much. All the dishes are mixed together, and I can't pick them out. It's a waste if I can't finish them all, Linjo said, straight-faced. Zunyanchu was even more surprised. Then, let's eat together. It wouldn't be good to waste it if they couldn't finish it all. Hot pot was quite expensive. Okay, it's decided. I'll choose a bit more. You go sit first. Oh. Zunyanchu looked at Linjo blankly, then finally walked to the side, where Wensi and others were sitting and sat down. Wensi glanced at Zunyanchu, then at Linjo, and finally, shared a smile with Wang Ziken. Linjo was quite the prankster. It was amusing. He didn't even blink. Probably only Zunyanchu couldn't tell he was doing it on purpose, right? Ha ha. This was so much fun. Zunyanchu noticed their expressions, curious. What are you laughing at? Wensi quickly shook her head. Nothing. I just remember how good this hot pot is going to be. Very happy. Yes. It's indeed very delicious. Zunyanchu didn't notice anything unusual in Wensi's response. They could seat for people at the table. Wang Ziken and Fanyunza were on one side, Wensi and Zunyanchu on the other. When Linjo arrived, he pulled a chair to the opposite side of the table. Soon, the hot pot was served. Wensi, Fanyunza, and Wang Ziken each had their portion. When it came to Linjo, Li Xian brought a huge bowl. Linjo, go get some small bowls, chopsticks, and spoons over there. Okay. Linjo didn't hesitate, and quickly got the utensils. He handed one set to Zunyanchu and one to himself. Then, they started eating. But the table was too small, and their seating was a bit awkward. Every time Zunyanchu moved her chopsticks, she bumped into Linjo's. She quickly apologized. I didn't mean to. It's okay. Linjo shook his head. Just eat quickly or it will get cold. As he spoke, he picked up a spoonful of meat and placed it in Zunyanchu's bowl. She hurriedly took the bowl from him. Thank you. Please eat too. While speaking, she used her chopsticks to pick up a large portion of vegetables for Linjo. Wang Ziken and Wensi and Fanyunza. Are they bullying us? They must be, right? Before Wang Ziken could question it, as Zunyanchu withdrew her chopsticks, she accidentally hit his glasses. Wang Zikin finally found an excuse and quickly stood up. He felt like he was superfluous at the moment, probably the biggest third wheel in the world, so he stood up quickly, not waiting for Zunyanchu to say anything, and took his bowl to the table behind them. I need some fresh air. Otherwise, he would really feel tortured. Zunyanchu was slightly stunned. What's wrong with Wang Zikin? What fresh air? I didn't mean it. No, it has nothing to do with you. Zunyanchu, I just felt suffocated sitting there. Here's better for me to unleash my potential, Wang Zikin explained. Zunyanchu looked a bit embarrassed and glanced at Linzhou. She felt like she might have caused trouble. Linzhou smiled and waved his hand. Don't worry. Little tablemate, let him sit there. It's okay. But Zunyanchu was about to say something, then Wenxi next to her also stood up quickly with a smile. Oh, I want to drink some beverage. I'll sit at the back too. Wang Zikin, wait for me. Zunyanchu, what's wrong with these people? Jian Wenxi also left, and Fan Yun silently looked at Linzhou. Then quietly carrying his own plate, he went to the table behind. Linzhou, seeing this, stood up helplessly and then changed seats to sit across from Sunyanku. Sunyanku still felt something was not right. She stood up, prepared to call the three people behind her, but then found the three quickly lowering their heads and starting to eat. The speed at which they were eating seemed as if they were afraid she would call out to them. Sunyanku stood dumbfounded in place, feeling confused. She felt like she had done something wrong, but she couldn't figure out what it was. She could only seek help by looking at Linzhou. However, all she saw was Linzhou meticulously transferring the meat from his bowl to her small bowl. Sunyanku was startled. Linzhou, don't give me everything. You should eat too. I know. I've already eaten a lot. If you don't eat soon, it'll get cold. But stop with the buts. Sit down quickly and eat. Oh. So Sunyanku obediently sat down. After picking up her chopsticks, she ate her food slowly with her head down. Linzhou kept watching her and smiling. Finally, when Wenxi and Wang Zikin took the opportunity to glance at them, then looked at each other. What a bunch of good friends. Eating with these two people was too awkward. Only Fan Yun lowered his head, ate silently, and couldn't taste anything. The library. After Jian Zhengyang and Liu Qingyan left, they were distracted all morning. Liu Qingyan seemed to be angry, but he didn't know why. At lunch, Liu Qingyan got up and went to KFC. He had no choice but to follow. During the meal, Liu Qingyan didn't say a word. He didn't dare to say anything. It wasn't until they finished eating and returned to the library that he heard Liu Qingyan ask, "Has Professor Li said when he's coming?" No. Not yet. Oh, call and ask. We need his input on the questions we didn't discuss this morning. Oh. Okay. Jian Zhengyang obediently took out his phone and quickly called Li Jianchao. On the other end of the phone, Li Jianchao sounded sleepy. Hello, Professor Jian, what's up? Aren't you on a date? You still have time to call me. Jian Zhengyang quickly took a step back to a place where Liu Qingyan couldn't hear and said softly, Professor Li, what are you saying? What date? I'm so busy. How come you're yawning? I'm just bored. Fishing. I'm tired, so I took a nap. The Professor Jian, what are you up to? I'm busy too. How about this date making for you and Professor Liu? You two are always working. Caught off guard, Jian Zhengyang felt uncomfortable. We were working originally. Li Jianchao was speechless. His lazy voice suddenly became serious. Professor Jian, what's wrong with you? How do I even greet you now? Don't bring up me. I don't know what to do now. Professor Liu seems to be angry again. Angry again? Yes, why? Because of Linzhou. Linzhou? What did that kid do? Well, Jian Zhengyang thought for a moment, but before he could speak, Li Jianchao interrupted. Forget it, it's simple. Professor Jian, you are a teacher. If Linzhou made Professor Liu angry, just scold Linzhou. Isn't that okay? That doesn't seem right. What are you afraid of? Linzhou won't know. Besides, haven't you criticized Director Zhang behind his back? Keep your attitude in check and treat Linzhou as Director Zhang. Jian Zhengyang at a loss for words for a while. Who doesn't criticize their superiors at work? But something felt off. Okay, that's it. I'll tidy up and come over now. You guys never let me relax. I can't even arrange a date properly. Bye. Jian Zhengyang was still not voicing anything, The call was already ended. He had to stare blankly at his phone. Speaking ill of Lin Zhou, Li Jianchao seemed to make some sense. After all, today, Professor Liu seemed distant after seeing Lin Zhou. Although Lin Zhou had helped him a lot, at this moment, Jian Zhengyang felt he needed to do something for himself. Since Lin Zhou couldn't hear, he could just apologize to him when he returned. And so, Jian Zhengyang quickly walked up to Liu Qingyan, earnestly saying, Professor Li said he'd be here soon. That's good. Well, Professor Liu, actually, I know you have high hopes for Lin Zhou, but he's just a young beau who likes playing with pretty girls. This time, it was indeed Lin Zhou's fault. You don't have to be angry for him. It wouldn't be good for you to get upset. If it doesn't work out, when Monday comes at school, I will continue to help you educate Lin Zhou and make him realize his mistake. Jian Zhengyang spoke confidently. The more Liu Qingyan listened, the more furrowed his brow became. Professor Jian, so you think I'm angry because of Lin Zhou? Yes, Lin Zhou, Before Jian Zhengyang could finish, Liu Qingyan, in a huff, got up. All right, I'm busy this afternoon. This roll of manuscript is almost done. Leave the rest to you and Professor Li. I'm leaving first. Jian Zhengyang, what happened now? Why does it feel like Professor Liu is angrier? He wanted to call out to her but seemed hesitant. He could only watch Liu Qingyan leave. Jian Zhengyang felt his heart ache. He didn't know what to do. Then he saw Liu Qingyan turn around and walk back. Jian Zhengyang's face lit up with hope. Professor Liu, I've told you, Professor Jian, my students, I will manage them myself, so don't go looking for Lin Zhou on Monday. After saying this, Liu Qingyan left without looking back. Jian Zhengyang collapsed, resting his head on the table, looking utterly distressed. He seemed to have angered Professor Liu again. Back in college, he used to think his roommates, who were constantly entangled in relationships, were silly. Now he realized he was even sillier than them. His intelligence was totally inadequate. What should he do? When Li Jianchao arrived, he saw this scene. As he picked his teeth, he curiously walked up to Jian Zhengyang. Professor Jian, where's Professor Liu? Why are you alone? She left. Why? It's all because of you making me say bad things about Lin Zhou, right? And then she left, irritated. Jian Zhengyang breathed a deep sigh. Li Jianchao looked puzzled at Jian Zhengyang. What happened with you guys and Lin Zhou today? Nothing much, right? All right, Professor Jian. Although you are better than me in teaching and sports, when it comes to dating, you really can't handle it. Come on, tell me everything about today's events. Let me see if I can help. Li Jianchao's gossip curiosity was piqued. Jian Zhengyang earnestly recounted today's events to Li Jianchao. Li Jianchao listened with a puzzled expression. Is Teacher Liu angry because Lin Zhou is dating another girl? Yes. Why do I feel like it's not the case? Not? Then why? It seems to be because of you. Me. Jian Zhengyang couldn't believe it. Li Jianchao continued. Yes, she didn't get mad at Lin Zhou, right? No. But she got mad at you, right? Jian Zhengyang nodded somewhat blankly. That's it. Li Jianchao quickly gave an affirmative answer. But why though? Why? Li Jianchao stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, and came up with a somewhat uncertain answer. Could it be because you scolded Lin Zhou? She's defending him? But that kid Lin Zhou is dating someone else. Why would Teacher Liu still defend him? Jian Zhengyang looked at Li Jianchao blankly, feeling like Li Jianchao made sense. Why would Teacher Liu defend Lin Zhou? Li Jianchao thought for a moment, then suddenly realized, I understand now, it must be that Teacher Liu doesn't care about these things. She's someone who does as she pleases, so she doesn't care who Lin Zhou is dating or how many girlfriends he has. Jian Zhengyang rolled his eyes silently. Teacher Liu could not be like that. Although she was more casual in other respects, Jian Zhengyang was certain of this. Li Qianyan would never be like that. Otherwise, how could she have been single for so many years? All right, I was just joking. I know she's not like that. But Jian, why do I feel like you're not as good as Lin Zhou? Lin Zhou has many girlfriends around him, yet you can't even handle Teacher Liu and keep hitting walls repeatedly. How about this? Seek advice from Lin Zhou. Jian Zhengyang was stunned. Then Li Jianchao continued, or ask your strategist. I think your strategist is pretty good. Isn't that the same person? Also, what's with your outfit today? How did Teacher Liu manage to work with you all morning? Jian Zhengyang felt like his heart was bleeding. At noon, under the Qin family's building, Lin Changzheng held a basket of fruit, sitting on a nearby wooden bench in a daze. When he arrived around 8 in the morning, he called Qin Shulin to meet up. However, Qin Shulin said she had something to do and asked him not to come. Qin Shulin had been using this excuse for several days. Lin Changzhen believed it for several days, but today, after hearing what Lin Zhou said, he decided to try his luck. After buying some fruit, he sat there waiting. He had been waiting for a whole morning. During this morning, Lin Changzhen kept thinking about what he should say when he saw Qin Shulin to avoid making mistakes, but he couldn't figure it out. He sighed quietly, feeling like he was really not as good as Lin Zhou in this aspect. Just when he didn't know what to do, he keenly spotted Qin Shulin and Qin Yushan coming out of the building. Seeing him, Qin Shulin turned back. Lin Changzhen quickly called out, "Shulin, Shulin, wait." Qin Shulin looked woeful. When Lin Changzhen called in the morning, saying he was downstairs, she made up an excuse not to see him, planning to wait at home until he left before going downstairs. She never expected that he would still be downstairs after staying in the house all morning. Feeling awkward, she raised her head sheepishly and said, Lin big brother, you're here?" Qin Yushan, seeing this, smiled with satisfaction. She had a feeling her mom would run away, but she wouldn't let Uncle Lin miss this chance. Without Uncle Lin around for a week, her mom visibly seemed unhappy. However, her mom couldn't set aside her pride to reconcile with Uncle Lin, who wouldn't coax her. This was the perfect time to take action. She stepped back silently, giving way to Lin Changzheng. Lin Changzheng quickly walked to Qin Shulin's side and nodded. "Well, I've been here all along." "Shulin, weren't you going out?" Qin Shulin didn't know how to respond. Qin Yushan happily smiled and said, "Yes, you were going out, but when you did, you didn't notice Uncle Lin here. Uncle Lin has been here downstairs all morning. Why didn't you come up?" Lin Changzheng suddenly didn't know how to respond. Oh, come on, Uncle Lin. Now that you're here, go upstairs with my mom." But I still need to buy groceries." Qin Shulin looked a bit flustered, feeling particularly awkward. What's going on with Yushan? Why is she getting involved? She quickly approached Yushan and whispered through clenched teeth, "Yushan, what are you up to?" Yushan smiled mischievously and approached Qin Shulin happily. "Mom, you've been wanting to reconcile with Uncle Lin, right?" "I know it, I'm just creating an opportunity for you two." "Nonsense, where did that come from?" Feeling embarrassed about being exposed, Qin Shulin blushed. Without Lin big brother these days, something did indeed seem to be missing. But to reconcile, how to reconcile? He had left her alone in the hotel under those circumstances. Seeing this, Yushan chuckled and said, "Mom, stop pretending. Have you ever heard the saying, no the mother no greater than the daughter? I know you're thinking about Uncle Lin, so hurry. Go upstairs with him." "But I have to go grocery shopping." "Don't go. Give me the basket. I'll do it." Yushan snatched the basket from Qin Shulin and pushed her towards Lin Changzheng, then jauntily hummed a tune while walking away. As she left, she kept saying, "Uncle Lin, I'm entrusting my mom to you. I'll go buy groceries." Lin Changzheng nodded repeatedly. All right. When Yushan walked far away, Lin Changzhen looked back at Qin Shulin with a sense of awkwardness. Shulin. Qin Shulin didn't know how to face Lin Changzhen, so she simply turned and walked up the stairs. "Shulin, wait for me." Lin Changzhen called out and hurried to catch up. Qin Shulin saw Lin Changzhen getting closer to her and quickly increased her pace. She couldn't understand why, but after the last incident, she always felt strange being alone with Lin Changzhen. Initially, she was indeed quite angry. She thought she must not be attractive enough, so Lin Changzhen left her alone at the hotel. But later she thought about it. Lin Changzhen was always like this, humble and respectful. It was precisely because of this that she started to like Lin Changzhen. So, in the following days, Qin Shulin's heart was actually in a state of turmoil, but she didn't know how to face Lin Changzhen. After all, she was already angry because of that incident. If Lin Changzhen thought she was too hasty, it would be so embarrassing. Just the thought of it made Qin Shulin feel suffocated. She didn't even know how she got herself into this situation. So for the next few days, she simply avoided seeing Lin Changzhen. Unexpectedly, in just a few days, she was about to face a situation where she would be alone with Lin Changzhen. Qin Shulin felt her scalp tingling, not knowing what to do. Sensing Lin Changzheng getting closer behind her, Qin Shulin quickly increased her pace. Seeing this, Lin Changzheng anxiously shouted, "Shulin, Shulin, slow down. What if you fall while running so fast?" It was originally a caring remark, but as soon as he finished speaking, Qin Shulin exclaimed in pain. Then she quickly bent down, clutching her ankle with a painful expression. Lin Changzheng was startled, and he quickly rushed to Qin Shulin. "Shulin, are you okay?" At that moment, Qin Shulin was going crazy. She never thought that she would twist her ankle at such a critical moment when she had climbed these stairs for decades without any issues. This was unbelievable. Realizing that Lin Changzheng was about to touch her, she bit her lip, grimaced in pain as she stood up, saying, I'm fine. I can manage on my own." "Oh, Shulin, you shouldn't pretend to be strong. Look, your foot is swollen." Lin Changzheng was so concerned that he didn't pay attention to anything else and wanted to pick up Qin Shulin. Seeing Qin Shulin backing away, he urgently said, "Let me carry you to the hospital." No need." Qin Shulin quickly stepped back. "I'm really fine. Brother Lin, I don't need to go to the hospital." If she was really carried to the hospital by Lin Changzheng, she would die of embarrassment, wouldn't she? No, absolutely not. "But I have some ointment for bruises in my room." Afraid that Lin Changzheng would really carry her, Qin Shulin quickly added, "Oh, okay. Then let me help you inside," Lin Changzheng said, quickly coming to Qin Shulin's side and supporting her arm. Qin Shulin was slightly stunned. Seeing that Lin Changzheng didn't make any other moves, she lowered her head slightly and began to climb upstairs slowly. After entering the house, Lin Changzheng helped Qin Shulin to sit down. Without waiting for Qin Shulin's reaction, he quickly stood up and asked, "Where is the medicine?" Qin Shulin was taken aback. Then she heard Lin Changzheng say, "The ointment for bruises. It's in the medicine box behind the door." Lin Changzheng wasted no time, quickly found a bottle of medicine in the medicine box, and then turned to Qin Shulin. Kneeling down, he was about to apply the ointment to Qin Shulin's ankle. Qin Shulin was startled. What are you doing?" "I'm applying the ointment. Don't move." This time, Lin Changzheng did not allow any questioning from Qin Shulin. He directly lifted her foot, removed her shoe and sock, and then held it in his arms. At that moment, Qin Shulin felt a bit awkward. Several times, she wanted to pull her foot back, but she realized that Lin Changzheng had no other intentions. After he held her foot, he started applying the medicine methodically. While rubbing, he kept saying, "Shulin, you must be careful with this foot in the future. People say that once you twist your foot, you are more likely to twist the same one repeatedly. It's a sustained injury that requires extra caution." Not hearing Qin Shulin's response, Lin Changzheng looked up and called her. "Shulin, did you hear me?" "Oh, I heard you." Qin Shulin suddenly felt a tingling in her nose. It seemed like it had been a long time since someone had massaged her foot like this. Nobody had cared for her so anxiously and attentively. Since her dear father passed away, she had been taking care of her daughter, Sweetie, all by herself. She had been trying to be strong and act like an adult. In reality, she was indeed an adult. But at that moment, she felt a sense of being cared for from Lin Changzheng. Qin Shulin's heart skipped a beat. "That's good. It's good that you heard. Take a few days off. I'll do the same. I'll take care of you at home, cook for you. Don't tire yourself out too much," Lin Changzheng said earnestly. Qin Shulin listened attentively. In that moment, she felt as if she had found a sense of home. Perhaps she should have a home of her own. "Shulin, what are you daydreaming about? Does it hurt a lot?" Not hearing a response again, Lin Changzheng became somewhat worried. "It doesn't hurt." Qin Shulin snapped back to reality, looking seriously at Lin Changzheng. "Brother Lin, why don't you move in?" If she said that, wouldn't she have a home of her own? She could bring Sweetie here later. A daughter, a son, and Lin brother. Life seemed to have more anticipation now. Lin Changzheng's hand paused. What did he hear? What did Shulin just say? "Move in? Forget it. I didn't hear it." Embarrassed, Qin Shulin turned away. She didn't know how she had the courage to say those words just now. At that moment, she felt strange in her heart. But she couldn't describe it. I heard it just now, Qin Shulin lowered her head. "Well, are you willing?" "Willing. Of course, I'm willing." "Oh, wait. Shulin, You can move into my place. Sweetie's room is all set up. And the master bedroom is ready too. It's more convenient there. Whenever you want to come back, you're welcome anytime. Lin Changzheng said with extra excitement. Chen Shulin was also delighted to hear that. Well, that's also okay. Why? So it's settled. Lin Changzheng stood up excitedly. Walking around the room, he exclaimed, Hehe, hehe. That's great. It's really great. Now Lin Zhou won't mock me anymore. Ha ha. But his old man is more formidable. Chen Shulin listened helplessly. Brother Lin, were you doing all this for some kind of competition with Lin Zhou? How is that possible? Lin Changzheng quickly retorted. I am not that kind of person. Xiao Zhou, that smelly kid, is still young and just babbles nonsense every day. I don't listen to him at all. What am I compared to him? Lin Changzheng completely forgot that he had actually listened to Lin Zhou today before coming to look for Chen Shulin. He had originally thought he had been deceived by this kid again. He didn't expect to actually have a big harvest this time. And this harvest was quite substantial. Seeing his excitement, Chen Shulin didn't expose him. She just smiled and said, all right, I won't compare you. But how about Xiao Zhou and that girl surnamed Su? I don't know, they go on dates every weekend, so I can't see them at all. Ha ha. It seems like things are progressing well. Brother Lin, have you thought about when they finish university and are of similar age, we should organize a wedding for them? I have thought about it, but this matter can't be decided unilaterally by us. We still have to consider what that girl's family thinks. All right, when we have the chance, let's go meet that girl's family. Okay, I was thinking the same, but mid-conversation, Lin Changzheng suddenly realized something, turned his head, and looked at Chen Shulin. You mean, we go together? Chen Shulin chuckled, then nodded. Yes, we will soon be family. I am also like Xiao Zhou's half-mother. I can go, right? Lin Changzheng became happy immediately. No problem, of course, no problem. You are Xiao Zhou's mother, you can definitely go. Ha ha. That's settled then. Chen Shulin was particularly happy. Indeed, once they passed that mental barrier, everything felt so natural and beautiful. This was the life she longed for. Hehe. It seemed like everything was set. Lin Changzhen laughed foolishly and sat down. He looked at Chen Shulin, brimming with joy. Seeing this, Chen Shulin helplessly said, Brother Lin, why are you laughing like that? Nothing. I just feel happy. Shulin, I am truly happy. Thinking about the future life with their extended family, Lin Changzheng felt it was all worth it. I am also happy. Shulin. Lin Changzheng reached out his hand and gently held Chen Shulin's hand. Chen Shulin trembled slightly, lowered her head slightly, not rejecting his touch. Brother Lin. Her voice was soft but filled with deep affection. It was an indescribable warmth. Oh. Lin Changzheng responded and slowly reached out his hand, trying to embrace Chen Shulin. Chen Shulin still did not refuse. She just lowered her head even more. Lin Changzheng was overjoyed. Just as he was about to embrace Chen Shulin, there was a sudden knock at the door. Lin Changzheng paused slightly, quickly withdrew his hand somewhat apologetically. It must be Sweetie back. I'll go open the door. As soon as the door opened, Lin Changzheng heard a female voice. Sister, are you home? Oh, Sweetie is also here, right? I just found a really nice dress and wanted to buy it for Sweetie. The woman walked in wearing high heels. When she saw Lin Changzheng, she froze. Lin Changzhen was also stunned. Chen Shulin, forgetting her sore feet, stood up from the sofa. Shuyu, why are you back? Qin Yushin was unaware of what was happening at home. She carried a small basket of vegetables and strolled around the market. After buying the vegetables, she checked the time. Still early. Sitting on a stone bench by the door for a while, her stomach started growling. Hungry, but returning at this time might disrupt Uncle Lin and Mom having their rare alone time, right? They had finally gotten the chance to be alone. Qin Yushin pursed her lips. After contemplating for a while, she made a decision. She would go find Lin Zhou. Her brother was such a good cook, she would have him make something delicious for her. As for Uncle Lin and Mom, they were together. Uncle Lin wouldn't let Mom go hungry, right? Thinking this, Qin Yushin quickly got up, carried the vegetable basket, and walked out. After about half an hour, she arrived at Lin's house. Qin Yushin knocked on the door cheerfully, but there was no response. She felt a bit dejected, tilted her head, pouted. Could it be that brother isn't home either? Oh, today's the weekend. Maybe brother went to accompany his future sister-in-law. Qin Yushan sighed quietly. She felt like a pitiful creature, but thinking that her brother and mom could be happy, it didn't matter if she was the pitiful one. Carrying the vegetable basket, she arrived at Lin Zhou's house downstairs and sat down. Bored, she kicked the stones nearby, contemplating where to go in the afternoon. At the same time, Lin Zhou and Sunyanku had finished their meal. They were idly finishing their food by the river. However, Lin Zhou and Sunyanku walked ahead, while Wen Cici, Fenyan's, and Wan Zikan followed behind. As they watched Sunyanku ahead continuously chatting and laughing. After a while, Wan Zikan scratched his head. Do you guys feel like we are a bit superfluous? Wen Cici nodded quickly. Yeah. I thought you guys didn't notice. Fenyan's didn't say anything, but his expression made it very clear. They were indeed quite unnecessary. Well then, shall we go? Let them stroll around here themselves. All right, but didn't your dad say he wanted to invite Lin Zhou for a meal? Did you tell him? Wan Zikan suddenly remembered that he hadn't found a chance to tell Lin Zhou about this. He thought of calling Lin Zhou, but felt it wasn't the right time to disturb him. Forget it. We'll talk about it when we get back to school. I heard the national math competition is starting next week. Let's sort this out before the exam. That works too. Let's go. The three nodded, turned around in agreement, and headed home separately. However, Sunyanku and Lin Zhou were unaware of this. They continued happily chatting. As they talked, Lin Zhou suddenly smiled. Deskmate, HM, have you noticed? Have you been talking more? Huh? More. Being reminded by Lin Zhou, she suddenly realized that she did seem to talk a lot more now. Especially when she was with Lin Zhou, she never seemed to stop. Yeah, quite a lot. Then, should I change? Sunyanku thought Lin Zhou was disapproving, so she hurriedly said. Lin Zhou quickly waved his hand. No. Change what? It's fine this way. I love listening to you talk. Oh. Seeing her flustered, Lin Zhou couldn't help but ruffle her hair. Let's go. Let's walk ahead. There's a small playground over there. Okay. Should I call Wen Cici and the others? Sunyanku happily turned her head, only to find no one behind her. Sunyanku froze. Huh? Where are Wen Cici and the others? Lin Zhou had actually noticed the three of them leaving a while ago, but he had not mentioned it. Being able to walk alone with his deskmate was more enjoyable than being in a group. Maybe they have something to do. Should we go explore on our own? Sure. Okay. Yad. The two of them said, as they walked to the amusement park together. This amusement park had slightly more activities to do. Lin Zhou looked around and turned to ask Sunyanku, what do you want to play? I'll play whatever you want to play. I just want to play with you. With me? Lin Zhou looked at her in surprise. Sunyanku meekly nodded. Yes. All right, then let's. Lin Zhou was about to suggest trying out all the activities when suddenly Sunyanku exclaimed in delight. Tiantian. Lin Zhou. Tiantian is over there. Lin Zhou turned his head and, indeed, saw Qin Yushan carrying a basket of vegetables, walking along the edge of the amusement park with a vacant look in her eyes. Upon seeing him, she smiled in delight, then quickly lowered her head and turned to leave. Lin Zhou, puzzled, stopped her and asked, Tiantian, what are you doing? Why are you running? Qin Yushan stopped her steps, looking embarrassed. I wasn't running, I just didn't want to disturb your date. Lin Zhou couldn't help but laugh. Then why are you carrying a basket of vegetables? This is an amusement park, not a market. Oh, I wasn't here to buy vegetables. I just had nowhere to go. Nowhere to go. What about your home? My uncle Lin just went to my house. I didn't want to disturb him and my mom. And then you came here for a stroll, and then I went to your house, but there was no one there. Qin Yushan said with a helpless tone. After sitting downstairs at Lin Zhou's house for a while, she felt bored. She was also hungry. Thinking of going out to eat, she realized she had spent all her money on the vegetables and had no money left, so she had to find a place to stroll around. Unexpectedly, while strolling around, she actually ran into Lin Zhou. Have you had your meal? I have already. Brother, you don't need to worry about me. Just go play with your sister. I'll be fine on my own. As soon as she finished speaking, her stomach growled loudly. Qin Yushan. Lin Zhou looked at her with amusement. All right. Come on, let's go home. I'll cook for you. Chin Yushin stared at him blankly. Lin Zhou took the vegetable basket from her hand and turned to Sunyanku, saying, "Deskmate, let's go home together." Sunyanku was also stunned. Go home? But that was not her home yet. Otherwise, Tiantian will starve. Upon hearing this, Chin Yushin hurried to speak. "I won't starve." But Lin Zhou and Sunyanku completely ignore her. Sunyanku nodded directly. "Okay, let's go back. We can't let Tiantian starve." Ignored by them. At this moment Chin Yushin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Both her brother and sister were so good to her. After the two of them finished speaking, they signaled Chin Yushin to quickly catch up with them and they walked towards home. Chin Yushin followed them. Suddenly, she felt warm in her heart. Although she felt a bit lonely being alone, everyone was so good to her. Once they entered the house, Lin Zhou hurried into the kitchen. He tidied up the vegetables Chin Yushin bought and started cooking. Both Sunyanku and Chin Yushin wanted to help, but they were refused. The two of them could only reluctantly sit in the living room. After a while, Sunyanku finally found an activity. "Tiantian, shall we watch TV together?" "Sure." The two of them happily sat down like little sisters. They tuned into a variety show that everyone liked and watched it intently. In the show, Teacher he was playing a game with Nana. The scene was very joyful. The two of them watched with great joy. Dinner was soon ready. Lin Zhou brought the dishes out, serving 3 dishes and a soup. When Chin Yushin saw it, she was stunned. "Brother, I can't eat this much." "It's okay. I and your sister will eat more." "Deskmate, is that okay?" Sunyanku, hearing this, let out a big burp, but after a moment's thought, she nodded seriously. "Yes, sure. I'll serve you guys rice. Come man, sit down first." The two of them quickly walked over to Lin Zhou's side and sat down. Lin Zhou served a full meal and was about to hand it to Chin Yushin when suddenly the door opened. Lin Zhou was startled to see Lin Changzheng walking in from outside. "Uncle Lin?" Chin Yushin was also stunned. "Uncle Lin, why are you back?" She had just created an opportunity for the two of them. Uncle Lin shouldn't have lost it, right? But Lin Changzheng seemed to be oblivious to their conversations, walked to the dining table and sat down. He took the chopsticks from Lin Zhou's hand and started shoveling food into his mouth without even finishing the plate. Lin Zhou, Chin Yushin, and Sunyanku were all puzzled. "Uncle Lin, have you not eaten yet?" "It was almost 2 o'clock, Lin Changzheng nodded. "Why not?" "Didn't have the chance to eat." "Huh? What about my mom?" "She didn't eat either." Chin Yushin was stunned. "Uncle Lin, did you have another argument with my mom?" "No argument." "Then, she said she was moving in to live with me." "Isn't that good?" But Lin Changzheng finally managed to pick up a piece of vegetable and eat it. "Your aunt is back." "What?" Chin Yushin stood up in shock. She was confused. My aunt?" "Yes, Chin Shuyu. This. Chin Yushin hesitated for a while, but eventually couldn't contain herself. She pulled out her chair and rushed out. "I'll go find her." "Hey, don't, she's still angry. There's no point in going back now." "But, eat first." "Your mom finally found an excuse to let me out. Your aunt won't stay mad for long. She should be taking your mom out for dinner soon." "That makes sense. But why did she come back now?" Chin Yushin was a bit annoyed. Looks like things are about to happen. Her aunt was not someone to be trifled with. Chin Yushin thought quickly, trying to make a plan to have Lin uncle and her mom married off. But she never expected her aunt to return at this time. Chin Yushin glanced sympathetically at Lin Changzheng. It seemed like Uncle Lin was in for a tough battle. Her aunt was not an easy modern independent woman to deal with. Because of Lin Changzheng's situation, the room fell silent. He put down his bowl and chopsticks, sighed deeply. Chin Yushin also didn't feel hungry anymore, silent and unsure of what to do. Sunyanku, seeing this, also felt awkward to continue eating. "Uncle Lin, why did little Aunt Sweet scold you? Doesn't she want Aunt Chin to have a good ending?" "She does, but she said Shulin has endured the toughest days alone and should now enjoy life. Finding another man will be a burden. She even said, men are not reliable. Marriage is the tomb of love. She doesn't want Shulin to enter this tomb." Sunyanku didn't know what to say for a moment. She couldn't understand why Chin Shuyu would have such thoughts. Aren't men generally good? Like Uncle Lin, Principal Hu, and Teacher Jian, and Lin Zhou. Thinking of this, Sunyanku couldn't help but glance in Lin Zhou's direction. He is really good. Lin Changzheng sighed again. What should we do now? Little Zhou, I guess you won't be able to attend my Aunt Aitken's wedding after the college entrance examination. Let's wait a bit more. That's not for sure. Lin Zhou served Sunyanku and little Aunt Sweet each a dish. He added a bowl of rice for Uncle Lin. Don't be so pessimistic. I don't think things are that bad. Not that bad. Lin Changjeng felt a little disappointed. Lin Zhou said, Old Lin, didn't Aunt Chin agree to come live with you? Yeah. But what? Even if Shuyu opposes, it doesn't matter. Aunt Chin will come sooner or later. It's just a matter of time. And little Aunt Sweet is on our side too. What are you afraid of? What you should do now is figure out how to convince little Aunt. Qin Yushin quickly added, Yes, Uncle Lin, I've always been on your side. I want my mom to be with you. Lin Changjeng nodded, feeling that what Lin Zhou said made sense. But soon, he felt despair again. But I don't know how to persuade Shuyu. I even managed to anger Shulin, and she said she wanted to live with me. Lin Changjeng began to doubt his abilities deeply. No need to worrying about that. Little Sweet, it's your turn to take action, right? Huh, what can I do? After finishing the meal, you go back and no matter by what means, you must understand little Aunt's true thoughts. I don't believe she has always viewed marriage this way. She must have longed for love before, right? After all, there is no woman who doesn't long for love. Like Liu Qingyan, she has always been single because she hasn't met the right one. Qin Shuyu must have her own reasons. No problem. Qin Yushin immediately agreed. Old Lin, message Aunt Chin. Ask about her situation. She's now on the enemy's side, which will be more favorable for us to break through the enemy. Enemy? I'm just using that as a metaphor. Okay. Lin Changjeng also nodded repeatedly. Sunyanku blinked, waiting for Lin Zhou to assign her a task. But after waiting for a while, she didn't hear Lin Zhou calling her. Sunyanku asked in confusion, What about me? You. What can I do? I also want to help Uncle Lin and Aunt Chin. You take care of Uncle Lin every weekend. Come play at my house. And meanwhile, take care of Uncle Lin. I'm afraid his moo is a bit too heavy. In case of any problems, you do have some medical knowledge, right? Huh? Lin Changjeng was surprised. He was about to argue that his health was fine, but Sunyanku nodded. Okay, I will do that. This was a big deal and must be done. Lin Changjeng was surprised again. No, Zizhou. Smiling at the scene, Qin Yushin quickly stopped Lin Changjeng. Uncle Lin, let sister help you. While speaking, she signaled to Lin Changjeng to look at Lin Zhou. After all, her brother's intentions were too obvious. He wanted sister to come over every week. She could see it at a glance. After a moment of confusion, Lin Changjeng understood Qin Yushin's meaning. He quickly nodded, Oh yes. Little Sweet, you come to accompany Uncle every week. Yes, I'll come every week. Sunyanku had no idea that she had been tricked again. She was just happy to finally be able to help. Lin Zhou chuckled and said, All right, let's eat. After eating, everyone can do their own thing. After this conversation, the group finally regained their appetites. The meal was eaten happily. After dinner, Qin Yushin picked up the basket of vegetables and left for home. Lin Changjeng also returned to his room, preparing to think about how to message Qin Shuyu to inquire about the situation. Sunyanku sat in the living room, somewhat at a loss. Lin Zhou quickly brought out a bunch of snacks for her. Sunyanku hesitated. Shouldn't we go study? Let's study at home. Eat some snacks first. Oh, by the way, Old Lin also bought a pomelo. Wait here. I'll go cut it open. Let's eat and then study, also taking care of Old Lin at the same time. Okay, sounds good. Sunyanku obediently nodded. Meanwhile, at the Qin household, Qin Shuyu had just finished eating the extremely unappetizing noodles cooked by Qin Shuyu. She watched Shuyu pacing back and forth in the living room non-stop. As she walked, she kept muttering, Sis, what's wrong with you? You don't have any debts, you have a stable job and income, and most importantly, Sweet is already 15. Going through adolescence, high school is crucial. Why did you choose to be with a man at this time? And that man even has a son who is 18. Do you know how costly it is to raise a son? You have to earn money for his marriage, buy a house, a car, serve him for the rest of your life. By the time Sweet turns 18, you can live life comfortably. Why can't you see this? She had been repeating the same thing since she chased Lin Changjeng out at noon. Qin Shuyu's ears were practically calloused from all the talk. She sighed, saying, Shuyu, you don't understand. Having someone who understands you is really not easy. And besides, Lin Big Brother's son won't be so useless, needing his father to do all these things. Lin Zhou is so outstanding. He even received scholarships in the previous high school. How could he be reliant on his father forever? How do you know he won't be? He's only 18. What can you tell at 18? Shuyu, you don't understand Lin Zhou. Qin Shulin's words were interrupted by Qin Shuyu. All right, sister, you're all in love now. Whatever I say, you'll argue with me. Anyway, I disagree with this matter, she said, sitting angrily on the sofa next to Qin Shulin. Qin Shulin didn't argue with her, just asked carefully, when are you leaving this time? Qin Shuyu has been studying in Kyoto and graduated from graduate school last year. She also found a job in Kyoto. She only comes back once a year during the Chinese New Year, so this time she shouldn't be staying long. Qin Shulin decided to go along with her first, and after she left, she would go live with Lin Jie together. It shouldn't take too long. By the time she comes back next time, it will all be settled, and she won't be able to do anything about it. Just as Qin Shulin was thinking this, she suddenly heard Qin Shuyu say, I'm not leaving, huh? Qin Shulin was surprised. Qin Shuyu continued, Sister, are you trying to get rid of me to live happily with Lin Jie? I know, but this time you miscalculated. I've transferred my job back here. I've decided to live in Jiangcheng County from now on, with you and Sweetie. Huh? Qin Shulin was shocked again. Aren't you doing well in your job in Kyoto? It's good. Qin Shuyu's expression became serious. But I don't want to do it. I want to come back. She looked at Qin Shulin seriously. Qin Shulin was silent for a while, then nodded. Coming back is okay. I've always wanted you to come back, but you didn't want to. Now, Mom should be happy. But what about me and Lin Jade? This is really worrying. Qin Shulin's heart ached. Qin Shuyu nodded. Yes, I was immature before, so sister, don't worry, I won't harm you. I just want you, me, and Sweetie to live a good life. Qin Shulin nodded. She had never doubted this, but Qin Shuyu's approach seemed a bit extreme. She didn't used to be like this. Although strong-willed, she always talked about wanting to be in a relationship. How come now? Shuyu, have you encountered something? No, nothing at all. Qin Shuyu suddenly stood up, looking somewhat agitated. Afraid that Qin Shulin would notice something, she quickly composed herself. I'm just looking out for you. I don't want you to get hurt. But I don't feel like I'm being hurt. How are you not? Wasn't it because of that Lin Jie that you sprained your foot? Well, yes, it was. But because of it, their relationship had improved a lot. It wasn't a bad thing. And now, she didn't even feel pain. All right, don't mention that Lin Jie anymore, sister.